Hey, what's up, everyone? Welcome to the Breadcast. I'm your host, Bread to Kill You All. We're gonna watch party. First of all, it's the day after the anniversary of 9/11. So 21 years ago, yesterday, at the moment, and I held off on doing this on that day because just out of respect to the families and stuff like that, and to pre-qualify this, my condolences to those that lost their lives, and my condolences to everyone who's personally affected by it and impersonally affected as a nation. I definitely was personally affected, monetarily, work-wise. My work disappeared. I was a chauffeur just starting out at the time, and I had no seniority, so I got laid off pretty much immediately. I think like maybe worked the following day or two before I got laid off, is the way it seemed anyway. Not that that's, I mean, I did almost become homeless over it, and I still don't see that as anything near anyone else's grief and tragedy, with family and people and all of that. So I'm not trying to make a comparison, just recollecting how it did affect me, most definitely. So I think to a lot of us it's pretty painfully obvious that things probably didn't happen exactly the way that it was ran down to us, and the first video that we're gonna watch, maybe even the only one, we'll see. I got some stuff lined up a little bit. She's a doctor, physicist, I think, even, but her credentials will be noted right in the beginning of the video. And so I guess all that I'm really asking is that no matter what your feelings are about what did or didn't happen, or whether you believe it or you don't believe it, just try to have an open mind enough to be able to see the possibilities. And I probably won't talk much during this but we'll see. I'll pause it if I do. That way it won't wreck it. So, yeah, here we go.
The speaker to begin this afternoon's session has degrees in civil engineering with a focus in structural, in engineering mechanics, which is also known as applied physics, and a PhD in materials engineering science, which, as far as I have been able to discern, are the disciplines that are most directly relevant to evaluating what actually happened to the Twin Towers and at the World Trade Center in general. She's a former professor of mechanical engineering at Clemson University, who appears to have been denied tenure because of her involvement in 9/11 research. In my opinion, she is the single most qualified scientist to be studying these issues. Please join me in welcoming Judy Wood. The speaker to begin this afternoon's session has degrees in civil engineering with a focus in structural, in engineering mechanics, which is also known as applied physics, and a PhD in materials engineering science, which as far as I have been able to discern are the disciplines that are most directly relevant to evaluating what actually happened to the Twin Towers and at the World Trade Center in general. She's a former professor of mechanical engineering at Clemson University who appears to have been denied tenure because of her involvement in 9/11 research. In my opinion, she is the single most qualified scientist to be studying these issues. Please join me in welcoming Judy Wood.
Well, hello, and thank you for coming, and thanks for being here. 9/11 has been referred to as the new Pearl Harbor, but I beg to differ on that. I don't think it's the new Pearl Harbor. It's the new Hiroshima. It's the new Hiroshima. Now, which terrorist group did that? We talked about this. Kind of wiped out everything. But what about the day before Hiroshima? Would anyone have thought that could have happened? Someone posted this message on a forum on the web, and I think it's just beautifully stated. We stand at the beginning of a new age. Our government has in its hands a method of disrupting the molecular basis of matter, and its first impulse was to weaponize it. Is this so hard to understand? Like splitting atoms to create destruction was so hard to understand in 1945. Of course, this new invention came when the United States ruled supreme. A weapon system of vast new power comes online, and we don't have an enemy worthy of it. So naturally, we use it on ourselves. Wag the dog. Molecular dissociation. What I would like to do today is show you the evidence, the data, and let you make up your own mind. Let you think for yourself. And there's nothing more important in this day and age than each of us thinking for ourselves and making up our own mind, but looking at the data ourselves. So let's start at the beginning. Once upon a time, there were two towers. And we notice with these two towers, you have, see if the mouse moves on the screen, yeah. There's this Tower 3 down here, which is 22 stories tall. This itty-bitty thing down here is Building 6, which is 8 stories tall. Then Buildings 4 and 5 are 9 stories each. But these are huge buildings. The 47-story Building 7. Huge buildings. Big, beefy core structures, columns on the outside with the floors strapped between them. Very robust. So, if you have, if this is thought of as a tree, and you cut a hole in the side of the tree so the Keebler elves can put their cookie oven in there and cook or live in there, do you think that would affect the structure? We see many trees with a hole in the side. The beauty of this design is that it just almost insignificantly would affect the strength. So there we have the towers, and then they went away. What happened? That's what we're here to figure out. In this picture on the left, we're looking at Building 7, so we know what day this picture was taken. Where did the tower go? The day before, if you took this picture, you would have a tower between the camera person and Building 7. Where'd it go? They have told us that steel was shipped off to China. Well, this picture appears to have been taken before noon on 9/11. Just how fast could they ship it off to China? So let's think about what we're being told. And this is what it looked like a week or so later. This is a satellite image of ground zero. You notice building 6 here with the cutouts in it. Cylindrical cutouts. They go all the way down to the ground floor, all about the same diameter, about 24 feet in diameter. And the thing that caught my attention the most is this hole over here on Liberty Street. Tower 2 used to be located here, and there's Bankers Trust. That's Liberty Street that runs between the two. Why would there be a big hole in the middle of the street? And it looks like it could go down 60 feet, and it's empty. Where's the rest of the rubble? And just how fast did it disappear? I will not say collapse, because there's evidence that not much of it hit the ground. If you dropped a billiard ball off the roof of one of the towers, it would take 9.22 seconds to hit the ground. The seismograph showed the ground rumbled for 8 seconds. Houston, we have a problem. But what about all of the energy requirements? Now, there's a lot of opposition to what I present, which is mainly data. But folks who oppose seeing the data or having anyone else see the data say, well, it's impossible to have enough energy to do what you're saying got done. Well, then we should still see some buildings standing there. But the energy is an issue. There's different forms of energy. And if we look at this fourth one, that doesn't work so well. This fourth picture, that is one of the towers. This is a nuclear test. These other two are Mount St. Helens. What do we have in common with all of those pictures? Dust. Lots of dust and lots of power. A huge release of energy. So here we have the towers, and we're looking from the right-hand side. So I can move this tiny bit here. We're looking from over here at the towers. Here's the Bankers Trust building. We're just about eye level with Bankers Trust. And we're going to look straight across at that elevation, which is about the rooftop level of Bankers Trust, how far that is from the ground. And here's that image from that eye level. What is all of this? That's about 2/3 of Tower 2. Do you believe me? We're missing 2/3 of Tower 2. It hasn't hit the ground yet. Bankers Trust is a 40-story building. This tower was 110 stories. Where did it go? I call this the snowball picture. That snowball cannot account for 2/3 of the building. And again, there's that elevation. So what about the seismograph? Well, there was a 2.4 magnitude earthquake earlier that same year in January, and this is what the chart looked like. But when the second tower, quote, collapsed, according to the USGS, this is the chart. A whole lot smaller. I don't know if there was filtering or what, but it's kind of unbelievable that you drop two 110-story buildings, 500,000 tons each, and it doesn't even make the same seismographic signal as a 2.4 earthquake earlier that year. We also have Building 7, which they said was a 0.6 on the Richter scale. You know what 6.6 on the Richter scale is equivalent to? A jackhammer. So you have a 47-story building disappears without, tickling the ground more than a jackhammer would. A little bit strange. And here's where our 2.3 magnitude is. The towers were 2.3 and 2.1 for the north and south towers. And that's just barely over the equivalent of a quarry blast. Does that make sense? And here's the bathtub, the wonderful bathtub that protected Lower Manhattan from being flooded. Now, how the foundation was made for the towers, they poured concrete on the bedrock. So wouldn't that concrete be busted up if the rest of the concrete in the building busted up? Some questions to ask. The sound, I don't think is going to.
Yes.
Forgot about that. There's a sound feed?
I mean, obviously we've looked at all of the seismic signals. The main focus of that was to establish the timing of the various events, and if any, again, using it also to see if there were any events that we could not explain other than it being the collapse of the towers and the World Trade Center 7. The signal strength due to the collapse of the towers were not of any magnitude that was seismically significant from an earthquake design standpoint, or from the design or failure of a structural component, or of, I would say, a piping system that might be used in a structure. So there wasn't anything that gave us pause in terms of that being a significant seismic event.
This is Shyam Sundar of NIST telling us at this meeting this past December that there was no significant seismic impact on the ground when the towers went away that could cause damage to surrounding structures. That was an amazing thing for him to have said. So no wonder why the bathtub wasn't disturbed. The bathtub did get damaged later. When they brought in those mega cranes, that's when the damage began to occur. So these various earth-moving equipment cranes that they brought in caused more damage than 2 500,000-ton buildings landing on them. And I think you're familiar with the design of the Trade Center, and I think you saw this picture earlier, that the footprint of each of the towers is here, and the base is still there. It wasn't shattered. The foundation built on bedrock is still there. And the PATH train tunnels did not get damaged. Yes, there was some water in them, but with all those fire hoses, the water had to go somewhere. And once they pumped it out, it stayed dry. And one of my favorite pictures is Roadrunner. He survived. He survives anything. He survived a 500,000-ton building falling on him without a scratch. And he's now living at hangar, was it 17 at JFK? But these are from the Warner Brothers store, and they've saved these things. So how do you get a building of that size falling down and the first sub-basement isn't damaged? Dust. Lots of dust. That's how it happens. This part of the building doesn't make a thud when it hits. Fruit with dust on it. Dust everywhere. Now, if we look at the 95th story there, up here, you can see this mechanical floor down here, and at that elevation, and that is approximately where Tower 2 was, quote, hit, where it got its hole. So this top pile driver, they tried to make it seem, looks like it just disintegrated before floor 78 began to move downward. Again, here's floor 78. This piece here rotates over and then disappears. And then the rest continues down. We're going to notice things like this piece here. I call them wheat checks, those outer column segments, groups. They were turning to dust midair, but the aluminum cladding that goes over them did not, which is a little bit peculiar. And again, a very large section of wheat checks falling through the air, and I don't even believe it hit the ground. We didn't hear of anybody, getting stuff landing on top of them. There were a few odds and ends that went across the street and whatnot, but not 110 stories worth of outer columns. Again, looking at Tower 2, the snowball, why isn't there any more debris lower than this? It looks like the demolition wave was ahead of free fall of gravity. This is a 40-story building. This used to be 110. Where did it go? And it looks like not much of it landed on the ground either. It looks like it went in a blender and got stirred up. But there was a lot of dust everywhere, very fine powder. In the second portion of my talk, we're going to evaluate the dust very carefully. This is a once-over of the general observations that we see at the scene. Look at this dust around their feet. Dust everywhere, very fine dust, and it's all the same size, approximately. If you threw a brick off of the roof of a building and it landed on the pavement below, you'd have big pieces, small pieces, some powder in between size pieces, a wide range. You wouldn't have all the same size powder.
And what was that stuff?
Very small. I have not evaluated it myself, but I've seen photographs of it, and you can't discern the dust samples. I've seen reports, we'll talk about that in the second portion, because there's a lot of questions about the dust studies they've presented to us. But this to me doesn't look like a collapse. This looks like a drinking fountain made out of dust. And then there's the famous spire we've heard about. That corner of the core columns that disappeared before our eyes. It just turned to dust. Here's stages of it. A little video clip of it. And you see a bunch of dust sitting on the various levels there. Individual photographs in sequence here show first this freestanding bunch of core columns, and we know how tall Building 7 is, right here. 47 stories. So maybe these inner core columns that are freestanding, about 60 stories, would you say? 60 stories, and they're standing all by themselves. They're pretty strong and pretty rigid. They can't be very flexible. It can't be like spaghetti, because how would it be standing by itself? So that tells us that these columns are very stiff and strong at that moment. Notice how they move and just turn to dust. If they're that stiff and rigid, how is it going to go straight down and just, without rotating over even? It just turns to dust. And the dust rolls down the street. Lots of dust, like world's records of any demolition we've ever seen. But it's interesting, it only rolls out so far, and then it goes up, as though it has a stopwatch. It only is allowed to roll out for a distance, then it starts going upwards. We're just looking at the data. We're not trying to fit it to any idea, just looking at the data. And after the towers go away, what is this dust here coming up from the streets? Dust going out across the water. Lots of dust. And notice the shadows. It blocks out the sunlight. Rolling down the streets. Now, when the Kingdom was taken down by conventional controlled demolition, the highest the dust went was about the height of the Kingdom. And in the Seattle Times it said, and it filled the air, downtown was filled for almost 20 minutes before it all settled out. How long did this take to settle out? This is a satellite image, and this appears to be going into the upper atmosphere, traveling down the eastern seaboard. This doesn't look like a collapse to me. This looks like jet engines shooting upward. Where did it go? And a building that's often forgotten. We have Tower 3 here, which was between 1 and 2, 22-story building. Early on, I'd see pictures on the web of Building 6, and I'd see pictures of Building 3, and I got them confused and thought they were the same building, because they both have these vertical cylindrical cutouts. Now, why would this be freestanding afterwards, just be left standing like that? And if this collapsed, where did the material go? Everything's ground level here. The fire trucks didn't get hit. All the windows blew out, but they didn't get damaged otherwise. And here's a picture a couple of days later, about the same shot. There's nothing left of that 22-story building. Ground level. A few of these wheat checks from Tower 1's western wall, and that's about it, of the entire Building 1. Look how where people are standing. That's just one thickness of the beam, just laid out perfectly on the street, as though they danced over and laid down so they'd be easy to load. This is what was there the day before. A lot of building that just disappeared. Here's where the towers were, and here's where Building 3 was. And we hear about the toasted cars. They were over here. There was paper between the two locations. Nothing burned. And of course, those cutouts out of Building 6, and we have cutouts out of Building 5, and what happened to the rest of Building 4? That's where the tower stood. And this is an interesting map done by the USGS. It shows how Building 6 had that group of 24-foot diameter holes in it, just removing about 50% of the building's mass. I wonder why they'd want to do that. And notice out here in Liberty Street, these big holes in Liberty Street. Empty at the bottom. But what is the most bizarre is you're missing two 110-story buildings, and the rubble pile for them is almost non-existent compared to Buildings 4, 5, and 6, the height of them. But this is Building 4. It used to cover a lot more area. Only the north wing of Building 4 is left standing. The rest is just missing. And again, there's Building 4. It used to cover this much territory. And I think it's supposed to check out that hole in the street. It goes down maybe 60 feet. What's it there for? If something fell in it, we should have whatever it was that fell in it, sitting in it, on top of the hole, or filling it up. And a closer view of Building 6. What could cause this? More importantly, this is the northern direction. This is Building 1, where it stood, Tower 1. That's the northern wall. It was 110 stories tall. Building 6, this rubble pile is not 8 stories tall. It isn't even 1 story tall. But let's say it's 8 or 10 stories tall. Where are the other 100 stories? Where's the northern wall? This is Building 7 rubble pile. These holes are empty. It's missing in action. Where did it fall? And there's the postal building over here, never got a scratch on it all day. This is the street between the two. Okay, this is VC Street. This is West Street. And we're going to look at that intersection. Right after the event, there's paper on the ground, but nothing else. A few pieces of aluminum cladding up here. You could drive a four-wheeler over it, no problem. You probably drive a two-wheel regular sedan over it. You might worry about hurting the tires, but you could negotiate through. Something interesting, I don't know if how well it shows up here. The various fire trucks all seem to have lost their windows. Okay, we're just looking at the data. We don't know what would cause that, but it's interesting. Nothing seemed to have fallen on them. There's just paper on the ground, but they're missing their windows. Here's some fellows working on something. They're getting ready to plug in their fire hose probably and put out this fire. But what caught those cars on fire? There's just paper leading up to the cars. And again, we're down here on West Street looking north toward Building 7. Looking at the shadows, it looks like it's just a little bit before noon on 9/11. There should be that tower between us. The pedestrian walkway you can see over here, it's like one story off the ground. Where did it all go? Another picture, this is from FEMA. The pictures I've collected, I've deliberately gotten them from a variety of sources as somewhat of a check. A lot of them are from FEMA, some from the Library of Congress, various other sites. Those are the two main ones. But look at the rubble pile, or whatever you want to call it. There's just not much in here. They don't park ambulances up on the 10th floor, so that tells you where ground level is. But another thing we'll notice is, okay, here's the rubble pile from Building 7. And by comparison, where's Building 1? We see a lot of these fumes coming out of the ground. Now, I use a totally different vocabulary. Some folks could say it looks like smoke, but if we called that smoke, we're biasing our observations. We're trying to imagine that it's something from fire. Well, let's just call it fumes. Fumes from who knows what, but fumes. So there's a lot of fumes and it's coming out of the rubble pile of Building 7 as well as Building 1. Maybe even 6. This is a picture a couple of days later of Building 7 from the other side, from the back side. You got some wall there, but not a whole lot of anything else, but at least it looks a little taller. This is a picture from the east looking west through the complex. This is where Tower 1 stood. You look at ground level from east to west without any obstruction. Where's the rubble pile? That's what you used to be able to see through that same view. So all of that material went somewhere. Where did it go? Also, it should be noted that this plaza here doesn't have dirt on it. There's no dirt at the World Trade Center complex. Maybe people have a few potted plants in their office. You'll see in the second presentation an unbelievable amount of dirt. And this will look like it used to be a baseball field. That's what used to be there. That's what's there right afterwards. That is a lot of material. Now let's see if we can find Building 6. Building 6 is like right about that elevation. It towers over the rubble pile of Tower 1. We're missing material. Now this is an interesting sheet that's laying out in the middle of West Street. It looks like a 20-story section of the western wall, hopped over 100 feet, did this pirouette, rotated around, and then laid down in the middle of the street. It almost made it, but nicked this corner just a little bit. It's just one wall thickness, neatly laid down there. But there's no other chunks like that anywhere. Again, we're looking up VC Street. Here's Tower 7, still remaining. So we know what day this is. Tower 1 is gone. There's nothing at street level. Where are those outer columns? Anybody find them? Maybe they're hiding under that, somebody's hat there. It was this intersection looking down this street. Holes. Heard about the holes. Cylindrical cutouts. See, this isn't one hole. This is a whole bunch of small diameter cylindrical cutouts that coalesced. And looking at, using the wheat checks as a scale, looking at the diameter, it's about 24 feet in diameter, consistently.
The cutout?
Yeah. The diameter, like this hole, that hole. There's some different sizes, but this is the most common size.
So there's a hole there, but the material is gone, the outer walls will remain.
Of this building. It's like if you were standing at the street level, you wouldn't realize that over half of
Center
the...
is gone.
Yeah, that 50% of the building's mass is gone. It looks like it's all still there.
The mass is literally not dropped down in the bottom where it's pancaked down, but it's gone.
It's just gone. Building 6. Yeah, it's empty, which is bizarre. And this is inside that hole. And this is an 8-story building. So if you count down from the top, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, you can see we're right at the first floor. You can account for all 8 floors.
They're sheared.
Pardon me?
They're sheared vertically.
Correct, but there's no material left. It's like something just made them disappear in that zone. Let's look at Building 5 over in the far corner. It has, my goodness, 24-foot diameter holes. Here's a slightly larger hole, and folks would wonder what that corner is sticking out. Turns out it's a flipped piece. If you flipped it back, you'd find the cylindrical cutout below it. And there's some other odds and ends around, like this hole here, which has a smaller hole within it. My favorite, Building 4. Building 4's perimeter used to be here. This is where Tower 2 stood. And Building 4, the main body of it, butted up against Tower 2. But we only have that northern wing left. It was like it was surgically removed. It was cut off. There's a little stub of the main body there, but that's about it. And if we looking from this direction, like looking up that way, we're looking west, this is what we'd see. Right afterwards is when this picture was taken. It's just sliced off. And nothing left. Whoops. Didn't come on top, but there's my favorite hole in the street here. But if you start noticing, you start seeing right below the surface pieces of trash, you have cylindrical cutouts all through ground zero. So this is my favorite because the outer wall, that's the southern wall of Tower 2. It leans out into the street a little bit, and notice where it's missing material, right above where that circular cutout is in the middle of Liberty Street. And that hole is empty. Now I call this here hole 2. This is hole 1, hole 2, hole 3. Here they are climbing down into hole 2. All of those cylindrical cutouts sort of coalesced into a large underground open area. This was taken on the 18th of September. There's wet puddles down there these guys are walking through. This is the basement of Tower 2. There's no molten metal in that basement.
What level of the basement?
Pardon me?
What level of the basement?
The bottom. You could count down the levels in there. And they're walking on horizontal territory there, not anything, sloped and broken up. And like the folks walking around the PATH train station, the loading platform. just wet from all the fire hoses. They're not burning up down there, so it's not real hot. But you don't look for survivors by excavating, because you would damage the people if you're trying to save some bodies. So why is this area open? They didn't excavate it. There's no material there. It just disappeared. Again, this is that zone with a few loose pieces of steel on top of it. Once you remove those, you have the open area. Now we're going to look at hole 1. There, you see some wheat checks that took a dive into the hole. Now what is this piece of beam here? Why is it rusty like that? It looks kind of like Swiss cheese. Some other odd-looking things, but you can count down to the sub-basements. Look at all the, it is empty. So what made that hole? Here, they're going to rescue Roadrunner. They're down in the mall in the first sub-basement, the first level. Right above this roof, up here, is where the tower supposedly fell. But there's no building 4 above there. This is below the main body of building 4. The toasted cars. Now, my definition of toasted is, it's toast. It's history. It doesn't necessarily mean it's burned. It's just, it's ill-defined. It's just a generic term for, beyond hope. And there's where Tower 1 was. Tower 2. And there's the toasted car lot. They're parked over in here, where they're burning, and this is all paper in between. How did the cars burn up? You can see all paper in between, and the cars just spontaneously combust. Mystery. There it is, just paper and powder. After they got the fires out, those cars stayed there for quite a while, but they instantly rusted. Within a day, bright orange rust. There are some cars on FDR Drive, and folks say, oh, they're towed there. Well, okay, you can say that they were towed there. There's some interesting marks on the pavement that appear that they piled up on FDR Drive, or the road under FDR Drive, actually. But a comment I'd like to make about the towed question is there were 1,400 toasted cars. If someone is going to say that they were damaged next to the World Trade Center and then towed elsewhere, you got to find a place next to the World Trade Center where you can park 1,400 cars. VC Street, how many cars can you fit there?
Somebody would have noticed them being towed.
Correct. So, West Street, we saw pictures from West Street, and there's maybe 1 or 2 cars there, and Liberty Street, a couple of cars there, Church Street. The only street I don't have a thorough sight of what was there is VC Street, under where that overhead walkway garden area was. But how many cars can you fit there? 5, 10, 15? Certainly not 1,400 cars. But not only that, even if this one was towed, what did that to it? It looks like the door wilted. And the most hilarious thing, whatever ate it likes door handles. It gets door handles first and engine blocks. And I don't know how well you can see this, but it's even got the steel belting left, just not the rubber. The rear tire looks just fine. Nice new wax job in the back end, looks fine. So how hot could that car have been without affecting the entire car? The recent California fires, a friend sent me some pictures of some vehicles that were burned up. None of them were rusted. Now, if we have steel, how does it affect by fire? See something going drip, drip, drip? What ate that? Something attacked that postal truck. It looks like it was just eaten on the side, like some monster from somewhere, the lagoon. this truck has another interesting phenomenon that I began to notice. Looks like more than just the paint peeled down, it looks like the outer layer peeled down of this door. And then we have fire trucks missing windows. Nothing else seems to be wrong with them. All the windows are blown. But paper wasn't burned? Why just some places was it burned here and not others? That's a weird pattern to have fire. And what was that? Call it the what's-it car. I've since gotten other photographs of this vehicle, and it's a Con Edison vehicle. Just take my word for it. This vehicle in the middle of the street, this one's quite interesting. Look over the tire through the wheel well. You see daylight. In other words, it doesn't have an engine block. And obviously it was driving down the middle of the street. How did it get there? I don't know what this line is down that vehicle. But these are just bizarre things that you wouldn't expect around a collapse scene. This is Park, the street, which is quite a distance north. It's up in the City Park area by where the Brooklyn Bridge is. Why is this car on fire? And the paper around it isn't. Spontaneous combustion.
Spontaneous auto combustion.
You're paranoid.
Oh, I just, yeah, might happen to me. Even paper in the trees. The whole street full of cars. What happened to this guy's engine? Engine blocks. Whatever it is, it likes to eat engine blocks. And this one, it looks kind of wilted. That ladder is kind of bent over. Folks say, well, something landed on it. Well, where is the something that landed on it? This is on Vesey Street. We saw there was no beams laying on Vesey Street. So where'd the front end go? And this van. This is about a block north of Building 7. No door handles. That was a mail truck behind it, just take my word for it. But it's already resting on the side of this. And here's more of, I call this the swamp. West Broadway, this is looking south. Down at the end is Building 5 that you see. First thing I notice is that there's a red light down there. Why is there a traffic light that's working? Notice the fire hose in the street and it looks like a swamp. The water was working. And just a day or two later, look at this street down here. The most interesting thing is this is where Building 7 was and disappeared. It didn't even spill out across the street. And that bus, that's where it ended up. They moved off to the side and they squashed it down so you might not notice it, so they could clean it up further. How did that street get that way? Here's that street where that cloud was rolling down when Tower 1 went poof. That's the direction the cloud moved in, and after it left, you had toasted cars. So this doesn't look like anything low-tech to me. If you have something that cooks everything in that area would be cooked. You wouldn't have the paper not burned, and other things would be burned. But what things do we know of? What? Chemicals is another thing. But we know there's high-tech things that do different things to different materials.
You mean DOE?
No, we're not going to make any assumptions just yet. We're going to let the data.
The signature reminds me of a guy that was born on a mountaintop in Tennessee. That's what the signatures look like. Lock, stock, and barrel. You've got the inner shearing, you've got the missing pulverization, total missing everything. We know how far stuff went. Okay? You've got the fires on one side, you've got the molten cars looking on one side with the molten stuff in the inside.
Molten stuff? Wait.
I want to get your comments, but we want to get them recorded, so just hold off.
Did we see any molten things? well, let's look at technology. And folks say, well, there's nothing like that exists. Well, let's just extrapolate. In 1945, someone came up with this gizmo, microwave oven. It uses some sort of a beam. Not a kinetic energy weapon, but a beam weapon. Then one of these, they're so cheap now that you can use them for ornaments on your keychain. And you have all sorts of wavelengths to pick from, pick and choose, mix and match. Don't you think they've come up with something more since 1955? There's a lot of different kinds of energy waves. What are cell phones? You can trigger things with beams. Now, someone, again, talking about the energy, well, we've all heard about the Tacoma Narrows Bridge. The wind didn't blow hard enough to destroy the bridge. The bridge destroyed itself. So on a fine level, if you can get
Harmonic.
yeah, if you can get some, yeah, it's the natural frequency, excite the natural frequency. But if on the very fine level you could get the molecules excited, maybe you could get the thing to self-destruct. I'm just putting out ideas. And note.
What comes to my mind right now is Tesla technology, and the fact that he directly said that if you got the frequency right, you could crack the whole Earth in half with the energy from the ley lines. That's a whole different subject. Well, it's relative, I think. Anyways, just a thought.
How this bridge came apart. It came apart in one place first, and it unraveled and destroyed itself. It didn't come down in big chunks. I just think that's an interesting phenomenon. So why isn't this moving? Towards the end of September, this is what the area over Building 2 looked like. I don't call this smoke. I call these fumes. It's just the ground's fuming. If this were smoke, it keeps going up. It's just looming over the pile. There's something going on. And over at Bankers Trust, there's this interesting beam here, shriveled up. It was just a FEMA report, and I would really be interested in talking with the photographer of that picture. Some other interesting cooked-looking beams. And there's our mail truck. Interesting image. This is kind of like Hiroshima here.
Secretary, can I ask you a question about some of the technology that you're developing to fight the war on terror, specifically directed energy and high-powered microwave technology? When do you envision that you can weaponize that type of technology?
Goodness. It is in, for the most part, the kinds of things you're talking about are in varying early stages. Do you have anything you'd add?
I don't think I would add much. I think they are in early stages and probably not ready for employment at this point.
In the normal order of things, when you invest in research and development and begin a developmental project, you don't have any intention or expectations that one would use it. On the other hand, the real world intervenes from time to time, and you reach in there and take something out that is still in a developmental stage, and you might use it. So your question's not answerable. It depends on what happens in the future and how well things move along the track, and whether or not someone feels it's appropriate to reach into a development stage and see if something might be useful, as was the case with the unmanned aerial vehicles.
But you sound like you're willing to experiment with it.
I think that's the point, and I think, we have, I think, from the beginning of this conflict, I think General Franks has been very open to looking at new things if there are new things available, and has been willing to put them into the fight even before they've been fully wrung out. And I think that's not referring to these two particular cases of directed energy or high-powered microwave, but sure. And
yes.
We will continue to do that.
Pouring down his neck as they're deployed.
So basically, test everything that we possibly can, even if it's being developed. I mean, that's what I got out of that. Also, I wonder how many blocks away the New Yorker hotel is that Tesla lived in. I'm just kind of curious.
And these are a few of the toys that I found. See, when I started looking at the data around Ground Zero, I didn't know there was such a thing as directed energy weapons. I just looked at the data, and the data told me there was. And so I looked further, and this is kind of interesting. This is very old information, like 10, 15 years old. Interesting gizmos. I wonder what they do. Keep in mind, once upon a time, there were some buildings standing there, and then they went away. Turning to dust midair. It doesn't look like a collapse to me.
I don't know. I got a headset on, and I can hear like embedded gobbledygook, I call it. Digitized gobbledygook that's like really faint, and I've heard it in a lot of truther videos now, actually, especially Bill Cooper's radio broadcasts, and I'm assuming that's an original artifact. And when I first heard it, I thought, well, it's shortwave radio, things like that can happen, but I don't know if you guys can hear that, but if you put a headset on, you should be able to hear it too. Unless I'm going nuts, which I know I'm not.
Great pleasure to welcome back Professor Dr. Judy Wood.
Again, part 2. Again, this was not a new Pearl Harbor. This is a new Hiroshima. Proof of concept. Showing off a new toy. Seen that one before? But it's better than this model. This model wiped out everything and wasn't very well controlled as to the after effects, and they couldn't just take out a few buildings without affecting the one across the street. So let's start looking at the dust. We have this picture I call the snowball picture, and this one I call the bubbler, Midwestern term for drinking fountain. Kind of looks like a bubbler. Those don't look like regular collapses. Is one dust cloud the same as another dust cloud? Are there differences? Let's start looking at the dust and see what we see. Well, here's one thing I started noticing. You have this two-toned color scheme. Dark on top, light on bottom. And then they start mixing up like they're put in a blender. Dark on top, light on bottom. Dark on top, light on bottom. I wonder if there's a significance to that. Well, as I said, I start coming up with a new vocabulary. There'll be a pop quiz at the end. The one that we should pay attention to, though, is dustification. I'm not saying how it was done, the exact mechanism, but something turned a solid building into a bunch of dust, a bunch of powder. So let's start looking at all the different phenomena and seeing what we come up with. Again, we assign just arbitrary terms to each phenomenon so we don't bias our observations. And I call this one Alka-Seltzer, or shaving cream. These are the steel wheat checks. They look like wheat checks, those outer column bundles. What is this trailing behind them so energetically? Same with this. With the same picture with motion in it. We see it's a smooth process. It's not a bundle here, bundle there. Oops, I went too fast. So, here we had the towers. This is what's left. Here's Building 6. Building 6 towers over the rubble pile. missing all that material. And we know it didn't go down into the basement because we had those guys walking around looking for Roadrunner. And here are the path trains in February that were pulled out when they dug down to that level. In pristine condition, not a scratch on them. They probably had a few scratches, but they definitely weren't crushed. And that was underneath the area by Building 1, between 1 and 2. And the path train actually was what goes under 2. But what I had done when looking through all of the data is just to start categorizing the dust. There's, dust that does one thing, dust that does another thing, and looking at how it changes with time. Right after both towers were gone, the wind was blowing towards the south, and north of the towers, you had a clear blue sky. It cleared out pretty quickly. And then the dust started increasing again. That was an interesting phenomenon. We'll get to seeing those pictures. And if the dust immediately settles out, you have a clear blue sky, and then you see dust start rising up from the pavement, what would cause that?
Dust or vapor? More dust?
Dust. It looks like really fine dust. But if it was fine dust settling out of the air, it doesn't settle out in 10 minutes. This is coarse dust that lands and then becomes fine dust. Yes?
My friend who lives there was a witness, and he starts going over his memories. He said his vision or his memory was that it stood like a column, as though there was a column of dust that was standing. Then all of a sudden the wind came in, and the whole thing started blowing away. That was his memory.
One thing I started noticing in watching Rick Siegel's video, his new one, is when the dust comes down to the ground, pours out, it's very energetic, and then it slows down. It goes as far north as the pedestrian bridge, and I have a video clip of people just walking as the cloud's catching up to them, and then it goes upward. It doesn't keep going out. At that point, it starts boiling upward. So here we have the next stage. We have clouds going upward. Look at all this dust going up and out, and then we have this lighter stuff down below. We have the darker stuff up here, and then it starts moving outward. We're looking north across Statue of Liberty. Apparently the dust cloud was blowing towards Brooklyn that day. You remember that? And here's a view from the north. You can see the heaviest part of the dust cloud. The reason why I say note this is none of the dust samples USGS tested were in this area. They're elsewhere. You'll notice a particular design under areas 1 and 2. They look like little fingers sticking up. Turns out toasted cars were located there. And here's some of those toasted cars. I call this fuming. The car's not on fire. It wasn't burning. It was just becoming fumes. This was on Vesey Street, near the intersection of Church and Vesey. They just turned to dust and instantly rusted. See on the side of that one. Now looking from the west, looking at West Street, you'll see patches here of dust. There's a car underneath each one of those denser dust columns. And you can see some brighter spots over in here where this is around the corner from where the cars were on fire. So here we are. The toasted lot hasn't quite gotten toasted yet. Here comes the cloud. Well, this cloud is from Tower 2 because Tower 1 is still standing. For whatever reason, the cloud from Tower 2 did not toast those cars. There it comes, goes on through. And you can see from this picture, there's the toasted lot. It's not on fire. But here's where Tower 1 goes poof. The numbers is hard to keep track of. Tower 2 went poof first, then Tower 1. And here's the toasted lot over there. It's about to get toasted. Again, before, and then soon to be after. And here's where it rolled down West Broadway. Now you can tell this is a dust cloud from Tower 1 because Tower 2 went this far, right to that point. But you'll see in dust patterns later But that's where Tower 1 went to, about a block difference. Gee, what was the distance the two towers were from these points? It's interesting, it goes out just that far, but notice how abruptly the dust from Tower 2 stopped. Like it has the exact distance it goes before it moves upward. Here is the cloud rolling out, and here's another image of dust from Tower 1. It comes out, this is looking from the west across the Hudson. It comes out like it's penned in, right to the edge of those buildings. It never spills over onto the grass over here. If you had a pizza pan or a cookie tray dropped on a pile of dust in the middle of your basement, you'd have a poof go out, and you'd have denser here, less dense, and less dense, and it'd have a decay kind of density. It wouldn't just abruptly stop. So there's the pedestrian bridge there, and this is looking from the west. It's approximately at that point. That's where the cloud from Tower 1 stopped.
The EPA did find spotty levels of asbestos. A sample on a police car turned out
This
dangerous.
is from a news
Another
video
sample a couple of blocks away,
right
not
after 9/11.
dangerous. But most interesting in the mix, they are looking, they think, at specks of steel that used to be beams and elevators, marble from the lobby floor and facings. So what were once the strongest architectural elements in the two towers were pulverized, large portions turned into clouds like this one. Still, there is this mystery. If some of the hardest materials were vaporized, how...
The cloud stops right at the pedestrian walkway. We'll see that clip again later on. So we're looking from the south. Right where this outer bit of land stops, that's where the pedestrian walk bridge is. And this was all covered with dust, and then it moves southward. Again, here
the EPA did find spotty levels of asbestos. A sample on a police car turned out dangerous. Another sample a couple of blocks away, not dangerous. But most interesting in the mix, they are looking, they think, at specks of steel that used to be beams and elevators, marble from the lobby floor and facings. So what were once the strongest architectural elements in the two towers were pulverized, large portions turned into clouds like this one. Still, there is this mystery. If some of the hardest materials were vaporized, how...
Yeah, how come we have so much paper? Very good question. So here again is West Broadway before and after. And here's where a bunch of toasted cars were. They weren't toasted with the cloud from Tower 2. But over in here, the cloud from Tower 2 did toast the cars, and you have a lot of fuming of cars over in that area. We're again looking down West Broadway at the street level, the swamp I call it, and there's a lot of toasted vehicles here. Close up, more toasted vehicles. I don't know if you can see that this is already rusted. They almost instantly rusted, so we'll put that down in our data list. Missing door handles again. And someone commented that this doesn't look right for a car fire. Car fires look like they have a lot of soot and junk on them. Right. That doesn't mean this picture is wrong. It means that it might be a different process than a typical fire. And this poor car back here is missing its engine block again. And we have, again, our intersection where the toasted lot is here. Tower 1 stood there. And you can see the fuming back behind Building 7. Bunch of cars back there were fuming. They're just turning into fumes and disintegrating. That West Street, VC Street intersection was just quite intriguing because it was just covered with paper. I call this Mr. Branford. He's in a lot of pictures. I don't know his name. It just has Branford on the back of his jacket. This is a very interesting picture. These people were in their cubby holes hiding, and they just come out of hiding. And look at this guy's posture. Oh my gosh, where did it go? Tower 1 is no longer there. And they're just, like this guy with his arms folded. Just, what happened? They're shocked. They don't know what to think. Yeah, it would be a little bit bothersome that there was a tower there when you came in the morning. And here's Mr. Branford standing there. Looking across VC Street, there's the toasted car lot. It's about a couple blocks or a long block away, but they're waiting in paper. And just to the left is Building 6, and on the other side of Building 6 is where Tower 1 was. I don't see anything else in the street. No, the paper is not burning. So was it hot? We've all seen these cloud chase pictures. This is VC Street, where that's Building 7 a couple blocks away. So this cloud is chasing these people down. Here we are east of the complex by a few blocks, people getting chased down by clouds. Did we ever see any toasted bodies left on the street when the cloud passed? This is the swamp, West Broadway, that had all those toasted cars. It was covered with people moments beforehand. We didn't see any toasted bodies. Because people didn't get toasted there. So we have these fumes going up into the upper atmosphere. Looks like this on the 12th, looks like that on the 13th. How do clouds move? This is Kuwait oil fired. And things do go in the upper atmosphere, but that's, very fine particulate from burning. It doesn't look like this. This is white. This is from the 12th, from a satellite image. Notice how it goes straight and then it has a kink in it and then just kind of dissipates. I think it does that at a particular elevation. When it gets really high up, there's not enough atmosphere to have wind. And this is the next day. You get this bluish haze that keeps pouring upward. That's from, I believe, the International Space Station took this picture. Now we'll go back to that VC West intersection. I call this the slot. It's this opening in the middle of the street that goes down into a tunnel. Nobody's in there right now. This is right after Tower 1 went away. People are just exploring it. Soon after that, there's this picture by the Library of Congress. Very interesting picture. I came up with the term fuzzy blobs. You'll notice these little fuzzy clouds, like one's right there behind the water cooler. And then you see this guy holding his nose. There's another one down here in the slot. And then this poor fellow, I wonder if he inhaled one. It doesn't look like he's doing too well. There's a lot of other ones around in there, but what are those? I've termed them fuzzy blobs. Maybe they attack steel. Maybe there's something in them that's activated. Here's one eating the bottom of the mail truck. Whoops, I'm going to pass this in. Here's a bunch of, I call that fuming, but there's a little bit of fuzzy blobs also on this side. That's the slot, looking backwards.
Are these pictures the day of?
I've got the date on a lot of them. This one is from 9/11, and that's on 9/11. Because this is Building 7 here, so we know it's on 9/11 because it's still standing. And then looking out across, this was from the 13th. That's the West Street with that few floors of wheat checks from the western wall of Tower 1 laying out there in the street. But we see this fuming down here. And look at this, in October, we still have fuming from Tower 1. My, do we have fuming. Now, is that steam? From all the molten metal? But wouldn't these guys look kind of cooked at this point? Some more images from the 31st of October. Look at all this fuming from the ground. If those who planned this event knew about this after effect, they'd need a cover story, wouldn't they? What's interesting is this picture is slightly different than this one. It's not constant. It sputters. Also, the arm of this digger is got a different amount of stuff on. So apparently the stuff's moving around. I noticed they have a hose here, a line that's sprinkling water over, keeping it down. Must be heat. Again, fuming pictures. And I call this nano haze. It's just the material appears to break down finer and finer until it just starts floating.
Have you read any reports of the smell?
I have read some reports of an odd smell, but I'm not sure what it means. But I would love to hear from people who have smelled it and how they describe it.
Well, I'm one of those people.
Great.
Yes. Didn't smell like a burning building. It was very painful to the microphone.
Yeah.
This is great. Thank you.
Well, I smelled it every day and night until December of that year, and it didn't have a smell like a regular burning building. It was very painful to the nose. At the time, I was thinking, am I smelling asbestos, fiberglass, what is this? But never smelled it before or since.
Describe its texture, aroma, comparison.
Quite, I would say, it was more the sensual feel of it more than the smell. It was very painful, a sharp, it was more of a pain than
like the
a smell.
You saw who was holding his nose?
Yes, exactly.
And you compare it to something else.
It had some components of a burning building. Those were kind of in the background. And even on the first few days, we could smell the burning bodies. But really, in December, it was just, we lived about a mile from ground zero, and it was so strong that we couldn't hang out on our fire escape. It pushed us in off the fire escape.
Did you cough? Was your throat?
Oh, I didn't, yes, I had sinus reactions, pretty serious.
You willing to state your name?
Tracy Blevins. Go ahead, Peg.
I just wanted to share my experience of the fragrance, whatever you might call it. I call it stench or whatever. There was some people that said we should go down. There was all the clubs in that area were closed, and so there was a man who was like a party promoter or whatever, and he's I don't know if anyone's heard him, but he's John Perry Barlow. And so he said, come to this friend of his club. And it was only a couple weeks later, I stayed in my apartment and just taped the windows closed because I was concerned about having, getting exposed to any kind of toxins. But I decided just to do it and go down there because I guess everyone was very depressed and just to be with other people. And the club had air cleaning devices, so you could only smell that when you were, they turned those on for the party, so you could only smell the smell when you're outside. And I had a reaction which was that whenever I smelled that smell, my throat would become extremely irritable, and I would feel like my glands would start to swell. My glands in my throat would immediately start to swell. And so anyway, I had a drink there. I had Lagavulin. I'd never tried it before, and there was a certain taste in it, and it was like it tasted just like the smell. Okay, so I thought, I guess it's really benign after all. I guess it's just like a peaty smell, or it's like a peaty thing that you might get out of a cask from of a scotch. And I thought that was what Lagavulin tasted like. And then later, maybe some weeks later, actually downtown, I was laughing about it. I said, it tastes just like the smell. And people were looking at me like, you're crazy, why are you even drinking it? But I guess I'm very slow, I hadn't figured that out. And so I tasted it another time. I tasted scotch downtown Lagavulin, and it had the same taste. And my theory is that the corks were off. They had the whole, so that obviously somehow it had gotten into the drink, whatever it was. Because later, maybe a few months later, I tried it uptown, and I realized that the Lagavulin doesn't have that flavor in it, for what it's worth. And so.
Would you say the smell could be like a moldy, musty kind of smell? No.
That was the idea. It wasn't exactly like that, but, it could pass for something like peaty or musky.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's very informative, very helpful. Thank you very much. We'll talk more about that.
Why did it change Tracy's hair and not Peggy's?
It does some strange things.
How do you know it wasn't the other way around?
Well, yeah, folks talk about, many of my photos have this like orangish tint to them, the ones I got from the FEMA site. Here's the picture I was describing while we're waiting for the reboot. This is about a block or so north of the WTC complex, and you can see the toasted cars over there in the lot burning away. So it isn't a whole lot after Tower 1 went poof. The sky is clear blue, but if you notice, around the feet of these people, you see this fine, fuzzy dust. I term that fuzzy fuzzballs. That's different than fuzzy blobs. Fuzzy blobs are eating on things. Fuzzballs are just this cloudy thing around the feet. You could say, okay, these people are just stirring up dust that's already settled out, fine powder. How could it have settled out that fast? The cars are just getting up to speed with their burning. So why would you have dust settling out of the air down to the ground?
You can have dust settling out very rapidly under the influence of electrostatic fields.
And then immediately it starts coming up?
No, I wouldn't think so.
Now the change says something is changing with the whatever it is that's on the ground. Here's a lot more pictures of these fuzzballs. Just where the feet are, and again, that is so fine, it couldn't have settled out. It's rising up. As though the material could maybe continue to be breaking down. Big dust landed quickly, and then start breaking down into finer and finer dust till it starts floating upward. It's so fine.
Judy,
Yes?
in the nanoparticle range, gravity in motion keeps the particles
Suspended. That's what this appears to be. But it didn't start out that way, that it broke down.
Gravitational forces don't operate on nanoparticles.
And that's what I'd say this data looks like. And here's the transition between just the fuzzballs at the feet and then turning into the ground fuming. Between this picture on the left and the picture on the right, notice it's coming up all by itself. It doesn't need the feet to stir it up. Found this picture. I thought this was interesting. Hiroshima. Look at the fuming. Just for food for thought. Oh, I mentioned this being the 9/11 being the new Hiroshima. You know what the new Nagasaki was? Anthrax. The 1-2 punch. Here's the street, cleaned. Street sweepers out scrubbing the streets, in the way, impeding emergency vehicles. Aren't they down there looking for survivors? No, they're scrubbing the streets first. And here in this picture on the right, it looks like they scrubbed it with a toothbrush. Out here, but there is some crud over here. It's very clean. But on 9/11, they started cleaning the streets, or at least wetting down this fuming. People might start asking questions. You can use the molten metal myth at ground zero, but this is a block or two north. Why are the streets fuming? Better scrub them down quickly. And you've got a hose job. Continually. The streets were clean enough to eat off of. Constant scrubbing. But notice there's some haze in the background. There's always this fumes coming up. More street scrubbing. At a construction site, why don't you wait until you're all cleaned up and then scrub the streets? But they're fuming. You scrub them, nobody notices they were fuming. But what do you do with the lawn, the front yard? You bring in potting soil. This is in front of one of the WFC buildings that was across the street from Tower 1. This looks like brand new potting soil brought in. Why would they dump that on the front yard? There was a terrace, a little bit of a terrace lawn out front. Yeah, that's too good. They're planning on doing some, landscaping. How did the dirt get inside that fire truck? It's, inside the cab. Of course, we don't know what happened to the engine block here either. And all this dirt spilling out. And then we have the bucket brigade. I do not know what in this bucket is so important that they need this bucket brigade. But look what they're standing on. Dirt. Brand new dirt. Lots of dirt. But where did it come from? The plaza level of the WTC. This is over by, I think that's building 5 and building 4 in the background. We're out standing over the plaza level area. And where's all this dirt from? Mountains of dirt. Look at this dirt. A nice pile. This is from the 13th. Just here and here, but not where the fresh dirt is. Huh. Cover them with dirt. And
Okay, what's up with that? I don't think she muted it, so like it appears that this may have been altered even. Not saying I know that, but that is what it seemed like. The audio cut out twice.
another thing, this looks like it came from a landfill. You have pens and pencils and office-looking stuff. Hey, that looks like you should have left over from Tower 1 or Tower 2. So it has a couple of purposes there. And now you start...
Judy, are you saying somebody brought that in or it just appeared there?
I'm just looking at the pictures, just noticing this. The plot thickens. We also notice these pieces of steel. Or what are they? Steel doesn't rust that fast. This looks like it was spray painted Rust-Oleum orange. Now, if it was really hot and we had molten metal down there, why isn't this dog's feet getting burned? He doesn't seem to be having a problem with it. And another thing that's interesting, look on this guy's face mask. He's got a little monitor. See what he's breathing. Some people got to have monitors and other ones didn't. Now this picture on the 14th shows they had a big rainstorm that day. This was the northern walkway that went from WFC3 over to Tower 1 and Building 6. That's Building 6, Tower 1 was here. This is the pedestrian walkway. This is what it looked like on 9/11. This is what it looked like on the 14th. Just 3 days later. Where's all this dirt coming from? Tremendous amount of dirt. Did they have already potted plants, landscaping inside the walkway? How could people walk across? Yeah, there's another interesting thing I started noticing. The rubble pile of Tower 1 started getting bigger. This guy's up there, say, guarding his dirt pile. But it's getting bigger and it's just packed with dirt. Here's that picture. Let's compare this picture with this one. This is where Tower 3 was. We're looking from West Street. At Tower 3, Tower 2 was in the background. This was from 9/16, 5 days after 9/11, and here we are, like 3 weeks later, in October. If you look carefully, that dirt pile has gotten bigger. If you were walking along the ground, we're going to get up on top of this building, you'd have trouble climbing up. Here, there's a nice smooth slope of dirt going up to the top. And you have, I call them diggers. These, they're correct as grapplers, but that's my generic term for all of them. But there's like 5 of them in this picture. What are they picking up and moving around? They're not loading stuff in a truck to haul away. They're just pushing dirt around. Compare that zone with that zone. And looking west across ground zero, all new dirt. And that's the 13th. When did it appear? Let's see if I... This is Rudy Giuliani the next morning after 9/11, on the morning of the 12th.
We were able to move 120 dump trucks out of the city last night, which will give you a sense of the work that was done overnight. So some of the debris has already been removed. More of it is being removed, and it'll be done by barge all throughout the day today.
People saw dump trucks coming and going all night long. Oh, they had to have been removing debris. That's what the It seems like that was a cover story being planted. Why are you removing debris before you rescue people? Because once you start dislodging things in the pile, they're going to shift and you're going to squash any possible survivors. And it almost sounded like we'll have it all done by the end of the day, by barge. Maybe he was expecting less material to be left. Trucking in the dirt. Here comes the dirt. This is from FEMA, these pictures. This is a blow-up of this zone here. They don't fill the trucks all the way to the top, so if you're walking along the sidewalk and look up, it looks like an empty truck. And it's covered with a tarp. And this is the dirt getting trucked out, like, changing diapers. You bring the dirt in, take out used dirt, bring in new dirt, And it looks like, especially this one has just, random debris in it, but all the trucks in front of it, it looks like a smooth bread loaf. Nice smooth dirt.
Those yellow trucks down on the bottom, those are headed towards the World Trade Center?
Yeah, this is headed south on West Street. The World Trade Center's down in here. Because here's this, you can see this building is up on West Street, a couple blocks north. So they're headed towards the World Trade Center, all loaded. This is a few blocks east of the World Trade Center. World Trade Center is up this way. This is Vesey Street. If you walk along here, Church Street's up right about there. And this is soon after things were getting moved around, and the street is all covered with dust, except for the tire tracks from this 18-wheeler. Look where he's coming from. You can see the direction he's moving in. He came from north of the complex, heading southward. Why would he be coming that direction and it's loaded down with, looks like dirt? Now, I think Jim made a good observation. Maybe it was wet dirt and the water's leaking out, and that's what's helping the tire tracks kind of be so pronounced there. But you can tell which direction he's moving in. Let's look at WFC 1. That's World Financial Center 1. This is just a little bit south of the Liberty and West intersection. Here we have, right after the event, there's a flip car belly up. This vehicle looks disturbed, shrunken on the front end, weird appearance. We noticed that all of the facade around the doorway, there was the same material. I don't know if it's ceramic or marble or glass, whatever that facade was, it all was affected equally. None of the rest of the facade was affected except the windows. All the windows blown. No stab wounds from projectiles, just the windows gone. And then the next picture, they have the debris moved away. And then the next picture, they bring in new dirt. And then a little bit later, this is from the 23rd, here's some yellow bulldozers scooping up that dirt, scooping up the entire terrace and moving it out. Here's WFC, right up to it, you can see those yellow bulldozers scooping up the terrace. So why did they bring in new dirt, scoop it up, and haul it back out? Oh, let's see. Notice the median strip. Same thing happened to it. It all got cleaned off. That's raw dirt there. And again, compare these two times. And notice how the pile got more dirt on it. It grew over the next 3 weeks. Okay, now we're going to go down into the basement of Tower 1 as it's been excavated down. I forgot, I think this is the end of October. And I call this the Gestapo picture. This guy looks like he's guarding her. Water hoses being dumped on the fumes. And the ground is so saturated, the water is leaching out into this puddle. There's a close-up, and this one I've lightened so you can see it better. But that's a puddle there.
Nice rainbow.
Oh yeah, beautiful. And again, look at these nice rusty columns. Those are the core columns. Where did all that dirt come from anyway?
Excuse me,
I'm missing something. When you're talking about they're moving dirt out and moving dirt in, what kind of dirt are they moving in, like gravel or something?
This is like potting soil. Maybe it comes from a landfill. It could be, it's nice, rich-looking dirt. Like it could be good potting soil, or some of it looks like it could come up from a landfill. I'm just looking at the pictures of what I see. Now this looks like regular dirt here. They bring it in, dump it down, and then within a week scoop it up and move it back out and bring some more in.
It reminds me of Chernobyl a little bit.
Is that how they clean that up?
Well, at least there's massive contamination. They're bringing things in. As I recall, bringing them out, the contamination is so widespread.
I understand that dirt is one way of taking care of treating contaminated areas.
Propose the idea of burying the entire sarcophagus of the Chernobyl reactor in sand as a long-term solution to prevent further radioactive dust from emerging in the event of an earthquake.
Whew. Here's a close-up shot of this. You can see this dirt is totally saturated to the point the water is running off into this puddle. Now, if we had molten metal under there, does that make sense? Covered with wet dirt. So what do you think this material is over here? Steam? I don't think so. Now here it is in March. Look over in the corner. Still fuming. They had gotten all of this dirt and had made a ramp to drive over the other side. That was the equipment that was starting to damage things. But again, lots of dirt piles. They're hosing down things over where the digger is working. Cheetos. I call this this section Cheetos because this looks like a Cheeto. Yeah, this is the British version. These French fries. But that looks like a Cheeto. Could that be molten metal? Is there any possibility it could be molten metal? Let's take another closer look at this. See, I think I have audio to do here. Oh, not yet. This, if in the hydraulics of this digger, we have up here this silvery part that slides inside the bigger part. If this were really hot down here, this part's going to expand, and it's not going to be able to slide inside that part. You're going to break the seals for the hydraulics, and everything's going to seize up.
But won't that take time? You get a big thermal capacity for that whole assembly.
How much heat with time?
Somebody can calculate that. Right?
How hot can, how much temperature can this thing operate in? Well, let's look at the data. This is for hydraulics, the operating temperatures, and it's a lot like the oil in your car engine. You know, you've heard of 10W40? Well, it goes from viscosity 10 to 40 from the two temperature ranges, from starting up cold to when it runs hot, and you don't want it to be too thin at high temperatures. So what does that tell you? Well, the maximum generally operating temperature is 82 degrees centigrade. After that point, you permanently damage the equipment. Or 180 Fahrenheit. What temperature is your oven when you cook cookies? A lot more than 180. It's like 360. So you can't get one of those diggers and reach in your oven and pull out something without damaging it. It definitely isn't going to reach in and pull out molten metal. Because if you're digging down into wherever the molten metal is, it has to be submerged in that heat. At least something greater than 180 Fahrenheit. And if the digger is parked on top of a hot pile, it's already overheated. So here's the highest operating temperature down here. They gave this range in this different mechanical engineering handbooks, and this one came from the web. It's on my website. Now, what temperature would you say this item is if this picture was real? If it were real, okay, I'd say it's, light yellow, lemon, orangish, that range, like 1,000 degrees centigrade. That's a lot more than 82. Not even close. And this is the lower limit for viscosity. This is 140 down here, this highest end here. So you need it to be like way out here, and there's no hydraulic oil that functions at that temperature. Perhaps we are the victims of PSYOPs, all of us. Perception management. Here we have this picture, and later one appeared on the internet looking this way. And we were told they're peering into molten metal. Well, if you look carefully, this fellow here is standing down in a hole. Is he waiting in molten metal? And you see this fellow has a flashlight or something in his back pocket sticking up that doesn't appear here. Also, the colors being different. But if that were molten metal, and those guys stuck their faces down in there, they wouldn't have any faces left. But who wants to sit and think about that? No, we just say molten metal and go on. How we are introduced to images counts. First impressions stick. On 9/11, there's a lot of questions everybody had. We were given answers instantly, and heck, we don't want to, think about 9/11 again. It's such a horrible situation. You don't want to look back, so you just take the answer you're given and run with it. And it keeps getting repeated over and over again. The first time I saw this image, I was shown this one. February 1st, 2006. And I was told this was evidence of thermite. But if you look at the actual picture, where the contrast hasn't been adjusted, here you don't even get to see that the spire is turning to dust. But it trains people to, when they see this picture, see the actual thing, they're going to say, oh, that's proof of thermite. They've memorized it. They were conditioned into it. They were tricked. Let's see, I'm going to back up on this one. This is a video clip from a news broadcast the next day, from the 12th of September. Scott Pelley asks these two doctors, where are the bodies? And the first one, you can see the horror go through his face. He just doesn't want to accept what happened. So he makes up an engineering answer that does not make sense. He needed an explanation. The PSYOPs team hadn't given one to him yet, so he made up his own, and you can see how badly he needs it to hold on to some sense of reality. And if everyone was in that vulnerable state that day, they were very vulnerable to suggestions like this.
Dr. Tony Daher, he and his partner, Dr. Lincoln Cleveland, are emergency room physicians from New York University Hospital downtown.
We saw all our casualties yesterday at our hospital stopped at about noon.
It got really strange and very spooky. Things just stopped coming in that had anything to do with the blast. And at the time I was thinking you can read a couple things into that. Either people are buried and they're going to start bringing bodies out, or just everybody died.
Where are all the people who were in these buildings?
The buildings were built, the structural support of the building is the shell, is the skin of the building. I remember when they were built. I'm a New Yorker. The innovative architecture of it is that the outer shell is where the strength of it is. And I think what happened is the whole thing imploded. It was like a chute that went straight down.
What does that mean to the inside?
It means that the explosion has nowhere to go except down. I think another building collapses, there's toppling, pieces fall off, there's a diffusion of the energy, and in this collapse, the energy all went straight down. And I think that, tragically, anybody in that chute did not survive. I mean, it probably had the force of close to a nuclear blast.
These firemen from Brooklyn have been taking the mountain down piece by piece, and many of them share the pessimism of the doctors.
It's what?
It's just huge rubble.
Do you see anything of the victims, of the people who were in the building?
There's 110 stories on top of everybody over there. It's just tough to say.
110 stories on top of everybody.
That's what the two buildings were. We got a shot yesterday, the antenna that was on top of the tower. It's at ground level.
And yet there are no people to be seen.
They got a couple of Port Authority cops alive.
Right, last night?
Last night, this morning. Suppose they were like on the 80th floor from what we heard, but that's it so far.
I was here when they extricated the police officer at 8 o'clock this morning, who was in very good shape, actually, amazingly enough. I think right now it's just going to be a very slow process of digging through rubble.
Doctor, it seems to me that it must be very frustrating to be a physician and to have really so few patients to treat here.
I don't know the numbers yet, but I certainly hope that means that a lot of people made it out alive. And obviously, it's horrific and incredible tragedy for those people who lost their lives.
What do you make of this?
Words fail. Words fail.
So those are real people. How they reacted. No one had fed them a story yet, and they were grasping for a story. So if we have a whole nation or a whole world that's grasping for a story and they're given one, they're going to grab it and not look back because it's such a horrible scene. They don't want to have to relive it again. Now, this particular one...
This was the South Tower.
This particular one is what I call a PSYOPs video. It's to reinforce the molten metal myth that got introduced somehow at some point. I want to make it clear that in no way do I think any of the emergency workers were lying when they said they saw molten metal. They were conditioned to say that, and everybody was saying it, and everyone kept assuming that that's what it was, and they just moved on, and it became this myth. But if we look at the evidence, it does not support the idea of molten metal. And as you look at the words, imagine, does this make sense? Or think about it. Now, if you're going to pull a good PSYOPs, you start out with saying something honest, because the first impression of someone, they're wondering, is this person someone I can trust or not? They say the right thing, I'm going to trust them. And then they move into something else that's kind of odd. That's just a good rule of thumb, but this is an interesting boost for molten metal.
This was the South Tower. This was 104, 106 stories tall.
There's no tall.
This is what is left. Up there was the North Tower. And you look, and you see, and there's no concrete. There's very little concrete. All you see is aluminum and steel. What happened to the concrete? The concrete was pulverized. And I was down here Tuesday.
He's trying to tell us that all the dust is concrete.
Planet. All of Lower Manhattan, not just this site.
Pardon me? A good idea. Thanks. Let's see, I gotta make this longer. There we go. Yeah, he's trying to tell us it's just the concrete that turned into the dust.
This was the South Tower. This was 104, 106 stories tall. This is what is left. Up there was the North Tower. And you look, and you see, and there's no concrete. There's very little concrete. All you see is aluminum and steel. What happened to the concrete? The concrete was pulverized. And I was down here Tuesday, and it was like you were on a foreign planet. All of Lower Manhattan, not just this site, from river to river, there was dust powder 2-3 inches thick. The concrete was just pulverized. And what's to explain, Governor, the smoke that still comes out of the fire? There's still fire down below. There is such an incredibly deep pile of rubble, and the tower goes down 5-6 stories underground, that there's still fire underneath.
This is how it's been since day one. Oh, it's unbelievable. And this is 6 weeks later, almost 6 weeks later. And as we get closer to the center of this, it gets hotter and hotter. It's probably 1,500 degrees. We've had some small windows into what we thought was a door at some point, and it looked like an oven. You know, it was just roaring inside. And it's just a bright reddish orange color. See that stuff he's pulling out? What was that shit? We're gonna hold off on the water. See the stuff he's pulling out? Yeah. Red hot. If we hit it too much steam, you won't be able to see what he's doing. Great. You see how this debris is still smoking? That's when the fire is going to still burning. 8 weeks later, we still got fires burning. Every now and then, one of the pieces of equipment will dig in, will open up a small area, the oxygen will rush in, and you'll get this plume of brown, black smoke coming up. That's because that fire just got more oxygen. So, I mean, these things are burning. At one point, I think they were about 2,800 degrees.
Underground fires, ignited by burning jet fuel, smoldered for months, fed by molten steel and buried carpeting, office furniture, wood paneling, and paper.
Steel-toed boots is one of the biggest things. Out, still on the rubble, it's still, I believe, 1,100 degrees. The guy's boots just melt within a few hours.
You'd get down below and you'd see molten steel
Molten steel running down the channel rails. Like you're in a foundry. Like lava. Like lava. A volcano.
One of the more unusual artifacts to emerge from the rubble is this rock-like object that has come to be known as the meteorite.
But if the boots are steel-toed boots are standing, melting, how hot does your oven need to be for the steel to melt? And what would happen to your feet, in there? They'd be incinerated. But she's not lying. She's repeating what she believes because that's what she was told and never thought twice about it. We have an entire nation that fell into that routine, entire world. And it gets repeated and repeated and repeated, and folks forget to stop and think. But I'm asking all of you to stop and think. Could those feet be in boots that are melting, where the steel is melting?
If it is a psyops, why are they lying about the high temperature?
Because people accept it and move on. Now, why did the people need an answer? What was the question? The boots were disintegrating, maybe. And the worker wanted to know why his boots disintegrate after 2 hours. They tell him that it's the molten metal underground. They don't tell him it's molecular dissociation that's affecting his boots. Whatever it is that's happening is contaminated the boots, and the steel in his boots might be getting affected.
I think one of the most interesting things when you talk to Willie Rodriguez and the police and fire guys, there were no fires in the stairwells, there were no fires in the elevators, there were no lower fires in the tower whatsoever when they were going up there doing the rescue. So in the fuel, you got 8,000 gallons of JP4, that stuff's gone instantaneously, so you don't have it rushing down and burning everything. So when you talk to the guys who were there, talk to Willie, up doing the rescues, there was no fire down there.
In fact, there was a huge amount of water down.
Well, after they ran the fire hoses.
But the fire hoses weren't even up at the top. Some of the stuff was going, but it just wasn't happening.
Somebody has a question back here.
Plenty of people talking about the boots.
Yeah.
Has anybody who had foot injuries?
No. I haven't heard of anybody who had burns on their feet.
No, I didn't.
And yeah.
Are you going to explain what it is then?
Yeah, we'll continue on here. So here we have this grill, this is steel with a regular, office fire. So office fires don't melt steel, much less steel-toed boots. Now here's Rudy Giuliani talking about something.
There were fires of 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit below the ground. I could be standing here and you could be standing there, and I could be describing to you, Governor, the site, and then a fire would break out in between us. And it was just by luck or the design of God that we weren't killed.
He's got a built-in thermometer.
Yeah, just where was Rudy Giuliani?
It was hell almost opening up.
Yeah. So we saw this picture. How do we know that was real? How do we know if it was a psyops? A week later, they have another picture and it doesn't show anything hot. Well, if it was hot here, it's cooled off immediately, so why do we have the story about things continuing to be hot? Plus, we have this guy climbing down into the ground right at that place. That's right where they were. That's the hole number 2. That's a map of it. And that's on the 18th, 2 days after this picture and well before this picture was taken. Molten metal. I wonder if you're familiar with this that happened over a week ago. The steam explosion in New York. And the poor fellow who was at the wrong place at the wrong time with his truck here. Now we have a video. Notice this fireman is not walking into that. The fellow who is in that tow truck, 3rd-degree burns over 80% of his body and was intensive care. I hope he is hanging on, but it didn't look very good, what I read in the paper. water hits something hot, it explodes. It expands by a factor of 1,600. That's how come pressure cookers give off steam when you cook food. On the afternoon of 9/11, there was a water main that broke on West Street, made this lake. There's a guy wading out into the middle of the lake. Where's the steam explosion? Now, do you think these guys are walking out in the middle of steam? But the cover story convinced us that that's perfectly normal for fires that are burning for 99 days. They need that cover story. But from what I see here, these guys are not hot. There's something else. And people would have been asking questions. What is that coming out of the ground? That's a lot of fuming going on. You know, if they're standing on a grill, wouldn't they look more like a grilled cheese sandwich? And this is the end of October. There's some pretty serious fuming going on. They're wetting it down, but those diggers are still operational, so that can't be that hot. And the guy in the cab can't be that hot. From the 15th, you have what looks like steam shooting out. Remember the 14th, it rained. It's dry on the 15th, you have this steam-looking stuff. On the 20th, it's raining, no steam. And you have wet puddles over all of the beams. So as for molten metal, I would question that. This takes a little bit to load. But at a time when we're all vulnerable, just like we're given the names of 19 bad guys with box cutters, did anybody question that? The saddest part I had on 9/11 was before noon, my graduate student came up to me and said, Dr. Wood, who's bin Laden and what's Al-Qaeda? How come they had these names already? As I think Morgan Reynolds will show us tomorrow, they had the crime solved in less than 60 seconds.
On the news today, they said it would take a year to solve what happened to the bridge in Minneapolis.
Or even 2 years.
But notice the FBI declared it couldn't be terrorism instantly.
Right, immediately. They don't know what caused it, but it couldn't be terrorism.
Blackwater is not a terrorist.
It's us. Terrorists are us. Right?
So there's this other aspect, fuming rust. This is a picture from FEMA. We know it's not hot because those diggers wouldn't be working. Here we have steel that turns to rust. I think we all know the steel, yeah, eventually it rusts with creeping crud kind of on it, but it doesn't instantly rust. What do we know that instantly rusts? Iron, like an iron skillet sitting in your sink overnight with water in it, is bright orange. But this is steel, it's not iron. Why does it look like iron? The plot thickens. Just like instantly. And I wonder if also the digger holding the glowing molten metal, the Cheeto picture, is to train us to see molten metal when we see orange pipes that are rusty. How does the front end of this truck become instantly rusted in some places, not where all the dents are? Some of the places is missing paint, but it didn't rust. It's just instant rust. The office fires don't do that. It's a chemical plant fire in China. Does it look familiar? It's this little fire down here, and you get the orange. Right after 9/11, this is the first day FEMA uploaded pictures for 9/11. Look at this fire truck, and this is bright orange coil of something here that's rusty. Rusty here. Every bit of steel is turned to rust that you see.
Are you presenting FEMA pictures as perception or reality?
I'm looking at all the pictures in totality and looking at the consistency. There's various folks that took different pictures at different times, different groups. If private individuals took pictures that showed the same thing, this instant rust seems very consistent across the board. And This particular fire truck was filmed by different people. This is just private individuals had taken these other pictures. This is the FEMA picture. Very rusty, and that's like right afterwards, within a few days. 1 to 2 days. Here's a picture of a steel pipe that's orange rust. I cut out the top left-hand quadrant so you can see an enlargement. The bottom of this pipe is not rusty. Could it be there's some sort of a cloud wherever it bumps into something it rusts, and this other kind of cloud that is not activated doesn't do that? So maybe we have activated clouds. And just out of interest, I decided I would try a tacky Photoshop job, and I highlighted all items in this picture that were that color, and then tweaked the color scheme. But you notice these little specks, various places, of where it's that color, that rust color. Back to the toasted cars. Instant rust. This particular car here is parked under FDR Drive. Why is the inside of that car, it looks totally toasted, but why is it rusty? And bright orange rust here. And this is looking down through the swamp, down West Broadway again. Notice how this has that peeling look to it. This bus down there, there's something funny going on with the roof. It looks like it's pooched out, kind of fatter on either side. And there's a car down here. The color doesn't show up so well in this picture, but it's rusty already. Right there. We'll get a closer look at it later. But see how the bus isn't so pooched out up there anymore. Something continued to deteriorate, it appears. From the USGS study, they were going to show us, the content of ferric and ferrous dust. One thing I picked out of their text, notice they accidentally called it iron, the iron beams. And I've seen other people in the 9/11 movement call steel beams iron. But iron rapidly rusts. Steel does not. Steel is also much stronger than iron. That's why they use structural steel to build buildings and don't use iron. From satellite imagery, this is without the background grayscale map, you can see ground zero and how the dust was left pretty much in the way we saw that cloud move. Guess what? They didn't collect dust samples from that region much. So what did their dust readings look like? And here's the various sample points. You notice how there aren't any really here? But where its pink zones are, that's where I know there's toasted cars. There's none of those toasted car places where they took dust samples. Now, they did this quantitative analysis on one chart saying, lots, moderate amount, trace, and not detectable. And I colored these dots. Blue is the highest, and it goes down to white, the bottom, or white is unreported also. So you notice this color scheme, lots of yellow up here, red kind of there. Then this is see the black area? I superimposed it with the smoke map of where the smoke plume went. You notice there's not many data sample points here. Then they also did a quantitative set of data. And they have, these numbers. I tried to make the color scale similar. And here's where those points lie. How did those two compare? Well, I put them in an ordered list and then tried to compare the same point on one scale was down here and on the other scale was there. There's no correlation. They should kind of follow the same trend. But it just seemed kind of random. And these weren't even reported on by the set of blue data. So I don't think I trust that data. It seems kind of random. Besides, it was collected 6 or 7 or more days later, after it had already rained once or twice, heavy rains. And they talked about it was caked up and they had to chip it loose. Do you think they had any fine particles in that glob that they measured? Now we're going to look at a bunch of lathering up. I have 2 different series. The first one is by Aman Zafar. He had an apartment across the Hudson took a bunch of pictures, and he got a lot of what was going on with Tower 2. Then another series with Tower 1. I'll mainly just go through these quickly, but let's notice a few things. Towers are cooking away here. Something interesting about this picture here. Both towers are standing. Why is southern Manhattan fuming? It's gotten hazy down here. And then you notice different things coming out of the building at different points. Like, what's this black stuff coming out? And there's also a place where, the mechanical floors of the North Tower, it had fuzzy blobs. You get, coming down the home stretch there. But there's a bunch of interesting events. Like here's, let's see, this one you can't see very well, but the mechanical floor of the North Tower has a big fuzzy blob that comes out of it. And I call this silly string. It looks like silly string squirting out of the mechanical floor of the South Tower. But you can tell when the building gets ready to go. It suddenly gets really furry looking with this black stuff. This is the South Tower. And then there it goes. Right after it goes, notice this series. And what I noticed in this was, as the cloud rolls out, not much happens, but then notice Tower 1 starts spitting out this stuff that I call lathering up. Looks like soap suds. Look at this picture here. So it's not from the clouds rolling out. It's from some other process that's meant to happen at the same time so people really don't realize what's going on. And here it is really oozing out of there, and then it gets shut off. And you have blue sky underneath that. And then he didn't have such a good series for Tower 1. But this picture is just beautiful. You have the core columns left standing, but see how it's streaked up? I wonder if that's 24-foot diameter, cylindrical beams. The plot thickens. And remember this spire turned to dust. We've seen these before, so I'll zip through them quicker. And again, we know that that's probably not thermite. That's probably something else happening. Ace Baker put together the series for me of Aman Zafar pictures. Notice how the clouds roll out, and then this starts lathering up. You don't really notice it because you're busy looking at Tower 2's rollout of the cloud. But why is that coming out of appears to be coming out of every single window? And it comes out horizontally. You know it's not shooting up from the ground because this cloud at the top stays the same angle. It doesn't look like any pressure's lifting it up. But this top is the dark and this is light. Maybe it's two different ingredients. Seattle Kingdom. Notice how high the dust cloud went. Not much higher than the top of the kingdom. And then it just kind of diminished. Also, beforehand, we saw all of those firecrackers going off all over the place. We didn't see anything like that here. This is the other set from this free host, whatever that site is, GJS I call it. This is a beautiful picture of Tower 1 lathering up. Just pouring out this lather. This other thing I call smoke rings. Looks like somebody blowing smoke rings. Intermittent black things coming out. Here we have the light ingredient. We have the dark ingredient. Wonder what that means. And you see this series. Beautiful lathering up pictures. And then it quits lathering up. And then it starts blowing smoke rings. What is that black stuff that comes out? Fire doesn't do that. It doesn't, intermittently spurt out some squiggly things. Something else I started noticing, just before it goes, you see vertical, looks like fishing poles sticking up. And this is the series. We're looking at the last one's just before it goes, these three in here. This is the next to last one. And you might be able to see some vertical black thingies in there. Notice there's no more fire here. Earlier, when there was a fire, it didn't have smoke coming out of there. And here's the last one. Can you see those? Looks like little fishing poles sticking up. It's hard with this resolution. It didn't seem to come out real well. And then we know how it rolls on down the street, rolls out. It stops right there, and then goes up. Look at that. Isn't that weird? It just stops. It's as though when the cloud maybe is the dust is breaking down, it quits having its momentum because it's no longer big particles. It's now all turned to really fine particles that go up at just the same point in time. And here's that pedestrian walkway again. And how the dust stops right at that point. Now, there's something else that gets... Okay. This is one of those so-called squibs. Notice they look like lather squirting out.
The second tower just collapsing into a pile of rubble.
Here's the AP lead out of New York. In a horrific sequence of destruction, terrorist crash.
After that, the second tower just collapsing into a pile
Those
of rubble.
aren't explosions.
After that, the second tower just collapsing into a pile of rubble.
I don't see a flash and a single explosion blasting out. I see like several windows of, it looks like this lather squirting out. And remember these in Building 7? They aren't explosive events. They don't look like the King Dome did. We don't need to watch the King Dome again. We didn't see bright flashes. And with Building 7, we had this 47-story building. Look at the street down below. Can you believe that it's going to drop straight down without spilling out across the street? That's more like twice the world's record. And nothing's coming down that straight. Look at the left-hand alley there. It's just to have it come down into a nice, neat little pile, like Camelot. All leaves blow in neat little piles at night. And the post office building didn't get any damage. It had debris on the roof, a little bit of dust. Here's looking down that street. Here's after Building 7 went poof. It didn't even reach across the street, the rubble pile. Something I started noticing, look at the dirt. Look at the water squirting out of the Verizon building onto the rubble pile of Building 7. There's no fuming coming up where the water's hitting it. If it was steam, if it was from heat, you'd see something. Nice dirt. And look at the pile probably gets bigger with time. Again, looking at this lathering up and the smoke rings. That was Tower 1. This is Building 7 lathering up. When Building 7, we saw the video of it dropping. Didn't it look like it just got pushed off the edge of a cliff and just went down without any resistance whatsoever? I wonder if this lather tends to weaken the building so when a beam hits it, they can control what goes at what time. Let's think of a picture, a photograph. If you aren't familiar with photography, you say, how on earth, how much energy would it take to burn an image of somebody into that piece of paper? Unbelievable amount of energy, and that guy wouldn't be sitting still long enough to keep it in focus. But once you understand photographic emulsion, it just takes a teeny bit of light energy to cause the chemical reaction in the photographic film. Let's say we have the same event here, where the building is filled with some kind of gas, some kind of plasma, something that the beam energizes when it hits it. So the beam does not have to be very powerful, but it controls where it goes when. And accidentally, maybe some of this lather got out in the middle of Liberty Street, and when the beam hit there, boom, you have a hole. Oops. And maybe the black part is like more hardener than resin. It's a different mixture. It's a catalyst for this stuff. You know, maybe there's some kind, like you have faster photographic film. Some is faster, some slower, because they couldn't lather up Tower 2 ahead of time. That would be too obvious. So they needed to have a stronger thing working. This one's pretty incriminating. We're told that Building 7 was damaged when Tower 1 fell on it. Tower 1's still standing. Why is Building 7 lathering up? Oops. This picture is taken from Reed Street. If you have a map, you can see that's just north of, I guess, Chambers. Now, it's lathering. Earlier in the day, we've seen this picture a lot. Look at this one. It's got more dark lather. If you want to make sure that thing is really well controlled, maybe you put more of the darker ingredient into it so it really just drops down to nothing. Well, that's pretty much, there's a few other things, but you've seen this lathering up, and I really think there's a whole lot to be had about that. What purpose does it serve? I've looked at some sites and seen like spray-on antenna material. So obviously you can have some things that are activated by other things. We know about photographic film. Perhaps there's a kind of a beam that triggers this material. What I wanted to show you is an interesting picture I've gotten from OSHA. From the OSHA site, they're taking out this big tank. Supposedly it carried Freon for cooling of the building. They have a lot of those tanks. But they had a really weird cover story for it. How many people here are familiar with how toxic Freon is? Is it very toxic?
You don't want to go breathing it in.
You don't want to breathe it nonstop, so it runs all the oxygen out of the room. But you can. It only displaces oxygen. That's the hazard to it. Is that, it runs the oxygen out of the air.
They plug computer into that. Those gases they use.
Because it just makes the oxygen get pushed out. But you don't have to have special, authority to transport it. It's not like it's the most dangerous thing in the world. And you look at the safety data sheet, and it doesn't say that it's deadly. It's just that, if it runs all the oxygen out of the room, you don't have any oxygen to breathe. So why is OSHA saying we had to be very careful of removing these tanks and clear the whole site the day we were moving one of these tanks to make sure it didn't leak because it would instantly kill somebody? I'm wondering if that was the cover story for the fuzzy blobs that those policemen, the firefighters were breathing, keeled over. And it makes you kind of wonder, could they have put something in these tanks? Maybe some of the Freon tanks bleed them off over the weeks before that, and over the weekend when they did the power down, put something in those that they released. Remember we saw things spitting out of the mechanical floors. So it becomes kind of curious, and the air handling system could easily deliver that much stuff. That lathering up material, they had a good control on it. They could crank it up, crank it back almost instantly, and I believe you might wear out the air handling system to put that much pressure through it, but you could deliver the stuff really fast. This is the one after.
The EPA did find spotty levels of asbestos. A sample on a police car turned out dangerous. Another sample a couple of blocks away, not dangerous. But most interesting, in the mix, they are looking, they think, at specks of steel that used to be beams and elevators, marble from the lobby floor and facings. So what were once the strongest architectural elements in the two towers were pulverized, large portions turned into clouds like this one. Still, there is this mystery. If some of the hardest materials were vaporized, how to account for the presence everywhere of paper, fully intact letters, business forms, stationery. Paper is so fragile and combustible, and yet somehow, maybe because we have so much of it, it was everywhere.
Oh, good, this one didn't hang up. Notice the video on the left. You see paper coming out of this. It looks like it's an explosion. How can that be a regular chemical explosion, like with dynamite? You would have the paper being shredded. It looks like the paper just gets turned around in the mix. And if you notice in the figure on the right, it's like it just suddenly turns into instant lather. This is another very interesting picture, watching a car ignite with spontaneous combustion. Oops. Remember the Coke truck that's parked down there around the corner? And this video here, the guy walks north. He walks up Church, and you see a flash right there at that point. And this corner is where a bunch of cars become ignited.
For example, is significant that it will help keep these visions, these images in people's minds for the days to come. That also leads to a lot of the anxiety. Things that we would see initially are people having difficulty concentrating, difficulty sleeping, feeling sadder than usual. Those are the kind of things that we see initially. Most people will get better from that. But we do know from what's happened before in Oklahoma City and other natural disasters outside and inside of this country, that the sooner people are able to talk about it, and especially the trained mental hygiene workers, the better their prognosis is and the less severe the symptomatology will be.
Is it normal, doctor, for people to experience some unrealistic fears right now, whether it be about planes or tall buildings or something like that?
See it again. Andrew Johnson arranged several of these clips for me where we could see it over and over again. Again, walking up this way in the street, and then at the end, cars go on fire.
Is it normal, doctor, for people to experience some unrealistic fears right now, whether it be
spontaneous combustion?
About planes or tall buildings or something like that?
Absolutely. It's very easy for the events to kind of mushroom out of proportion. We have people here that we were trying to get in an elevator to go upstairs to one of our other counseling centers, and most people refuse to get in an elevator. That's an example of a kind of a cross-pollination.
The room's on fire now.
Everything is going to become stressful to a lot of people in New York City for the next few days until there's some more stability and a sense that normalcy is returning.
Just in dealing with the people that I've come in contact with, I notice a lot of people whose moods are fluctuating.
Yeah, they're not talking about what they're seeing. I don't think they realize what they're showing.
Normal, doctor, for people to...
And we see this one where the building just erupts into this emulsion. All right, this is speculation about these fuzzy blobs. Note where these are, and here's the guy holding his nose. Yeah, it must smell pretty bad. They act like this Freon is an invisible killer. And they cleared the area. It was a special event, removing it. And I'm wondering why they presented it that way. Again, this is...
They got the digital gargly goop, as I call it, going pretty strong for this part. Like, it's really faint even with my headset on. I have super, like, good... I have ears that hear more frequency than everybody else in general. Like, it's a very super low percentage. I had my ears tested once, and well, the last time that I had my ears tested, there was like 2 or 3, I think if I remember right, it might even been 4 audio levels that, at least 2 of which they told me I shouldn't have been able to hear at all. It's like dogs hear it and shit, but not humans. anyways, so I don't know how well anyone else can hear that, but it is mildly annoying. I apologize, I didn't put it there. It doesn't detract from the information, and at least for me it's not enough of a distraction to irritate me, but yeah, definitely same stuff that I've heard on other truther videos, and like I said before, most specifically Bill Cooper broadcasts of Hour of the Time. So I mean, I don't know if it's put in later or if it was in there then, because I didn't know who Bill Cooper was, sadly, when he was alive.
That comment made on a forum that's so well said. We stand at the beginning of a new age. Our government has in its hands a method of disrupting the molecular basis for matter, and its first impulse was to weaponize it. Is this so hard to understand? Like splitting atoms to create destruction was hard to understand in 1945. This is the new and improved model, it appears. But these people should have been warned. Now, I see this guy in the front in the white shirt and wonder about his office mate or his spouse that was left behind. Why didn't they tell these people? I think that's the first time I've met Bob. I'm going to show you the pop quiz here. Real quick, let's see, this is some pictures we took last night. We drove up to, we did a road trip, a drive up to Minneapolis. Now that you've seen these various characteristics, see if you can identify anything. First of all, this is as close as we could get. This was on top of a hill, several blocks away, and here's the piece of bent bridge. That's all we could see. Layers upon layers of guards, of police tape. There it is. There it is in the background. That's as far as we could get. There's an area down below. We approached it just to see what would happen. We're looking from different areas, and one thing I noticed, I don't think it's rained here in the past couple of days, but the ground was sopping wet. Hosed down. There's the police tape. There's the bent thing. I leaned out over one of these police tapes, and I was going to, see how would they arrest me? What would they say in the paper? She leaned over 2 inches over the police tape to take this picture. Shame on her. What were they trying to hide? Then we walked down.
Myself and a friend of mine, a friend and I, to be proper, we're down there checking the scene out after the 35W bridge collapse, which is what she's talking about right now. And they had stuff blocked off, and we've been driving around, and they had moved one of the barricades to let someone out or something, probably, and it was unmanned, so it was open, like the barricade was moved out of the way. There was no one standing there guarding it. My friend and I drove in there in his car, and this is like a one-way street going to some newer condos. At the time, may not have even been finished. I guess people were living there, actually. At any rate, it's like a cul-de-sac dead end down there, so there's only one way in, one way out. They caught us coming on the way out, and they're like, what are you doing down here? And it's like, no, the road was open, we just drove down here, check it out, and we're turning back around. And they detained us for I don't know, probably 5 or 10 minutes only, and then just told us to beat it. But they were considering some sort of obstruction charges, you know, or something. Just a side note. And then I also went down there and did some filming, which I still have actually, of the scene down there, what you could see, which was pancaked on the north side of the river. I don't know what it was. See pictures that everybody's seen. If you've seen any pictures about it, you've seen the same areas that I saw. And then I also filmed all the news reporters all in a row practicing their lines, and kind of behind the scenes sort of deal. At any rate, just a side note.
This other street, and they had this other guard booth with bright lights, and I asked this gal, "What down here? What are you trying to hide?" And she does this with her earpieces. Oh, I don't have to answer that question. And I looked around, and it looks like the Secret Service kind of gizmo. She was being trained on the bent bridge. That's all we could see behind it. Why didn't they tell these people?
I'm just going back to get the context again.
That's the first time I've met Bob. I'm going to show you the pop quiz here. Real quick, let's see, this is some pictures we took last night. We drove up to, we did a road trip, a drive up to Minneapolis. Now that you've seen these various characteristics, see if you can identify anything. First of all, this is as close as we could get. This was on top of a hill, you know, several blocks away, and here's the piece of bent bridge. That's all we could see. You know, layers upon layers of guards, of police tape. There it is. There it is in the background. That's as far as we could get. There's an area down below. We approached it just to see what would happen. We're looking from different areas, and one thing I noticed, I don't think it's rained here in the past couple of days, but the ground was sopping wet. Hosed down. There's the police tape. There's the bent thing. I leaned out over one of these police tapes, and I was going to, see how would they arrest me? What would they say in the paper? She leaned over 2 inches over the police tape to take this picture. Shame on her. What were they trying to hide? Then we walked down this other street, and they had this other guard booth with bright lights. And I asked this gal, "What down here? What are you trying to hide?" And she does this with her earpieces. Oh, I don't have to answer that question. And I looked around, and it looks like the Secret Service kind of gizmo. She was being trained on the job, I suppose. It was 2nd and 12th is where they had that guard booth. And no pictures allowed. Does this seem like the normal thing for an accidental bridge collapse?
Just throw out one quick observation. I noticed that on CNN they aired the viewers actually submit the footage, and that viewer preferred to remain anonymous. That caught my eye. I went back later today.
There's some.
That was another edit right there. There's no break in the video. That I believe that was an edit or an omission.
Well, we collected some dirt samples, as close as we could get, but you see how far away we were, like a half mile? So, kind of where they were. And then there's this vehicle that looked like it was kind of dark in this picture, but it was loaded down with a bunch of officers. It was very heavily patrolled. And there was one woman that leaned out over, one step too far, and these police officers or guards immediately were getting her out of there, quite a distance away. And we accidentally slipped in behind some other people and got into this parking garage and got these pictures. Oh, and the bridges, adjacent bridges, pedestrian bridges and so forth, where you could look, they were closed and nobody could get close enough to see. That seemed kind of strange. From newspapers on Wednesday evening.
Has anybody looked at it on Google Earth?
No.
Yes? Did you see?
Google Earth doesn't show the bridge because Google Earth is about 3-year-old pictures. Change them over as much as possible. When you try and do a tilt on Google Earth, all you do is see the bridge laying in the lake bed because of the fact that when you try and tilt a flat picture, that's what you get. So it doesn't show the side of the bridge. And of course, it's a 3-year-old picture. But
You notice this pickup truck here, aimed down? If you can see the side wall of his flatbed, he's got a little fire going. Why is the steel part of his flatbed burning? This vehicle has a kind of peeling look to it, and it's got a hole in the roof. You get some other interesting things going on. This is a sort of back shot. And close-up of this is here, and you have this red car has a hole in its roof. Why? Some interesting things to point out. I forgot I had these circles that. And I don't know what's here. It's what? Oh, I don't know what's why these pictures don't agree. One's supposed to be close up from the other, but something.
These are pictures of the 35W bridge collapse, and the video quality is the same as how it was produced. Too, just so everyone knows.
Moved, and that is the one that's close up over here with the hole in the roof. So there's some interesting points. And I wonder if this was jet fuel. If they're using jet fuel in trucks these days. But the thing that jumps out at me is all of the fuming. Tremendous fuming. If it's smoke, it's in one place or another.
There was also reports of explosions just before it happened, which could have been due to it happening, because like the reports are about the same time, and I don't even know if I could find those reports if I tried, but I do remember it was one of those things where you heard about it and then it went to bed. You didn't hear it no more. And I can't remember how long they kept all that sealed off over there. The video that I went and took was several days later. I want to say at least about 3 days later, but it might have been longer.
Why don't we have any bent steel? The end of that looks kind of odd. Just questions. I don't know the answers. This does not though look like a normal accident investigation when you're kept.
I literally drove across this bridge on that day. Let's see. I want to say at least twice already I've been across that bridge, working as a chauffeur. It was easy for me to slide home in between work if there was a dry spell, and so I would just do that. That particular day of the event, I decided to stay in the airport courtesy parking lot for the limousines on Post Road. I had just gotten a new laptop, my first one ever, and so I was decided to just hang out and play around with that, because I only had about the time it would take to drive back and forth. Like I basically could like make a cup of coffee and drink maybe half of it, and I'd have to take off again, so it wasn't worth it to me to drive back and forth. And luckily that was the decision that I made, because it takes like 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes at the very longest to get from the airport to where I was staying. And I would have either just made it in time across it before the event, or I would have been part of the event. And that was a spooky feeling, to think about. And thank you, God, and thank you, new laptop, for keeping me out of that scene. And in fact, my roommate, because we lived right next to the highway, to the 35W and Buchanan and Broadway Northeast, which is maybe a fifth of a mile, if that, something like that, probably maybe a fifth of a mile or so. Yeah, a couple blocks, let's say, like literally maybe a block and a half, really. And my friend's German Shepherd, he was walking up to the store, and his German Shepherd would not cross the overpass going over 35W Bridge, and he could not get his dog to do it. And like, his dog is super obedient, super smart, but he would not cross that bridge. I'm getting chills right now, actually. So it was that overpass is probably a mile, maybe even away, but apparently that German Shepherd knew better than to cross it, and he didn't. He went back home, and then it was on the news. True shit. All right, back to the show.
Half a mile or so from where whatever happened. And these are the pictures of the bridge beforehand. I don't know, it was last year, I think, they were taken. But what would cause every second?
And Judy maybe doesn't know about this, and a lot of people probably really don't know about this, but they were doing work on the bridge. I mean, people know that they were doing work on the bridge. But what I witnessed myself was that, they took all the cement off of like one lane. It was either one lane each side. Yeah, I think it was one lane of each side. But definitely one whole lane. Almost the span of the bridge, really. And they, I thought, okay, whatever, maybe it's strong enough, maybe it's no big deal. And then they started removing and replacing rebar and shit. And they had all the work vehicles on the bridge too, and maybe those gussets, the gusset plates is what they say was the major factor contributing to it collapsing, because the gusset plates weren't right. They were faulty to begin with, and it had gotten inspected and should have been brought up, but wasn't brought up for whatever reason. So anyways, they were definitely taking away the integrity of the bridge was definitely being compromised. Like anything that you take out of that bridge is compromising it to some degree, right? I mean, that's just logical. But they were taking out, whole lanes worth of structure, and I was getting scared to cross it anymore. Like, I couldn't cross it anymore without thinking about it, So I guess I kind of knew too, and really didn't know it, you know what I mean? But looking back, I'm very very thankful that I didn't end up a part of that mess, and I definitely feel bad for the people that did. And definitely my sympathies to their families and to them. All right.
To fail at the exact same moment. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for the endurance.
Huh. That was a nice little throw in there. I was not expecting that. Let's cancel that. This one shows a really interesting, what looks like to me to be evidence of a missile hitting the building. Like, you can clearly see it, and you can clearly see that it's not a plane. And I don't know, because you can see the plume of smoke. You can see a projectile of some kind. It looks like, to me, the closest thing that I identify it to would be a cruise missile. I'm not claiming that I know that it is or anything else, but the video that they show, like this clip that you're about to see right away, is a clip that has been seen 1,000,000 times, but you only see the explosion afterwards, and I'll show you exactly the point that I'm talking about.
Holy shit!
What the hell was that?
Enhancing. Now listen to it zoom by too, and the fireman looks up to see it. So, and the sound was there before it hit.
Holy shit!
What the hell was that?
We're gonna watch it again, because
that?
It sounded like a plane crash.
Hey, Beth.
It sounded like a plane crash. Holy shit! Holy shit!
What the hell was that?
It sounded like a plane crash.
Hey, Beth. What is that? Somebody hit the World Trade Center, or the...
It's a trade
the
center.
World Trade
Center.
Center.
Yeah. This just in, you were looking at
we have a breaking
obviously
news
very
story to tell you
disturbing
about.
live shot there. That is the World Trade Center, and we have unconfirmed reports this morning that a plane has crashed.
As we go now, we have serious news of a major, a very tragic event for you right now. Incredible plane crashed into the World Trade Center.
I just heard a loud boom.
let's see, that's the other side of it.
You did? Was it a plane?
Yeah. It wasn't a plane. I'm not saying what it was or wasn't. I ain't trying to get in some big trouble, but I'm saying see for yourself. Okay, the other building is untouched, I believe. And so how would, I guess the question is, how would that make such a wide hole on the other end? I mean, that's a question. But I got a 55-inch screen here that I'm also monitoring this on, and I can definitely see a projectile with smoke trailing behind it, you know, or what do you want to call it? Yeah, a trail behind it that looks like smoke or something. And then you hear the loud noise. The fireman looks up. They all probably looked up. You could hear it zooming past them, and then it looks like right before impact, it even looks like it speeds up a little bit more. I'm not saying for sure on that part, but with my own eyes, I see video that I don't think I've ever seen before, number one, and randomly found this. Okay. And I can clearly see something traveling through the air, much like an arrow, let's say, with a plume behind it of some kind, and then it smacks into the building. So if that other building isn't lit up already, then we're looking at the exiting hole on the other side afterwards. Let's watch it again. Broke the sound barrier. That's what that noise was. That shit broke the sound barrier. I'm sorry, I know this is getting redundant at this point. I'll try not to go all the way back. Yeah. I mean, anyone that can't see what I'm seeing, I don't know.
What the hell was that?
That was definitely not a passenger airline.
Hey, Beth. What is that? Somebody hit the World Trade Center or the...
It's a trade center.
The World Trade Center.
Yeah. This just in, you were looking at
we have a breaking
obviously
news
very
story to tell you
disturbing
about.
live shot there. That is the World Trade Center, and we have unconfirmed reports this morning that a plane has crashed.
As we come now, we have serious news of a major, a very tragic event for you right now. Incredible plane crashed into the World Trade Center.
I just heard a loud boom. You did? Was it a plane?
So it still appears to me that that's the first hit right there. And this is what I woke up to, which I remember. I definitely remember exactly where I was and everything else. I might get to that story next.
That's what I was thinking. It was a terrorist attack.
Immediately, there's speculation or cause for concern. This is the World Trade Center that was the center of a terrorist bombing some years ago. So the questions have to be asked, was this purely an accident, or could this have been an intentional act? But either way, extensive damage has been done.
What's this other jet doing? What's this other jet doing? Holy fuck!
Oh my God.
Holy fuck!
I know this may be disturbing for some viewers, and I apologize if it is.
Could this have been an intentional act?
But it needs to be
either way,
reviewed.
extensive damage.
What's this other jet doing? What's this other jet doing? Holy fuck!
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Looks like 6, 7 floors were taken out. And there's more explosions right now. Hold on, people are running.
Hold on just a moment. We've got an explosion inside.
The building's exploding right now. You got people running up the street.
Okay.
Hold on, I'll tell you what's going on.
Right, oh my God, another plane has just hit another building. Flew right into the middle of it. Explosion. My God, it's right in the middle of the building.
Pick your reader up from under your seat. Open your book up to lesson 60 on page 153. At the count of 3, everyone should be on page 153.
Mom, another plane just crashed into the other World Trade Center. Another plane hit a jet, a jumbo jet. I'm so scared. I'm leaving.
No, don't, Megan. You can't.
Bye. I love you.
Megan.
Mom, I'm in Carol. I'm getting the.
Okay, will you please wait for me?
We do have some videotape of the second plane, and you can see it there.
Where? I didn't see it. Oh, whoa.
Oh my God.
We're under attack.
Of the second plane, and you can see it there.
Megan.
Mom, I'm in Carol. I'm getting the.
Okay, will you please wait for me?
We do have some videotape of the second plane, and you can see it there.
Where? I didn't see it. Oh, whoa.
Oh my God.
We're under attack.
And from our vantage point, yeah, clearly difficult to tell.
We're under attack.
What type of plane that is, but it's a horrific scene.
All right, we've just been told also, Michael, sorry, the New York Stock Exchange is being evacuated, as is, I'm sure, much of Wall Street, if not all of it, as much as possible. But the New York Stock Exchange has suspended trading for the moment.
It's war.
Today, we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country.
I just noticed something. Okay, ever since 9/11, I thought it was the opening of the stock exchange, but I guess this moment that we just saw when the president said what he said, that's the first time that everybody started gathering up behind the person speaking. A bit previous to that, you stood alone and said what you had to say, you know, and that's how it worked. And I thought it started with the opening of the stock exchange because I remember it very well. You know, there's a bunch of people standing there, and maybe I'm tripping. Maybe people have always stood there, but that's the way I remember it.
David, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we're looking at live pictures of the Pentagon where there is billowing smoke. Jim Miklashevsky just reported that he heard an explosion, and right now we're looking at an aerial view of the Pentagon.
There are reports that the Pentagon has been evacuated and the White House is being evacuated. Clearly you're seeing now these pictures from Washington, D.C. as we try to determine.
All of the airports across the country have been shut down. All flights have been canceled for another 7 hours, which is about 5 o'clock Eastern time, and then we'll reignite there. We'll take a look what's going on after that. The probability of extension, as they call that, is high.
Take 2 and 2, 1. This is as close as we can get to the base of the World Trade Center. You can see the firemen assembled here, the police officers, FBI agents, and you can see the 2 towers. A huge explosion now raining debris on all of us. We better get out of the way.
fucking Christ! God!
I hope I live. I hope I live. It's coming down on me. Here it comes. I'm getting behind a car.
Anthony, you okay?
Yeah.
Please. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Watch out, watch out. I got it.
What I'm saying is true, Judy.
I have no idea.
I'll tell you that I can't see that second tower, but there was a cascade of sparks and fire, and now it looks almost like a mushroom cloud explosion, this huge billowing smoke in the second tower. This was the second of the two towers hit.
Now this is what it looked like moments ago. My God.
The remains of a airplane crash over on Lambertsville Road, and probably had a terrorist bomb on board that blew up. Don't know anything more than that. That's what I heard on the scanner. I just saw the smoke come up, and the explosion shook the house clear over here, and we are, what, 15 miles from Lambertsville. In Washington, there is a large fire at the Pentagon. The Pentagon has been evacuated. And there's, you can see, perhaps the second tower, the front tower, the top portion of which is collapsing. Good Lord.
Now think dustification. And what time is this now? 10:28. Yeah, think dustification, and think about any planned demolition that you've ever seen. Planned demolitions, they go straight down if they're done properly. They go whatever way they want them to go. Sometimes they do topple on purpose, but if they're trying to drop it in its footprint, standard procedure, it starts at the top and just goes straight down. This is cascading out. It's cascading out and like a fountain and dissipating, turning into dust, and you don't ever really see that until someone points it out to you. At least that's how it was for me. But now I see it, every time. And like Dr. Judy Wood was saying, perception can be manipulated, right? So, but your eyes, usually tell you the truth, I guess, but if your eyes don't know what they're looking at, how can you see the truth until you know what your eyes are looking at too, maybe? I guess I'm trying to say.
In Washington, there is a large fire at the Pentagon. The Pentagon has been evacuated. And there's, you can see, perhaps the second tower, the front tower, the top portion of which is collapsing. Good Lord.
Yeah, like someone turned the fountain off.
There are no words.
Cranked it up and
we
then
have a
turned
report
it
that a
off.
747 is down in Pennsylvania, and that remains unconfirmed at this point, and so we will check on that.
Look how there's just a skeleton there now versus, you know, big piles of rubble.
Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbored them.
I can hear you. I can hear you. The rest of the world hears you. And the people who knock these buildings down will hear all of us soon.
Yeah, special thanks to all the emergency personnel involved in this, and those that lost family members that were service personnel involved in this, and citizens. And now I'm going to bring up what William Milton Cooper had to say. Let's see, about 3 months before the event happened.
Supposedly, a CNN reporter found Osama bin Laden, took a television camera crew with him, went into Osama bin Laden's hideout, interviewed him and his top leadership, and he came out and told everybody, within 3 weeks Osama bin Laden is going to attack the United States and Israel. Now, don't you think that's kind of strange, folks? You see, because the largest intelligence Now, don't you think that's kind of strange, folks? You see, because the came out and told everybody, within 3 weeks, Osama bin Laden is going to attack the United States and Israel. Now, don't you think that's kind of strange, folks? You see, because the largest intelligence apparatus in the world, with the biggest budget in the history of the world, has been looking for Osama bin Laden for years and years and years, and can't find him. Some doofus jerk-off reporter with a camera crew waltzes right into his hideout and interviews him. And I'm telling you, be prepared for a major attack. But it won't be Osama bin Laden. It will be those behind the New World Order. I wonder what Osama bin Laden's targets are supposed to be. And if they don't, if this doesn't materialize in the next 2 or 3 weeks, it will eventually materialize, because they haven't succeeded in getting the guns out of the hands of the American people, nor have they succeeded in taking our freedoms away. And so I can tell you with a certainty, they must do something terrible in order to stop this backlash and regain the sympathy of the mass herds of sheeple out there.
I actually didn't queue up this video. Yeah, so within a month, Bill Cooper, the gentleman we were just listening to, and you've seen what happened to him on the screen, they were serving a warrant for tax evasion, by the way, and for brandishing a weapon against one of his neighbors. He raised a gun up against one of his neighbors, told him to beat it or something. So they were there maybe for that too, I think they were claiming. At any rate, it was like 1 month. Okay, so 6 whatever is when that broadcast happened that we listened to the little excerpt from, where he names Osama bin Laden and says, he furthermore says, don't, if they tell you that this man did anything, don't believe it, because it's bullshit, right? Well, the president at the time, W. Bush, I'll call him, you know, he's a bonesman, Skull and Bones, Yale, one of the most secretive known fraternities, because who knows how many we maybe don't even know about, but there's tons of them. I know of a bunch of them through research, and enough that it would take all my fingers and probably most of my toes to name. At any rate, I believe that he is right. Well, that's what I'm going to say. I'm not going to say that I know anything for certain, because I can't. Well, number one, I just won't. But number two, I can't really say anything for certain except for what I see. So, and then even that these days is questionable more than ever, you know, with green screens and people being able to look like they're anywhere, like on a space station, for instance, which there's documented enough for me proof that that happens. I mean, there's obviously more to be looked at, you know, there really is. Let's see, forensic engineering. Oh yeah, this one. I'm gonna play some of this. And see, this is that same where I said I saw the projectile. That's the same guy's voice. Holy shit. And in this clip, no projectile though. Alright, let's make this enhancing. See, look at it. You can see right now that it just hit. That's like right as it's entering, and that almost looks like a bubble, but you know, that's a really nice little still shot there. I'm super glad I caught that clip that I don't think I've ever seen before. Also, like Bill was saying, like Bill Cooper was saying, you know, it's exactly what happened. We got the Patriot Acts 1 and 2, which currently, in my opinion, are being used against the people that went to the Capitol after the election. You can't detain people indefinitely unless they're an enemy combatant or a terrorist. And the second edition of the Patriot Act made all Americans possible terrorists, and it includes a bunch of stuff about American citizens and homegrown terrorism, and that's being used against us right now, in my opinion, via the people that are being detained now for well over 600 days without as much as a bail hearing, most of them, or anything. So there's that. Okay, well, there we have it. This building is completely unaffected because the second one hits even lower on the building, I believe. And I want to say maybe from this side, but I'm not positive on that. But this building is obviously unaffected at this point. So this gaping hole is from that projectile that hit coming in from this side. No question in my mind.
I am shaking like a leaf because all the
Oh, and also for anyone that has any doubts, you know, the noise that you hear before the fireman looks up and before, let's say, whatever it was, hit the building. Commercial jetliners, passenger jetliners, cargo ones, big ones, even bigger big ones, they don't sound like that. They don't travel at that speed, number one, and they don't sound like that. Like that sounded like a fighter jet, you know, or more directly, in my opinion, most likely like Condom Shore, a missile. And like I was also saying, I've never seen that video before in my life. That little tiny clip there, I've never ever seen before. And that's like the most direct evidence of anything that I've probably ever seen about any of it. So that was a fantastic catch.
This just in, you are looking at obviously a very disturbing live shot there. That is the World Trade Center, and we have unconfirmed reports this morning that a plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center. The CNN Center right now is just beginning to work on this story, obviously calling our sources and trying to figure out exactly what happened, but clearly something relatively devastating happening this morning there on the south end of the island of Manhattan. That is, once again, a picture of one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
When you can see these pictures, it's obviously something devastating has happened. And again, unconfirmed report that a plane has crashed into one of the towers there. We are efforting more information on this subject as it becomes available to you.
Right now, we've got Sean Murtaugh. He is a CNN producer on the telephone right now. Sean, what can you tell us about what you know?
This is Sean Murtaugh. I just was standing on the Vice President of Finance.
Sean,
Vice President of Finance for CNN.
Sean, we're on the air right now. What can you tell us about this situation?
Hello?
Yes, Sean, you're on the air right now. Go ahead. What can you tell us?
I just witnessed a plane that appeared to be cruising slightly lower than normal altitude over New York City, and it appears to have crashed into, I don't know which tower it is, but it hit directly in the middle of one of the World Trade Center towers.
Sean, what kind of plane? Was it a small plane, a jet?
It was a jet. Looked like a two-engine jet, maybe a 737.
You're talking about a large passenger commercial jet.
Large passenger commercial jet.
Okay, this is 7:51 a.m. Central Time. So it would be already 8:51 in New York. Excuse me. And this is the same gaping hole that we saw, which is the exit of whatever it was that was a projectile-like instrument that went through the backside over here where we can't see. The other building is still, as far as I know, unaffected. And the second strike, if I remember right, was 10:06. But don't quote me on that. We'll find out in the coverage.
And where were you when you saw this?
I am on the 21st floor of 5 Penn Plaza.
Did it appear that the plane was having any difficulty flying?
Actually, I guess it was 9.
It was teetering back and forth, wingtip to wingtip, and it looks like it has crashed into probably 20 stories from the top of the World Trade Center, maybe the 80th to 85th floor. There is smoke billowing out of the World Trade Center.
So, I mean, this must be, this should have to be the second one then, and it does look like it's lower in the building, so maybe I'll just hold back on claiming that it was the one that I watched the projectile hit, because this guy's saying that he saw it, so that would mean he's on bullshit, and I don't want to call that yet, so I'll just retract back. And yeah, we'll see if a second one still happens or not.
Sean, what happened next? Does it appear to you that the plane is still inside the World Trade Center?
From my angle, I'm viewing south towards the Statue of Liberty and towards the World Trade Center. It looks like it is embedded in the building. I can't see from my vantage point whether it has come out the other side.
Sean, what about on the ground? Or any debris that is hit down there? Can you see
my vantage point is too far from the World Trade Center to make any determination of that.
Did you see any smoke, any flames coming out of the engines of that plane?
No, I did not. The plane just was coming in low, and the wingtips tilted back and forth, and then it flattened out. It looks like it's hit at a slight angle into the World Trade Center. I can see flames now coming out the side of the building, and smoke continues to billow.
Well, generally, is that a traffic area in New York for aircraft?
It is not a normal flight pattern. I'm a frequent traveler between Atlanta and New York for business, and it is not a normal flight pattern to come directly over Manhattan. Usually they come up either over the Hudson River heading north and pass alongside the island of Manhattan, or if they're taking off from LaGuardia, they usually take off over Shea Stadium and gain altitude around the island of Manhattan. It's rare that you have a jet crossing directly over the island of Manhattan.
Just for our viewers who are just tuning in right now, you're looking at a live picture of the World Trade Center tower where, according to eyewitness Sean Murtaugh, he is a vice president of finance, an eyewitness to what he describes as a twin-engine plane or possibly a 737 passenger jet flying into the World Trade Center. It appears to be still embedded inside the building. Sean, are you in a position right now to hear whether any sirens are going, any ambulances, any sort of response to this yet?
Not from my vantage point. I'm probably 1.5 miles, 2 miles from the World Trade Center.
It is a remarkable scene as we're seeing right now. Flames still coming out of the windows, black smoke billowing from what appears to be all sides. Obviously, windows shattered and steel jutting out from the structure right now.
And Sean, once again, we're looking at these pictures, and you're telling us...
I see them in my office. I have them on all my TVs.
And you're telling us you believe the plane remains embedded.
I can't tell from my vantage point.
All right. Sean, thank you so much for your eyewitness account there. Right now, we want to go to our affiliate NYW reporting on this as we speak.
With a little girl in his arms.
Did you see what happened, sir? Did you see what happened? What happened?
Well, I was in the PATH train, and there was a huge explosion sound. Everyone came out. A large section of the building is blown out, around like the 80th floor.
Was it hit by something, or was it something
inside?
It was inside.
Because it looked out. Everything was coming out. All the windows were coming out. All the papers were
What
coming
is on
out.
the sidewalk?
I didn't see anything.
Was there any people hurt, do you know?
I just ran, and everyone in the PATH train just ran. I don't know if anyone was hurt, but I assume they were because the windows were all blown out.
All right, thank you.
Ollie, you would have to assume a very, very terrible situation if that indeed is the case, because I'm sure there were people up there in that. There were people up there in that World Trade Center. Now, we have lost, again, our transmitter is on top of the World Trade Center, so we apparently have consequently lost contact with Dick Oliver, but we are on the phone with an eyewitness. Rosa, can you hear me? Is Rosa there?
Hello?
Rosa?
Yes.
This is Jim Ryan here in the studio.
Hi.
What is your last name, please?
Cardona Rivera.
All right, again, you're looking at pictures now. We understand from a CNN Vice President, Sean Murtaugh, who was an eyewitness to this. We believe a commercial jet has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center, and you can see the smoke billowing out. There are flames billowing out there, and a commercial jet crashing into one of these towers. At this point, we do not have official injury updates to bring you. We are only now beginning to put together the pieces of this horrible incident.
Right, just a few seconds ago, we were tuning in to one of our affiliates in New York, WNYW. Right now, we want to go to an eyewitness on the telephone right now. Jean, what can you tell us about what you saw?
I can tell you that I was watching TV, and there was this sonic boom, and the TV went out, and I thought maybe that the Concorde was back in service.
Exactly, sonic boom, just like we witnessed in that other video, which I'm like about to throw up here again just because. But and I will actually. Well, we got this one paused anyway. Alright, so that is the first tower, and that reporter is on bullshit.
Oh, shit! What the hell was that?
Listen for the boom before the boom. Right there. And they look. Projectile into the building.
What the hell was that?
One more time.
It sounded like a plane crash.
Does that sound like a jet passenger plane to anyone? Because it doesn't to me. sonic boom after it hit, by the way.
It sounded like a plane crash.
Like that entered and then exploded.
Hey, Beth.
Sorry for the redundancy, but it will save for you guys having to do it later, right?
What the hell was that?
So either that was the sound traveling, and that's why you don't hear the second boom right away. But that first boom was a sonic boom, which a passenger airplane doesn't go fast enough to make, as far as I know. And to my eyes, when I watch whatever it is that I'm watching hit that building, which appears to be most likely to me some sort of a cruise missile, a well-powered one that visually looks like it speeds up at the very last second. I'll play it one more time and then we'll move on. Sonic boom. Connection with the building. Boom.
What the hell was that?
You tell me. Does that look like an airplane? Doesn't look like an airplane to me.
Hey, Beth. What is that? Somebody.
I'm going to cue this up again, but I'm not going to show it again. At least not right this second. I'll just go check out some more of this coverage. Who knows what else hasn't been gleaned from the scene.
Heard about those sonic booms, and I got up to my window. I live in Battery Park City, right next to the Twin Towers, and I looked up, and the side of the World Trade Center exploded right when I looked up, and at that point, debris started falling. I couldn't believe what I was watching.
Can you hear anything from your position right now? Ambulances, sirens?
Absolutely, positively. There are crowds of people downstairs in Battery Park City. Everybody's come out from the buildings. This is the financial area in Manhattan, and there's a lot of fire engines. I can see them from my window.
Jean, can you tell us, I don't know if you can tell which tower it is that's on fire right now, or the kinds of services that are inside that tower?
I can't tell what's inside. It's the northern tower versus the southern tower, and it seems to be on all sides of the building, from what I can tell. The west side, the south side, and it looks like smoke's coming from the east side as well.
Gene, can you see any of the debris currently?
That's because whatever that was blew up inside the building. Left that gaping hole on the opposite side, and whatever else.
Currently on the ground area?
Absolutely. I mean, it's continuing to kind of flutter down like leaflets, and at first there was just tons of debris, and it continues to fall out, and it looks like these uppermost floors are definitely on fire.
Can you see any actual people in that area who may have been hit by any of this debris, or were not able to get out of the way? Can you see any crowds that may be too close to where they should be? Anything like that?
No, I don't think so, and it's not a highly trafficked area at the base of the World Trade Center, so that's one fortunate thing.
Jean, right now we're continuing to look at pictures of this devastating scene. According to Sean Murtaugh, Vice President of Finance, he witnessed what he described as a twin-engine plane, possibly a 737. He was almost absolutely sure that it was a large passenger jet that went into that plane. Jean, you're saying that you didn't see anything initially. You didn't see a plane actually approach the building.
I had no idea it was a plane. I just saw the entire top part of the World Trade Center explode. So I turned on the TV when I heard they said it was a plane. Right. It was really strange.
Were you there living in New York during the World Trade Center bombing?
No, I wasn't.
Fortunately so. When you say a sonic boom, did you actually feel anything? Were things shaking in your apartment?
You know, yeah, you could feel it. It was just a gigantic sonic boom. The TV it went off for a second, and then it went back on. And the windows, you know, you felt the vibrations on the windows.
You were saying it's not a high-traffic area usually, but can you guesstimate how many people may be in an area like that at this hour of the morning?
It would be hard to say. There is a huge courtyard between the two World Trade Center buildings, and the only issue might have been tourists or business people out in this courtyard area, and they possibly would have been hit. But the people that are immediately around the base of the World Trade Center, I would say at any given time, you're talking about maybe 20 or 30 people at best.
We were talking with Sean Murtaugh earlier, and he said this is not normally an area where you would see some sort of aircraft, certainly, obviously, that low, but in that is not a high-traffic area in terms of flights?
I don't know about flights. You know, I have a balcony down here in Battery Park City, and they have that needle sticking out of the top of the World Trade Center, and I've always wondered, you know, if anyone would kind of get too close to the building, you know, and accidentally veer into it.
Gene, tell us a little bit about that area and how emergency crews would be able to access that area. Would that be relatively difficult or easy to access for emergency people?
I would imagine it would be slightly difficult because to get around the base of the World Trade Center building, there's really only the one street entrance. The other sides of the building are surrounded by other buildings in the courtyard, and so it's just this west side highway, this one major street that runs up the west side of Manhattan, that makes it accessible for the fire engines. And, you know, it's amazing to sit here and watch this building on fire, and you've got this tiny little fire engine that I'm watching.
That's all you see right now is the one fire engine?
Where the fire engines are, it's a little bit obscured by other buildings.
Right.
Gene, let me ask you, I know I'm asking you to be a bit of an expert on the World Trade Center, but there's a famous viewing deck for tourists on one of the towers. When you say that this is the North Tower, is this the one that services a lot of the tourists to get their view and get to the restaurant at the top?
As a matter of fact, it is. And as I'm sure you can see, there's a ton of smoke coming out right now. I'm just guessing the fire seems to be worse on, it looks like it's about 15 floors down from the top of the building.
Yeah, one of the eyewitnesses, one of our affiliates was talking to, said that she thought that this was on the 80th floor. We know that there's an open air deck 110 stories high, and the glass enclosed observatory is on the 107th floor. So there is the possibility that people may very well be trapped up there.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Jean Yerman.
You're very welcome.
Eyewitness here to a loud sonic boom she described as she was sitting inside her apartment, and she looked up and saw the side of the World Trade Center exploded into flames and black smoke. We are going to join another one of our New York affiliates, WABC, for their live coverage.
Plane overhead, and then all of a sudden I thought it sounded kind of louder. Then I looked up, and all of a sudden it smashed right dead into the center of the World Trade Center. Big flash of flame, fire coming out from all over. Then all the bricks is a huge hole right now. It almost looks like the plane probably went through. I'm not sure.
Winston, can you see? Are you on the north side there where the plane made contact?
Yes, I am.
Now, when you say a huge hole, one of our earlier witnesses, Libby Clark, said not much of the plane came down off the building. Much of it went
totally
right
into the building.
It's in the building, from what you can see.
Right.
Now, can you see if there's a lot of debris downstairs, Winston?
No, because it looked like it inverted. With the impact, everything went inside the building.
Inside.
The only thing that came out was a little bit of the outside awning. But I'd say the hole is, let me just get a better look right now.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd say the hole takes about, looks like 6, 7 floors were taken out. And there's more explosions right now. Hold on, people are running.
Winston, hold on just a moment. We've got an explosion inside.
The building's exploding right now. You got people running up the street.
Okay.
Hold on, I'll tell you what's going on.
Their building.
Right.
Gene, let me ask you, I know I'm asking you to be a bit of an expert on the World Trade Center, but there's a famous viewing deck for tourists on one of the towers. When you say that this is the North Tower, is this the one that services a lot of the tourists to get their view and get to the restaurant at the top?
As a matter of fact, it is. And as I'm sure you can see, there's a ton of smoke coming out right now. I'm just guessing the fire seems to be worse on, it looks like it's about 15 floors down from the top of the building.
Yeah, one of the eyewitnesses, one of our affiliates was talking to, said that she thought that this was on the 80th floor. We know that there's an open air deck 110 stories high, and the glass enclosed observatory is on the 107th floor. So there is the possibility that people may very well be trapped up there.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Jean Yerman.
You're very welcome.
Eyewitness here to a loud sonic boom she described as she was sitting inside her apartment, and she looked up and saw the side of the World Trade Center exploded into flames and black smoke. We are going to join another one of our New York affiliates, WABC, for their live coverage.
Plane overhead, and then all of a sudden I thought it sounded kind of loud, and then I looked up, and all of a sudden it smashed right dead into the center of the World Trade Center. Big flash of flame, fire coming out from all over. Then all the bricks is a huge hole right now. It almost looks like the plane probably went through. I'm not sure.
Winston, can you see? Are you on the north side there where the plane made contact?
Yes, I am.
Now, when you say a huge hole, one of our earlier witnesses, Libby Clark, said not much of the plane came down off the building. Much of it went
totally
right
into the building.
It's in the building, from what you can see.
Right.
Now, can you see if there's a lot of debris downstairs, Winston?
No, because it looked like it inverted. With the impact, everything went inside the building.
Inside.
The only thing that came out was a little bit of the outside awning. But I'd say the hole is, let me just get a better look right now.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd say the hole takes about, looks like 6, 7 floors were taken out. And there's more explosions right now. Hold on, people are running.
Winston, hold on just a moment. We've got an explosion inside.
The building's exploding right now. You got people running up the street.
Okay.
Hold on, I'll tell you what's going on.
Okay, just put Winston on pause there for just a moment.
Yeah, let's put Winston on pause there for a second, guys. Now, obviously, that was a plane. Okay, so I've seen videos that definitely make whether or not that plane was really there questionable. Let's say that. I'm not trying to legally bind myself to anything because I'm smarter than that, but that definitely was a plane. And
some more, the whole top part.
Oops. And the last witness was very credible because what did she say? She said she heard a sonic boom and then the building exploded. That's what she said. That was her witness testimony. Sonic boom, then the building exploded. The last video clip that we watched clearly shows something other than a large jet like we just saw 2 seconds ago hit that building, but before it hit that building there was a sonic boom, and then you see it hit the building, and then the explosion was secondary and afterwards, which is exactly what that woman's testimony was.
Looking at now in the second Twin Tower, it has spread much debris, much more debris than the first explosion or the first accident. Is Winston still on the line with us? Okay, he's not there, but do we have, I'll just talk to my producer, do we have an eyewitness that perhaps sees better than we do from these pictures? Again, you can see that there is debris falling off. Come on, dip.
Can we unpause Winston?
Okay, we actually have an Eyewitness News reporter, Dr. Jay Adlersberg, who is downtown at the time, and he is on the phone with us live. Dr. Jay, what can you tell us?
Hello, Steve. I'm actually uptown at 86th and Riverside. I can see the World Trade Center from about half the building up to the top. And about 5 minutes ago, as I was watching the smoke, A small plane, it looked like a propeller plane, came in from the west, and about 20 or 25 stories below the top of the center, it disappeared for a second and then exploded behind a water tower, so I couldn't tell whether it hit the building or not, but it was very visible that a plane had come in at a low altitude and appeared to crash into the World Trade Center.
Dr. J, we're going to take a look at videotape just moments ago of the second plane hitting the World Trade Center. That is spectacular. One of our producers said perhaps a second plane was involved, and let's not even speculate to that point, but at least put it out there that perhaps that may have happened. The second explosion would certainly back the theory from a couple of eyewitnesses that the plane fuselage perhaps stayed in those upper buildings.
There's a ton of smoke coming out right now. I'm just guessing the fire seems to be worse on, it looks like it's about 15 floors down from the top of the building.
Yeah, one of the eyewitnesses, one of our affiliates was talking to, said that she thought that this was on the 80th floor. We know that there's an open air deck 110 stories high, and the glass enclosed observatory is on the 107th floor. So
about 20 or 25 stories below the top of the center.
If you look at the second building, there are two, that both twin towers now are on fire. Now, this was not the case, am I correct, a couple of moments ago. This is the second twin tower now on fire, and we're going to check on the second flight if perhaps that had happened.
Right now, hold on, people are running.
Winston, hold on just a moment. We've got an explosion inside.
The building's exploding right now. You got people running up the street.
Okay.
Hold on, I'll tell you what's going on.
Okay, just put Winston on pause there for just a moment.
Okay, the whole building just exploded some more. The whole top part.
Okay.
The building's still intact. People are running up the streets. Am I still connected?
Winston, this would support probably what Libby and you both said, that perhaps the fuselage was in the building that would cause a second explosion such as that.
Well, that's what just happened then.
That certainly.
Yeah, people are running up.
We are getting word that perhaps.
Okay, hold on. The people here are, everybody's panicking.
All right, Winston, let me put Winston on hold for just a moment.
Okay, I don't know how much longer we're staying. I'm inside of a diner right now.
Well, Winston, you know what? If you could give us a call back, I just don't want to panic here on the air. Let's just take some of our pictures from News Chopper 7. Now, one of our producers said perhaps a second plane was involved, and let's not even speculate to that point, but at least put it out there that perhaps that may have happened. The second explosion would certainly back the theory from a couple of eyewitnesses that the plane fuselage perhaps stayed in those upper buildings. Now, if you look at the second building, there are two, that both twin towers now are on fire. Now, this was not the case, am I correct, a couple of moments ago. This is the second twin tower now on fire, and we're going to check on the second flight if perhaps that had happened. This all began at about 8:48 this morning. Again, what we know, in case you're just joining us, a small plane, not a Cessna type or 5 or 6 seater, but instead perhaps a passenger flight, ran into the north side of the World Trade Center. As you can see, the second explosion that you're looking at now in the second twin tower, it has spread much debris, much more debris than the first explosion or the first accident. Is Winston still on the line with us? Okay, he's not there, but do we have, I'll just talk to my producer, do we have an eyewitness that perhaps sees better than we do from these pictures? Again, you can see that there is debris falling off.
Come on, dip.
Okay, we actually have an Eyewitness News reporter, Dr. Jay Adlersberg, who was downtown at the time, and he is on the phone with us live. Dr. Jay, what can you tell us?
Hello, Steve. I'm actually uptown at 86th and Riverside. I can see the World Trade Center from about half the building up to the top. And about 5 minutes ago, as I was watching the smoke, a small plane, it looked like a propeller plane, came in from the west, and about 20 or 25 stories below the top of the center, disappeared for a second and then exploded behind a water tower, so I couldn't tell whether it hit the building or not, but it was very visible that a plane had come in at a low altitude and appeared to crash into the World Trade Center.
Dr. J, we're going to take a look at videotape just moments ago of the second plane hitting the World Trade Center. That is spectacular pictures. I don't know if you could see the plane, and that too was a passenger plane, if perhaps some type of navigating system or some type of electronics would have put two planes into the World Trade Center within, it looks like, about 18 minutes of each other. You want to go to... We have another copy. There is the second plane, another passenger plane hitting the World Trade Center. These pictures are frightening indeed. These are just minutes between each other. So naturally, you will guess and you will speculate and perhaps ask the question, if some type of navigating equipment is awry, that two commuter planes would run into the World Trade Centers at the same time. Our director, you're speaking in my ear at this point. You are looking at live pictures right now of the World Trade Centers. Again, we now have two passenger planes within 18 minutes of each other smashing into the World Trade Centers. Dr. J, are you still with us on the phone?
I'm still with you, Steve.
Dr. J, this is just frightening pictures indeed, and I would assume, or you would naturally think, that when
you've been listening to some of the coverage provided for us by our affiliate WABC out of New York City. Let's go now and check our other affiliate WNBC to get the latest. I'm sorry, WNYW here, live coverage here of this amazing picture we're getting from Lower Manhattan. Two planes, one hitting each of the Twin Towers at the World Trade Center.
They come by and they say, what happened, what happened? And you just got to say something hit the building and then something hit both buildings.
Well, we saw clearly, we didn't see the first one, but we saw clearly that a plane deliberately crashed into one of the upper floors of the World Trade Center. That was the second plane. So two planes crashed into the upper floors of each of the World Trade Center towers.
I think we pretty well established in this video here tonight, which I totally did not expect to happen, by the way, because I've never seen the video, as I stated multiple times in this video. I mean, let's just look at it again real quick for anyone that might have just got here, because I got it queued up. Sonic boom. Connection.
Oh, shit!
Secondary explosion inside.
Sound like
and there's the still shot. That's right there is the beginning of this CNN coverage that we've been watching. That is the still shot that they started with. Just a fluke that I caught it there. I was trying to catch whatever is flying in the air. But you're going to hear it pass over, because he's looking for it right now. He's like, what is that? Where is it? And he's right on target with it, by the way. The fireman here. Oh, it's so... I was a little slow on the draw, but it is pretty quick, though. One more time. I swear I'm gonna get it right this time. Enhancing. Right there. See it? What's that? That doesn't have wings all out here or anything. No engines on each side. No big tail. No big body. That, you know, fuselage that holds a bunch of people. And I barely caught it in time. It's hard to discern on my 55-inch screen even. Let's start this again. If I can get this shit right. Now let's see what I got. Yeah, now it's still blurry. I mean, that blur also says how fast it's traveling. Like, look how long it took between there and there. Clearly not a plane.
What the hell was that?
It sounded like a plane crash.
And don't worry, I'm not going to play it again right this second. Hey, quit it. There we go. Perfect.
And I understand now that Port Authority headquarters are in one of those buildings somewhere near that location.
So this is the one that got apparently hit by a plane, and this is the one that didn't, in my opinion, especially with what we just saw a bunch of times.
Ali, I must say that we have an eyewitness who said it was a large plane that crashed first. And then as we were watching the live picture here in the studio, we saw a plane crash into the other tower of the World Trade Center. And again, let's just to be sure, there it is. There it is. The plane went right through the other tower of the World Trade Center.
That is a very hard thing to watch.
And clearly,
these are incredible pictures that we're watching this morning. These, thanks to our affiliate WNYW Center.
Dr. J, we're going to take a look at videotape just moments ago of the second plane hitting the World Trade Center. That is spectacular pictures. I don't know if you could see the plane, and that too was a passenger plane, if perhaps some type of navigating system or some type of electronics would have put two planes into the World Trade Center within, it looks like, about 18 minutes of each other. You want to go to, we have another copy. There is the second plane, another passenger plane hitting the World Trade Center. These pictures are frightening indeed. These are just minutes between each other. So naturally, you will guess and you will speculate and perhaps ask the question, if some type of navigating equipment is awry, that two commuter planes would run into the World Trade Centers at the same time. Our director, you're speaking in my ear at this point. You are looking at live pictures right now of the World Trade Centers. Again, we now have two passenger planes within 18 minutes of each other smashing into the World Trade Centers. Dr. J, are you still with us on the phone?
I'm still with you, Steve.
Dr. J, this is just frightening pictures indeed, and I would assume, or you would naturally think, that when
you've been listening to some of the coverage provided for us by our affiliate WABC out of New York City. Let's go now and check our other affiliate WNBC to get the latest. I'm sorry, WNYW here, live coverage here of this amazing picture we're getting from Lower Manhattan. Two planes, one hitting each of the twin towers at the World Trade Center.
They come by and they say, what happened, what happened? And you just got to say something hit the building and then something hit both buildings.
Well, we saw clearly, we didn't see the first one, but we saw clearly that a plane deliberately crashed into one of the upper floors of the World Trade Center. That was the second plane. So two planes crashed into the upper floors of each of the World Trade Center towers. And I understand now that Port Authority headquarters are in one of those buildings somewhere near that location.
Jim, I
yes?
don't know whether we've confirmed that this
Look
was
how
an
this
air
looks
crash, or to
sheared
be
right
more
here,
specific,
you know.
Some people said they thought they saw a missile. I don't know how people could differentiate, but we might keep open the possibility that this
Interesting
was
to
a
hear
missile
that.
attack.
Looking at now in the second Twin Tower, it has spread much debris, much more debris than the first explosion or the first accident. Is Winston still on the line with us? Okay, he's not there, but do we have, I'll just talk to my producer, do we have an eyewitness that perhaps sees better than we do from these pictures? Again, you can see that there is debris falling off.
Come on, dip.
Okay, we actually have an Eyewitness News reporter, Dr. Jay Adlersberg, who is downtown at the time, and he is on the phone with us live. Dr. Jay, what can you tell us?
Hello, Steve. I'm actually uptown at 86th and Riverside. I can see the World Trade Center from about half the building up to the top. And about 5 minutes ago, as I was watching the smoke, a small plane, it looked like a propeller plane, came in from the west, and about 20 or 25 stories below the top of the center, it disappeared for a second and then exploded behind a water tower, so I couldn't tell whether it hit the building or not, but it was very visible that a plane had come in at a low altitude and appeared to crash into the World Trade Center.
Dr. J, we're going to take a look at videotape just moments ago of the second plane hitting the World Trade Center. That is spectacular pictures.
Too far again.
I don't know if you could see the plane, and that too was a passenger plane, if perhaps some type of navigating system or some type of electronics would have put two planes into the World Trade Center within, it looks like, about 18 minutes of each other. You want to go to? We have another copy. There's the second plane, another passenger plane hitting the World Trade Center. These pictures are frightening indeed. These are just minutes between each other. So naturally, you will guess and you will speculate and perhaps ask the question, if some type of navigating equipment is awry, that two commuter planes would run into the World Trade Centers at the same time. Our director, you're speaking in my ear at this point. You are looking at live pictures right now of the World Trade Centers. Again, we now have two passenger planes within 18 minutes of each other smashing into the World Trade Centers. Dr. J, are you still with us on the phone?
I'm still with you, Steve.
Dr. J, this is just frightening pictures indeed, and I would assume, or you would naturally think, that when
You've been listening to some of the coverage provided for us by our affiliate WABC out of New York City. Let's go now and check our other affiliate WNBC to get the latest. I'm sorry, WNYW here, live coverage here of this amazing picture we're getting from Lower Manhattan. Two planes, one hitting each of the Twin Towers at the World Trade Center.
They come by and they say, what happened? And you just got to say something hit the building, and then something hit both buildings.
Well, we saw clearly, we didn't see the first one, but we saw clearly that a plane deliberately crashed into one of the upper floors of the World Trade Center. That was the second plane. So two planes crashed into the upper floors of each of the World Trade Center towers. And I understand now that Port Authority headquarters are in one of those buildings somewhere near that location.
Jim, I don't know whether we've confirmed that this was an aircraft, or to be more specific, some people said they thought they saw a missile. I don't know how people could differentiate, but we might keep open the possibility that this was a missile attack on these buildings.
Ali, I must say that we have an eyewitness who said it was a
Indeed, as of today, my opinion is that it was both, visually speaking. Although the airplane, I didn't, there's another angle that we haven't seen yet so far anyway, that came out later, if I remember right, and that's the one that people claim could possibly be CGI, and considering the evidence, it's a very strong, super strong possibility. But I'm not committing to anything. But I can commit definitely now to the fact that the first building, unless it got hit twice, was not hit by a plane. That I definitely would attest to from what I saw on video, which looked anything but fake.
Large plane that crashed first, and then as we were watching the live picture here in the studio, we saw a plane crash into the other tower of the World Trade Center. And again, let's just to be sure, there it is. There it is. The plane went right through the other tower of the World Trade Center.
That is a very hard thing to watch.
And clearly,
these are incredible pictures that we're watching this morning. These, thanks to our affiliate WNYW in New York. You are looking at this picture. It is the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, both of them being damaged by impacts from planes. We saw one happen at about maybe 9 minutes before the top of the hour, and just moments ago, so maybe 18 minutes after the first impact, the second tower was impacted by another, what appeared to be another passenger plane. In fact, we've got some tape replay of that. Do we have the tape available right now? Here's the plate. Here is the tape. You see the plane coming in from what looks like the east side, and it blows into the building with the flames and the smoke billowing out the other side of the tower. It's hard. Our affiliate WNYW in New York. You are looking at this picture. It is the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, both of them being damaged by impacts from planes. We saw one happen at about maybe 9 minutes before the top of the hour, and just moments ago, so maybe 18 minutes after the first impact, the second tower was impacted by another, what appeared to be another passenger plane. In fact, we've got some tape replay of that. Do we have the tape available right now? Here's the plate. Here is the tape. You see the plane coming in from what looks like the east side, and it blows into the building with the flames and the smoke billowing out.
That seemed like a lot of delay to me between the speed that the plane was traveling and the length of time that we couldn't see it to the explosion itself. And I mean, I could be tripping.
Crash into the other tower of the World Trade Center. And again, let's just to be sure, there it is. There it is. The plane went right through the other tower of the World Trade Center.
That is a very hard thing to watch.
And clearly,
these are incredible pictures that we're watching this morning. These, thanks to our affiliate WNYW in New York. You are looking at this picture. It is the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, both of them being damaged by impacts from planes. We saw one happen at about maybe 9 minutes before the top of the hour, and just moments ago, so maybe 18 minutes after the first impact, the second tower was impacted by another, what appeared to be another passenger plane. In fact, we've got some tape replay of that. Do we have the tape available right now? Here's the plate. Here is the tape. You see the plane coming in from what looks like the east side.
I don't know, maybe not.
And it blows into the building with the flames and the smoke billowing out the other side of the tower. It's hard for me to tell exactly which is the north side and which is the south side, but it appears it's coming out of the north side there. Incredible pictures. These happened just moments ago. And I believe we have someone with us on the line. Ira Firmer?
What the hell was that? A UFO or something?
The World Trade Center. These pictures are frightening indeed.
Watch
These are
over
just
here
minutes between each other. So naturally, you will guess and you will speculate.
Or after they show
and
it.
perhaps ask the question, if some type of navigating equipment is awry, that two commuter planes would run into the World Trade Centers at the same time. Our director, you're speaking in my ear at this point. You are looking at live pictures right now of the World Trade Centers. Again, we now have 2 passenger planes within 18 minutes of each other smashing into the World Trade Centers. Dr. J, are you still with us on the phone?
I'm still with you, Steve.
Dr. J, this is just frightening pictures indeed, and I would assume, or you would naturally think, that when
You've been listening to some of the coverage provided for us by our affiliate WABC out of New York City. Let's go now and check our other affiliate WNBC to get the latest. I'm sorry, WNYW here, live coverage here of this amazing picture we're getting from Lower Manhattan. 2 planes, one hitting each of the Twin Towers at the World Trade Center.
They come by and they say, what happened, what happened? And you just got to say something hit the building and then something hit both buildings.
Far back.
Well, we saw clearly, we didn't see the first one, but we saw clearly that a plane deliberately crashed into one of the upper floors of the World Trade Center. That was the second plane. So 2 planes crashed into the upper floors of each of the World Trade Center towers. And I understand now that Port Authority headquarters are in one of those buildings somewhere near that location.
Jim, I
yes?
don't know whether we've confirmed that this was an aircraft, or to be more specific, some people said they thought they saw a missile. Well, I don't know how people could differentiate, but we might keep open the possibility that this was a missile attack on these buildings.
Ali, I must say that we have an eyewitness who said it was a large plane that crashed first. And then as we were watching the live picture here in the studio, we saw a plane crash into the other tower of the World Trade Center. And again, let's just to be sure, there it is. There it is. The plane went right through the other tower of the World Trade Center.
That is a very hard thing to watch.
And clearly,
these are incredible pictures that we're watching this morning.
Find the banner. Let's flip
affiliate
that.
WNYW in New York. You are looking at this picture. It is the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, both of them being damaged by impacts from planes. We saw one happen at about maybe 9 minutes before the top of the hour, and just moments ago, so maybe 18 minutes after the first impact, the second tower was impacted by another, what appeared to be another passenger plane. In fact, we've got some tape replay of that. Do we have the tape available right now? Here's the plate. Here's the tape. You see the plane coming in from what looks like the east side, and it blows into the building with the flames and the smoke billowing out the other side of the tower. It's hard for me to tell exactly which is the north side and which is the south side, but it appears it's coming out of the north side there.
There it is. What's that? What the fuck is this? That's not an anomaly. That's an object that is moving. So what the fuck is it? Let's see. 2432. 2432. It's so hard to. There we go. That's still like 12 seconds, but.
And you're watching these pictures as well,
this are you time. Watch right here.
On CNN.
What can you make of what we have seen, and particularly with this replay we just saw moments ago?
That's absolutely inexplicable. There shouldn't be any aircraft in that area, much less something heading what looked like deliberately for the World Trade Center tower.
You don't think there's any way this could be any kind of an accident, no kind of a navigational equipment failure or some sort of a navigational quirk by beacons or whatever?
No, you've got incredibly good visibility at this point, and no pilot is going to be relying on navigational equipment in such a circumstance that would cause them to crash into the World Trade Center.
How far out of the way from an approach to either LaGuardia or Kennedy would a plane have to be to hit the World Trade Center?
There are approaches that come up along the Hudson River, which is to the west of the World Trade Center, and those aircraft usually wind up going into LaGuardia. So you can come within a mile or two of the World Trade Center, but it is such a visible object as you're approaching New York City that it's just not possible for a pilot during the daytime to have taken a course that would put it right into the World Trade Center. A second occurrence within a few minutes is beyond belief.
And as you can see, there definitely is no weather problem, so weather would be definitely ruled out as a factor in this case.
Yes, the course is a normal course. I mean, for commercial pilots coming into New York, it certainly appeared from the video on CNN that the second aircraft was heading for the tower, and that it was a commercial-sized aircraft.
Could you have a better idea about what size that plane was? It was kind of hard for me to tell. You're an expert in these matters. Could you look at that tape and tell what size that plane was?
It would have to be slowed down, and you'd need more than one angle for it because you'd want to see how many engines on it, the shape of the tail.
Well, if it's possible, gang, could we go ahead and replay that tape right now? Do we have the tape ready of the second plane impacting? We're going to put that tape on in just a second. Here, we're about to roll it now. If you can, sir, I don't want you to speculate, but if you can, give us an idea of what you think might be at play here. What kind of plane we're talking about, or at least what size. If we're talking about one that would hold, say, 100 people, one that would hold 300 people. From what you see, we'll have to back the tape up further than that, guys. Here we go.
It's very hard to get a perspective on it. I don't know how far away
I
we
missed
are
it that
this,
time.
But that looks to me
It skated.
like it could be.
Did you guys see it?
Certainly a
I caught it out of the
passenger
corner of my eye.
and one of those aircraft that
There
can
it went
hold
again.
100 or more
Boom.
people. I caution you at this point to wonder whether or not that airplane was occupied by more than just a pilot or
Dude,
crew.
that's a UFO or something that we don't know
necessarily know
about,
that there were
which
any
makes it a
passengers aboard that
UFO.
airplane.
Understood. Understood.
Darren Kagan joining the conversation here, sir, but there's no indication that there would be any air traffic on purpose in the area of the World Trade Center at this time of day, or any
Center. A second occurrence within a few minutes is beyond belief.
And as you can see, there definitely is no weather problem, so weather would be definitely ruled out as a factor in this case.
Yes, the course is a normal course. I mean, for commercial pilots coming into New York, it certainly appeared from the video on CNN that the second aircraft was heading for the tower, and that it was a commercial-sized aircraft.
Could you have a better idea about what size that plane was? It was kind of hard for me to tell. You're an expert in these matters. Could you look at that tape and tell what size that plane was?
It would have to be slowed down, and you'd need more than one angle for it because you'd want to see how many engines on it, the shape of the tail.
Well, if it's possible, gang, could we go ahead and replay that tape right now? Do we have the tape ready of the second plane impacting? We're going to put that tape on in just a second. Here, we're about to roll it now. If you can, sir, I don't want you to speculate, but if you can, give us an idea of what you think might be at play here. What kind of plane we're talking about, or at least what size. If we're talking about one that would hold, say, 100 people, one that would hold 300 people. From what you see, we'll have to back the tape up further than that, guys. Here we go.
It's very hard to get a perspective on it. I don't know how far away we are at this, but that looks to me like it could be certainly a passenger jet. And
Right there. What the heck is that?
one of those aircraft that could hold 100 or more people.
Oh, that was another airplane,
At
maybe.
this point,
I don't know.
to wonder whether or
It
not
looked
that
morphed
airplane was
out, too.
occupied by more than just a pilot or crew. We don't necessarily know that there were any passengers aboard that airplane.
Understood. Understood.
Darren Kagan joining the conversation here, sir, but there's no indication that there would be any air traffic on purpose in the area of the World Trade Center at this time of day, or any time of day for that matter.
Well, not directly into the World Trade Center.
No, but even close to it.
You would be clearing the World Trade Center by a few miles. Normal operations. And when you're looking at the pictures that you see with all this smoke and fire and all that, it's just absolutely unbelievable to think that a flight crew that wouldn't ordinarily see the World Trade Center, wouldn't ordinarily be on course, would now not see this as a flaming beacon to avoid.
Let me ask you this about the airspace. Given that it appears that 2 different airplanes have flown into the World Trade Center in 18 minutes, is it possible to shut down that airspace and keep another plane from doing something just like it?
I don't think that this represents an accident, and so I don't think that we're talking about having to now keep other aircraft away. This picture that CNN is broadcasting live is probably from a range of a couple of miles away, and you can see that.
No, certainly that, but if there was somebody who intentionally was trying to do the same thing again, is there a way to shut down the airspace to keep planes out?
No, you can't shut down airspace. There's no gate, there's no fence in airspace. All you can do is broadcast that airspace is closed, but if someone is intent on breaking through it, that happens with our military airspace all the time off the coast.
I want to bring up a couple points right now, if I may. We have just been told that President Bush has been informed of this incredible tragedy happening in New York. He did have an event scheduled at 9:30 this morning, which we were going to cover here. He has just canceled that event. We expect he will probably have some comments fairly soon, and we will bring those to you live the moment that we understand he is available. But I'd like to ask you once again, Ira, if I can get back to asking you about this particular crash. Is it possible that those who are tracking planes either at LaGuardia through the radar, can I give us some more information about exactly what happened here? Were these planes, I guess, using beacons to come in, or if there's some sort of identification of these planes as they approach the New York area?
Yes, there should be if they were under air traffic control. You've got one eyewitness telling you that the first aircraft flew from Westchester and flew down through Manhattan and directly into the World Trade Center, presumably the North Tower. And now you've got, you're showing the other aircraft coming in, looks to me like it would be from the west, into the other tower. Those planes could be, should be, normally would be under air traffic control, but it is also entirely possible for aircraft to fly into, through, or over New York, or in this case into a building in New York without being under the control. And we use that word advisedly. All that means is information is what air traffic control is, and just operate and do whatever they want if they don't follow the rules of air traffic control.
Ira Furman, we thank you very, very much for your insight, and the longer we talk, the less convinced many will become that this was an accident. We thank you very much for your insight.
More information on that just ahead. Now we want to bring in Todd Harris. Todd, on the scene, saw what happened. Todd, are you with us?
Yes, I had a perfect view, and the plane was coming in. I noticed it a second before it hit the building. It looked like it was moving slowly, and it lined itself up to hit the building directly.
Are you talking about the first plane or the second plane?
The first plane.
And Todd, tell us exactly where you are, where you had this great view.
I was on Highway 278, like a dead-on view of the side that it hit the building.
All right, Todd, hang on. We're going to continue our conversation. Leon has something to jump in here with.
Yes, I'm checking the wires even as we speak. The Associated Press is reporting right now the FBI in Washington is investigating reports that these two plane crashes are the result of foul play. There is a report here by the Associated Press of a possible plane hijacking. They don't say two, but they say a possible plane hijacking. Let's go to Kelly Arena, who's on the phone right now from Washington. Kelly? Hello, Kelly. Kelly Arena, are you there?
I should say mistaken. I mean, but whatever.
All right, Kelly Arena.
Okay,
there's Kelly. Kelly, what have you learned?
Okay, well, an FBI official has just told CNN that they are investigating, but they have not yet determined whether or not this was indeed a terrorist act. The official that I spoke to said that so far there has been no communication, no one claiming responsibility for either of those crashes. There is an investigation underway. If there is anything to be said officially, it will come out of the New York City field office of the FBI, which is right now involved in that investigation to find out whether or not it was. But I have to tell you, I repeat, right now the FBI has not determined whether or not this is a terrorist act, although they are investigating.
All right, thank you very much, Kelly Arena. We appreciate that. Darren,
let's go ahead and bring back in Todd Harris. Todd, are you still with us? We don't have Todd. Okay, once again, if you're just joining us, the breaking story that we're following out of New York City, within the span of 18 minutes, two separate planes crashing into the World Trade Center. The rescue operations underway, not clear. We're going to show you, this is the second plane after the first tower was already on fire. This happened just minutes ago. We'll let the pictures tell the story. You saw it live here on CNN as it happened. The plane crashed right into the side of the World Trade Center, causing a huge explosion. Now, as we speak, and we're showing you live pictures now, smoke and fire taking place in both towers of the World Trade Center.
And it appeared that second plane that we actually did have on videotape, on its approach toward that tower, actually turned. And I have to think, I'm not an expert in these things, so I don't know, but it would seem as though that move actually may have caused much more damage. These are incredible pictures, as you can see here.
Let's keep the pictures up as we go ahead and talk to more eyewitnesses. Joe Trachtenberg joining us on the phone.
Let's take a
Joe,
little
are you
short
with us?
break here.
Yes, I am.
Can you tell us what your vantage point?
Pause that. Which one do I want to bump here? I guess we'll, go to this one. Want to see what happens to a plane when it hits a cement barrier. F4 Phantom with full afterburner, by the way, which makes it
ever since the first nuclear power plant was built in June of 1954 in Obninsk, Russia, the ever-looming fear of a devastating wipeout that could impact the world has been present. But although there have been a few significant incidents involving nuclear reactions, such as the Chernobyl and Kystym disasters or the Windscale fire, these episodes have never originated from planned terrorist activity. This is mainly because dozens of government agencies from around the world have taken precautionary measures to prevent a disastrous nuclear event, building heavily guarded...
Shout out to Dark Footage, by the way. And thanks for sharing.
Nuclear facilities protected by thick walls.
Dark Footage, YouTube.
But in 1988, the United States government wanted to test the effectiveness of the reinforced concrete used in the construction of their nuclear facilities. The Sandia National Laboratories, founded in 1949, are among the National Nuclear Security Administration's research and development laboratories. Their primary objectives are developing, engineering, and testing the non-nuclear components of nuclear weapons and high technology. In the late 1980s, Sandia Laboratories came up with an idea to explore the concrete strength through a highly unusual test. The test. To explore the strength of the concrete structures, Sandia Laboratories came up with the idea of launching a McDonnell Douglas F-4 Phantom II supersonic jet at full speed into a rectangular wall of reinforced 12-foot thick concrete. The wall would weigh 469 tons, 25 times heavier than the aircraft, and be placed on an air-bearing platform that enabled free movement in the direction.
Obviously much thicker and stronger than even the walls of the towers that got hit. But those towers were directly designed to be able to withstand the impact of a full-size passenger plane of that era, which would probably be a DC-9 maybe, I'm gonna guess. But I don't know for sure, maybe even for bigger than that, but it was definitely designed purposefully with the reinforced concrete and steel barriers that cage, that skeleton that was left, was part of that protection.
Of the impact. In April of 1988, the test was performed at the Sandia Laboratories premises in California. Under the terms of a contract signed with the Japanese Muto Institute of Structural Mechanics, the engineers installed 16 high-speed framing cameras to record the crash, shooting up to 2,000 frames per second. The fully functional F-4 Phantom weighed 42,000 pounds and was filled with water to simulate its fuel weight. The jet interceptor was loaded onto a rocket sled and accelerated to a speed of about 480 miles per hour with the help of rocket boosters. It then impacted the reinforced concrete wall head-on, and the footage shows the crash from several angles.
They should have did it fueled as well, or partially fueled.
Results. The impact atomized the aircraft's tail, fuselage, and canopy into billions of minute pieces, disappearing in a cloud of smoke and fire. Parts of the destroyed aircraft and bits of crushed engines landed on adjoining terrains. The only section of the Phantom that remained intact was a small piece from a wing that missed the wall entirely. The concrete block only suffered minor structural damage, with perforations no more than 2.4 inches deep. The target was supported by airbags, which enabled it to move with the objective of measuring the force of impact. The crash's potency pulled the block back a mere...
With the afterburner on, by the way, so I didn't hear them say an exact speed. Maybe I missed it, but that's what happens to planes when they hit concrete. You know, that's what happens. Well, that's not what happens. When birds hit the nose cone of a passenger jetliner, it puts huge dents in it. At like that same wall test, I couldn't find any videos right away about it, but that same wall test I've seen it with full-size passenger planes where they just roll it into the wall, like, you know, 5 or 10 mile an hour impact, and it crushes the entire front of the plane. I'm not trying to say in any way that it's impossible, right, for the plane to have entered the building, but you can see from this video that the chances are pretty as unlikely as anything else.
The target was supported by airbags, which enabled it to move with the objective of measuring the force of impact. The crash's potency pulled the block back a mere 1.82 meters. It still was a high-energy impact. As the aircraft's engine exploded into small pieces, it experienced an acceleration force of over 700 G-forces. A year after the test, Walter von Riesemann, Sandia's Containment Technology Division supervisor, spoke at the International Conference on Structural Mechanics in Reactor Technology about the test's importance. Quote, "The crash data are going to give us an unprecedented ability to predict the impact force when an aircraft crashes into a building. We'd previously done some fairly accurate computer analysis, but the computer models were untried on the real thing. Not anymore." Sandia officials later added that although these kind of tests might seem superfluous, they are in fact highly critical. Quote, "Researchers need to estimate the structural response of a building in such an accident. To do that, they must know how the impact force changes throughout the brief time the crash is in progress." In the end, the 1988 experiment proved that the reinforced concrete walls to protect the US's nuclear reactors could stop a standard jet from inflicting grave damage on their contained atomic weapons, averting a local atomic disaster.
Now, the projectile that I saw, which wasn't incredibly clear, but it was clearly not a wide wingspan, thick fuselage that holds hundreds of people. That it was not. And what I was thinking about when he's talking here is the fact that from my perspective and my vision, what I see with my own eyes in that video is it like right at the point of just about to impact, it looked like it went even faster than it was already going. And keep in mind that whatever that object was clearly broke the sound barrier, which so far as I know, passenger jets, prop, jumbo jet, doesn't matter. They don't go that fast. If there's one that goes that fast, I've never seen it. Put that on freeze frame.
Is and what you've seen so far.
Well, we got. I heard on the radio that one of the towers was on fire, And we went to High Point in our building, which is on the 25th floor, and you had a clear view of the both World Trade Centers, and the one tower was smoking hard. And there was another plane that was flying low, and we just looked at it, and before you know it, just kamikaze, boom, right into the other tower, and mass explosion, windows flying. It was horrible. I'm still distraught looking at it.
Were you close enough to see or get a general idea of what kind of plane that was that flew in the second time?
Well, I'm not an expert on planes, but it wasn't didn't seem like a big passenger jet. It was a smaller type plane because it made some pretty radical turn, and you know, they were flying low, and you're not used to see big planes flying over Manhattan because I don't think you're allowed to, but it was pretty tough.
And explain to me again where your vantage point is, where you are in the city looking at this.
We're in Chelsea. It's like 25th Street, 7th Avenue. And, it's clear looking all the way downtown, and you could see the buildings, you know, the whole downtown, because it's a clear day, and it's a disaster.
And once again, describe for us what you saw as that plane went to the second building.
Yeah. Oh, the second
that
building.
plane just flew straight into the second building on the downtown side, it appeared. It was just a huge explosion, and smoke just immediately, and fire started immediately coming from the second tower as it hit, and there was glass flying everywhere.
All right, looks like we have a little bit of audio problem with that, so I'm going to say thanks to Joe Trachtenberg for talking to us and telling us what he saw. We were watching it right here, live on CNN, as that plane went in. He had a closer vantage point and could see, as you heard Leon, he was saying he doesn't think it was a big jet, but a smaller plane, closer up from where he could see it.
Well, we do have a tape of recounting by another witness, another eyewitness. We're going to go to some tape that we're getting for our affiliate WABC in New York, where they interviewed an eyewitness who saw the second crash as it happened.
I'd say the whole takes about, looks like 6, 7 floors were taken out, and there's more explosions right now. Hold on, people are running.
Hold on just a moment. We've got an explosion inside.
The building's exploding right now. You got people running up the street.
Okay.
Hold on, I'll tell you what's going on.
Okay, just put Winston on pause there for just a moment.
Okay, the whole building just exploded some more. The whole top part.
Okay.
The building's still intact. People are running up the streets. Am I still connected?
Winston, this would support probably what Libby and you both said, that perhaps the fuselage was in the building that would cause a second explosion such as that.
Well, that's what just happened then.
That certainly.
Yeah, people are running up.
We're getting word that perhaps.
Okay, hold on. The people here everybody's panicking.
Keep in mind that the first plane hit about 8:48 a.m., so there had to already be a number of people at work inside the World Trade Center. We're going to go right now bring in Rose Arce, one of our producers here at CNN. She's with us on the phone and has with her a number of people who have escaped the building. Rose.
Yes, there's a huge crowd. I'd say about hundreds of people on the streets that come from south to north. I've been really thousands of people that have been running from inside these buildings. You know, it's a very heavily trafficked area in downtown, the World Trade Center. Many of them were inside the building when they felt the explosion. And they say there was just pandemonium. There was no warning, no alarms, no anything. Everyone just raced from their desks, ran downstairs, and now there's a steady stream of folks running away from the building. Some people saying that they're fearing there'll be another explosion, and when they saw the second plane, convinced that this was dangerous, there's just an absolute flood of folks escaping downtown Manhattan right now.
And Rose, do you have anybody with you that could talk about being inside the World Trade Center when this happened?
Right now, honestly, there are scores of people that are literally running by me. There's debris on the base of the building that has continued to fall, as you know, even as far as a block away from the building. And what's happened is that everyone seems to have figured out that there's ongoing danger, and there's just a stream of folks running as quickly as they can uptown away from this.
Understandably. What about rescue efforts? I would imagine there's still a number of people inside those buildings.
Well, right now what you see is there's trucks trying to get through, and people have actually jumped from the crowd and are trying to help direct traffic to try to get emergency vehicles there. There is no traffic going in the other direction, but because of the flow of people, it looks like some emergency vehicles are actually having trouble getting to the scene.
And from where you're standing, is there any kind of command center, any place that people are being directed toward?
Right now, what there is there's a crush of emergency vehicles and rescue vehicles, but they don't seem to be quite organized in any direction. There's fire department vehicles on the one side where you see the smoke coming out of the building.
Think about a bullet.
On the other hand, you see...
Think about a bullet. All right, we saw something hit the back side or the opposite side of this, let's say. when a bullet goes in, it goes in small, it comes out bigger. And especially if it makes it through a volume of stuff, like water, or, well, I guess it depends on the round, but it's always bigger on the way out. Any decent caliber round's always bigger on the way out. And so now I'm going to go one more time here because of the fact I've never seen this before myself. This is 8:46 a.m. when the first tower gets hit. And you can clearly hear what doesn't sound like a passenger plane, what sounds like a fighter jet screaming by, a sonic boom. They hear it pass by, they spin their head around, you hear the sonic boom, then it hits the building, and then there's a secondary explosion that follows in the building.
What the hell was that?
One more time. I'll see right here. That's something traveling through the air that does not have a wingspan or a tail or a fuselage or engines, that would hold people at all. Never seen this before in my life, by the way. Just, I guess AI threw up a, whatchamacallit.
Oh, shit!
What the hell was that?
It sounded like a plane crash.
Easter egg. There we go.
Hey, Beth. What is that? Somebody hit the World Trade Center or the...
It's a trade center.
Alright. Let me just re-cue this. Alright. So we'll go back over here.
Groups of police officers trying to organize the crowd in a more orderly fashion.
This is the exit hole of whatever that was,
might injure each other on the way out.
which made a sonic boom, sounded like a fighter jet.
Coverage live with the live pictures as we go.
And we're just now getting word again from the Associated Press now saying that the crash of these two aircraft.
There's reports of both a missile and a plane, which is exactly what we've seen so far. The plane never came past the other side of the building, so it had to go somewhere, apparently in the building, or evaporate. What should have happened is that plane should have basically evaporated, just like you saw that F-4 Phantom evaporate into that cement block, and only put an inch or two basically of damage on the solid block. And this is obviously not solid block, but it's was meant to be designed to withstand it, or at least planes hitting it, maybe even multiple planes, but planes regardless.
Into the towers of the World Trade Center in New York appear to be an act of terrorism. This they are quoting a U.S. official. They did not say which department of this U.S. official was speaking from, or the authority of this department.
Also, I'd like to reiterate that the one of the female eyewitnesses, said that they heard the sonic boom, and then that they looked and saw the building explode. And that's what we saw. We heard the sonic boom. We watched the dudes spin their heads. Something flying into the building, most likely, in my opinion, a cruise missile of some kind. That's just an opinion. I'm not saying it's a fact for anyone that might want to think that that's what I'm saying, because I'm not legally binding myself to anybody's bullshit, you know, but I know what my own eyes saw. I don't know what your guys' eyes saw. It's up for everybody to decide what they see with their own eyes, I guess.
This official was actually carrying at this particular point, but they're saying that a U.S. official is now saying to the Associated Press, it is official, well, he is saying at least, that these 2 aircraft crashes we've seen into each of the towers of the World Trade Center are the act of terrorism. We're just getting word now that President Bush is going to be coming out, and he's going to have comments momentarily. We understand, we're keeping an eye on the picture from Sarasota. He's going to be returning to Washington almost immediately, we understand. Darren?
And in fact, as you mentioned, President Bush is in Florida today. We're supposed to have an education event just minutes from now.
And for anyone just joining, we are currently watching CNN's live coverage from the very beginning.
Now that has been canceled. Our Major Garrett is traveling with the president. Major, maybe you can tell us a little bit more on the president's immediate plans.
Good morning, Darren. President Bush, as you said, will make a statement here at Emma E. Booker Elementary School in Sarasota on the catastrophe at the Twin Towers in New York. Following that statement, the president will board Air Force One and return immediately to Washington. We are told by White House officials traveling with the president in Sarasota that he was notified either shortly before 9 a.m. or just shortly after. We don't have an exact moment of the notification of the president. We believe his chief of staff, Andrew Card, told him of the events in New York City. The president has been monitoring them as best as he can. He was, at one moment this morning, sitting reading a book to some of the elementary school children here as scheduled. Reporters asked him if he was aware of the situation in New York. He nodded a bit gravely and said he would have something to say about that shortly. We are expecting that statement any moment now. I can tell you here in Sarasota, with those traveling with the president, they are trying to sift through all of the amazing and terrifying both pictures and details as they can get them from New York City, but no confirmation here from White House officials about what this in fact is, whether it's accident or terrorism. They are trying to gather information as best they can, give it to the president, and trying to keep things on a very calm and even keel if possible.
And on that note, Major, it sounds like that exchange of questions with the president came at what would be a sensitive time if he was sitting in front of a bunch of school children and not wanting to scare the children.
Well, precisely. And the president has a way of letting reporters know that it's either an appropriate time or an inappropriate time to take questions. He does that in many different environments, many different situations. Clearly this morning with the crowd of children, he wanted to keep an even keel, keep the situation under control as best as possible. He just nodded and said, we'll talk about this later.
Right. So once again, we do expect to hear from the president soon. A time frame on that?
Within the next 10 minutes or so. Again, things are very much in flux. Things are a bit confused. The event here, which was scheduled to talk about education reform, talk about the importance of reading, that has been scrubbed, and the president is trying to gather whatever information, all the information he can from various White House sources, make a statement, and then get aboard Air Force One, get back to Washington just as soon as he can.
Major Garrett traveling with the president in Sarasota, Florida. Major, thank you very much. And of course, as soon as the president begins to speak, you'll see those comments live here on CNN. Leon.
I want to just inform you that we've just gotten word, according to Reuters news service, trading on the markets in New York have been postponed indefinitely. And we will try to keep an eye on that, but can't expect that to happen, get underway anytime soon. But we just heard our Major Garrett mention moments ago this investigation. We're just now getting reports here, the Associated Press, saying that U.S. officials are saying this is an act of terrorism. Let's go now to our David Enzor, who's on the phone right now, and give us some more information on what may be at stake there. David.
Well, Leon, I can just tell you that U.S. officials are also telling me that this is clearly not an accident in their view, and they do believe that terrorism is at the root of this. They believe this is a terrorist act. However, they have very little other information. Obviously, law enforcement agencies will be taking the lead on this, trying to find out who was flying the planes, whether they had in fact been turned away from their regular flights, and so on. So very little information.
David, we're going to have to cut you off. President Bush is speaking.
For America, I unfortunately will be going back to Washington after my remarks. Secretary Rod Page and Lieutenant Governor will take the podium and discuss education. I do want to thank the folks here at at the Booker Elementary School for their hospitality. Today, we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence. May God bless the victims, their families, and America. Thank you very much.
An emotional President Bush there speaking in Sarasota, Florida, cutting short his stop there, saying that an apparent terrorist attack has occurred on U.S. soil.
That's like the shortest moment of silence I maybe ever seen in my life.
Investigation is underway to hunt down those responsible for this.
Not that it doesn't count.
Will
Just
not
saying.
stand.
And Leon, on the heels of the president's remarks, CNN has learned that at least one of the planes involved in this hit on the World Trade Center was an American Airlines 767, a Boeing aircraft that took off from Boston. What happened to that airplane as it took off from Boston and how it ended up at the World Trade Center, our details will have to fill in as we go. But let's go ahead and bring in our David Ensor.
Well,
David,
that would have to
you were
be
saying before we interrupted you for the president's remarks.
The second
unfortunately,
hit.
the amount of detail that the officials are tracking this have is pretty sketchy at this point. But I was just saying that officials are calling this an act of terrorism. They're saying that's clearly what it is, clearly not an accident. And law enforcement...
Unless the first building that got hit twice, and then where's the footage of that? But yeah, so if what I saw with my own eyes is true, which is that, as I showed multiple times, there was no wingspan, there was no tail, there was no engines, there was no big giant long fuselage of any sized passenger plane present there. It was a cylindrical, cylindrical, not very big, like no longer than a jet, and I would say shorter, like half the length of a jet, a fighter jet. So whatever other plane that they name, like, where does the, that's not clicking for me.
Enforcement agencies, the FBI and others will be taking the lead on this, officials say. And clearly, obviously, they will first try to ascertain who did this. What nationality are they? What's behind this? That's really all I can say. There are several places around the government. There are groups of officials gathering and setting up crisis centers to try and deal with the flow of information on this, which, as you can imagine, is going to be considerable as the day progresses.
And so far, as we know, no one has been taking responsibility for this.
There have been no claims of responsibility.
Also, that what I'm just going to call, a UFO, more or less, because that's more or less what it looked like. In fact, it did kind of look like a Tic Tac too, did it not? I mean, that wasn't very clear either. And I don't know, I'll have to figure out how to clip that. I'm not gonna try to find it again right now. When they show the plane coming in, it's right afterwards, so we'll probably see it again anyway. But I remember seeing video in the past of the same similar type orb. It looked like an orb. In that other video I saw, it looked like an orb. And people were speculating that maybe that was what ran into the building. I don't know. That shit was weird though. You know, like when the plane comes in from this way, makes the explosion, and then it like skates off this way. I definitely paused on it earlier in the video anyway.
And U.S. intelligence officials say
replayed
they
it
had no warning
a couple
of
few
anything like
times.
this coming along.
All right, David Ensor, thank you for joining us on the phone. Once again, you can see that information at the bottom of your screen. 2 different planes have flown into the World Trade Center within the last hour. One plane was an American Airlines Boeing 767 from Boston. In terms of how many people were on board that plane and if it was forcibly taken from Boston into New York, we still have yet to learn.
We're joined now on the telephone by the former Federal Emergency Management Agency Director James Lee Witt. Director Witt, you're watching these pictures with us this morning. Your comments?
Well, it's just horrible. There's no doubt. I did see the one plane flying into the building. It's just unbelievable, something like this. But, you know, we've been, you know, for several years now, we've been working on terrorist-type events. And, you know, and this is apparently one of those events. Do not know yet, but apparently it could be. And right now, I know I really feel for those families. But Richie and the New York Emergency Management, the state of New York, and I know they're very busy right now in the FBI and law enforcement. But this is one of those crisis management as well as consequence management situation that they're going to have to be dealing with.
You know, the first thing that calls to mind to many of us who have been here to cover these events was the World Trade Center bombing back in, was it 96 when that bombing occurred?
Yes.
And you were director of FEMA at that particular time. Since then, what, has there been a plan?
See, like, look at the skeletal structure of this building there.
From this, or to actually to go through the exercises necessary to
you
get
know,
people
that's
out
almost
and
just like a concrete
well, they
block.
have a very good plan in place, and for even events.
But it wasn't concrete block enough, apparently.
I don't know if they put a plan in place for airline crashing into it, but I know they take every scenario they can think of and try to deal with a plan that will help them respond in the most effective way. And you know, we even practice airplanes flying into igloos, you know, and at some of the arsenals around the United States. So you try to practice for everything you can think of and hope for the best, and that you can be able to respond and hope none of this happens. But
well, on that note, then, did you run any kinds of tests at all, or any kinds of, I don't know, theoretical tests or computer tests or anything on something like this?
We didn't. I'm not sure if New York City did. I'm sure they did. But you know, you can't. How can you stop something like this without having anti-aircraft guns sitting on top of buildings, you know?
Need to see another close-up of this. This is the main exit wound, but this is starting to look like one here too.
They always do an excellent job up there in New York.
But it definitely exploded inside the building.
Thank you very much for your time this morning. We'll be talking with you later
entered,
on.
As we continue
then
our coverage, our
exploded.
Aaron Brown in New York City joining us now. Aaron, we can see over your left shoulder there the building still smoldering of the World Trade Center.
Well, it is a grotesque sight to look at from about 30 blocks.
And that F4 Phantom video of it going into the solid cement block was for testing on how to get. You've seen them showing bunker. They were showing bunker buster type bombs or projectiles, and how they have to impact right in order to go into and do stuff, you know, beyond just getting crushed like that M4. And that was from whenever, I can't remember this. I think they said it was, I don't know, I guess I don't remember for sure. Long time ago.
For those of you just joining us, let's just briefly recap what we know. About an hour ago, about 8:45 Eastern
Long time before this.
One plane crashed into the tower, the World Trade Center tower on the right, the first of those towers that you can see behind me. And then about a half hour later, a second plane crashed into the tower number 2. That's the one to the left, where the darker smoke is billowing out right now.
Cool, we get
We
the
have
slow-mo to
reports
the
CNN has
UFO
been
now,
told
maybe.
that one of the planes was an American Airlines 767 that had been hijacked from Boston. We don't know if that was the first or the second plane that hit the tower, but we do know that it was a 767 American Airlines jet. At least that's what CNN has been told by sources so far this morning. We also have reports of 1,000 injuries. That is unconfirmed, and we always remind you in moments like these that as these initial reports come in, it is very early. I can tell you, driving in, it is extraordinarily chaotic on the west side of New York. It is the kind of situation where numbers change, where situations change, but this is the information we have now, that there are at least 1,000 injuries, and we're working on that. As you can see, the smoke billowing out of the Trade Center. In Sarasota, Florida now, Major Garrett joins us. Major, what are you being told?
Hello. President Bush has notified, and talked rather, to Vice President Cheney. He has talked to the FBI Director Robert Mueller, and he has also spoken with the Governor of New York, Governor Pataki, about this catastrophe. The President will convene a national security meeting upon his arrival back at Washington. Those are the 4 pieces of information we have gathered here in the moment since I just spoke to you on the telephone. The President, as we just saw a few moments ago, identifying this as an apparent act of terrorism against the United States, said there will be a full investigation. The entire apparatus of the United States government, FBI, national security, CIA, the Vice President, who you may remember was placed in charge of a domestic terrorism study group within the White House to monitor and develop plans to deal with a catastrophe of just this kind. All those parts of the government have been mobilized. The President is heading back to Washington very soon. Here's what the President said about this catastrophe at the Twin Towers in New York just a few moments ago here at a Sarasota elementary school.
Major, it's Aaron.
Today we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence. May God bless the victims, their families, and America. Thank you very much.
The President was first notified about the situation in New York by National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice. Then the second notification updating him with more details on the situation came from his Chief of Staff, Andrew Card, who's traveling with the President here in Sarasota. The day was supposed to talk about education reform, but the President is scrubbing all of those plans, marshaling all the resources of the federal government, talking with his aides as he can, and preparing to fly back to Washington to, again, as we said, convene a National Security Council meeting. Back to you.
Major, before you get away, and I apologize if I'm asking you to repeat something, I'm having a little trouble hearing you. Do we know exactly where the President was when he was told?
He was just arriving here in Sarasota at Emma E. Booker Elementary School. He had taken an early morning jog this morning in Sarasota, had just arrived here with a presidential motorcade. Then the spectacular, horrific pictures began appearing on television sets here at the elementary school. The President received a telephone call from Condoleezza Rice, National Security Advisor. Then he received an update from his Chief of Staff, Andrew Card, traveling with him. Then it was made clear to the press, traveling with the President, he would make a statement. Shortly before that statement, he was actually sitting down with some children here at the elementary school, reading them a book. Reporters asked him if he knew about the situation of the Twin Towers. He nodded and said he would talk about it momentarily. In fact, he did. We just heard the President's statement declaring this an apparent act of terrorism. Yes, Aaron?
Let me interrupt you here. Senator Kennedy is speaking in Washington. As again, one of the planes was hijacked from Boston. Perhaps we can hear the senator now.
This morning, we underline the point that it is postponed. We are not going to see the business of America deferred because of terrorism. whether it's in education or in other area of public policy. We're looking forward to hearing from the First Lady on a subject matter which is of central concern to all families in this country, and because of her experience and her leadership, this committee and the Congress and the American people would have benefited greatly from her comments, and we will look forward to an early
Senator Ted Kennedy in Washington. Chris Plant, a CNN producer, is at the Pentagon, where there is a significant fire. Chris, you're on the phone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you just fine.
Tell me what you know.
Well, arriving at the Pentagon a short time ago, there was a huge plume of smoke which continues to rise from the west side of the Pentagon over in the area where there is a helicopter landing zone. It's along Route 27 if you're looking at maps of the area. The building is currently being evacuated, and police and emergency units are, of course, responding from all around the building and from the local Arlington County Fire Department. The plume of smoke is enormous. It's a couple of 100 yards across. At its base, it is billowing into the sky, hundreds of yards. It's impossible for me to say from this side of the building whether the building itself is on fire or up in flames, or exactly what caused this. I did not hear an explosion, but there is certainly a very, very significant fire in this enormous office building on the west front. The building is being evacuated. The Defense Protective Service officers, the police force for the Pentagon, are on a very tight string right now. As I arrived, I was held at gunpoint.
Chris, yes. Let me interrupt you for a second. Just hang on. Don't go anywhere. We're getting reports now that the White House is being evacuated as well. We don't know precisely what has caused that decision to be made, whether that is precautionary, whether something has happened at the White House. Again, the president is in Florida this morning, so the president is not in any danger, but the White House, of course, is fully operational, whether the president is there or not. And we have reports that the White House is being evacuated. Getting back to Chris in a moment, we also have reports now from Chris Plant on the scene that the Pentagon is being evacuated as well. All of this coming on the heels of a large fire at the Pentagon, and we can't tell you at this moment whether that fire is inside the Pentagon building itself or on the ground to the Pentagon. And these two planes that you can see behind us that hit the World Trade Center, that's Washington, the old executive office building, I believe, and you can see the plume of smoke behind it, which we will assume until we're told otherwise that that's the fire at the Pentagon. I believe that's correct as you look now at Washington. So we've got a major fire at the Pentagon, and the Pentagon being evacuated, the White House being evacuated, and we don't know precisely the circumstances there, what caused that decision. And we have these two enormous explosions at the World Trade Center here in New York, where two planes slammed into the buildings. We are also getting reports now that there is a fire on the Mall in Washington, that part of the Capitol that runs essentially from the Capitol to the White House in kind of a straight line going up Washington, D.C., and we have reports of a fire there. What you're looking at now is Washington, at least if I can see the monitor in front of me. It's a little tricky from where we are. That looks to me like the old executive office building, and then in back of it you see the large plume of smoke. Here in New York,
5913.
Sirens everywhere.
Let's try this.
We are also getting reports now that there is a fire on the Mall in Washington, that part of the Capitol that runs essentially from the Capitol to the White House in kind of a straight line going up Washington, D.C., and we have reports of a fire there. What you're looking at now is Washington, at least if I can see the monitor.
I did that to try to clean up the audio a little bit.
That looks to me like the old executive office building, and then in back of it you see the large plume of smoke. Here in New York, sirens everywhere, people out on the streets staring at this grotesque scene of the World Trade Center buildings. It was in February of '93, if memory serves me correctly, that there was an attack, a terrorist attack on the World Trade Center. Bomb exploded in the garage of the Trade Center on that day in February of '93. Here we are in the year 2001, and what appears to be deliberate attacks on the World Trade Center. And then we have these two reports out of Washington, the fire at the Pentagon. Chris Plant is still on the phone, I do believe. And we'll get to him in a second. Greta Van Susteren is at National Airport in Washington. Greta, what are you hearing?
I just got off my plane. I was headed to New York. Planes were stalled. I'm at National Airport on the parking lot. I heard a huge noise. I looked over in the direction of the Pentagon. There's a huge plume of smoke coming from that area. I can't verify it's the Pentagon because there are these buildings in the way. You see particles coming down in the air, some sort of white particles. I can't tell what that is. I'd heard a noise slightly before I'd seen the smoke. I don't know if it's an airplane, if it's a bomb, but it was certainly something, and obviously there's a terrific fire going on. The skies are clear here except for the tremendous amount of smoke that's coming from there. Lots of sirens from all different directions, and of course a lot of uncertainty here at National Airport.
Greta, thank you. I want to just again recap as we pick up small pieces of information along the way. Associated Press is reporting that it was a plane that crashed at the Pentagon, and the Pentagon is being evacuated. There is a large fire there, and that is the smoke you see in the shot that you are looking at now. Whether that fire is in the building itself or outside, we have not yet confirmed. There is a fire on the mall in Washington. The cause of the fire on the mall in Washington, we cannot yet tell you. We can tell you that the White House has been evacuated, and we can tell you that 2 planes have crashed into the World Trade Center in New York. All of this began just a little more than an hour ago at about 8:45 Eastern Time. Chris Plant, tell me what you've learned since we last talked.
Well, in speaking to people here at the Pentagon as they're being evacuated from the building, I am told by several people that there was, in fact, an explosion. I was told by one witness, an Air Force enlisted, senior enlisted man, that he was outside when it occurred. He said that he saw a helicopter circle the building. He said that it appeared to be a U.S. military helicopter and that it disappeared behind the building where the helicopter landing zone is. Excuse me. And that he then saw a fireball go into the sky. I'm attempting to make my way around to that side of the building in my car right now to see if I can get a better visual perspective on the scene on that side of the building. But I can tell you that security has certainly clamped down. The U.S. Park Police, another federal law enforcement department, has arrived in force on the scene. There's a Park Police helicopter overhead. Every car that arrives at the gate where I was located was being stopped by officers at gunpoint. Everyone is being forced out of their vehicles as they arrive at the Pentagon. It's a very tense situation, obviously, but initial reports from witnesses indicate that there was, in fact, a helicopter circling the building, contrary to what the AP reported, according to the witnesses I've spoken to anyway, and that this helicopter disappeared behind the building and that there was then an explosion. That's about all I have from here.
Okay, let's do this, Chris. Why don't you continue reporting, and we'll pass along a couple of other things that we're picking up along the way. Trading at the New York Stock Exchange. The Stock Exchange, as many of you probably know, but some of you don't, is in that part of Lower Manhattan, not quite as far down as the Trade Center, but it is in that part of Lower Manhattan, and trading has been suspended there. Bridges and tunnels coming into New York have been closed. That will create a whole different set of problems. We are also being told that the FAA has suspended takeoffs and landings, and I want to make sure I get this right, guys, that in all at all airports around the country. Air travel in this country has come to a halt this morning, as clearly people in government, police forces, fire departments are trying to figure out what exactly is going on.
I actually have a story about that too, because I was a chauffeur at the time, and not for very long. I think maybe I was doing it for 6 months or something, maybe not even that. And I got laid off because I didn't have any seniority, and as soon as they closed the skies, I worked for like that day or the following day or something like that. And I had a pickup at Rochester Airport, Minnesota, where the Mayo Clinic is, the main Mayo Clinic anyway. And I missed my passenger, and or I thought I might have. I went up to the counter with my placard that had their first initial and last name on it, and you're not allowed to, the agent, I should say, isn't allowed to give you personal information about a passenger, but I would be able to get away with it a lot of times by just putting the placard up. I would never ask them nothing. I'd just put the placard up on the counter, and I'd be like, hey, maybe you can help me out. I think I missed my client, but I'm not 100% sure. I've already been here for like half an hour or whatever, and I was wondering if you could tell me if it's worth sticking around still or not, so I just presented it in a way where, they could just still tell me no, or they could nod their head or whatever, and most of the time they did. But this particular person decided to clue me in on the fact that they were moving all the bin Laden family, the royal family, King Hussein, I believe is the name, and his family, the bin Laden family, out of the United States immediately, so they were like, while no one else could get on a plane, and limos from the company that I was working for at the time were going all the way from here to California, from here to Las Vegas, from here to Chicago, in stretch limousines, right, at like exorbitant rates that, like, airfare would probably be cheaper, I'm gonna guess, for sure. In fact, I'm sure of it. But and all that juicy work went to the senior drivers that had seniority, by the way, and then I just got laid off like a couple days later, if that. But so yeah, I had first-hand information on the slide from a ticketing agent, an agent of Northwest at the time, even still, I think. I don't even think they were Delta yet. They were still Northwest. And yeah, so I left there going like, wow, man, what a trip. And that was before I ever heard about any of that shit ever happening. So that's another little 9/11 story of mine.
Going on. There are several now incidents that look, for all that we can tell, to be a major terrorist attack here in the United States. So all airports all across the country are closed. All bridges and tunnels coming into Manhattan are closed. The Pentagon has been evacuated, or is being evacuated. The White House is being evacuated. The president, who is in Sarasota today to make a speech on education, has spoken briefly to cameras and will shortly make his way back to Washington. They are checking out Air Force One now. Let's go to Atlanta. Chad Myers can talk to us a bit about the air traffic problems. Chad, are you there?
Aaron, yes, all of the airports across the country have been shut down. We started with Zone New York, which includes Islip, Newark, JFK, LaGuardia, all the way down to Philadelphia, and then IAH, Houston, and then San Francisco, and then LA. They were just falling like a deck of cards, and then all of a sudden the FAA just said, we're shutting down everything. All flights have been canceled for another 7 hours, which is about 5 o'clock Eastern time, and then we'll reignite there. We'll take a look what's going on after that. The probability of extension, as they call that, is high, which means even after 5 o'clock, the airports may still be shut down. We'll keep watching it for you here from Atlanta.
Chad, just, and if you don't know, just say you don't know. Can you recall a situation where every airport in the country had been shut down?
Absolutely not, except in wartime, of course, Aaron, and obviously this is not that. But with all the airports, as they were going down from west to east, we could see them, and then we could eventually see from New York, and then they canceled Boston, as we got the report that the first flight, or one of the possible hijack flights, did come out of Boston, and then it just started going down from there. But never, ever before have we ever seen all of the airports shut down like this, not this quickly.
Chad, thank you. Stay on this for a while. We'll get back to you. We know that many people are
exactly. National state of emergency was declared without going on the air.
One more time, let's go through the sequence of events. At about 8:45 Eastern Time, a plane crashed into the foremost of those towers that are the World Trade Center. That's Air Force One you see in Florida, the president on board. Obviously extraordinary security around the plane before the president got on, and the president is heading back to Washington. A short time ago, the president made a statement. He said, terrorism against our nation will not stand. The government will hunt down those responsible. Mr. Bush said today, we've had a national tragedy. 2 planes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on the country. And we also have a report now that it was a plane that crashed into the Pentagon, and we have a large fire at the Pentagon. The Pentagon is being evacuated as we speak now. The White House has been evacuated as well. CNN's John King joins us on the phone. John.
Aaron, I'm standing in Lafayette Park directly across from the White House, perhaps about 200 yards from the White House residence itself. The Secret Service has pushed most people all the way back to the other side of the park, trying to avoid having that done to me at the moment. Just moments ago, they started slowly evacuating the White House about 30 minutes ago, and then in the last 5 minutes, people have come running out of the White House and the old Executive Office building, which is the office building right directly across from the White House. About 10 minutes ago, there was a white jet circling overhead. Now, you generally don't see planes in the area over the White House. That is restricted airspace. No reason to believe that this jet was there for any nefarious purposes, but the Secret Service was very concerned, pointing up at the jet in the sky. It is out of sight now, best we can tell, but they've evacuated the entire White House staff and the old Executive Office, as well as some townhouses that are government offices. Many of our viewers might know Blair House, where other international leaders stay when they are in Washington. That block of townhouses has been evacuated as well, and they are pushing us now back toward H Street, which is the next main street to the north from Pennsylvania Avenue across from the White House.
John, hang on one second. We're also getting reports at the Capitol, the Treasury building also being evacuated. John, is this evacuation from the White House, was it orderly? Did it seem panicky? How would you characterize it?
It started off as orderly, much like we get when there are occasional bomb scares near the White House. But then, again, in the last 10 minutes or so, the people who came out the last several hundred I saw leaving the grounds were told and ordered by the Secret Service to run. They were running through the gates. These are, of course, professionals in business suits. I'm also told that prior to that, and we don't know the current situation, that the Vice President and other administration officials on the scene were meeting in the White House Situation Room, which is in the basement of the White House. Whether they have stayed on the complex or not is unknown to us at this moment. I spoke to an administration official shortly after the President delivered his statement, who said, obviously, the operating assumption here is terrorism. The initial assumption, this official said, was that this had something to do, or at least they were looking into any possible connections with Osama bin Laden. The administration recently released a warning that they thought Osama bin Laden might strike out against U.S. targets.
Just to add, John, a bit to what you've been saying, we're getting a
first mention right there
now that the White House was evacuated after the Secret Service received what AP is describing as a credible, a credible threat of a terrorist attack against the White House itself. And I expect you'll be checking that out. We'll try and confirm that, but that's what AP is reporting right now. Again, this all began about an hour and 15 minutes ago here in Lower Manhattan when the first...
So boom, an hour and 15 minutes later, they just named Osama bin Laden. 1 hour and 15 minutes after it happened or started. So there's that. And for anyone who might be just joining, at the beginning of this video there's a documentary, as the title says, with Dr. Judy Wood, and it's you know, not the greatest video quality. I'm sure there's a better copy out there somewhere, but the information's solid and most of the video is okay too. There's other ones from her. I would definitely definitely say, you know, check out all the videos that she has. She's awesome. And nobody's perfect. I'm not claiming her to be perfect. I'm not claiming she knows everything, but I'm claiming that she knows more than I do as far as physics goes. And yeah, she's very observant and very thorough, and she's awesome. And thank you, Judy Wood, for doing what you do, for real. And we also, I caught a clip that I've never seen before in my life of what appears to be something other than a plane hitting the building. And so the very first explosion that you see from the event, the very first documented explosion, because that's where the clip starts for everybody ever, as far as I know, until, I don't know, like maybe the clip's been out forever, but like, why isn't anyone talking about it if it was? And Sophia, AI, whoever, algorithm, thank you for the Easter egg, because that is super awesome. I have it queued up. We can go back to it anytime, but it is right after the documentary, actually, which is the documentary was like 2 hours long, so the first 2 hours. And I kind of lost my train of thought. My bad.
Of two planes crashed in to the first of the two towers behind me at the World Trade Center, and you can see the smoke billowing out of the front tower.
Should we go look at it again? I think we should. Let's go look at it again. In this video that I've never seen before in my life, before today, this clip, I should say, which is at the beginning of this video, you can clearly hear what sounds like a fighter jet or a missile, and then you hear the sonic boom, and after the sonic boom you see the object enter the building and then explode after entering the building, which is exactly the witness testimony sound and explosion in the building, and seeing the building exploding. Did you hear the sound barrier? And then here you can see, this is the little plume off of it at the very end, and that's or part of the object. Boom. And then boom.
What the hell was that?
Now, two witnesses, are maybe even three, but two for sure, are claiming that they saw a plane hit the first building.
plane crash.
Yeah, but it wasn't a plane crash, I don't think. I'm gonna, wait one more time. Easter eggs. Yeah. I don't know, maybe it was a damn plane.
What the hell was that?
Yeah.
Sound like
Let's
a
go
plane
back
crash.
over here. And I'll eat my
Hey,
words
Beth.
if I'm wrong.
Well,
Show
what
me
is
the
that?
close-up of that.
Somebody hit the World Trade Center or the...
It's a Trade
Yes, the
Center.
World Trade Center.
Oh, jeez. My bad.
Yeah. This just in, you were
Matt just
looking
mentioned
at
we have a breaking
obviously
news
very
story to tell you
disturbing
about.
live shot there. That is
This is
World
the
Trade
story
Center. In
of
fact,
the people who
hundreds
searched
of
beneath Ground Zero. When the twin towers of the World Trade Center collapsed, they created a whole new landscape. What looked like the field of war was merely the surface of an underground world of caverns, shafts and passageways, hundreds of feet deep.
Boom.
Through this devastated terrain, an extraordinary search was conducted.
You did?
And
Was it a
often,
plane?
That search was personal.
Stop that
It became a
one.
mission from that moment on. I mean, it was a mission. The mission was Jonathan.
Stop this one. Okay. We're good now. Jeez. Alright, back to here. Is it bedtime? I guess it might be bedtime. Let's see. Might as well... Yeah. There we go.
Myself here, I personally believe that the Taliban should be regarded as co-equally responsible for this, and therefore, if and when we consider military action, it is fully the expectations of the intelligence experts, and we will learn more about them.
At the head of the table, no matter where he is. But others around that table.
Of his organization, we know that he has pilots in his organization. We've
Get stuff done and get it done right. And obviously the pool is having trouble feeding the tape. But again, the president said, make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. Cowardly acts, I think it's fair to say we don't quite have our arms around the magnitude of it all.
I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people.
So that still seems like a pretty long delay to me.
And saying a thanks for all the folks who have been
But that was probably slow motion or
fighting
something.
hard to rescue our fellow citizens.
I mean, it was.
And to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested. But make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
President Bush, in his second remarks of the day, the president initially was headed back to the White House
and a decision was made, a security decision was made to divert the flight. And so the president will not go back to Washington, at least not yet. When he will return, perhaps John King can tell us. Our senior White House correspondent joins us now. John? John, are you there?
Yes, I am, Aaron. Can you hear me?
Yes, I do. I hear you fine. Do you have any word on when the president will come back?
No, we do not. As you reported, we were told earlier in the day the number one priority was the president's safety. The number two priority was to get him back to the White House because they believe that would send a powerful political statement. But as the president was on his way back from Florida, we are told by sources a security decision was made that at this time not to bring him back to Washington. So he was brought, and we won't disclose his exact location for security reasons. He was brought to one of several military installations in the United States that is equipped, we are told, with a very sophisticated command and control bunker, very much like the equipment that would be available to the president here at the White House in the White House Situation Room. We are also told that national security team members are still in the White House Situation Room, and earlier today, at least as of a little more than an hour ago, Vice President Cheney as well, directing operations and monitoring things from there. But the president obviously deciding not to come directly back to Washington. We are told that is for security reasons, delivering the statement you just heard. He has been in touch with congressional leaders, and we are told leadership members of the U.S. Congress are also being taken to an undisclosed location for their security. So we're trying to get more information on that, and we will bring that to you as soon as we have it. Aaron?
John, thanks. Senior White House correspondent John King. Peter Bergen, CNN's Peter Bergen has been tracking the government of Afghanistan for some time, and he was listening in a few moments ago when the Taliban spokesman was speaking. Peter, first of all, what did you hear? Was there anything that perhaps the rest...
That's all exactly what happens in a national state of emergency in times of attack. That's the game plan. They go to their bunkers. Whatever happens up here happens up here.
Most of us might not have heard any nuance in what you heard. Why don't you start there?
Well, we just heard from the Foreign Minister, Wakil Mutawakil, who's, relatively speaking, a moderate of the Taliban movement. He basically repeated what I think is a standard Taliban line we've heard for the past at least couple of years, which is that Osama bin Laden isn't a terrorist and that he's being contained by the Taliban and that he's not able to conduct political or military missions. This, unfortunately, is really a false statement since Osama bin Laden has been fingered by both Yemeni and U.S. authorities for the bombing of the USS Cole in Yemen in October 2000. There isn't an indictment there yet. The FBI continues to investigate, but senior Yemeni officials and senior U.S. officials have said that he's the primary suspect. So we've seen that bin Laden was able to bomb 2 U.S. embassies in Africa in '98 within 9 minutes of each other. We've seen that bin Laden was able to blow a huge hole in the side of one of the most sophisticated warships in the U.S. Navy, the USS Cole in Yemen in October of last year. And unfortunately, he must be top of the list of the person sophisticated enough in terms of operations to bring off these kinds of terrible disasters we've seen today. If you're looking for who is the most likely suspect, he has to be it. You've got an operation in which several people appear to commit suicide. You've also got an operation in which people obviously had some skill in piloting planes. These are clearly attributes of his organization. We know that he has pilots in his organization. We've seen in several instances his members of his organization commit suicide in attacks. We've also seen a pattern of warnings in previous bin Laden attacks in which this fits. 9 weeks before the U.S. embassy bombings in Africa in August of '98, bin Laden held a press conference in Afghanistan talking about, quote, good news in coming weeks. A few months before the USS Cole was bombed in Yemen, a videotape circulated around the Middle East in which bin Laden was wearing a Yemeni dagger, which he's never done in previous photographs, and one of his number 2 called for attacks on U.S. targets in Yemen. Just recently there's been a videotape floating around the Middle East in which bin Laden, a very confident bin Laden, calls for attacks on the United States, says that the victory of Yemen, referring to the USS Cole attack, will continue. People that I've talked to are familiar with the bin Laden organization, said that the threats on this tape were very serious, that there was an imminent attack in the works. I spoke to somebody who was familiar with the organization a few weeks ago who made those statements to me. I had been very concerned about a potential attack as a result of this tape. It fits with the modus operandi, which is to talk about potential attacks coming up relatively soon without being particularly specific.
Peter, let me just interrupt you for a second. Our senior analyst, Jeff Greenfield, is here, and Jeff has a question. Jeff, go ahead.
Hi, Peter. If I'm not mistaken, you actually interviewed Osama bin Laden some years ago, correct?
Yeah, in '97 for
right.
CNN.
Now, at that time, what did he say about the notion of targeting civilians? I mean, what is the rationale behind targeting civilians for death and destruction?
Well, at that time, Jeff, he told us that because of the American military presence in the Middle East, that he was calling for attacks on U.S. soldiers. Now, he said if American civilians got in the way, that was sort of their problem. So at that time in '97, he was really only calling for attacks on American military targets. Later, that position evolved. Like by '98, he was calling for attacks on all Americans, whether civilian or military. I think the rationale behind that thinking is that, in his view, if you're an American taxpayer, you're subsidizing the anti-Islamic, quote, activities that he's against, whether that's in Saudi Arabia, with the American military presence there, or with America's support for Israel in the ongoing intifada. Jeff.
Peter, thank you for your work today. I suspect we'll get back to you, but we appreciate the background, which I think gives us some context for why the focus is again on bin Laden. But we should add that as we talk to you now, we can't be certain. We do not know that that's who is behind what has happened. What we do know is an extraordinary national tragedy has taken place, that someone is responsible, that the American government has promised to hunt down and punish, President's words a short time ago, hunt down and punish whoever is responsible.
Getting chased down the road by that.
Still on the phone?
No, I don't believe.
I guess we do not. Because the question, obviously, we've already heard it with General Clark and at least one of the congressmen asking the question.
And look at it. It's like they're like
$26.5 billion a year, not have
it's like a sud machine, just like Judy was saying. It looks like someone put laundry soap in the pool and
with us.
or in the jacuzzi or whatever.
A sense of what is going on in Washington right now. Who are the players at the table? Where is the table? And what are they doing?
Well,
there's nothing natural about that
is,
from the looks of it.
At the head of the table, no matter where he is. But others around that table include the Secretary of Defense and Attorney General, head of the FBI, the National Security Advisor, Secretary of State, because this may obviously involve international matters. I think we, in the midst of our outrage and indignation, we have to stay focused and stay determined here. The first job in this situation is rescue and to deal with what must be thousands of people here who are in peril. This is, in the first instance, a massive rescue operation. In the second instance, it's a security operation. We don't know what else may be part of this multifaceted operation. A number of precautions have been taken in the last few hours, and we have to obviously lock down as much as we can. And then the focus becomes detection. And I think that given the magnitude of this, given the fact that this has obviously involved multiple points of origin in the United States, it is inconceivable to me that we will not know relatively quickly when the dust settles who is responsible for this.
Now, Mr. Holbrook, Ambassador Holbrook, what has happened today is extraordinary. Give it a kind of historical context, the enormity of what's taken place.
Well, I think your coverage has made it more clear than anything else, although despite the superb efforts you've made, it hasn't yet become fully evident to your viewers what would be evident to any of us like myself who worked in the World Trade Center. I was there in the last bombing, as I mentioned earlier. That the number of people in that area, including the Chambers Street subway stop, which goes right under the World Trade Center, means that the dimensions of it exceed by a factor of probably 100 any previous incident, including Oklahoma City and the previous World Trade Center in American history. And one must be ready for news that will be very, very grim indeed for all of us as individuals who will have friends and relatives there, and for all Americans. And there will be additional consequences. This is the financial center of the world. The buildings in that area, all of which have now been evacuated, whose infrastructures may be threatened by gas and electrical line degradation, could affect, at least temporarily, the financial markets as well, although I would leave that to Treasury, and Sandy Berger listed the people at the table. I'm not sure if Sandy mentioned the Treasury Secretary, but I'm sure the Treasury and the Fed are well aware of the implications of orderly movement and capital transfers. Now, looking beyond that, Aaron, I think we have to go back to the fact that everyone has talked about the possibility of this kind of thing for a long time, and we faced lesser but similar attempts. This exceeded, apparently, the expectations of the intelligence experts, and we will learn more about that in the weeks to come. But I need to underscore one point. To find the people responsible is going to take a unified international effort. No one nation, not even the United States, can do it on its own. And we must have the full cooperation of the Russians, of the states in the Middle East, because I think the assumption that that's the region where this was planned is pretty solid. And I repeat this again, any nation that is seen to have harbored or abetted or sheltered any of these people must be treated as co-equally responsible. They cannot hide behind the facade we just saw in the remarks of the Taliban foreign minister. And Peter Bergen's extraordinarily insightful explanation a few minutes ago on CNN, I think, is the first real glimpse into that the viewers have had into how dangerous this is. If the Taliban shelters Osama bin Laden, as they do, and if Osama bin Laden is responsible for this, as I think almost everyone is going to suspect, then the Taliban must be held equally responsible for what has happened today.
Jeff?
And Ambassador Holbrook, I would like you to be specific. What does that mean? Are you talking about a retaliatory strike against Afghanistan?
Yeah, that's Jeff.
It's Jeff Greenfield. I'm sorry, Ambassador.
Hi, Jeff. No.
Is that what you mean? That if put the links together?
No, Jeff. Let me be very frank, and I don't want to lapse into bloody-minded verbal excesses at a moment of high emotion. But let's be very blunt about this. If a country or regime, the Taliban, or some other regime to be determined by the intelligence community, has sheltered people who played a role in this, they cannot hide behind the attributes of they didn't know it, they had nothing to do with it. They must cooperate in the pursuit of the people responsible. And since the Taliban, a leader, has been publicly proclaimed by Osama bin Laden as the present spiritual leader of the Muslim world. I'm referring to bin Laden's declaration that Mullah Muhammad Omar is the rightful leader of the spiritual leader of the Muslim world, something he said on tape, quoted by John Burns in the New York Times 2 days ago. And if, in fact, these people are in some degree of collusion, I personally believe, and I'm only speaking for myself here, I personally believe that the Taliban should be regarded as co-equally responsible for this, and therefore, if and when we consider military action, it is fully justified, and the Taliban should face the same consequences.
Ambassador, thank you. Just quickly, if we can, one last question to Sandy Berger. When you were at the table, in honesty, did you ever anticipate the magnitude, an attack of this magnitude, which has taken place, just to remind people, not just in this city, in New York, not just in the capital, Washington, but on a number of airliners flying across the country as well. Was the planning that broad? Was the fear that great?
Well, I think for some time we have known that we are vulnerable to a serious attack. A multiple attack was thwarted, as you recall, during the Millennium New Year.
Look how many of
but
the.
I think this,
Yeah, I was just thinking to myself about how many of the players in this scenario, officials, let's say, have gone on to do bigger and better things, like Rudy Giuliani, who is, kind of getting shat on now. There's this little internal war going on apparently, but whatever. I mean, that's a whole different thing. We're just skimming through all this crap, especially since I feel like I gleaned something today that was a revelation to me that I've never seen that clip of that video. And if that is the clip that eventually has a plane going smack right into the side of the building, which the people that were out there claiming that was CGI driven, that plane, and that the wing goes along the outside of the building. I don't know if anyone's ever seen it, but they also show that there's an object that, the plane was basically like a cover-up tattoo for the projectile that I think that we saw in here. I got 55 inches of screen to look at, and I didn't see any wings. I didn't see a tail, and I didn't see a fuselage that would hold many, many people. And witness reports on the ground confirmed that, and they also had more witness accounts saying that it was a plane. One said that it was a prop plane, smaller prop plane. Another one said that it was a smaller passenger plane, and then the third guy said that he couldn't well, no, maybe that was just from watching the video, but one of their guys was like, it's really hard to tell what's what. But
certainly exceeds in scope anything that intelligence community anticipated.
It didn't look like a plane to me.
Is as I said, an extraordinarily sophisticated operation to carry out something like this from various sites in the United States relatively simultaneously without detection. And whoever has...
And regardless of all of that, which I just said, right? Let's say poof their planes or whatever. Poof their planes again. I don't know, whatever. But point is that within 1 hour's time, they are straight pinning it onto Osama bin Laden's chest. And I have no regard for Osama bin Laden. Alive, dead, doesn't matter. I have no regard for him. He's not my buddy. I wouldn't go golfing with him like the Bushes did. They're all chummy behind the scenes, man. Like they I'm not even bullshitting, like they literally golf together and stuff. They're families, at the very least. I'm not saying that Osama bin Laden was golfing with George W., but what I am saying is that his dad was, or I believe that was the case, but I guess I can't say that for sure either. But I definitely heard lots of stories about them golfing together and, you know, being chummy. And I definitely have firsthand hearsay witness to the testimony from a ticketing agent of Northwest Airlines at the time, Norworst, they were known around here, saying that they were ushering the bin Laden family, and, you know, of course they have diplomatic papers and immunity and all that sort of shit, but they ushered them the heck out of Dodge. And apparently that was maybe even after the flights were grounded, because I never got my guy. He never showed up, you know. And that's how I ended up finding out about that. This is fishiness, you know what I mean? Like, you can't just come out an hour after the fact and be like, yep, here's our guy, you know? That's the one.
Has perpetrated this, has declared war on the United States, and we will have to respond accordingly. But I would also caution here that we should.
And then there's this that I'm gonna play again right now, if I still have it queued up here. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. Dang it. Alright, I'll find it in a second.
Be careful about jumping to certitude about what happened here. We'll know this soon enough. And we'll also be able to find out why this was not detected.
I think that's just an extraordinarily important point, that what is going on right now at this moment is more important than why it happened. And what is going on is you have thousands of people, we presume in a number of different places, whose lives are at risk, who have been hurt, who need to be rescued, who need to be treated, who need to be taken to hospitals. In New York, in northern New Jersey, where the bulk of the injured are being treated here, there is a critical shortage of blood. Hospital officials are desperately seeking help there. And as Mr. Berger said, time enough later to figure out who and how we deal with it. Ambassador Holbrook, Sandy Berger, thank you both for joining us. William Rodriguez, I just was looking down. There are literally down below us by Madison Square Garden, which is where we're located, hundreds, perhaps thousands of people on the corner, and they are just looking out. And from where they are, they can't see very much but the smoke. And I can't tell you if something has happened, but and it's lunch hour here, and there's just a lot of people, as there have been all morning, looking at a street that is almost empty. As New York, the southern part of New York, Penn Station by the Garden, essentially being evacuated to allow emergency crews to get to the scene.
Let's pause that. And we're done with this one. So, yeah, this right here. Look at 6/28, 2001. Literally 7/28, 8/28. So 2 months and however many days. 2.5 months, roughly, before 9/11. This broadcast was on Hour of the Time while William Milton Cooper was still alive. God rest his soul. Rest in peace. Great patriot, great man. Can't say it enough times.
Supposedly, a CNN reporter found Osama bin Laden, took a television camera crew with him, went into Osama bin Laden's hideout, interviewed him and his top leadership, and he came out and told everybody within 3 weeks Osama bin Laden is going to attack the United States and Israel. Now, don't you think that's kind of strange, folks? You see, because the largest intelligence apparatus in the world, with the biggest budget in the history of the world, has been looking for Osama bin Laden for years and years and years. and can't find him. Some doofus jerk-off reporter with a camera crew waltzes right into his hideout and interviews him. And I'm telling you, be prepared for a major attack. But it won't be Osama bin Laden. It will be those behind the New World Order. I wonder what Osama bin Laden's targets are supposed to be. And if they don't, if this doesn't materialize in the next 2 or 3 weeks, it will eventually materialize because they haven't succeeded in getting the guns out of the hands of the American people, nor have they succeeded in taking our freedoms away.
And look how
so I
hard
tell you
they're
with a
trying
certainty,
right now.
They must do something terrible.
And as long as we've got people sitting in a detention center for what happened after the election without any due process, we got a problem for sure, because maybe next time, look, okay, after the fact, they were taking all the credit card information and they were looking at every single person that was like there, period. They locked down the hotels. They locked down the hotels the night of. So after the fact, everybody was like locked in their hotels, and then they started letting people be able to go outside to have cigarettes and shit like that, but they couldn't like leave their hotels. And that went on for the first night, I think, anyways. But anyways, we definitely got problems, guys. I mean, there's really no getting around that, in my opinion. To each their own opinion, and anyone that wants to, drop off and go to sleep and forget about it, hey, I don't blame you. I think I've been there before, at least once. In fact, I was there for a couple years, knowing full well about a bunch of stuff already, way down the rabbit hole, all that crap. Spiritually, because I'm a Christian too, things align with the good book and how things might be at certain times, like end times. Not that I necessarily think that that is what's going on, but it would not shock me, just because of where everything is right now. People would have also thought that during World War II and during, what do you call it? Martin Luther days. Am I getting his name wrong? Anyways, they were killing a bunch of Christians back then, and I think if I was a Christian back then, I'd be like, oh yeah, this is happening, you know what I mean? So it's whatever, but it's definitely an eye-opener, the status of everything right now. It's pretty insane, and the grip is getting hard, and if they can keep pushing and getting away with it, they will. And if people wake up and just make their thoughts known, when enough people speak up, they put this stuff to bed. Gun control, for instance, enough people are like, screw you, but now it's like they don't really care anymore, is how I feel. But time will tell, and I'm praying for the best, you know what I mean? I'm praying for God's will, number one. And if that isn't if that isn't fantastic for us for right now, then I guess it is what it is, because I'm a Christian. But as an American, I want to fight for this shit. I want to fight for it without violent actions. We don't need to take violent actions. There's 3 countries in the Eastern Bloc. Is it Lithuania? God, which one is it now? I know which one it is too. I'm a little tired. But there's countries in the world that sang for their freedom, and they won it by singing, you know. That's why I was so proud of the Canadians when they did their protesting over there last year. So proud of them because, you know, they did it peacefully. They helped the people in the community, the homeless, you know. They shoveled the streets when the plows couldn't get through right because they were there. They cleaned off the statues, and they cleaned off the war memorial, and they shoveled up the hockey rink or whatever and played some hockey. You know, it was bouncy houses. People are mad about bouncy houses and fucking jacuzzis and shit. It's like so ridiculous to me. And I can understand that, you know, the honkering though. Like the honkering, I mean, if the honkering was going on outside my house all day, I mean, who's gonna appreciate that for very long? I can understand that part, but bouncy houses and, you know, just an upright, peaceful protest of what, you know, you have to protest about. That's they were. I feel like they showed Americans how to be American again, you know, or how they could be without, you know, being violent. Americans, you know, were more inherently violent, probably. It's maybe I take it for granted. Maybe it is the whole world, not just us. I don't know.
In order to stop this backlash and regain the sympathy of the mass herds of sheeple out there.
There's still so much to learn from Bill Cooper, by the way. Hour of the Time. Alex Jones is a shill. YouTube channel has a great collection that people should definitely check out.
American 11 Heavy Bus Tower, taxi 2, runway United 175 Heavy, runway.
I don't know where that went, but I'll go back here for a while.
William Rodriguez is a maintenance worker at the Trade Center, I believe. In any case, he's on the phone with us now. Mr. Rodriguez, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Tell me where you were when, well, which of the two buildings were you in?
I work on the building 1, the one that got hit the first time.
Tell me what happened.
I was on the basement, which is a support floor for the maintenance company, and we hear like a big rumble, not like an impact, like a rumble, like something like moving furniture on a massive way. And all of a sudden, we hear another rumble, and a guy comes running into our office, and all his skin was off his body. All his skin, we went crazy. We started screaming. We told him to get out. We took everybody out of the office outside to the loading dock area, and then I went back in. And when I went back in, I saw people. I heard people that were stuck on an elevator, on a freight elevator, because all the elevators went down. And water was going in, and they were probably getting drowned. And we get a couple of pipes and opened the elevator, and we got the people out. I went back up, and I saw one of the officers from the Port Authority Police. I've been working there for 20 years, so I knew him very well. My routine on the World Trade Center is in charge of the staircase. And since there was no elevator service, I had the master key for all the staircase doors. So I went up with the police officer and a group of firemen. As we went up, there was a lot of people coming down, and while we got, it was very difficult to get up.
Mr. Rodriguez, how much time has elapsed here in this, as you recount the events? Did it seem like hours, minutes, seconds?
No, it wasn't hours.
But what did it seem like?
Well, there was a big time, like a gap. There was a gap of time. I won't be able to tell you if it was 15, 20 minutes, but it was a gap of time. we heard while we were on the 33rd floor, I'm sorry, on the 27th floor, because we stopped there with the fire department because the equipment was very heavy and they were breathing very hard. They took a break because they couldn't continue going up, so they wanted to take a break.
Yeah.
And we have a person on a wheelchair that we were going to bring down on a gurney, and a lady that was having problem with a heart attack, and some other guy that was breathing hardly. And we went a couple of floors up while they were putting the person in the gurney, got up to the 39th floor, and we heard on the radio that the 65th floor collapsed.
All right,
It collapsed.
Mr. Rodriguez, let me stop you there at the 65th floor. And let me add, you're a lucky man, it seems like today. Thank you for joining us. Matt Cornelius, you were on the 64th floor, 65th floor?
65th floor. Yeah, that's where I work.
Tell me what happened.
Well, I arrived at work a little bit early today.
What do you do?
And I work for the Port Authority in the
Okay.
aviation department. And I was just putting my stuff away, and all of a sudden we heard a loud crash. And the building started shaking, kind of moving like a wave.
What did you think was happening?
I had no idea. I mean, we figured either an airplane had hit it or our first instinct was airplane. And everyone started screaming and said, move away from the windows and let's get out of here. And we saw debris fall past the window on the north side.
How much, just to help our viewers kind of orient themselves, you're on the 65th floor of a building that is how many stories?
I believe it's 110.
So 50 stories above you this has taken place.
I imagine so.
Okay.
We really had no idea at all what had happened until we exited the building. I mean, I had no idea the magnitude. Just took the stairs. I believe I actually was in the stairs as that same man because I remember I saw the person in the wheelchair. We made it pretty fast down to 40th floor, and then from there the smoke got a little bit thick, and it was a lot slower. We maybe made a floor about every 2 minutes.
And how many people are in this group with you?
Well, there was just one other person that I worked with that was with us. It was packed. I mean, it was a virtual traffic jam in the staircase, up and down, I guess. It was very full.
People screaming?
No, actually everyone maintained calm really well. I was impressed with that. I think for some people it brought back memories of the bombing. People had been there before when that happened. But I was amazed, really. We got in the stairway, we were moving down. When the fire department were coming up, they'd say, move to the left. Everyone moved to the left, and everyone complied. A couple people started crying a little bit, but we said we're going to get out of here. We just got to focus and take it one step at a time.
Was it noisy, or was there screaming?
No, it was
quiet. Was it eerie?
It wasn't. I mean, it wasn't quiet. I mean, people were talking. In fact, someone was laughing. I kept hearing that, and I thought that was strange. But it was pretty normal. I mean, it wasn't. We didn't know what was going on. I mean, all we knew was something major had happened. Exactly, but we didn't really understand the full severity of the situation. So people weren't panicking. Once we got down to they put us on the plaza level, which was disturbing because there was a lot of debris in the plaza level and a lot of carnage, basically. We then moved out the back towards Broadway, and when they said the police were saying, "Don't look back, don't look back." And of course, I made about a half a block, and I looked back, and I saw the other tower on fire, and I couldn't believe it. And
Were you terrified?
yeah. When we were stuck in that stairway, I mean, we stopped every now and then. It started to get nervous, but we never had any fear of the building collapse. I mean, we had no idea what was going on. So once I got out, and it's still sinking in the real full severity of it. I mean, it's just an awful thing.
That's true of everybody.
Yeah. So
lucky man.
I am very lucky. I thank God very much.
Just a little money. Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Very much. Thank you. In Washington, D.C., thank you, Matt. Yep. They have declared a state of emergency. Do we have a guest there, or okay? Washington has declared Washington, D.C. a state of emergency. I believe I was just told that the Space Needle in Seattle has been closed down. Is that correct? Did I hear you guys? There are a couple of points we might make there. Back in the year 2000, just before New Year's Eve, coming into Washington State, a man was stopped with explosives, and as it turned out, that was a part of a planned terrorist attack. and it caused the city of Seattle to shut down what had been an enormously elaborate Millennium celebration. They are very much on edge in Seattle. We were just there last week, and it's not surprising to me that they would shut that building down. Elise Marcos is an official with New York City Hospitals, and she joins us. He joins us now. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I hear you okay.
I apologize for the stuttered introduction. Tell me the situation in the hospitals.
Well, at Bellevue Hospital, which is the largest public hospital in the city, and is relatively near the incident, we have, as of now, received approximately 125, 30 patients. 2 are dead, unfortunately. Some have brain injuries, very serious fractures, and we are now getting more patients from other hospitals that need microsurgery or implantation of limbs and plastic surgery. So it is a rather overwhelming situation here.
Mr. Marcos,
Yes.
Marcos, you were outside the buildings in that period between the planes hitting and the buildings collapsing. Can you tell me what you saw?
Well, as president of the public hospitals, I was asked immediately within seconds to join the crisis assistance unit, which is located across the street from the World Trade Center. So I drove there, and as I was parking, a huge piece of rock hit the back of the car, broke the windshield where I was sitting, so I'm very lucky to be alive. Then when I went to the center was evacuated because they were afraid that a second plane may be coming. I joined the fire commissioner, and then I needed to use the telephone because cellular phones were not working. I went into, I think, American Express building, and as I was there, one of the buildings collapsed, and we were unable to leave that building, and thanks to a very brave police officer who was able to find an exit, we are here today.
Mr. Marcos, we heard reports that people were jumping out of the building. Did you see that?
Unfortunately, I saw about 5 people jumping from up the building, and I can tell you there's I've never had such an overwhelming and terrible experience in my life, though I've been in this job for a long time and I've seen a lot of things. It's just something that is very hard to describe. But at the same time, I have to say that the fire department, the police department, they were all there. They were so brave, all those men and women, that I feel that thanks to them, many people were saved.
Yes, can I interrupt there for a second? When I was coming down, just as I left the building, there were still firemen inside the building on those floors that I mentioned before, on the 34, 38, 39, and 27th floor. And I'm 100% sure that they didn't make it. And the officer that told me to get out with the group that was taking the person on the gurney was an officer from the Port Authority Police, Officer Lim. I know he didn't make it. Because as I came out of the building, I saw a lot of bodies on the floor. I saw a lady encrusted on the floor. That's probably one of the persons that jumped from the building, if he jumped from the building. But it was like he melted on the floor. That's how bad it was. As I came out of the building, we hear the rumbling, and I was told, run. When I look up, everything is coming down. And I start running as fast as I could, and we all jumped under one of the fire trucks, right on time, because everything just came right on top of us. We could have been crushed because the truck was coming down on us. And all of a sudden, it stopped, and we were pulled out from under the truck. But I know these officers didn't make it.
Mr. Marcos, Mr. Martinez, thank you for your extraordinary descriptions of what was going on in and around the buildings. Excuse me, around 9 o'clock this morning, a little before 9, and a little after 9 here in New York. We've heard a number of references today. Certainly the first thing we thought of as we were coming in to the February 93 attack on the World Trade Center. And as horrible as that was, and it was, 6 people died that day. Many hundreds were injured, but 6 people perished. It is not reasonable to believe that the numbers will be anything like that. They will be far, far worse. And I think we're just beginning to get a sense of the magnitude. CNN's Judy Woodruff in Washington. Judy?
Aaron, we're listening to your reporting and the people you've been talking with. I have to say, in stunned silence, none of us ever seen anything close to the magnitude of this horrific events of this morning. Just to quickly recap, 4 commercial airplanes in the United States, 2 United Airlines, 2 American Airlines, have crashed. We know 2 of them went into, and you can see the flights here, American Airlines Flight 11 leaving Boston on the way to Los Angeles. This is one of the planes, American Airlines 77 Dulles to Los Angeles. That plane, that second plane, believed to have crashed into the Pentagon, but again, that's not confirmed. The first American Airlines flight believed to have crashed into one of the World Trade Center towers. United Airlines Flight 93 leaving Newark on the way to San Francisco, believed to have crashed in Pennsylvania near Pittsburgh. And finally, another United Airlines flight believed to have crashed into the World Trade Center. In all, horrific, not just damage, but surely loss of life. It's far too early to know victims, the number of casualties. We do have some information we want to share with you. In addition to what you're seeing in New York City, one of those planes, as we said, crashed into the Pentagon. We're going to be taking you there in a moment to our correspondent, Bob Franken. But we want to let you know what we're learning, what our correspondents are learning, that in the last little while, 5 battleships, some of them destroyers, we know have left Norfolk and have moved out of port in order to be deployed for security reasons along the east coast of the United States. In addition, 2 aircraft carriers that were based in Norfolk, in the Norfolk area, have been moved out to sea and on their way to New York, to the New York area. Now, we don't have much more information than that. We were originally told they were just leaving port for safety reasons, for security reasons. We're now told that very specifically the mission of the aircraft carriers is to move into the New York area, the mission of the battleships to be deployed along the East Coast. And of course, as we get more information, we'll share that with you. As I turn to Bob Franken at the Pentagon, I just want to tell you, President Bush, we can tell you now, has been at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. He's now leaving that site on his way to an undisclosed location. Authorities telling us that they will not tell us where he is headed. Secretary of State Powell, the same story there, on his way back to the United States from a conference in Peru to an undisclosed location, and leaders of the United States Congress, both parties and both houses of Congress, moved to an undisclosed location. Now to our correspondent at the Pentagon, Bob Franken, who is, I believe, at a safe distance there from what's been going on. Bob, please bring us up to date.
Well, we're on the east side of the Pentagon, as you can see, Judy, and you can see over my shoulder that smoke continues to billow, smoke that is sometimes thick, sometimes a little dissipated, but we're talking about 4.5 hours after a plane, it is described as probably being a jumbo jet-sized plane, crashed into the Pentagon about 9:20 this morning. We now want to show you what it looks like on the west side. This is video that was shot by Vito Maggiolo, who is an assignment editor and producer for CNN, who was able to get video. You can see that firefighters there are fighting in an area, rings 4, 5, and 6, on the west side of the Pentagon. Vito says that it was an area, in his estimation, that was about 30 yards wide and about 10 yards deep into the building. The firefighting was hampered, he says, because inside the building, sprinklers, standpipes, other forms of hydrants were damaged. There's an estimate that several hundred firefighters and emergency workers are there at the Pentagon. We're also told, of course, that there have been evacuation efforts throughout the day. We can see those. We do not have an estimate on the number of casualties. I can tell you that from our vantage point, we have seen a constant parade of casualty units, military casualty units, civilian ambulances, fire engines, and the like going to the Pentagon. There, of course, have been casualties, but as I said, we don't have any sort of estimate about that now. Now, we do also have somebody to talk with us who was an eyewitness to the actual crash. He was watching from Arlington, Virginia, which is a suburb over. His name is Tim Timmerman. Mr. Timmerman, are you with us right now?
I sure am.
You're a pilot. Tell us what you saw.
Well, I was looking out the window. I live on a 16th floor overlooking the Pentagon and the corner apartment, so I have quite a panorama. And being next to National Airport, I hear jets all the time, but this jet engine I heard was way too loud. I looked out to the south, to the southwest, and it came right down 395, right over Columbia Pike. And as it went by the Sheraton Hotel, the pilot added power to the engines. I heard it spool up a little more. And then I lost it behind a building, and then it came out, and I saw it hit right in front of it. It didn't appear to crash into the building. Most of the energy was dissipated and hitting the ground, but I saw the nose break up, I saw the wings fly forward, and then the conflagration took, just engulfed everything in flames. It was horrible.
What can you tell us about the plane itself?
It was a Boeing 757, American Airlines, no question.
You say that there was a Boeing, and you say it was a 757 or 767. It's hard.
757.
757,
yeah,
which
American
of course
Airlines.
is American Airlines, one of the new generation of jets, and of
right.
course,
it was not. It was so close to me. It was like looking out my window and looking at the helicopter. It was just right there.
We were told that it was. We were told that it was flying so low that it clipped off a couple of light poles on its way in.
That might have happened behind the apartments that occluded my view. And when it reappeared, it was right before impact. And like I said, I saw the airplane disintegrate and then just blow up into a huge ball of flames.
So there was a fireball that you saw.
Absolutely, and the building shook, and it was, quite a tremendous explosion.
What did you see after that?
Nothing but the flames. And I sat here and I took a few pictures out my window, and I noticed the fire trucks, and the response was just wonderful. Fire trucks were there quickly. I saw the area. The building didn't look very damaged initially, but I do see now, looking out my window, there's quite a chunk in it. But I think the blessing here might have been that the airplane hit before it hit the building, hit the ground. A lot of energy might have gone that way. That's what it appeared like.
Well, there is, of course, we've heard some discussion about the fact that it could have been worse had it actually gone a little bit higher and gone into what's called the ring, the center of this Pentagon,
exactly.
which is
Exactly.
This is a five-sided building.
Right. As you know, the rings are A, B, C, D, E. It has just caught the E ring on the outside, and that's why I felt it didn't look as damaged as it could be. It looked like on the helipad, which is on that side.
Right. Did you see any people being removed, any injured being removed, that type of thing?
No, sir. I'm up at about a quarter of a mile, maybe a little bit closer, and at that point I saw nothing like that.
Tim Timmerman, thank you very much. An eyewitness, Judy, to the crash. We still have no idea about the number of casualties. We know that there is a gaping hole on the west side of the Pentagon. As you can see, the smoke continues to billow. Judy?
All right, Bob Franken, and of course our audience, no surprise, hospitals in the Washington area dealing with casualties from the plane crash at the Pentagon. We were told a few hours ago there's a blood shortage in the Washington area. Hospitals wanting people to know if you are in a position to donate blood, it would very much be needed and appreciated. And I just want to quickly say here before we go to the site of the Pennsylvania crash that the D.C. National Guard was having difficulty getting through to people that it needs to mobilize. And this is information specific to the Washington, D.C. area. The D.C. Guard wants to alert the 372nd Military Police Battalion and its subordinate companies to report as soon as possible to the D.C. Armory. Now, we got this information just about half an hour ago, and there have been so many other stories and pieces of information coming in. We haven't been able to get this out, but we do want to get it out now. Perhaps it will do some good. Joining us now, I mentioned to you a moment ago that we have a correspondent on the scene of the airplane crash into the ground, we believe. I'm going to go to David Mattingly, CNN correspondent there in Pennsylvania. This is near Shanksville, Somerset County in western Pennsylvania, about 80 miles outside of Pittsburgh. David Mattingly, are you with us now?
Yes, Judy, I'm here, and we are outside of the town of Shanksville. And to give you some idea of what kind of countryside this is, to my left is a huge field of corn. To my right is a rolling green pastoral hill here at the edge of the Allegheny Mountains. One of the last places you would probably expect to be touched by the violence of an act of terrible terrorism like we have seen today. But people here in the area have reported that they saw a commercial airliner going overhead at about 2,000 to 3,000 feet with no landing gear down. They heard then a loud roar of an engine, at which point the jet climbed and then banked sharply to the left before going down straight on a 45-degree angle. Now, it hit the ground at that 45-degree angle. People here at the scene say there are no large pieces of debris even left from the plane. No hope of, at this point, it seems to be no hope of survivors. There's just about every piece of emergency personnel here from miles around. The mood is considerably calmer, as you might imagine, than what you might see in Washington or New York, but there is a great deal of concern. Schools are being closed, businesses are being closed up into Pittsburgh and other parts of Pennsylvania. Prayer vigils are being reported, scheduled all across this part of Pennsylvania as far as away as Altoona has been reported. Also, at this point, there has been an emergency staging area set up. We are a good ways away from the crash scene, and we will see what transpires here. Judy?
David Mattingly on the scene, as we're saying there, near Shanksville, a small town in Somerset County, about 80 miles south of Pittsburgh. This the site of one of the two United Airlines aircraft. This a Boeing 757 left Newark, New Jersey this morning on its way to San Francisco. This is the plane that we know crashed, and you just, with David Mattingly's report, looking at the site of where this plane came down. We don't know where, we presume terrorists behind this, what their destination was, what their target was. We can only presume, we can only guess that they were short of the target, that they were headed someplace farther, someplace else from where they landed. With me now here in the studio, Connecticut Democratic Senator Christopher Dodd. Senator Dodd, a longtime member of not only the Senate, but of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Senator Dodd, first of all, what can you say to the American people listening who want to know about the security of the leaders of our country, the President, and everyone else?
Well, I think they've taken the proper steps in here, and you haven't heard as much from some of the leaders as you might like at this point, but I think those responsible for their security are doing exactly what they should be doing. I'm told that they're in very good shape, that they are being isolated because we don't know the magnitude of this effort. It's beyond our imagination already what has occurred, and if someone or organization clearly responsible for this sophisticated an effort, the potential for them doing more damage is obviously obvious, and so making sure that our leaders are secure is the right step. And for those who may be wondering abroad who are watching this program, Judy, I'm a Democrat, as you know. We stand completely and totally behind our president. We may have our differences from here from time to time, but in a day like this, which rivals, if not exceeds, the attack on Pearl Harbor, almost 60 years ago, 3 months from now, we stand totally united behind our president and our government. They're taking the proper steps. We're pulling together as a people, and we will overcome this. Initially, obviously, our prayers and thoughts goes for those who've lost their lives, who've been injured in this incredible attack. And then
Senator,
we will, yes, I'm sorry.
Senator, I'm just going to interrupt you now. We're told President Bush just about to be wheels up from Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, and now let's go back to Aaron Brown in New York.
Judy, thank you. Senator, thank you both. I believe we have former Secretary Henry Kissinger on the phone. The Secretary is in Germany today, and he joins us on the phone from there. Mr. Kissinger, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
I mean, the only strange thing is that they're announcing all that. President's going to be, it's a national state of emergency undeclared publicly. I mean, that's perfectly obvious to me anyways at this point. They got Congress going into the bunker. They're putting the president in the air, which is his mobile office, and I'm not exactly sure why that would be the safest place to be, but if I remember right, he stayed in the air for like most of the time for next 2 or 3 days or something. They were moving around a lot, so they said, and I saw white planes in the air. You know, I definitely saw white-bellied planes in the air once or twice. In those, then it was like already like the second or third no-fly day. I mean, it was like getting normal not to hear or see airplanes at all. You know, So it was like odd when I heard one, and what I saw, you know, looked like a white-bellied plane. Might have been, you know, they were running decoys, they said, too, so they were saying that they had, you know, two or three of them up in the air at the same time, so no one would know which plane he was really on or whatever. But yeah, I mean, the real surprise is that I'm surprised that they said that they put Congress into hiding right away like that. I mean, what time are we already on here?
Just quickly, sir, your reactions to what is unfolding.
Guessing about 11 a.m.
today.
Maybe lunchtime.
Well, it's obviously a shocking event. It was. I was giving a speech when somebody came in and interrupted the question period to make that announcement, and nobody in the room believed it. They all thought it had to be a mistake. Well, it's obviously it's an integrated attack and must be dealt with in an integrated way.
Well, when you say an integrated attack and dealt with in an integrated way, tell me what that means, sir.
Well, it is obviously any organization that can plan such a coordinated attack within a very brief period of time must have substantial resources and must have a very capable organization and must have a haven where it is planning these things. You can't do that in a back room.
Oh, no.
And when you talk about an integrated response...
Well, the integrated response is obviously, first of all, I want to say,
okay,
like every American right now, I'm behind the president. And this, the response right now has been exactly what is needed. And there's, the first necessity has to be to go through the tragedy, to help the families, and to clean up the immediate situation. Then the next step will have to be a program to attempt to eradicate the source of this and to bring pressure and serious pressure on governments that harbor this kind of organization, and especially governments where we suspect that these organizations are located.
Sir, for a long time, there's been a kind of cat and mouse game, and I don't make light of this in any sense when I say game, between the governments that harbor terrorists and our government, other Western governments. It's all changed today, hasn't it? I mean, the stakes have changed enormously. The response likely will change enormously. It's all different, isn't it?
That's correct. When the terrorists dare to attack the territory of the United States, it then becomes a question of the functioning of our society. And we have to protect ourselves, and I'm sure we will. And I think it must now, it's not an isolated attack. It's not just an attack on an embassy, which is bad enough. And it can't be dealt with one retaliatory blow.
It cannot be dealt with one retaliatory blow?
No. There has to be a systemic attack. I don't know what that means.
I understand.
And I'm not sitting here with a great plan. I'm saying this is what I would think our government will want to work towards.
And would you expect that we, the United States government, will find enormous international support for whatever actions the United States
That sounded
government
like a,
chooses to
but
take?
I didn't
or
do.
Will there be those important
But I
governments
didn't
that resist
do.
here?
Well, first thing is we have to protect ourselves. We would, of course, like to get as much support as we can. And we will be able to judge our friends by the degree of support that we get. But there'll be some governments who say we have to understand the conditions that produce this. There will come a time to deal with its circumstances, but the immediate thing is these organizations have to be put on the run. If they have to spend all their time trying to survive, they have less time for terrorism.
And, Mr. Secretary, we heard, and I'm not sure you were able to, but a few moments ago, Chris Dodd, Senator Dodd of Connecticut, compared this to the attack on Pearl Harbor. Can you give me any historical context for what has taken place today, or are we a bit too close to it all to understand it yet?
Well, the attack on Pearl Harbor was, I guess, the first attack, was certainly the first attack from across the seas on the territory of the United States, but it was not yet the mainland. And I agree with Senator Dodd. This is comparable to an attack on Pearl Harbor, and it must have the same response, and the people who did it must have the same end as the people who attacked Pearl Harbor. But it isn't just the people who did it, it's the people who make it possible.
These are the governments that harbor those who carry out these attacks.
That harbor or encourage them with their propaganda.
Mr. Secretary, thank you. Former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, who joins us from Germany, where he was attending a conference. When he heard the news, he said it was silent, unbelievable. People simply could not believe what they were hearing. I think that's a term, a phrase you will hear a lot over the days and weeks to come. What has happened here in New York and in Washington and in other parts of the country, unbelievable. A national tragedy. Judy?
Aaron, it's true. No one is able to grasp the enormity of what we're looking at and what we're dealing with here. Let's go now to the Pentagon, where Rear Admiral Quigley is briefing reporters. I believe we have that picture right now.
Your broadcast to phone their families and loved ones immediately to let them know they're okay. And if they are among the injured or the casualties from this, then we will work our way through to identifying them and getting their names out to their loved ones. We will find a way.
Where are the injured going? Where are the injured being taken to?
A variety of area hospitals.
How big was the penetration of the plane itself, Admiral? How many rings at the building?
I don't know.
How wide would you say that gash is? 100 feet, the one we're looking at?
I haven't been over there to see it up close. I don't know. I think that's all for now, ladies and gentlemen. We'll try to be back out and give you some more information as we can.
Marine Corps only, if you wanted to do that. That's Rear Admiral.
Admiral, how many people work?
We've been talking, you've been listening to Rear Admiral Quigley, one of the folks who works with reporters in the Public Information Office there at the Pentagon. We basically were just listening to the first few minutes of that briefing, getting the word out to people who have friends, family members who work at the Pentagon, telling them if you have people who may be among the injured, we're going to try to find a way to get you that information, to get the word out about which hospital they might be in. Of course, we are dealing with tragedies in untold numbers of families across the eastern, primarily the east coast of the United States, but no doubt these people who work at the Pentagon are from everywhere. People who were on these airplanes are from commercial jets from everywhere in the United States. Aaron, back to you.
It is the enormity that's a little bit hard to get our arms around right now. Still, some considerable number of hours since the first attack on the World Trade Center here in New York. And I want to show some pictures of the scene from the ground, but first let me just, a piece of information. United Airlines has now canceled all flights, grounded all flights until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. This is the scene that started to play out. This would be a little after 9 when the first of the trade centers collapsed after they were hit. People gathering, watching. You can see this, the denseness of the smoke. People leaving in a very orderly, calm way. There have been the reports all morning and afternoon long. One witness who was in the building talked about coming down the stairwell and that people were very quiet. There was no screaming, no crying. People shielding themselves against the smoke. We know that a number of New York City police and fire department personnel have been injured, perhaps some fatally when the buildings collapsed. We know that hospitals here in New York are in desperate need of blood. We know that the National Guard will be coming into the city to help in support of the 40,000 members of the New York City Police Department. We know that subway service in Manhattan has been shut down. People evacuating streams of people through the streets.
I don't remember seeing this video right here. That's new to me.
There are 50,000 people who go to work just in the Trade Center buildings, the two towers. How many of them were there at the time, we do not know. Thousands, tens of thousands more pass through, getting on and off trains, going to the retail shops and restaurants. Every one of those lives changed today, as perhaps in some way all of our lives have been changed today.
Sure was. Things have never been the same since, really. And that showed, that basically showed us that we were vulnerable, you know, because before that, you know, it's like us and the rest of the world, you know what I mean? Like, this was our world, you know, America.
And behind us now, the smoke continues to pour out of the area where the Trade Center towers were. They are no more. They collapsed in the hour after the attack, but the smoke continues to pour through that area behind us, about 30 blocks away, in one of those scenes that none of us will ever forget. CNN correspondent Richard Roth has been on the streets here in Lower Manhattan. Richard?
Yes, Aaron, not chaos here. It's almost eerily silent of the march of thousands of New Yorkers evacuating southern Manhattan, looking to go to New Jersey to get off this island. Dazed, stunned, people concerned about loved ones, cell phones not working. New Yorkers are used to coping with a lot of things here. There have been some bombings and hurricanes and calamities, but really nothing like this before. And of course, behind me are the clouds of where the World Trade Center stood, two towers built in 1970. A short time ago, a Port Authority police official, the Port Authority is the state unit that runs, in effect, the World Trade Center, those buildings that formerly existed, and one of the police officials there, William Hall, said there is no search going on right now. He said until the fires go out, until it is safe for his people and other rescue workers to go in, they are not moving in there. He said on an average day, the two World Trade Center towers get 10,000 people each with 5,000 visitors. A New York City police official told us a short time ago that another triage center is going to be set up here on the west side of Manhattan, 33rd Street area in the Jacob Javits Convention Center. This to handle additional overflow from New York City hospitals, which New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani says have been doing their best in coping with it, but there have been calls for blood. People here walking by me, someone will point to someone and say, this person was in the World Trade Center, just got out. You can hear behind me, there is the roar of military aircraft, the only aircraft you see in the sky. And usually, as New Yorkers will tell you, you can look up at any time and see a plane. They are up in the sky, concerned look from people who gaze upward, shield their eyes to see just what's going on, and an occasional police helicopter. But here in New York City, there is no search going on. William Hall of the Port Authority said we're going to have to wait until we get things all accounted for before we can go in there. Aaron.
Richard, thank you. Richard Roth in Lower Manhattan. Again, just a quick recap for those of you who may just be getting home and hearing these events for the first time. 8:48 this morning. One of those moments that everyone will remember. The first plane, American Airlines Flight 11, Boston to Los Angeles, hijacked, crashed into the First Trade Center tower. At 9:04, the second plane, the United Airlines Flight United 175, Boston to Los Angeles, hit the second tower. About a half hour later, 9:38 Eastern Time, American Airlines Flight 77, Washington Dulles Airport to Los Angeles, crashed into the Pentagon, hitting just short of the Pentagon itself, and perhaps that was most fortunate. And at 10:20 a.m. Eastern Time, United Flight 93, Newark to San Francisco, crashed about 80 miles outside of Pittsburgh. Those are the times and the events. They don't begin to describe what has happened. What has happened is not simply a series of moments, but something much larger. Phil Zappetta is with the American Red Cross, and he is on the phone with us. Mr. Zappetta, this is Aaron Brown. Can you hear me okay?
Sure can, Aaron.
Tell me what sort of strain is on the Red Cross's resources right now.
Well, the American Red Cross responded immediately to all areas of this disaster. Right now, our focus is really on disaster relief, providing blood assistance, and any disaster mental health assistance that we can provide around the country to both the survivors and the families who've been involved in this tragedy.
Phil, tell me what that means exactly. I understand the need for blood. Are you setting up shelters for people?
Sure. We have shelters both in New York City and in Washington, D.C. that are set up to help people. There we have disaster mental health counselors that are able to meet with people and to register people as they come in and are trying to get away from the situation. We are set up in New York at Penn Station, at Grand Central Station, and in Washington, D.C. at Fort Belvedere. It is still chaos right now. We are in the process of ramping up our operations. While we did respond immediately, there's so much work to be done, and we're in the process of doing that right now. We have about 50,000 units of blood that are available for the affected areas, and the American Red Cross is looking at mobilizing that right now and putting that into place.
And Phil, as you were speaking, we were able to put up on the screen numbers that people can call if they can help. If you're sitting in Omaha, Nebraska today, is it helpful in this situation to be going to the blood bank and giving blood, or is it too far away to be meaningful?
The message that the American Red Cross is putting out right now is to donate blood. Call 1-800-GIVE-LIFE, GIVELIFE, or visit redcross.org for more information. But giving blood is where our emphasis is right now.
No matter where you are in the country?
Yes, well, no matter where you are in the country, or you can, contact your local hospital if you're not in a Red Cross area. But 1-800-GIVE-LIFE is the best number to call. Okay, so even if you are far away from the events of today, you can still be helpful, as there is certainly in New York and in Washington, from what Judy said, a serious shortage of blood. The American Red Cross can be helpful. Your local hospital, your local blood bank can be helpful. We suspect before the day is out, fire stations around the country will be involved in these efforts as well. Phil, thank you. Is there anything else, by the way, before I let you go, that you want to say that would be helpful to our viewers or helpful to the Red Cross? Well, the Red Cross right now and our president, Dr. Bernadine Healy, extend our heartfelt sorrows to all families and everyone that's been affected by this. We just urge people to donate blood.
Thank you very much, Phil, with the American Red Cross. Phil Zappetta with the American Red Cross. CNN's Miles O'Brien has been tracking the flight paths of these 4 planes that were involved. Miles, are you able to hear me in Atlanta?
Yes, I am, Aaron.
And tell me what you've been able to figure out to this point.
Well, as you probably know, Aaron, there are various commercial websites that allow you to track commercial aircraft. Now, if you go to many of them right now, you're not going to get very far because they're being overwhelmed by interest in people. But even if you could get some of the data, we have just learned from the Federal Aviation Administration that every domestic airliner that was in the air is now on the ground. This is unprecedented in aviation history in this country. There's not a plane flying right now. At any given moment, typically there are 4,000 aircraft. Now, let's take a look at what happened on American Airlines Flight 11. Began in Boston, and it took off on time. 81 people aboard, 9 crew members, 9 flight attendants, and 2 pilots. And let's sort of track what happened with this flight. As it went across Massachusetts and went down into the Albany area, actually up in the Adirondacks, it took a sharp dogleg. What's interesting about this flight is everything seemed to be normal. Flight at altitude was about 29,000 feet, gaining speed at about 450 knots. It took that sharp dogleg down across the Adirondacks straight for New York. Now, what will be interesting about this as this story unfolds will be, number one, listening to any air traffic control conversations to get a sense of what, if anything, air traffic controllers were saying to this aircraft. Undoubtedly, this was spotted on the radar screens, of course. They had quite a bit of time to watch this plane as it went down toward New York. That's probably at least a 30-minute run there. And during the course of that time, those air traffic controllers in those radar installations, New York Center, as it is called, would have been trying to contact American Airlines Flight 11 to indicate its intentions. It must have been a horrifying scene for them. They were probably trying to clear air traffic out of the area. Clearly, once those tapes become available, we'll have a little bit more knowledge. And if it is possible to locate any of the so-called black boxes, the flight data recorders, cockpit voice recorder out of this particular aircraft, they'll obviously know more about what was going on what must have been a very dramatic flight indeed. Now, this is the first flight. This is the flight that first impacted the first tower of the World Trade Center, and this is the first of 4 that we know about, of course, 4 air hijackings, which led to crashes and obviously a tremendous amount of damage. I'm getting this information from a company called FlightExplorer.com. They are compiling their archival radar information from this morning, and as it becomes available, we'll be able to show you the flight paths of the other 3 aircraft that are suspected in all of this, and we'll bring those to you as soon as we get that. Aaron?
Just a quick practical question. These tapes of the cockpit tower communications, do they exist on the ground?
Yes.
They recorded it in control towers, and then there's a different set of tapes that exist on the plane.
Exactly. It's important to bring out there are 2 types of tapes in these incidents. The tapes on the ground are the ones that record the radio transmissions between the ground and the aircraft, and clearly the flight controllers would have been calling this aircraft numerous times, and this would have been the case for the 3 others if they deviated from their courses, trying to get some indication as to what was wrong, why the pilot was changing course so dramatically. Now, what will be interesting to hear is if there is some sort of response from these aircraft. This will give us some clue as to who might have been in control of the plane at the time, or if there might have been some sort of struggle aboard, or if there was just a lack of a struggle. There's a lot of mystery here, obviously. Now, ultimately, as they go through the wreckage in these cases, it's possible that investigators, and there's a good chance because they have emergency locating devices on them, they'll find these so-called black boxes, and on those black boxes there might be much more information which might give authorities some clues as to who might be responsible.
Several different kinds of information. There's technical information in these black boxes, what the airplane was doing in a sense, but there's also communications between the cabin crew that exist on those tapes, what pilot was saying to co-pilot. We might be able to hear, if these tapes are ever located, what the people who took control of these planes, and that's clearly what happened, seems clear that that's what happened, what they were saying. Whether these tapes will ever be found, obviously we don't yet know, but that is part of what will happen in the next days. On this day, what is happening in both Washington and New York and in a field outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, is a massive, massive rescue operation, a massive triage operation. Thousands of people presumably have been hurt. Many people we suspect have died, though many hours now since that first plane hit the Trade Center at 8:48 Eastern Time. We have yet to hear from any official in the city, any estimate here in New York of the number of people who have been hurt. We just know that hospitals are inundated, that hospitals are running very low on blood, and they need help here. We know that the National Guard will be coming in here to New York to help in support of the New York Police Department. We would add here that a number of members, and we don't know how many, but after the police and fire responded to these 2 planes hitting the Trade Center, many police officers, many firefighters, many EMS personnel were in the area when the buildings collapsed. How many of them were hurt, we do not know, but we've been told now by 2 officials or former officials with the city that any number of people, police and fire officials, have been hurt as well. Judy in Washington, Judy Woodruff. Judy.
And Aaron, just picking up on your conversation with Miles O'Brien a moment ago, and perhaps you all referred to this, and I apologize if I'm repeating, the Associated Press reporting on a passenger that was on United Flight 93. Now, this is the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania. About 20 minutes before that plane crashed, a passenger with a cell phone locked in a bathroom actually called an emergency dispatcher and shouted into the cell phone, "We are being hijacked, we're being hijacked." They apparently stayed on the phone with this passenger up until the moment when the passenger heard some sort of a loud noise, and then they lost contact. That's just one more piece of the stories, the many, many, many stories that we are pulling together as we watch these developments in Pennsylvania, here in Washington, and of course in New York City. And you just heard Aaron talking about incomplete information about casualties, what hospitals are dealing with. Now, these numbers I'm going to read you right now are only incomplete. We are just beginning to get this kind of information. We're told at Washington area hospitals right now, 53 injured, at least 3 more casualties on the way, although we have to believe that with the commercial jetliner that crashed at the Pentagon, or just in front of the Pentagon, and that was the Boeing 757, and these are the pictures of the Pentagon just outside the Pentagon. 58 passengers on board, 4 crew members and 2 pilots. It is impossible to believe that they did not all perish, and we don't know about others who work at the Pentagon who were in the part of that building that was most affected when that commercial plane went down. We've been talking with a number of people involved in rescue, and right now we want to go to the President's statement. This took place just about an hour and 15 minutes ago. The President was on his way back to Washington from Florida. His plane touched down at an Air Force base in Louisiana, Barksdale Air Force Base near Shreveport. We can now report that information because he's since left Barksdale. But here is what President George W. Bush had to say in this statement.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward. And freedom will be defended. I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested, but make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
President Bush made that statement just about an hour and 20 minutes ago at Barksdale Air Force Base near Shreveport, Louisiana. That was an unplanned stop that the president made at that place in order to talk with reporters, meet with others. Since then, Air Force One has taken off, President Bush being flown to an undisclosed location. We're told also that Secretary of State Colin Powell, who had been on his way back to the United States from Peru, being taken to an undisclosed location. Outside the Pentagon, CNN's military affairs correspondent Jamie McIntyre. And Jamie, you got very close to where that plane went down.
That's right, Judy. A while ago, I walked right up to next to the building as firefighters were still trying to put out the blaze. The fire, by the way, is still burning in some parts of the Pentagon. And I took a look at the huge gaping hole that's in this side of the Pentagon, in an area of the Pentagon that has been recently renovated, part of a multi-billion-dollar renovation program here at the Pentagon. I could see parts of the airplane that crashed into the building, very small pieces of the plane on the heliport outside the building. The biggest piece I saw was about 3 feet long. It was silver and had been painted green and red, but I could not see any identifying markings on the plane. I also saw a large piece of shattered glass. It appeared to be a cockpit windshield or other window from the plane. When this plane hit the Pentagon this morning, according to the Pentagon spokesman Craig Quigley, the Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld incredibly is described as having run out of his office and down to actually help some of the victims onto stretchers until he was ushered into the National Military Command Center, the secure nerve center or war room deep inside the Pentagon, where he remains at this time. Pentagon officials say he'll stay there for the time being. That is a place where all of U.S. intelligence comes in, and he has complete command with his commanders around the world. At the same time, the Pentagon has dispatched several warships out of port in Norfolk, including the carriers USS George Washington and USS Kennedy. The ostensible reason for that, the movement of those ships and their escort ships, is to move them from more vulnerable positions. But the Navy says they'll also head some of the aircraft carriers up toward New York with the idea that they may be able to render some kind of assistance there, given the magnitude of the tragedy there. Back here, the fight goes on to put out the fire inside the Pentagon. The heat from that blaze was described as absolutely intense, and the number of casualties here has still not been released. Dozens of people were taken away in ambulances, and the Pentagon is still not releasing any figures on deaths. But clearly, people who had offices in that what is now a huge gaping hole in the side of the Pentagon, clearly there were some people killed in this tragedy. Judy?
Jamie, Aaron was talking earlier, one of our correspondents was talking earlier, I think actually it was Bob Franken, with an eyewitness who said it appeared that Boeing 757, the American Airlines jet, landed short of the Pentagon. Can you give us any better idea of how much of the plane actually impacted the building?
You know, it might have appeared that way, but from my close-up inspection, there's no evidence of a plane having crashed anywhere near the Pentagon. The only site is the actual side of the building that's crashed in, and as I said, the only pieces left that you can see are small enough that you could pick up in your hand. There are no large tail sections, wing sections, a fuselage, nothing like that anywhere around, which would indicate that the entire plane crashed into the side of the Pentagon and then caused the side to collapse. Now, even though if you look at the pictures of the Pentagon, you see that the floors have all collapsed, that didn't happen immediately. It wasn't until almost about 45 minutes later that the structure was weakened enough that all of the floors collapsed.
And Jamie, this happened, we're now able to reconstruct about 9:38 this morning. At that time, Jamie, what are we talking about? Dozens, hundreds of people at work in the building?
There are 24,000 people who work in this building, and most of them are at work at that hour of the morning. They were all evacuated from the building. In my office, which is sort of halfway between where this took place and the other side of the building, which is where the Defense Secretary's office is, eventually even the corridor I was in began to fill up with smoke just as I began to leave the building. But this was the prime time for an attack. However, it's not the prime location. Every time we've thought about what might happen if the Pentagon were subject of attack, we always assumed that the attack would come on the other side, the river entrance where the brass are. But this attack came on the side facing Arlington Cemetery.
All right, Jamie McIntyre, military affairs correspondent, and just to underline what we're seeing at the Pentagon, nothing on the scale of the devastation in New York City, where you have 2 entire towers of the World Trade Center collapsing, but still this has to be supposedly the most secure of secure buildings in Washington, D.C., and an commercial airplane flew right into it. So we are just, again, trying to get our minds around the magnitude of what these people have gotten away with. Nick Robertson, correspondent, joining us now on the telephone. Nick, you are in Kabul. Is that correct? Nick, are you hearing me right now?
That's correct, Judy. And we've just had... Yes, Judy, I hear you fine. We are hearing from Mullah Omar in the spiritual capital of Afghanistan, about 300 miles south of here. Mullah Omar is the spiritual leader of the Taliban here, and he's recently issued a short statement. In that statement, he criticizes what he called an act of terrorism, and he was very explicit. He said that Osama bin Laden was not responsible for it, and he said that all he wanted for his country was peace and peace for other countries in the world. And he went on to say that he believed Osama bin Laden could not have been responsible for such a complex act of terrorism. And he also said that if Afghanistan is a poor country,
all I can say right there is boom, you know? Like, I mean, I don't think it's rocket science, as they say, to, you know, I don't think it's impossible, okay? Don't get me wrong, I don't think it's impossible. I think there's enough people in the United States, especially right now. Maybe it's possible, right? What doesn't happen though is engines don't disintegrate. Planes do though. I mean, we saw how that F-4 Phantom just like evaporated into a cement block. I'm sure that the afterburner was still there and stuff though, but I don't think that this guy that he's talking about is lying, to be perfectly honest. I think Cooper was right. Cooper is right. He's been right about so many things. I mean, exactly what he said was gonna happen, happened. And what he said would happen from it also happened. So, and like I said, it showed us that we are vulnerable. We're as vulnerable as the rest of the world is. Where previous to that was Pearl Harbor, And
therefore he believed there was no way that Afghanistan could be involved in such a complicated act of terrorism. Judy?
Nick, help us understand, who is Mullah Omar, the gentleman you're quoting?
He is the spiritual leader of the Taliban. The Taliban run 95% of Afghanistan. They control the capital, Kabul. They control most of Afghanistan, the south of Afghanistan. Mullah Omar lives in the south of Afghanistan in the spiritual capital, which is the ethnic area that he comes from, the Pashtun area around Kandahar. There are ministries of the Taliban here in Kabul. The foreign minister is here in Kabul at the moment. He is often based in Kandahar as well. And there are other ministry officials also based in Kabul. But the direction for Afghanistan, the direction for the ministries, the key decisions are all made in Kandahar, and Mullah Omar is the focal point of all those decisions. It is to him that a key group of ministers would go with a problem, with an issue, and it is he that would decide on any given issue. He is the final arbiter here of law and of justice. Judy?
Nick, where is it believed that Osama bin Laden is in Afghanistan?
That is a very difficult question to answer. Osama bin Laden, his location is kept extremely secret. As foreign media traveling around Afghanistan, one is often watched and an eye is kept on us by various ministries to ensure that we don't go searching around the country. Our movements around the country are generally restricted to main cities that are agreed in advance by the authorities. So it's very difficult to gauge where Osama bin Laden is. It is understood that he travels around at night. It's understood that he has operated out of various training camps that were built to help train Mujahideen fighters to fight the Soviet occupation in the 1980s. Those are based, some of them towards the border with Pakistan in an area called Host. Those were the training camps that were hit in the 1998 cruise missile attack on Afghanistan. It's also rumored that Osama bin Laden spends some time close to Kandahar, close to the spiritual leader of the Taliban, Mullah Omar. But to exactly put a fix on his location is a very, very difficult thing to do. He works by extreme secrecy. The very few journalists that have been able to meet with him over the last few years are always held at a location and taken blindfold to another location where they can interview him. So people generally, when they meet him, they don't know exactly where they are. They wait there, he arrives, he departs, then they're free to leave. He lives by extreme secrecy here.
All right, CNN's Nick Robertson joining us, as you could see, from Kabul, Afghanistan, the country run by the religious group, the Taliban, the group that has been suspected, believed for some time of harboring Osama bin Laden. Thank you very much, Nick. And again, we apologize for the delay in the audio there. It is because Nick is on this video phone, which is a new device that we're using, and there is always a delay. Tends to be a delay in audio. I want to bring in now our national security correspondent, David Ensor. You're looking at pictures as I do this from New York City in the moments following the worst of today's attacks on the World Trade Center in New York City, Lower Manhattan, where you can see people running in sheer terror away from either one of the two airplane crashes into the top of the World Trade Center, both towers of which collapsed later on, to the utter horror of people watching both live and on television across the United States and around the world, for that matter. New York City, the subject of the worst terrorism ever to strike the United States. So while we certainly mourn the loss here in Washington at the Pentagon, the airplane that crashed into the Pentagon, the other airplane that crashed near Pittsburgh, both of them commercial airliners with civilians on board, the loss of life in New York City is utterly unbelievable. And just picking up as we look at these pictures, picking up on what Nick Robertson was saying from Afghanistan, even as the leaders of the Taliban deny any role in this, an Arab journalist based in London is quoted today to the Associated Press as saying that followers of Osama bin Laden warned 3 weeks ago they were going to carry out this sort of an attack. New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani joining us once again. Mayor Giuliani.
The tragedy that we're all undergoing right now is something that we've had nightmares about, but probably thought wouldn't happen. My heart goes out to all of the innocent victims of this horrible and vicious acts of terrorism. And our focus now has to be on saving as many lives as possible. We have hundreds of police officers and firefighters who are engaging in rescue efforts in Lower Manhattan. I want to thank Governor Patagi for the incredible cooperation and coordination, and including deploying the National Guard that will be available to relieve our police officers and firefighters and emergency workers in the next couple of hours. The governor and I just spoke to the President of the United States. The coordination with the federal government from the time of the first attack has been excellent, including closing off the airspace around Manhattan and doing everything that can possibly be done in the face of this barbaric act to make the city secure. And we will strive now very hard to save as many people as possible and to send a message that the city of New York and the United States of America is much stronger than any group of barbaric terrorists, that our democracy, that our rule of law, that our strength and our willingness to defend ourselves will ultimately prevail. And I'd ask the people of New York City to do everything that they can to cooperate, not to be frightened, to go about their lives as normal. Everything is safe right now in the city, and the people who are doing the relief effort need all the help they can get. And then, Governor, thank you very much for your assistance and your help and your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for your leadership through this crisis. This is a vicious attack upon New York. It's an attack upon America. It's an attack upon the whole concept of freedom and our way of life. And we cannot let these attacks succeed. The first step has to be to make sure we do everything in our power to protect the people and to save the lives of those whose lives are still at risk, and to help those who have been injured. And I want to commend the mayor, and I want to thank my colleagues from Connecticut, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and the federal government have all offered and made ready support to help us deal with this ongoing crisis. The people of New York are not only the freest and most diverse people in the world, we're also, I believe, the most capable of rising to meet the challenges of this type of attack. And right now we want New Yorkers to remain calm, to go about their business, to appreciate the fact that everything to provide for their safety is being done, to appreciate that everything that can be done to provide for the health and the needs of the people who are still at risk is being done, and that we will continue to work to make sure that we get through this as strongly and quickly as possible. I want to thank the federal administration. Secretary Thompson has been on the phone with me a number of times, as well as the President, for what they are offering and prepared to do. And we're just confident that, while this is a horrible attack, and one that is despicable and really unthinkable in its magnitude, we will get through this, and we will continue to have a great and free country, state, and society.
Do we know the number of casualties at this point, sir?
I don't think we really want to speculate about that. The number of casualties will be more than any of us can bear ultimately. And I don't think we want to speculate on the number of casualties. The effort now has to be to save as many people as possible. And I don't think we will know the answer to that until sometime tomorrow or the next day.
Were there large numbers of firefighters?
There are a large number of firefighters and police officers who are in harm's way, and we don't know how many we've lost. But there's no doubt we've lost some firefighters and police officers.
Do you know anything about the cause of the explosions that brought the two buildings down yet? Was it caused by the planes or by something else?
We believe that it was caused by the after effects of the planes hitting the buildings. We don't know of an additional explosion after.
Report that 8 planes have been hijacked, 4 have only been accounted for. What about the remaining 4? And is there any possibility that there could be bombs on the ground planted by police?
We have no specific information to that effect. Obviously, the city is now closed. The airspace around the city is closed, and we are on heightened alert. But we have no specific information suggesting any further attack.
Can you tell us where the planes came from?
I think to give the people of New York confidence, to show that the federal government is standing with us, and to just to make certain that nothing further happens. This has been a very, very difficult and traumatic day for the people of the United States and the people of the city. And I think that it's an act that shows that the federal government is going to do everything they can to support us and help us.
Can you give us an idea of the extent of the rescue effort that's going on right now in Manhattan? The scope of this thing, this operation?
There are over 1,000 rescue workers, probably about 2,000 that are deployed, trying to get into the buildings, trying to find people, trying to search for people. The governor and I spoke a couple of hours ago. The governor has deployed the National Guard to relieve them because our people are going to need reinforcements pretty soon. But right now they don't want to leave because they're searching for innocent citizens, and they're searching for some of their brothers and sisters.
Are you finding survivors?
Yes, we have some numbers that we can give you. We have 1,500 people at Liberty State Park who were evacuated, described as walking wounded. They were evacuated by ferry and other means. There are about 600 as of about 15 minutes ago, in local hospitals that we account for. 600 people that are being treated in local hospitals. And there are 150 in particular that were critical, that were moved by EMS. New York City has 170 hospitals. So we have a lot of hospitals, and we're utilizing all of them. Probably the one that was the hardest hit was St. Vincent's Hospital. And I would like to just single them out and commend them, because as I was rushing down there, after the first plane hit, and before the second, they were already deploying people on the street. I could see the doctors and nurses outside getting ready to receive people. And that was before the second plane actually hit the World Trade Center.
What was your experience down there?
Also blood donations. We have several sites for blood donations. 153 East 53rd Street, 66th in Amsterdam, which is the Red Cross, and 310 East 67th Street. If people want to do something and they can donate blood, that's going to help not just today, but tomorrow and the next day. This relief effort is going to take some time.
Mr. Mayor, you were one of the first people down there. Can you describe the scene in your own words, what you saw down there?
I don't know that I'm really able to describe it. It was the most horrific scene I've ever seen in my whole life. We saw the World Trade Center in flames, a big gaping hole all the way on the top of it. We could see people jumping from the top of the building. And then we went into Barclay Street, 75 Barclay Street, I think it was, and we were there when the building collapsed, and it collapsed in part on 75 Barclay Street. So we were trapped in the building for maybe 10 or 15 minutes, trying to get out different exits. And we finally went through a basement and came out 100 Park Place.
Did you ever fear for your own safety, sir?
Sure, yeah.
What went through your mind?
I don't think anything went through my mind other than making sure that we all remained calm and found an exit and just tried to figure out the most intelligent thing to do. Probably the same thing that went through the minds of 10,000 other New Yorkers who I could see on the streets, and I really have to commend them. If you really want to know what New Yorkers are all about, you just watch the way in which they handled themselves. They didn't panic. They moved deliberately. They moved swiftly. But they didn't hurt each other. They helped each other. I mean, these are just the most wonderful people in the world.
Do we know anything about the composition of that dust that blankets low Manhattan? Is there any asbestos or any hazardous material in that dust?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Mr. Mayor, I got reports a gas explosion related to this. Are you aware of that? There was a gas leak or possible explosion?
We don't believe it. We don't. Just to be certain.
Can you tell us
as a precaution
where these aircraft came from? There was a report that may have been hijacked in Boston.
I think we should leave. I think we should leave that up to the federal government to. Yes, we do have some information, but I think we should leave that up to the federal government to release that information. Our focus is on the relief efforts. And
Governor, do you think there should be any retaliation on the part of the United States for what happened here in this country, both in New York, Washington, and other places?
First step right now, Marcia, is to make sure we do everything to help those people who need our support, and whether they're injured or still trapped in buildings. The second thing is to make sure at the same time we're providing the maximum security against possible additional incidents. But clearly, this is an attack upon America. It's an attack upon our freedom and our way of life, and we must retaliate and go after those who perpetuated this heinous crime against the people of America.
Mayor, this has been compared to Pearl Harbor. Do you consider this to be an act of war? This has been compared.
I'll do both.
This has been compared to Pearl Harbor. Do you consider this to be
This
an act of war?
is a vicious, unprovoked, horrible attack on innocent men, women, and children. It's one of the most heinous acts, certainly in world history. And as the governor said, and I said to the president, we fully and completely support him in any action that he has to take in order to make an example out of the people who are responsible for this.
Is it an act of war in your mind?
I don't know that I want to use those words. I think the president is the one that has to respond, and I think what he has to know is that all of us in New York support him, and support him completely in the efforts that he's going to have to make over the next couple of days, week, and to make a point that people can't do this. You can't attack innocent men, women, and children. And ultimately, I'm totally confident that American democracy and American rule of law will prevail. And the people of New York are going to help to demonstrate that over the next couple of days.
Anybody take responsibility for this? Any group take responsibility at this time? And what is the city doing to safeguard the citizens now that something like this happens?
Well, first of all, I don't know if anyone has taken responsibility for it at this time. And secondly, the New York City Police Department is fully deployed, not just in the rescue effort, but all throughout the city of New York, offering as much protection and as much security as we're capable of for the citizens of the city. And at this point, I believe that the people in New York City can demonstrate our resolve and our support for all of the people that were viciously attacked today by going about their lives and showing everyone that vicious, cowardly terrorists can't stop us from being a free country and a place that functions. And we'll do everything we can to make that point.
Jennifer Steinhauer, please.
Can you please tell us what's going to happen to the New York primary?
This morning, I issued an order suspending the primary across the state. There will be no primary today, and we'll reschedule it once we get through this.
Jennifer, please.
Can you please walk us through the municipal services right now? What's going on with the subway and the schools, for
The subway, the schools, the chancellor, I commend the chancellor. He was on the phone a number of times with us. He coordinated very, very carefully what would happen. He thought it out, and he came up with a very good plan, which was essentially to keep the schools open, to keep the children in school, so we didn't have a large number of children in the different boroughs that would be released from school. They're being released, I shouldn't say as normal, but basically on the normal schedule. If parents aren't there to pick up the young children, then the children will be taken to a center, and the parents will be notified to come and pick them up. The children who have Metro cards, who normally travel on the subway, will be able to do that. The subways are functioning in 4 of the 5 boroughs. And can we get an update, Joe, on how the subway is doing in Manhattan?
All the lettered lines are working.
And in Manhattan?
In Manhattan lines, all the lettered lines.
All the lettered lines are working, including in Manhattan. And throughout the rest of the city, public transportation is normal. So the children should be able to return from school in the normal fashion. And if any children don't have parents to pick them up, then we'll hold them, let the parents know, and then the parents can come and pick them up.
Mr. Mayor, you mentioned you were on Barclay Street. What's the radius of damage that's been affected? How many other side streets around the world?
I don't think we know yet. The whole area of Lower Manhattan has been very much affected by it.
How many police and fire are involved? How many police and fire are involved? Like how many all NYPD off-duty officers as they come in, or like
all NYPD and FDNY officers are on duty now. And we're going to need all of them, and again, thanks to the governor and the way in which the state reacted, we will have 1,600 National Guard to relieve them over a period of time, so we can get some relief for them.
If anybody's looking for someone that may have been in the World Trade Center or in and around that area, what should they do? How can they do it?
We're going to give you numbers so that we can try to help coordinate that. Individual businesses have already done that, but we will as soon as we can find some time from the relief efforts, give you a number in which people can call, and then we can direct them to the right place.
The National Guard loading or anything like that? Any lawlessness?
There have been no reports of lawlessness, no reports of looting. As I said, we saw a lot of people that were part of the escape effort. And they seem to be conducting themselves in a very, very sensible way, a very deliberate way. They seem to be helping each other. So I don't think we have any reports like that at all.
So the only National Guard we'll see will be in Lower Manhattan, in the bomb site area. They won't be patrolling the rest of Manhattan.
No, the purpose of it is to help with the relief effort. We're going to need the help of the state, surrounding areas with heavy-duty equipment.
When will they be arriving?
National Guard troops, some have arrived already, and we expect to have up to close to 2,000 between the National Guard and the state police by later this evening.
Mayor, bridges and tunnels will have to stay closed.
I think everything is closed for now, and then maybe in about an hour or two we can give you an update on what the plan will be for tomorrow.
We saw a lot of lightly injured people walking out of the area because obviously the emergency services were needed for the very seriously injured. People come with us. Some people had difficulty breathing. Is there any health advice to give to people who were caught in this thing, who are not necessarily at risk of losing their life, but
I think obviously if you feel ill or you feel that you've been affected by it, you should go to a hospital and get checked out. But if it's just discomfort that you feel, then you can do basically what we did, was to wash our faces off and get rid of the clothes get rid of the clothes and get to an area where you can breathe in fresh air.
How many people were in the World Trade Center at the time of this attack?
I mean, it was business had already started. It was
So what's normal
right before 9 o'clock. I don't know. I don't know.
Tens of thousands?
Yes. Approximately. Someone just gave me a number of approximately 10,000, but that's, you know, that's a guess.
How long will the city remain on a heightened state of alert?
Until we're told not to. I mean, until the FBI and the police department and the federal government tells us that we shouldn't. Right now, the city is on should be on a state of alert. Now, that instead of frightening people, that should make people feel more confident that everything is being done to keep things secure. And again, let me emphasize that the reason for the National Guard, because I heard the question before, is to help with the relief effort, not because there's any fear of any other problems in the city right now.
How is the
Mr.
Port
Mayor, can
Authority
you tell us
certain
about
kinds of
the other
buildings,
public
Mr. Mayor?
buildings, City Hall, One Police Plaza? When will it be safe for you to return?
I don't know yet. I don't know yet. Hopefully soon, but I don't know the answer to that.
And we heard reports that One Police Plaza was evacuated. Was that true?
No, the command center is open.
And it was never.
We have people in the command center right now.
Mr. Mayor, there have also been reports of large loss of life among the police and firemen who were sent there to rescue people. How accurate are those reports?
There is no question that we lost police officers and firefighters, and some that I know personally, and all of us here know personally, that we're very worried about. And we're not going to know the answer to that until much later. And maybe we should just close now and give you a briefing later. And I would just ask everyone, I talked to Cardinal Egan before because he's at St. Vincent's Hospital. Everybody should in their own way say a prayer and ask God for help and for assistance, and also ask God to give us the strength to overcome this, because I know we're going to need strength to overcome it. And I want the people of New York to be an example to the rest of the country and the rest of the world that terrorism can't stop us. American democracy is much stronger than a vicious, cowardly terrorist, and we're going to overcome this.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
New York Mayor Rudolph Giuliani and New York Governor George Pataki talking to reporters. The mayor urged New Yorkers to be calm and said they had been, and indeed in every picture we have seen of the area around the Trade Center, people were evacuating in a very calm, deliberate, no panic that we have been able to see from from the pictures we have taken and the reporting we have done. The mayor said 1,500 walking wounded, as he described it, taken to Liberty State Park, 600 people in local hospitals, at least 150 people in critical condition. But in fact, the mayor said he would not even venture a guess at what these numbers will become as this day continues to unfold, and tomorrow he acknowledged it'll be several days before we really know how many people have been hurt, how many people have died. We would add one other point here I don't believe we have mentioned. As you know, airports around the country have been shut down. Every airport around the country has been shut down for the first time in the country's history. The FAA says now that there will be no commercial air traffic in the United States until at least noon tomorrow. No commercial flights anywhere in the country, not just New York and Washington, anywhere until noon tomorrow. We know that many of you are just now coming home, joining us, and so we want to walk you through what has gone on both here in New York City and in Washington. We go to Atlanta and our colleague Joey Chin. Joey, good afternoon.
Aaron, extraordinary coverage there on the rooftops in New York of this extraordinary and horrific series of events that we have been watching throughout this day here on CNN. Acts of terrorism, and it's such an unprecedented scope and scale. It is really quite difficult to follow, and quite frankly, there had been an enormous amount of confusion as all of these events were unfolding through the day. So we are trying as best as we can to try to walk you through all this now, to bring you all up to date on what we know about the events that have taken place today. Beginning at 8:45 this morning, that is Eastern time, when the World Trade Center, the workday was well underway there in Lower Manhattan, an airliner crashing into one of the twin towers of the Trade Center. The people in New York, and then very quickly people all around the nation, watching just terrible horror as a thick black smoke billowed from the tower. But that, as it turned out, as it proved, was really just the beginning. 18 minutes later, just 18 minutes later, you see in the highlighted picture there on the right side another very big commercial jumbo jet moving towards the other tower of the World Trade Center, and there you see again the explosion taking place on camera for all to see, quite apparently, quite specifically designed to do that. That was at 9:03 Eastern. Cameras were trained on the two twin centers. Of course, you know that the Trade Center was the target of a terror bombing back in 1993, which killed 6 people. The attack injured so many more, and it really does pale in comparison to what we are seeing today, although, as you just heard from the mayor of the city of New York, nobody wants to make a guess yet on what the final toll will be. In the middle of all of this, suddenly Washington became a target. You see it here. This is the Pentagon, which we always view as some sort of a impenetrable fortress. Pentagon, the symbol of the nation's military might, also a command post today. Pentagon racked by the explosion that occurred at 9:45 this morning. Witnesses say that the commercial aircraft crashed into the Army side of the building. That has been confirmed by authorities. Is about this time that the federal government ordered all the nation's airports closed and ordered all planes in the air to get on the ground. And as you just heard from Aaron Brown, commercial aircraft will not be in the nation's skies again until sometime tomorrow. Now we'll move ahead to 10 o'clock Eastern. The first of the 2 Trade Center towers collapses, and you see the tremendous plume of smoke and debris left. This is an image we cannot forget. That was the visual sighting, and you see really just almost an explosion, an implosion, as it just gave away all that was left, the ash falling from the top of the tower as it came down. 29 minutes later, the second Trade Center tower collapsing. We can report that we know some 50,000 people work daily in the area of the Trade Center buildings. These towers are U.S. landmarks. They receive tens of thousands of visitors each day. The mayor of New York City has said that he does believe a horrendous number of lives has been lost in the course of this tragedy, but he did not want to wager any sort of speculation on what the final toll would be. At least one witness told us that in the moments before the buildings collapsed, he saw people leaping to try to save their own lives from the Trade Center towers. Back in Washington, we get a closer look at what occurred at the Pentagon. What was left, the great flames in the gaping hole of the Pentagon, apparently left by that hijacked plane that crashed into the Department of Defense. Again, we're told this is the Army side of the building of the Pentagon building, which of course is 5 sides. Now, a commercial aircraft, we also know, has crashed in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. That is south-southeast of Pittsburgh, about 80 miles south-southeast of Pittsburgh along I-76. The report says that just before the crash, a passenger who was on board telephoned 911, saying that the plane had been hijacked and trying to get help. Now that would explain the crash there for all 4 planes that have been confirmed as being hijacked over U.S. skies today. Again, 2 crashing into the World Trade Center towers, 1 into the Pentagon, and this last one, you see the debris of it there in the agricultural area, the farming areas, the rolling hills of Pennsylvania. I want to now try to show you some live pictures now of Lower Manhattan at this hour. Again, you still see a thick plume of smoke there. Aaron Brown standing by again in his vantage point on a rooftop in New York City now. Aaron, what are you seeing?
Joey, thank you. We can see, as our viewers can see, the smoke continues to billow out of the Trade Center buildings 6 hours, more than 6 hours after the planes hit. 50,000 people going to work in those buildings. We're joined now on the phone by former Secretary of State James Baker and former Defense Secretary William Cohen. Mr. Baker, let me begin with you. You've been involved in some extraordinary events in the course of your government service. Can you give us any sense at all of what you expect it is like in the Situation Room right now?
Well, I'm sure that it's extraordinarily busy, and it is really a very sorrowful day for our country. We've lost many innocent civilians to what can only be characterized as a very dastardly and cowardly act. A terribly tragic day for America, but I really sense, Aaron, that we may be entering a bit of a new era, an era where we have been worried in the past about terrorism against America. We've always been able to handle it. We obviously were not in a position to handle it today. We do not know all the facts, but we can, I think, suppose and surmise a few things. And And one of those is that it took a fairly, I think, sophisticated and complicated planning apparatus to plan and carry out these events.
And Secretary Cohn, not a lot of groups in the world would be capable of this degree of sophistication, would have the financing, the wherewithal to pull this off, would they?
I think that's correct. We don't know at this point exactly which group it is, but there aren't many that would have this degree of sophistication, ability to calibrate it so that you'd have nearly simultaneous attacks on three important symbols and sites in the United States.
And sir, when we talk about not very many, are we talking about a handful, 3 or 4, a dozen? What do we mean?
I think we're talking about a handful of groups that would have this capability. Again, we don't know all the facts yet in terms of how they were able to gain access to the aircraft, what sort of weapons they had on board. Much of that information hopefully will become forthcoming in the next few weeks. But at this point, we simply have to gather all the information we can to make sure that we can carry out President Bush's vow to hunt down and punish those responsible for this, what Jim Baker just said, dastardly act. There are a few acts in our history that certainly measure up to the magnitude of the loss of life and what it means to this country, and I think that Jim Baker had it right. We're entering a new period, and it's going to cause us to focus our efforts in terms of reconciling what kind of society we can continue to have where we have a persistent threat against innocent civilians in a democratic society. We're going to have to engage in a very constructive and intense debate on how we measure the trade-offs between protecting our people and protecting our civil liberties. And that's a debate that has yet to begin in earnest, but I'm sure that it will.
We now know that the president is in Nebraska, that he is in Sarasota, Florida this morning, where he was to give a speech on education to Louisiana. He's now in Nebraska participating in a national security briefing. Former Secretary of State George Shultz is with us as well. Mr. Secretary, I assume that most of the conversation is going from Washington to the president. What are they telling him, would you guess?
I don't know what we're telling him, but I know how I feel about this. First of all, there has been an act of war of the worst kind, namely against civilians, designed to disrupt and demoralize civilian life, as well as an act of war against the Pentagon. We know that this was carried out by an organization big enough to do something rather complex and complicated. So we have to know who those people are, and we have to go after them, but we have to do more than that. On the one hand, we have to learn what's coming and preempt it, and not be afraid to preempt potential terrorist acts against us. And then we have to look to our own security and give ourselves the kind of reassurance that we deserve, that we're doing the things necessary so we have our children back to our schools, our government officials back in their offices, and these people are not able to stop a resilient, powerful, strong country as we are.
Mr. Schultz, you said we ought not be afraid to preempt it. Have we been afraid to preempt it?
It's hard to preempt. Well, we've done some in the past. It's hard to preempt because you have to know who it is you're going after very clearly and have the right kind of intelligence. But it only underlines the importance of strong intelligence, not only electronic intelligence and photography and so on, but we have to have a very capable human intelligence to know and be able to preempt these sorts of things.
Secretary Cohn, you were in office, if memory serves me correctly, when the Cole was attacked. Obviously, this is a much more horrific event. Did the Cole incident flash back in your mind?
It flashed back in my mind, but also the bombings in East Africa flashed even more vividly before me, because they were, again, nearly simultaneous explosions directed against innocent civilians. And to follow up on Secretary Schultz just mentioned, we indeed did gather together and vow to have the long-arm justice reach out and track those down who are responsible for it, but we also took preemptive action. That was the basis on our attack in Afghanistan when we had intelligence that there was to be a gathering.
Well, we're obviously having a lot of crosstalk and a technical problem. We'll sort it out and we'll try and get our guests back. We mentioned a moment ago there were 50,000 people who come to work each day at the World Trade Center. There are literally tens of thousands more who come into the city, each of them affected. But the effect of this, we suspect, is much broader than that it'll affect everyone in the country. Former Secretary of State George Shultz says American life been changed. I know forever seems a bit farther than I want to go, but American life been changed today?
American life will pick up. We have to look to our security, obviously, and be careful about it. But we're not going to allow these terrible people to change our way of life. They just aren't going to be able to do it. We defend ourselves adequately. We will find out who they are. We will get rid of them, and we'll learn how to preempt these attacks. But we're not going to change our way of life because of these people. I reject that entirely.
And so we respond, and then people get on airplanes again with the same sense of security that they had before. People go to the Trade Center with the same sense of security they had before.
I'm afraid it'll be a while before they go to the Trade Center. But as far as the use of commercial aircraft are concerned, yes, I think we'll have our aircraft back in operation. We'll have to have tighten and be very careful as people get on these planes so that we feel secure that we've done everything possible to keep people off who obviously took over a plane. They did it very skillfully. The pilots apparently weren't able to put out any kind of an SOS, and they must have been able to fly the plane. So we're dealing with an organized group. They have to have a safe haven somewhere that allows them to do these things. So let's go after them.
Mr. Secretary, thanks for joining us today. Secretary of State, former Secretary of State George Shultz, James Baker, former Secretary of State as well, and Secretary of the Treasury, and William Cohn, former Senator from Maine and Secretary of Defense in the Clinton administration, all joining in and all offering similar messages that what happened today cannot be allowed to change the basic core of American life, and that the United States must hold accountable and responsible not simply those who carried out these actions in New York and in Washington, and perhaps another plane as well, the plane that crashed in Pittsburgh, but also any government that has turned a blind eye to terrorist groups, that has offered them safe haven or support, financial, physical support, whatever, that they must be held accountable as well. James Kallstrom, former FBI here in New York, joins us. He's in Delaware. Mr. Kallstrom, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
What are you hearing? Are you hearing things now? Do you have a network of people who are calling in, or that you're calling, who are telling you what they're finding out?
Well, I certainly have a network of friends, and they're busy doing their work, not calling me. The only people calling me right now are the news media.
Okay. What's going through your mind? What are the questions beyond the most obvious? Who did this? What is it that you want to know?
First off, just the immense tragedy of this event and the desire to save as many people as we can save in this terrible, terrible situation. Second thought is that, you know, since '93, with the bombing of the World Trade Center the first time, people that hate us and hate what we stand for and hate our way of life have demonstrated that over and over again. I don't have to go through all the different events, but we all know what they are. And today they brought that terrible hatred to the United States of America, and we as a country, as a nation, need to stand together. I agree totally with Judge Schultz, who I admire tremendously, that we need to go find out who these people are, and with respect to collateral damage, we need to not let this happen again. And I think this puts about 5 exclamation points on why we in this country need a sophisticated, dedicated, high morale team of intelligence agencies and law enforcement that work together. Not that if it was any better than it was the last 5 years, I'm not saying it wasn't good, but it needs to be the best and continue to be the best.
But you're suggesting it has not been good enough.
Well, in a free society, you know, it's virtually impossible to know everything about every bunch of cowards and crazy people that populate the world, unfortunately. But we need to get as close to that as possible without changing our way of life. And I think that exclamation point just hits home today, and we need to stop this. We need not to change our way of life. We need to find out who did this, and I'll tell you right now, that's a short list of people. And our government knows pretty much what that short list is. They're putting the final touches, I'm sure, and will over the course of the next few hours, next few days, and we need to do something about it.
Sir, thank you for your time today. Appreciate joining. We have shown you a number of times the video of this second plane that at 9:08 hit the Trade Center. We have, I believe, some still pictures of that plane as it moved. I'm seeing them for the first time with you, so bear with us. You can see that in the first shot, the plane approaching the Trade Center. And here in the second frame, you can see in the front, I believe what we saw there was the plumes of smoke and fire from the hit on the first building. The plane now visibly closer to the Trade Center building. It is just the most extraordinary and painful thing to look at because you know what's happening. Mr. Kallstrom, are you able to see these pictures, by the way? Mr. Kallstrom?
Yes, I am.
Were you able to see those?
I was able to see that, yes.
As you watch that, as you've seen that, I hear the anger builds, doesn't it?
It does. It certainly does build. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
I mean, we're trained in many ways, both of us, by profession, not to use words like unbelievable, and then you confront moments like this where, in fact, unbelievable is about the only word that seems to apply.
Yeah, I just can't, having lived through the tragedy of TWA Flight 800, which, as sad as that was, I mean, this is geometrically worse. And just thinking about the personal terror of all the people involved in this, the people on those planes. I'm sure there's teenagers and babies and adults and just normal people on those airplanes that suffered tremendous terrorism.
Yes, sir. It is hard to imagine what it must have been like on those 4 airplanes, because while the attacks on the buildings themselves happened quite quickly, these people in these airplanes were aware that something horrible was happening for perhaps an hour. The flight from Boston to New York, right around an hour, a little bit less. Clearly, they knew this was something horrible had come into their lives, and they knew it for a long time.
That's probably true. And think about the fact that people obviously took control of the plane and knew something about flying one of these sophisticated fly-by-wire airplanes. I don't know how much they knew. They knew enough, obviously, to crash it into the building. I can't imagine any American pilot crashing an airplane into one of these buildings.
No, sir,
even with a gun to their head, they wouldn't do that.
I was thinking exactly the same thing, that it is unimaginable to me at least, that any pilot, no matter the circumstance, would have followed that order, crashed that plane into this building or that building. I don't know what they would have done, how they'd have dealt with it, but it is unimaginable they would have followed that order.
So you've got people that not only are willing to give up their lives for just a horrendously, in my view, stupid, cowardly act, but are sophisticated enough to fly a modern jet plane.
It was described by Secretary of State Schultz, and I don't know if you heard it, as an act of war against the United States. Do you see this as an act of war?
I think it's clearly an act of war. I think it's, in many ways, it's a different time, but it's everything that Pearl Harbor was and more. It just puts an exclamation point next to this dangerous world we live in, and the inability to appease people that are this demented with rhetoric. It hasn't worked. It's not going to work. We can see what happened today. All peace-loving people of the world, all people that believe in democracy and freedom need to stand against this. Any country that harbors or aids this type of activity anywhere in the world needs to declare which side they're on, and we need to seriously do something about this, and I believe we will.
Mr. Kellstrom, thank you for joining us to Washington and our colleague Judy Woodruff. Judy.
Aaron, again, listening to your conversation with James Kellstrom and the others, it's we can only begin to grasp the magnitude of what's happened here. And I keep thinking back to what your New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani said about 30 minutes ago. He looked at the camera and he said, it's safe here in New York City, everything is safe, but I would just say, without contradicting the mayor at all, that for so many people watching these pictures, it's very hard to believe or to know what is safe after 4 commercial jetliners caused the deaths that we have seen today. We have right now, we want to show you some pictures, some conversations with people on the streets of New York City this morning about the time of the airplane crashes into the World Trade Center. Let's listen.
The actual airplane hitting the building. It was surreal. As we looked at it, we thought it was something out of a movie. It just didn't seem real. The airplane just came in at a tilt. We heard the scream of the plane, then a crack, 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 boom, 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 and the plane just disappeared. You didn't see the plane anymore, and then you saw the blowout from the other side.
A lot of people equate this to something like Pearl Harbor. You were there. You saw this. Put yourself in perspective that this is nothing's ever happened like this.
Well, I now have images that will never leave my mind. As I'm walking up from, we walked down from downtown up to Grand Central here, and I just keep seeing that airplane hitting. I saw also prior to the second airplane hitting, while we were still standing there, I must have saw about 7 or 8 bodies flying through the air, coming from 80 floors up. Just they'd fall from the debris, and you just saw them cartwheeling down, bouncing off the building. It was devastating. I'm not an emotional person in the least, and I actually felt tremendous emotion at that point, because I do have a lot of friends in both buildings. And I do know that last time, as I said, it took 2.5 hours for somebody on the 70th floor to get out of that building. It's absolutely devastating. I believe, being down there, is tens of thousands of people dead. That's what I believe at this point.
So you're not an emotional person, I see your eyes.
I'm not emotional at least, and now I'm very emotional about this. I have feelings of revenge, but I just sure hope that the government doesn't arbitrarily select an enemy and decide to, for political reasons, obliterate that enemy just for this. But I do hope they find the people that are responsible for this.
You shot in the back, Joe, what do you do?
And fell and just hit and just blew out the plaza we were on.
It was complete dark. There is no light. So, thank God, somebody with little light came up, because we couldn't even see what's happening. We all, with dust and debris and.
How'd you get out?
Well, the firefighter, somebody with little light came eventually, and we were following him.
And go to.
What did you do?
The police officer told everybody to form a human chain, and we held on to each other, and he flashed the light, and he directed us to Building 5, and we went out Building 5.
Did you see people bleeding, and what did you see?
Oh, everybody could see. You want blood? Here's blood. Everybody's bleeding. People are laying all over the floor. It's horrible. And I was there the first time, and this is twice.
CNN producer Rose Arce on the streets of New York. She's joining us by telephone. Rose, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Judy.
What are you seeing? Tell us where you are.
I am about 2 blocks north of where the World Trade Center used to be standing, and I'm surrounded by firefighters who are just watching helplessly. They've had to suspend their rescue operation, and they're just watching a burning hulk of building right now. The front part of the World Trade Center has completely sheared off, as well as many of the upper floors. And every few minutes you'll hear like a small sort of a rumbling sound, almost like an explosion sound, and another chunk of it will come flying down into the street, creating a situation where rescue personnel just have not been able to get close to this building now for over an hour.
Rose, how close are they to the building?
I'd say the closest people are probably about 2 blocks north of there, just in front of where I am. I spoke to a firefighter a few minutes ago that said that he had to stand there and watch helplessly as at least a dozen people leapt from the upper floors of this building during a fire.
Rose, when the mayor was asked this question at a news conference a little while ago, he said he wasn't able to answer, but given your vantage point, can you tell how large a perimeter, how many square blocks are we talking about that's been devastated?
Well, I'd say that at least, up to 4 blocks north, really 5 blocks north of the World Trade Center, there is debris on top of buildings. There are buildings that have been pierced by debris. The streets are covered with several inches of soot and literally pieces of people's desks. There's office supplies. Where I'm standing right now, I can see there's letters on the floor. There's one woman's resume. There's some insurance papers. Things that clearly came from inside that building.
And Rose, where again you are? How close to what's going on here?
I'm about I'd say about 2.5 blocks north of the World Trade Center.
And are you still seeing victims injured being taken away or walking away, or is that
no? Right now, there's absolutely nobody that's getting anywhere close to that building. There's just a huge and enormous pieces of debris just falling one right after the other. And as I said, firefighters a lot of them are just standing here helpless, wanting to go in and try to fight the fire, but just can't get any closer because of safety problems.
And Rose, is your sense that there are enough emergency personnel there once they can? I mean, give us a sense of how many emergency personnel you see.
There's an absolute small army of fire safety people. I mean, I even see Immigration and Naturalization Service officers, federal marshals. There are trucks from all over New York. I see license plates, New Jersey, people from upstate New York. There's just a small army of people here, but there's just really not a whole lot that they can do for whoever may be left right now, because it is just such a dangerous situation.
CNN producer Rose Arce, she's talking to us right now. She's a few blocks away from the World Trade Center, describing efforts by rescue personnel who just cannot get close because it is still a very dangerous situation. You heard her say large pieces of debris still coming down. And these pictures we're showing you, all of them taken earlier in the day since the first airplane hit the World Trade Center about 8:48 this morning. And again, these are those still pictures that Aaron first referred to a few minutes ago. Still pictures of a commercial jetliner. This was the second one to come in. This was the plane, the United Airlines Flight 175 that we now know has to be the one that Boeing 767 bound from Boston to Los Angeles. Instead, it ended up inside and going through incomprehensibly one of the towers of the World Trade Center. Just about a block and a half away here in Washington, a block and a half away from the White House, CNN senior White House correspondent John King. John, you were not traveling, of course, with President Bush, who went to Florida yesterday, but you have been talking to a number of people around the president who are trying to stay on top of what's happened.
Trying to stay on top of what has happened, Judy, despite the fact that from the ground up anyway, the White House complex, which you see behind me, the building itself and the old executive office building, which is home to a number of senior administration officials, a virtual ghost town, evacuated this morning. The president, as we have reported, is now at a military installation in the Midwest. The president first from Florida, stopped at a military installation in Louisiana. He was briefed. Then there was talk that he would come back to Washington, and administration officials saying they believe that is politically very important to send a signal to get the president back to the White House as soon as possible. But the president instead stopped at a second military installation in Nebraska. We are told he is participating in a National Security Council meeting by telephone. Vice President Dick Cheney has been in the White House, underground in the White House Operations Center, the Situation Room, which is a fortified command and control structure, throughout the day with other national security officials, receiving information from around the country and directing U.S. operations from there. We do know on Air Force One en route from Louisiana to the Midwest, the president spoke to the mayor of New York and the governor of New York. He's been in constant contact with officials back here, including members of the congressional leadership, who also have been asked by their security to go to a secure bunker area built for just such a situation, a national security emergency in the United States. The leaders of Congress taken as well to a secure location. Again, the White House grounds were evacuated when all this was taking place this morning. From this perch up here, which you are familiar with from anchoring Inside Politics, you can still see smoke wafting up from the Pentagon and National Airport across the Potomac River, usually one of the nation's busiest, of course, now completely shut down as part of the security precautions being taken here. We are told there is a priority on trying to get the president back to the White House, but priority number one is the president's security. And I've spoken to several senior administration officials as well as some security sources who say at this moment they know of no specific additional threats, but of course they were caught so completely off guard this morning, extra precautions being taken because of the scope of these devastating terrorist attacks. Judy?
All right, John King at a location on top of an office building just a few blocks from the White House, as you can see, reporting on the scene there, where every federal building in the city of Washington has been evacuated. Joining us now on the telephone, former Georgia United States Senator Sam Nunn. Senator Nunn, are you in Atlanta, New York?
Judy, I'm in Wilmington, Delaware.
All right. Senator, longtime leader of the Senate Armed Services Committee, someone who has followed military affairs in this country for so long. What are you thinking right now?
First, it was certainly a day of hate in terms of what was perpetrated by whoever did this, and second, a day of sorrow for the people who are the victims and their families. And it certainly was a cruel and heartless and monstrous type attack. I think it's very important that we steadfast in this country. We always rise to the occasion and work together when we're in a crisis, and I think this qualifies for mustering the American will to remain calm and collected and determined and firm, but most of all, solidarity here at home with the president, following his lead with the governors, with mayors, with the people on the scene, the front lines, the firemen and the policemen and the medical personnel and the nurses and the doctors, people we take for granted every day, but God bless them, and we need to be with them and behind them and help them in every way we can. Certainly we need to learn lessons from this. We need to find out about the intelligence, find out why we didn't get some notification, whether we had information that we did not properly analyze, or whether
Senator,
all of those things come to mind.
Senator, I want to ask you about that, because there has to be many people out there watching who feel betrayed, who want to know why is it that something, how is it that something on this scale could be carried off when they thought the United States was the safest country on the earth?
Judy, I think that's a good question, and I think our intelligence people have to be asked those hard questions, and they will be. I think we also need to put it in perspective, though. We've had efforts against America for the last 20, 25 years, some of them almost of this magnitude in terms of the planning, and they've been warded off by law enforcement and intelligence. So we have to put it somewhat perspective, and we have to also understand some of our other nations in the world have been under not exactly this kind of attack, similar type terrorism for a long time, including Great Britain, including Israel and the Middle East, including Germany. So we have to understand that America is an open society, and we're vulnerable to this, and we need to do everything we can to tell the people of the world that we expect them to be solid with us too, because we need world condemnation here. Certainly when we find out who did it, We need to retaliate, and we need to demand that the world stand solid with us in condemning any country that houses or supports terrorism.
All right, former United States Senator Sam Nunn, Democrat of Georgia, joining us on the telephone, longtime leader of the Senate Armed Services Committee and certainly a leader in U.S. military affairs. Speaking of military leaders, we have now joining us live from Little Rock, Arkansas, former NATO Commander General Wesley Clark. And General Clark, you and I talked a little bit earlier today about what's happened. I know you have sources. Have you learned any more about either, we've obviously been looking at pictures of the horrific evidence of what happened, but have you learned any more about suspicions, information, about what might have been behind this?
Well, actually, I know that there will be a great deal of effort underway to find out who could have contributed to this, and there are various groups who could have been part of it. These groups often change their names, they have interlocking memberships, and so it will take time to run this down. But I think it's clear now, with the hindsight of a few hours, that how well coordinated this attack was, that it was launched from multiple airports, that it picked aircraft that had the largest possible fuel loads to increase their explosive capacity, that the people who were involved knew how to take over aircraft and fly them into the targets. And clearly they had some idea of the symbols of American power that they wanted to strike. And so I think we've got to allow some time for our military to work through this. I am reassured in talking to people inside the Pentagon that the command and control system in there is totally intact. All of the men and women who were part of that command and control system are at their stations and have been throughout this, and so it's very smooth and very effective. I'm thinking about all those people who were in that part of the Pentagon that was struck by the aircraft. We know there are a number of men and women who served there who aren't accounted for, and presumably there are casualties and fatalities there, but the command and control functions are totally intact.
But General Clark, what do you say to Americans, and this is the same version of the question I just put to Senator Nunn, who would say, we thought we lived in the safest country on earth, and now we find out that places that we thought were invulnerable, the Pentagon of all places, one of the most secure locations in Washington, much less in the country, the Twin Towers of the Trade Center, a building that had already come under terrorist attack and had been under increased security, to know that these kinds of places, and we've been told, at least I'm informed that Senator Orrin Hatch has said to some of my colleagues at CNN there was an indication that Camp David may have been a target of the jetliner that crashed in Pennsylvania. This is the sort of thing that makes people want to reevaluate everything.
Well, I've heard the same rumor about Camp David, but we know that for all of our unique power in the world today, the United States is also uniquely vulnerable. We've been targeted for years by a number of these groups, and many people have warned for some time that there's really no ultimate protection against terrorism, and particularly international terrorism. There's no telling how many of these efforts that are similar or perhaps lesser in scale have been broken up by the United States or by our allies, and yet this one has succeeded, and I know there'll be some hard questions asked. But Judy, one thing that comes through very clearly in this is that in an era where global communications are the way they are, and there's movement of people and ideas and communications, that it's not possible to have only one nation deal with the problem of international terrorism. Greater international cooperation and coordination is required, and certainly no state should be supporting and sponsoring the presence inside its borders or the activities out of its borders of international terrorists. And that's one very important message that comes from this terrible tragedy, and I'm sure our government will drive this home very strongly in all of the international fora. I was just on the phone with people in Europe, and as you probably know, NATO headquarters has responded by ordering the evacuation. Of course, by the North Atlantic Charter, an attack on one member of NATO is an attack on all of NATO. And how this will play itself out in coordination with our allies remains to be seen, but here's clearly an area where the United States desperately does need the support of all of our allies, and I'm sure we'll have that support as we deal with the consequences of this tragedy.
General Wesley Clark, a former NATO commander, joining us from Little Rock, Arkansas. General, thank you for joining us once again today.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you.
Aaron in New York City.
Judy, there was something absolutely chilling as General Clark walked through the planning that must have taken place. The planes that were picked, the reasons that those planes were selected is absolutely chilling. CNN's Mike Hanna in our bureau in Israel joins us now. Whenever something like this happens, I guess you look to the Middle East. Mike, what's the situation in Israel now?
Well, Aaron, in an area that has been racked by violence by nearly a year, all have been closely watching events as they've unfolded in the United States. There has been a blanket condemnation from all leaders in the region of the events that have taken place there, and commiseration about the extensive loss of life that has occurred. However, when news of the events started to filter through in Palestinian areas, there were sporadic incidents of celebration in the streets in the East Jerusalem and in various parts of the West Bank. Palestinians took to the streets in small groups, celebrating what they said was an attack against the United States. The United States, blamed by some Palestinians for its ongoing support, as it is seen, of Israel in this conflict, in this Middle Eastern conflict. However, while some Palestinians were taking to the streets in apparent celebration, one youth was quoted as saying, as he received sweets handed around in celebration, "This is a sweet from Osama bin Laden," he said. However, while this was happening, the Palestinian leadership itself was very quick to condemn the events in the strongest of terms.
First of all, I am offering my condolences, the condolences of Palestinian people to the American President Bush, to his government, to the American people for this terrible act. We are completely shocked, unbelievable.
Condemnation and commiserations too from Israel in messages to the United States administration. Israel has banned all non-El Al flights coming into the country as a security precaution, and certainly the events in the U.S. being watched very, very closely from this region, Aaron.
Mike, just a couple of things briefly. One is it is hard, and I suspect for many of our viewers, to look at the tape of the celebration in that you just showed us and contrast those scenes with what we have seen from here in New York and in Washington. The utter devastation, the fear on people's faces, the death and injuries that we know have taken place. The contrasting pictures are extraordinary. Is the Israeli military on a high state of alert now?
Yes, very much so. There is a high state of alert throughout this area. The context that one must view those demonstrations in, those celebrations as we're seen in Palestinian streets, is a context of an area in which violence has been ongoing for nearly 12 months. The context, too, that some Palestinians have criticized the United States sharply for what is seen as its support of Israel in this ongoing conflict. And certainly the Palestinian leadership has been very quick to disassociate itself from those images on the ground, making quite clear that it condemns in the strongest of terms the events in the United States. All radical Palestinian groups too have disassociated themselves and denied any responsibility for the United States attacks. Aaron?
Mike, thank you. CNN's Mike Hanna, our Jerusalem bureau chief, where it's about 11:15 in Israel, about 3:45 here in New York. Hospitals here continue to be inundated with the injured, the most serious of the injured being treated first in a classic triage operation. Maria Hinojosa is at St. Vincent Hospital. She joins us on the phone. Maria, what are you seeing and what are you hearing?
Well, Aaron, since about 10 o'clock this morning, there's been a steady stream of ambulances coming into St. Vincent's, which is the central hospital for the traumatized, where they're dealing with the trauma units here. Now, what we've seen, the most recent numbers now, there's 256 patients. 25 of them are in critical condition. 3 of them have passed away. And about 30 firefighters and police have also been treated. Just to give you an idea of the numbers, this hospital handled the World Trade Center bombing in 1993. There they saw a total of only 160 patients. They are now having well surpassed that by 100 patients, more or less, 256 patients now. Mayor Giuliani arrived here about 5 minutes ago. He went straight inside. We're expecting him to come out and address the media here. And essentially there's a sea of green. Office chairs have been draped with white sheets to be used instead of stretchers. Buses have been ferrying hundreds of volunteers who have come to donate blood. They've been taken to other locations. And just about 2 minutes ago, we saw another busload carrying doctors and nurses who have come off. Lots of doctors and nurses coming to St. Vincent's wanting to volunteer. People here saying that they're asking them to come later tonight, where they're expected to be receiving patients well into the night for the next 24 hours at least. Aaron?
Maria, thank you. A snapshot of what is going on in any number of hospitals here in the city of New York and in the New York region, in the counties surrounding New York. This is all being played out in very much the same way. Another snapshot, if you will. CNN producer Alec Mirren is in a car in New Jersey trying to make his way to us here in the city. Alec, can you hear me?
I can, Aaron.
Tell me what is out there right now. How far are you from Manhattan?
Well, I've been traveling from suburban Maryland today, trying to come up, like you said, and assist in the coverage. And it's eerie how these events are impacting travel all along the Northeast Corridor. As you know, a very busy commuter area. Went to the train station in Baltimore this morning. The trains have just been canceled. People were forming carpools to get where they needed to go. As I jumped in my car and headed north on Interstate 95 and then on to the New Jersey Turnpike, lots of signs. Serious problems, avoid New York. On the New Jersey Turnpike, I don't know if this is unprecedented, but it's certainly unusual. Everyone was funneled off of the Turnpike at exit 11, which is Perth Amboy. Ironically, as you get off there, you can see the cloud of smoke still billowing out of the World Trade Center. Lots of people have just pulled over to the side of the road and are sort of sitting there. Some have gotten binoculars from who knows where. I talked to a few of them. They said they didn't know where they were going to go because the turnpike was closed. I just got here to the train station because reports had been that perhaps train service was starting up again. In fact, it is starting leaving the city, and they made that announcement, which was greeted by
watch my back.
Smiles and quiet nods of the head from people who are clearly waiting for loved ones to come out of New York City. But there's still no service into New York City, and the island remains pretty much an island. I talked to Woodbridge.
Alec, let me stop you there. Thank you for the snapshot. Keep working your way here. We could use the help. Judy Woodruff in Washington. Judy, what do you got?
Aaron, joining us now, our congressional correspondent Kate Snow for an update on what some members of Congress have been doing. We know they've been evacuated from the Capitol building, but Kate, you've been learning about some of their assessment of what's happened. I'm sorry, we don't have that audio connection with Kate. I can report that sources are telling CNN's national security correspondent David Ensor that there are, quote, good indications that people with links to the Osama bin Laden organization are responsible for today's attacks. We can't do much better right now at identifying these sources, but again, they're saying good indications. And this is, again, no proof, but this is very much in line with what high-ranking people have been telling us throughout this day, all the way from former NATO Commander Wesley Clark. General Wesley Clark told us hours ago, and then again just a few moments ago, we spoke with him just a few moments ago. He said that there are very few organizations that would have the sophistication, the financial resources, the organization, the network of contacts to carry out an attack this sophisticated, this organized, where you have planes hitting these key locations in New York City and Washington, the Pentagon, within just minutes of one another. People who could take over the cockpit of an airplane and presumably push the pilot aside. We can't imagine that any pilot would knowingly fly an airplane into the Pentagon or into any place where there were people. Some of these people with connections to the terrorist organizations must have been at the cockpit. Joining us now, and I believe he is in a studio, George Terwilliger, who has had a career of following the activities of intelligence organization, has become an expert on terrorist activities. I'm sorry, we're not going to go to George Terwilliger. We're going to go to White House spokeswoman, Counselor Karen Hughes in Omaha.
And I'm here to update you all on the activities of the federal government in response to this morning's attacks on our country. As you heard from President Bush a short time ago, the federal government is acting to help local communities with search and rescue and emergency management operations, to take all appropriate precautions to protect our citizens, and to identify those responsible for these despicable attacks on the American people. While some federal buildings have been evacuated for security reasons and to protect our workers, your federal government continues to function effectively. We have a federal emergency response plan, and at President Bush's direction, we are implementing it. We began to implement it immediately after the first attack in New York this morning. We contacted American forces and embassies throughout the world and placed them on high alert. The United States Secret Service immediately secured the President, the Vice President, and the Speaker of the House, and they are all safe. They have also secured members of the National Security Team, the President's Cabinet, and senior staff. As you know, President Bush was in Sarasota, Florida when the first attack occurred this morning. Air Force One has now landed at Offutt Air Force Base in Omaha, Nebraska, and the President is in a secure location. He is in continuous communication with the Vice President and key members of his cabinet and national security team. Vice President Cheney and our National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, are in a secure facility at the White House. I have just come from there. The Secretary of Transportation and other members of our White House senior staff are gathered at a command center there, and we are coordinating with other branches of our federal government. The Secretary of Defense remains at the Pentagon, and the Secretary of State is en route back to Washington from his trip to South America. President Bush is conducting a meeting of the National Security Council as we speak. They are meeting President Bush from his location and other members from different locations in Washington and other locations. As many of you have been reporting, the Federal Aviation Administration ordered all airports closed, and all planes which were in the air were directed to land at the nearest airport. International flights were diverted to alternate locations outside of the United States. Transportation Secretary Mineta has directed the Federal Aviation Administration to suspend operations until at least noon tomorrow. So no airline flights will operate until at least then, and until the FAA announces that operations will be resumed. Secretary Mineta has also issued orders controlling the movement of all vessels in United States navigable waters. The Federal Emergency Management Agency has activated 8 urban search and rescue task forces in New York, and 4 of these highly trained teams are at work here in Washington at the Pentagon. Every federal agency has implemented continuity of operations plans to make sure the government continues to function effectively. While the markets closed today because of the situation in Manhattan, the United States financial system has continued to operate. Banks have been open all day. The Federal Reserve has operated regularly and continuously. The Department of Health and Human Services has mobilized medical personnel and supplies to provide help to local authorities who are working so diligently to respond and try to help the victims of these terrible attacks. President Bush has committed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to identify and bring to swift justice those responsible for these despicable attacks. The Department of Justice is setting up a hotline for families who fear that their relatives may have been victims of one of these attacks, and we will be announcing that telephone number shortly. Our fellow citizens and our freedom came under attack today, and no one should doubt America's resolve. President Bush and all our country's leaders thank the many Americans who are helping with rescue and relief efforts. We ask our fellow Americans for your prayers for the victims, for their families, for the rescue workers, and for our country. Thank you all very much, and we will continue to update you as information is available and confirmed.
When will the president return to the White House?
Will he go to be back to Washington, Karen? Will he address the nation if the Vice President?
Presidential Counselor Karen Hughes in Washington, D.C. at the headquarters of the FBI talking to reporters, and very unusual, she did not take questions, which normally would be the case for someone speaking in a spokesperson's capacity. But what we heard from Ms. Hughes is that all appropriate precautions are being taken. She said the president is in a secure location, the vice president, and is in continuous contact, she said, with Vice President Cheney. She mentioned again that Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld is at the Pentagon. Secretary of State Powell, she said, at an undisclosed location. She said she went through, ticked off a list of measures that have been taken to assure that the federal government of this country continues to operate. She said a plan was put in place after the first attack on the World Trade Center this morning, and she said it has been in operation ever since. In an effort to be reassuring, she said on high alert, the United States forces were put on high alert, American embassies abroad, the same thing. She said not just the president and the vice president, but also when you think about the succession to the presidency, the Speaker of the House would be third in line after, or second in line after the Vice President. She said the Speaker of the House, Dennis Hastert, has also been put in a safe, or taken to a safe, but undisclosed location. CNN's senior White House correspondent John King at a location since the White House was mainly evacuated about a block away. John.
Well, Judy, Karen Hughes working throughout the day in the White House Situation Room in the basement of the White House at a fortified structure.
A great deal during the day. It's going to last for a number of days. We told the president that we thought that the whole rescue effort would take a week or so or more. But the main focus right now, obviously, is on saving as many lives as possible. I think it's still possible for us to save a lot of the people that are there. They're not all there. All of our police and firefighters are not there. We have a lot of police and firefighters. Bernie, do you want to explain where the police and firefighters are?
No,
we do not, and we're not going to put one out until much later, after we get a better sense of the numbers we're talking about.
The police and the police deployment is, primary focus is down in southern Manhattan in the rescue effort, but we're tending to our policing needs all over the city. We, as the mayor said earlier, we're getting assistance from the governor and the National Guard. About 200 National Guardsmen, about 2 hours, about an hour ago, I guess. There'll be another about 1,500 sometime this evening. They come in to help us. And we're going to continue on the rescue efforts, but policing will go on in the rest of the city as usual.
For other possible actions How is that going?
Obviously, we're in a high state of alert. We're looking at other government buildings, securing those buildings, securing other areas in the city. Right now, our primary focus and our efforts are in southern Manhattan.
One more, please.
I don't think anybody. The mayor and I were there this morning. I was there when the second plane hit the building. I was right underneath the building. I don't think anybody would have imagined that one of those airliners would have hit the building like that. Nobody in their right mind would have thought that would happen. So, and in this circumstance, it was something we couldn't avoid. We couldn't have stopped, even if we tried. So.
Thank you. Thank you.
We've been listening to Mayor Rudy Giuliani, obviously fairly close to the site where the rescue operations are underway in New York City, reassuring that every effort's being made to get as many people out and to hospitals as they possibly can. Now, back here in Washington, let's return to our senior White House correspondent, John King. John, and let's talk about what the White House is doing, and some of which we heard about from Karen Hughes, who's a counselor to the president just a minute ago.
Well, Judy, some of this involves security precautions, which is one of the reasons the president is not yet back in Washington. He is now in Nebraska at a military air base conducting a National Security Council meeting, although at the White House they are putting a priority to getting him back as soon as possible. They believe that picture of the president returning to the White House would send a powerful signal. You heard both Karen Hughes here in Washington, Mayor Giuliani just again in New York, trying to reassure the citizens that the government is at work despite these atrocities today. They very much want to get the president back. Now, from an operational standpoint, the vice president and the National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, are in the Situation Room in the basement of the White House. That is the command and control system used for natural disasters, used for terrorist attacks like this one, used in the case of major military operations. That has been up and running throughout the day. The senior staff at the White House operating out of that. Ms. Hughes, on the one hand, trying to send reassuring signals, saying the government was up and running, the financial systems were up and running. Yet on the other hand, she too noted the remarkable paralysis this event, these terrorist attacks, have caused in the United States. Commercial air systems shut down nationwide at least through noon tomorrow. Security officials still not confident enough to bring the president back to Washington. So Karen Hughes delivering a statement, bringing us up to date on the activities and the movements of the president and the vice president, at the same time saying the United States government still looking into who is responsible for this. And I know David Ensor is standing by with more information. White House officials saying their early indications are that they believe, and David may have more information, that these attacks are linked to the suspected terrorist Osama bin Laden. Judy?
All right, John, you are right. David Ensor, our national security correspondent here in the studio in Washington. David, I know you've been on the telephone. What have you been able to learn?
U.S. officials are saying that they now have new and specific information, and they say this information is good indications that people with links to Osama bin Laden may have been responsible for these attacks. I asked, is this new information that's come in since the attacks? Yes, it is. Is it specific in nature? Yes, it is. Now, they're not completely eliminating the possibility that the attacks could have come from somewhere else, not ruling out a Saddam Hussein-inspired attack or some kind of combination of Palestinian groups or some other combination, but good indications that people with links to bin Laden may have been behind the attack, and this is new and specific information, the officials say. They are also expressing a certain amount of what I think is best described as anger at the comments by the Afghan government, by the Taliban government, by Wakil Ahmed Mutawakel and Mullah Omar, the leaders over there who have commented today, in which they deny that Osama bin Laden has ever organized terrorism out of Afghan territory. One official calling that lies, 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 lies. And there's a certain amount of black humor also now setting in as, like other Americans, national security officials, intelligence officials, the first thing they felt when they saw what's happening and what we're looking at on our screen here was shock. But that is turning now to anger. And when I asked whether there were considerations being given to some sort of retaliation against targets in Afghanistan, one official said, I wouldn't be planning your vacation there if I were you.
David Ensor, just quickly, when they describe this new and specific information, do you know enough about the kinds of sources or the kinds of the methods here that you could characterize where this information might be coming from or in what form?
Well, they are not saying anything specific about exactly what the nature of this information is, as you can expect, Judy. However, when I talk to officials about the kinds of information that they would be gathering now, they confirm that that information includes passenger lists of the aircraft that were down, videotape at airports, from cameras, from security cameras in the airports. In a few days, they will have cockpit recordings. And there's also a limited number of people who are suspected of belonging to terrorist groups who are known to be able to fly aircraft. And it looks as if at least some of the personnel involved in this plot must have been able to do that in order to carry off this set of attacks, Judy.
Absolutely chilling to hear you say that, David, that there are people in these organizations, and we now know it, who could fly commercial jetliners to do these horrible, unspeakable acts that have been committed today in the United States. And now, as we look at live pictures of New York City, where the smoke still billows from the location of the World Trade Center's buildings that were 100 stories high, now completely decimated. Smoke coming from those buildings 6 hours after the collapse of these Twin Towers. To Atlanta and to my colleague Joey Chin.
Judy, we want to bring our viewers up to date. Of course, it's just after the top of the hour, and many people are probably tuning in at the top of the hour, trying to understand the events of the day. So we want to bring you up to date on what we know, what we've been able to learn throughout the course of the day's events. There were two airliners just about 18 minutes apart this morning, which crashed into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center at separate times. Both planes apparently had been hijacked. One of them was an American Airlines flight. The other is believed to have been a United Airlines aircraft. Now, the buildings collapsed not long after the attacks, and as you see, the people in the streets below just were rained on with the debris from these collapsing buildings. There are tens of thousands of people in these buildings on any given day at the World Trade Center, but officials say they do not yet know how many people may have been killed, and they do not want to venture a guess until they know more, until they have more solid information about what's happening. Again, the effort still to control the fire at the World Trade Center. Now, about a half hour after the second attack in New York, an American Airlines jet crashed into the Pentagon building. You see it there. Again, the plane was believed to have been hijacked as well. The building has burned throughout the day as firefighters have worked, trying very hard to get the blaze under control. Parts of the Pentagon building, you see it there, have collapsed. The casualties there are expected to be high, but again, we don't have any firm numbers yet on that. About the same time, a fourth plane was hijacked this morning. This one was believed to be a United flight from Newark, New Jersey, bound for San Francisco, and then it crashed in western Pennsylvania, about 80 miles south-southeast of Pittsburgh. Again, CNN continuing to follow up on all fronts. We want to return now to New York, and from his rooftop vantage point, CNN's Aaron Brown. Aaron?
Joey, thank you. Shimon Peres, the Israeli foreign minister, has been active in Israeli governments for as long as most of us can remember, and has witnessed more of these terrorist attacks than any of us should experience. He joins us now to talk about this one. Good evening, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening. Thank you.
Before, sir, we get to any of the specific questions, let me just ask you first, if I may, for a reaction to what has taken place here.
Our heart is with America, and our heart is with the thousands of families that have lost their children, their brothers, mothers. For Israel, it's a day of mourning. We announced that tomorrow the whole nation will be mourning. And I am sure that as bitter and painful the event is, the only one that can save humanity from this terrible danger is the United States of America. It was not an attack only upon America, but an attack upon civilization, an attempt to introduce the rules of jungle in our life, not to permit people to fly freely, to walk safely, to be assured at the places they live. It is like a declaration of war or an introduction of a terrible arm, and we have to draw all the conclusions fully, uncompromisingly, and right away.
Sir, You have been a soldier, a leader of a country. You have been privy to some of the most detailed intelligence reports there are out there. Are you surprised by the sophistication that must have been at play to carry out these attacks?
It's a sophistication of the most evil kind. You know, only evil people can arrive to such a sophistication. And the measures must be radical as the evil itself. I think what should be done is to identify every country that hosts or supports terror and declare those countries as terrorist countries. I think there must be a call to all religious leaders, Christian, Muslim, Jewish, to condemn fully, without an excuse, all the suicidal bombers, suicidal persons, who in order to kill others, they kill themselves. It's against the basis of our life. It's against the gospels of every believer. And then again, we have to organize ourselves globally, because we are going over from a world of enemies, where you have had armies to face them, to a world of global dangers that we don't have yet neither a strategy nor an army to stop it. We have to get ourselves organized properly and fully and immediately.
Mr. Foreign Minister, I hope you'll answer this. Let me ask it anyway. Did the government of Israel have any intelligence prior, any indications prior that something like this might happen?
Not specifically. We have had warnings, and there are all the time warnings. But we know, and all of us are aware of some of the addresses from where terror can origin. But anyway, I don't have any specific information, and I wouldn't like to blame anybody without full knowledge.
I understand that, and let me then, just for the record, ask the logical follow-up, which is, since the attacks themselves, has Israeli intelligence picked up any information that suggests who might be involved in this?
Any information we shall have, we shall hand over immediately to our American friends. And we also send right now, a plane with our rescue team, which is already on the way. Whatever we shall be able to do, or we can do, in order to be of help, we shall do it full-heartedly, without any reservations. Permit me to say that today each of us feels American, like an American, with all the seriousness, all the pains, and all the determination.
Sir, do you have any doubt in your mind that the root of this attack on the United States today, the root of it took place in the Middle East, that the events in the Middle East, the organizations in the Middle East, do you believe that to be the case?
I think we have to bring an end to the conflict in the Middle East, but there were already acts of terror in the United States disconnected from the Middle East, and there are in many other places the same story. We have to put an end to terror, because it's a danger to every person and every country, no matter where it is. So the reasons are important, but the attraction to use terror in order to kill, in order to threaten, is existing everywhere. It's not connected to a specific case or specific place.
Sir, thank you. Shimon Peres, the Israeli foreign minister, a long-time Israeli leader in any number of governments, joining us from Jerusalem tonight, where it is a little bit after 11 o'clock, about 10 minutes after 11. Thank you, sir, for joining us. We are getting information now that one of the other buildings, Building 7, in the World Trade Center complex, is on fire and has either collapsed or is collapsing. And you, to be honest, can see these pictures a little bit more clearly than I. But building number 7, one of the buildings in this very large complex of buildings that is the Trade Center, there were, and that is the right way to put it, there were the 2 towers, but then there are a number of support buildings around it, retail spaces, restaurants, office space, garages, The trains come in from New Jersey, bringing commuters, taking commuters back, come into the complex that is the World Trade Center. And now we are told that there's a fire there, and that building may collapse as well, as you can see. We can see as we look now back downtown, we can see the billowing smoke. It is extraordinary to us, I guess, is how long this scene has gone on. The smoke has not cleared at all. It has not lightened at all. There was that horrific moment when the towers collapsed, and then we've been in this sort of situation ever since as the fires continue to burn. Rose Arce, one of our producers who has been slowly and diligently making her way to the building, described the fires that she saw in the area of the towers themselves. And clearly those fires continue to burn at about 4:15 Eastern Daylight Time today in an unbelievable and awful scene in New York. Judy?
Aaron, for those of us who don't know that area of Lower Manhattan, you were explaining something that is important, because I think the belief had been that there were just the two towers, but you're now telling us that there are several other buildings that make up the complex of buildings. And as Aaron is just saying, and we're hearing for the first time, one of these support buildings is on the verge of collapse if it has not already collapsed. It looks to me, as it may to Aaron as well with these live pictures, that smoke is so black that it may be the result of a fresh part of this terrible disaster. But it is only speculation at this point. We evidently don't have anyone on the phone down there that we can get to right this moment. But of course, when we do, we will tell you what is going on. We do know that every effort is being made by New York emergency authorities to get people out. But you also heard our producer Rose Arce say not too long ago that even the emergency personnel cannot get close because debris is falling at a steady rate within a 2-block radius around the Trade Center, and even their most heartfelt efforts to get in there and rescue people, they just can't do it because the risk is too great. We're going to continue to watch this horrific scene in New York City as we bring you up to date on what has been happening here in Washington. The Congress would have been in session today. In fact, it was gaveled to order this morning, at least that's my understanding. But members of Congress, after these buildings were hit, were quickly evacuated, and some of them have been gathering. There was report not too long ago that at 6 o'clock today Eastern Time that there would be a conference call of the congressional leadership to assess the catastrophe of today and to consider when the United States Congress should meet again. As of now, the Capitol was largely evacuated. CNN's Kate Snow is at a location near the Capitol, and she's been talking constantly to members and to members of the staff. Kate, what are you learning?
Judy, we are still under a lockdown at the Capitol. We've been told that Senator Lott and Senator Daschle would like to call the Senate back into session this afternoon. They would like to do that. Whether that's going to be a possibility is unclear at this point. Joining me here a couple of blocks away from the Capitol is Senator Bob Graham, Democrat from Florida and the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee. You hold a position where you are in the know, Senator. Tell us, what do you know at this point about the events that have transpired today? Have you been briefed yet?
Kate, we're about to have a briefing. The head of the CIA has been briefing the cabinet and the other key officials to the president this afternoon, and he's going to be talking to members of Congress on the intelligence committees and leadership shortly.
It's been reported, our David Ensor has reported, that there are strong indications that this could be linked to Osama bin Laden. Do you personally believe that that could be the case?
Kate, I think it's premature to start naming a prime suspect. If you'll recall, after the Oklahoma City bombing, there was an early identification of an Arab group that had done it. Turned out to be false. Let's withhold until we get a little more information. My own sense is that there are not very many groups around the world who have the capability of planning, coordinating, and executing terrorist attack of this sophistication.
You are constantly being briefed by the FBI, by the CIA, by the National Security Agency. You are one of the senators that knows the most about our national security. Do you believe that there was any advance warning of this attack?
No, if there had been advance warning, there would have been steps taken to have interdicted it. There had been a general threat warning that there was a greater likelihood of some terrorist attack somewhere in the United States, but it was not at a sufficiently detailed level to allow for some response.
And when was that general warning?
Early in the summer, there was a general announcement of an increase in threat level for terrorism.
And were there changes made then to our security? Tell me about that.
Yes, there were general steps taken in terms of our intelligence gathering, particularly related to those that we had the highest level of suspicion, greater security at key vulnerable areas, and I'm certain that the military was placed at a somewhat higher level of alert.
Were you then surprised as you sat in your office? You told me you were here this morning, you were on Capitol Hill when the first word started coming down about what happened in New York. Were you surprised?
Well, the answer is I was shocked at what actually happened, the extent of it, the gruesomeness, the audaciousness of this kind of an aerial attack against some of our best known symbols of America. I was not surprised that there was an attack, was surprised at the specificity of this one.
Does the Senate now, to show that the Senate can get on with business and that the U.S. Congress has not been impeded, do you think the Senate ought to come back and get back to business to send that signal?
Well, I think first, as all Americans, we need to extend our sympathy to the families that have been so tragically affected by this. We also need to send a signal to the world that a group of terrorists cannot intimidate the greatest democracy in the history of the globe, and that we will continue to carry out our responsibilities.
And at this briefing, you told me within the hour, before 5 o'clock Eastern, you expect to talk not only with intelligence, FBI, but also with your colleagues, the leadership. And I understand some decisions are going to be made about how to proceed from here.
Well, I think what we'll be getting at this briefing is some more detail as to what happened today. But there clearly are some things that we have known that need to be undertaken for our long-term protection. For instance, we need to make a greater investment in human intelligence. That's old-fashioned spies that can get close to a terrorist, find out what their intentions and motivations are. We need to see that our technical ability to gather information stays as world-class as it has been for the last 50 years, and we need to close the gap between the amount of information we gather and that which we're able to analyze and convert into useful intelligence.
Okay. Senator Bob Graham, Democrat from Florida, the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, joining us here. He's about to receive a briefing, Judy, and we will get back to you with word when we know more from here. Judy?
All right, Kate, we've been listening closely to what Senator Graham was saying, and I would just remind everyone, if they haven't already taken note of this, that this week is actually the anniversary of the Camp David Accords. Those took place back in 1978, 23 years ago, over a period of about a little more than a week, between September 5th and about the 17th. This was the framework for peace in the Middle East, an agreement between Israel and Egypt that many of the more hardline Arab states said they would never forgive Egypt and certainly Israel for doing this. They felt betrayed by it, and there are those today suggesting perhaps that had something to do with the timing, although at this point it would be purely speculation to say one way or another. You're continuing to see pictures of the terrible devastation in New York City in the aftermath of the 2 airplanes that flew into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. There are adjacent buildings, part of the World Trade Center complex, that are still very much at risk. One of these buildings may have collapsed or may be in the process of collapsing. Aaron Brown, back to you in Manhattan.
Judy, thank you. Jim DeStefano is a structural engineer. He knows about big buildings and what happens in these sort of catastrophic moments. He joins us from Deerfield, Connecticut on the phone. Jim, the plane hits. and I hope this isn't a terribly oversimplified question, but what happens to the building itself?
Well, it's
the structure.
It's a tremendous impact that's applied to the building when a collision like this occurs. And it's clear that that impact was sufficient to do damage to the columns and the bracing system supporting the building. That, coupled with the fire raging and the high temperatures softening the structural steel, then precipitated a destabilization of the columns, and clearly the columns buckled at the lower floors, causing the building to collapse.
So it is a combination of, as we see again this extraordinary shot of the second plane hitting the tower, it is a combination of the impact of the plane itself and then the fire that ensues that causes these, I don't know, are they called beams, to buckle?
It's the columns. The vertical elements are columns, and those are the elements that are holding the whole building up. And those are the critical, vulnerable elements that clearly failed in a buckling mode from the high temperatures and the damage from the impact.
Now, I'm not asking you to assign any blame to anyone about anything here, but just give me an idea if, in fact, you can design these buildings in such a way so that this sort of thing does not happen even in a catastrophic event.
Well, it's very difficult when you're designing a structure like this to imagine all the scenarios of things that might occur to the building during its construction. It's my understanding that when this building was designed, one of the criteria that it was designed for was a direct hit from a 707. Clearly, planes are larger today, and it wasn't considered the effects of the aftermath fires and high temperatures that would have been applied to the structure subsequent to the collision as we saw today.
And to the best that you can, give me an idea of how long it will take for that building to be safe to go into, because what we know is or what we believe at least, there are still people trapped in there. The mayor talked about a week that this rescue operation is going to take. Is that realistic?
I think it's very realistic that what we've seen in other collapses, like L'Ambiance Plaza here in Connecticut and the Hyatt Regency in Kansas City and the Oklahoma City bombing, it takes a very long time to clear the rubble and find all the people that might be trapped underneath it.
But at what point, what has to happen before it is literally safe to send someone into that space?
I don't know that it will ever be safe. I think the rescue people that are in there trying to save people are very much at risk, as they always are in these kinds of disasters. That the structure is always, when you have a pile of rubble like this, the structure is always somewhat unstable. So those rescue workers that are in there are at some risk. That there's never a point where you can say this building is safe to walk into and start looking around.
Jim, thank you. Jim DeStefano, a structural engineer, joining us from Deerfield, Connecticut on the phone. We have, over the last 6 or 7 hours now, shown you some extraordinary pictures. Many of those pictures have come from the air. We have seen the plane hitting the tower. We've seen the tower collapse. In this day and age, lots of people walk around this city, and every city, I guess, with video cameras, and one of them today in Lower Manhattan was Dr. Mark Heath. Dr. Heath kept rolling, as we say in the news business, and this is what he saw with as little commentary from us as possible.
I live. It's coming down on me. Here it comes. I'm getting behind a car. It's incredible. Okay, I'm gonna have to go find people who need help. I don't think I'm one of them. You okay, sir? Okay. Can I just get a toot off your respirator? Can I get a toot? I'm seeing a couple of clean breaths.
That's good.
Okay. Back to you. This is the car I hid behind. It saved my life. Wait, maybe it was this one. There's all these noises. I don't know what it is. They say someone needs help.
Yeah, Mike! Mike! Mike, come over here! Yeah!
Anybody need a doctor?
Where are you?
Oxygen. Don't have oxygen. Can you...
Hello, Doc.
Hey, that guy needs some oxygen if someone can share it with him.
10-4.
Thanks. They told me just to wait here at this semi-staging area. See if I can help, and that's what I'm doing. They won't let me go any closer. No one can go in to get the people out. There's small explosions still going on. So far, I just seen some people who needed oxygen from the dust. No one trauma. Gonna go with my eyes out. Yeah, that almost made it work. Looking north on the West Side Highway. You guys going in?
Yeah.
Come with you. You know, you might not want to get too much closer because the more buildings could come down, then we're not going to help anybody.
All right.
I think we should. Yeah.
Where's the incident come out?
Let's just. Yeah. Okay. Let's just wait right here. Let's just station up right here. Okay.
All right, Doc.
Why don't we set up? Can you hang IVs from this pole here?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
We just heard another explosion. They're handing out gloves and masks. The consensus is it's too unsafe to go in there. Just gonna wait here until they bring some people out. I was hooked up with some firemen with some first aid stuff.
What do we do?
You know what?
Anything?
Why don't we just set this up as a little mobile hospital unit right here, okay?
Battalion gets all units that are available. We're having a new command post on Murray Street and West Street. Any units available, respond when you roll up here.
Any suggestions? Should we set up here for medical work? Think this is safe enough here?
Those pictures shot by Dr. Mark Heath. We don't know much about Dr. Heath, but we, I think, can fairly say that he had extraordinary presence of mind as he continued not only shooting those pictures, but also offering assistance where he could. At one point, he hid behind a car, tried to get into the car to protect himself from both the debris and the smoke that was building around him. The car was locked. He tried to break in, couldn't, and then hid his face in a medical bag, his medical bag. All the while he kept shooting. A couple of things that you might have wondered about. A couple of sounds. There was a chirping sound that you heard at various points in the tape. That is the sound of the locator devices that firemen and women wear so that if they are lost in a fire, their colleagues, their brother and sister firefighters can get to them. And there was also a kind, what sounded to us at least, like a kind of whistling sound. That's the sound of respirators that the firemen, the emergency service personnel, and the rest were using and offering to people who needed it. Our colleagues at CNN-FN are reporting now that the stock exchanges, the NASDAQ, the American Stock Exchange, the New York Stock Exchange, all of course closed today, will remain closed through Wednesday. So the stock markets, the financial markets in the country, and yet again, we cannot recall anything like that ever occurring. Perhaps it has, and we don't remember it, but we don't remember it. The stock markets, all of them, stay closed through Wednesday. Air travel shut down in the United States until at least noon tomorrow, and certainly no guarantee it'll open after that. That affects, on an average, about 1.5 million people every single day, 40 to 50,000 flights, all of them grounded. There were about 50, there were about 50 planes in the air after the FAA essentially locked down airports in the country. All of those planes made it safely to destinations. We don't know they made it to the destinations they were headed for, but they were all able to land safely. CNN's Joey Chin in Atlanta. Joey?
Aaron, we're following and watching these extraordinary pictures as they still come in as we continue to watch all the events. We want to bring our viewers back to where all of this started today, and we have additional pictures to give you some additional perspective to the story we are telling you this afternoon. First up, we go back to 8:48 this morning, that is Eastern. The crash of the first hijacked airliner hit the North Tower of the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan in New York. You see the gaping hole and you see the black smoke that billowed from the tower. Now this, actually, you're looking at the picture of the second airline that crashed into the second tower, the South Tower as well. Now we want to move you over and show you some exclusive CNN pictures, still pictures of the second crash as it happened. You see the plane bearing in on the South Tower of the Trade Center. This is United Airlines Flight 175. It was a Boeing 767 scheduled from Boston to Los Angeles, 65 people on board, and you see what happened, just sheared right into the South Tower. Horrible crash, massive burst of flames. This crash occurred at 4 minutes after 9 o'clock this morning. Again, that's New York time. Now move ahead to 10:30, 10:29 actually. The North Tower had collapsed already. This is the South Tower. You can see collapsing into the streets of Lower Manhattan, just falling away. We know that as you see it there, it's just falling away, just falling out of the sky, falling into pieces all over Lower Manhattan. And so you can understand the tremendous amount of ash just dumped on Lower Manhattan today. Roughly 50,000 people work in the towers in the center area on a daily basis. And then, of course, there are additional tens of thousands of tourists who would come to the tourists who want to see the tremendous vantage point you would have from the top of the towers. The New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani has told us he does believe that there was a horrendous loss of life there, but he doesn't even want to try to guess how many people have died in New York today. Here now, we want to give you the eyewitness accounts of people who saw some of what happened today.
I heard the sound of a jet. I assumed it was like a Navy jet or something like that, just flying by. Sometimes they'll fly very low near the World Trade Center, not near it. Then I heard a large explosion. I thought it was a sonic boom. And when I heard the explosion, I looked up, and what I saw red, and I saw debris start to fall down. I was so close to the building that I couldn't run away from the building, so I actually had to run towards it. If you know, the World Financial Center has got a rib design, so you actually have a 2x2 space where you can actually sneak into the building and hide. Myself and one other man were there. We had our book bags over our heads. Debris was falling down about the size of this. All portions of the building were falling down. That went on for about 30 or 40 seconds, and that for me was the worst part of this whole experience for me, because I feared for my own life at that time. But after that stopped, I walked out myself. I didn't see anybody in the plaza, so nobody was hurt, was in the plaza at that point. I walked to my building in the World Financial Center. I'd seen that my colleagues would evacuate the building, were downstairs. Now, on the west side of the World Financial Center, which is right on the Hudson River, there's an outdoor plaza, okay? You can look over the World Financial Center and see the World Trade Center. We were looking back at the building in flames. This is probably 5 after 9, 10 after 9, and we see a second commercial jet flying extremely low actually collide into the south tower of the building. At that point, we decided just to get out of there. People were just going crazy at that point, evacuating. We started to walk north and ultimately got up to here. During our walk, we saw the south tower collapse to the ground, decimated, and then later, it was very amazing to see the north tower standing there by itself after years and years and years of seeing them together. And then all of a sudden, the north tower just collapsed upon itself and just fell to the ground. There was a cloud of dust that covered all of downtown Manhattan, Battery Park and everything. It's phenomenal. I've never seen anything like it.
The eyewitness description of the horrible scene in New York City this morning. And in the midst of all of that, in the midst of that terrible tragedy, there was further chaos down in Washington. 9:45 this morning, an airliner crashing into the Pentagon. The plane, which was American Airlines Flight 77, which was scheduled from Washington's Dulles Airport out to Los Angeles. The Boeing 757 hit the Army side of this huge fortress that is the Pentagon. The Pentagon, of course, is not just a symbol of the nation's military might, but today is a command center amidst all that has happened. Now, there was a fourth crash, which occurred today in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. United Airlines Flight 93 was bound from Newark in New Jersey out to San Francisco. There were 45 people on board. Authorities say there were no survivors. In all, there were 4 crashes, 266 passengers and crew, and then, of course, we still have no idea how many people may have died on the ground in the course of all these catastrophes. Joining us now from Dallas, Texas is Jeffrey Beatty. He's a counterterrorism expert who had done work on the first World Trade Center attack. That was back in 1993. As well, he's done some work for the Pentagon. Of course, there will be a lot of trying to read through all of this, Mr. Beatty. Is there something that you have seen in the events of today that you see as perhaps a symbol of what group might be involved or some other hallmark of terrorism here?
Well, I think it's a little too early to speculate on what group might be involved, Joey. If you remember back to the Oklahoma City bombing, everyone rushed to judgment to think it was perhaps overseas-based terrorism. Now, while all the indicators are going in that direction, it'd probably be prudent to just focus on the rescue efforts today and also to ask ourselves, you know, how did this happen? And kind of break down the operation and show people that this was a very low-tech but high-concept operation on the part of the terrorists.
Well, describe that for us. What do you mean by that? High concept.
Well, what I mean by that is, you know, Americans tend to rely on high tech. We look to high tech to solve most of our problems. Terrorists don't have high tech at their disposal to the degree that a government such as the United States has. But unfortunately, they have a lot of time. An operation such as this may have been years in the making. We don't know yet how this operation was able to go forward, but let's just, you know, break down the steps. I took a few notes on it. At some point, we all recognized that there was some intelligence failure, that, you know, we've got to do better. We've done good in the past. We've improved our ability to defeat terrorism, but we're not perfect yet. And this is an example of that, to be sure. But then what happened was, the question is, how did these people get some sort of weapon onto an airplane? You know, I'm sure the FAA and the Department of Transportation and all the airports from which these aircraft were launched this morning will be taking a really hard look at that, and I'm sure we'll see some changes in the future.
Not an airplane, Mr. Beatty. I mean, 4 aircraft. That's an awful lot in different locations.
Exactly. This is a highly sophisticated approach, you know, but it's not the first time we've seen that. We've seen foreign groups destroy 2 embassies within moments of each other a couple of years ago on the continent of Africa. So we know that our opponent is capable of this type of operation, and he demonstrated it today on our homeland. The interesting thing here, Joey, you didn't need to bring across hundreds of pounds of explosives across a border someplace to commandeer an airplane. Why did they choose these airplanes? They picked these wide-body airplanes. The fact that the World Trade Center was prepared to sustain a hit from a 707 was not a well-kept secret. They picked airplanes that were bigger than that. Also, they picked airplanes that took off from the East Coast, headed to the West Coast, that were big airplanes full of fuel. They weren't interested in killing people on the airplanes. The airplane themselves became the bomb. And so they didn't need to bring explosives into the country. We don't know yet whether it was knives or handguns or whatever. But the next question in the step as we break down the operational acts in this attack is, how did these people get weapons onto the aircraft? And then from there, to continue it, the question is asked, what about a cockpit incursion? How is it that they were able to get into the cockpits of the aircraft, take over the controls, and as we know and have heard in the past that there are transponder codes that pilots can send if an aircraft is hijacked. From what I understand, we didn't get some of that yet, so we have to assume that the cockpits were burst into rather quickly. And I heard Judy Woodruff and others earlier infer, and I join them in drawing the same inference, that it's highly doubtful that the pilots of these aircraft, the United Airlines pilots and the American Airline pilots, were at the controls of these aircraft when they impacted their targets. So we have got to assume and infer that people capable of flying the aircraft, and remember these aircraft are on duty all over the world, these perpetrators no doubt rehearsed this operation, rehearsed breaking into the cockpit and other locations, that they were probably piloted to the target by people capable of flying a military or a jet aircraft.
Do you think, I mean, I have to interrupt you to ask, do you think that perhaps in looking at the possibility of terror threats, I mean, certainly terror threats have come to this country in the past, and I'm wondering if you think perhaps we were thinking too high concept. We thought of something more elaborate, and perhaps intelligence should have been focused on this kind of low-tech approach. I suppose hindsight is 20/20, but
I think there's a lot of good in what you're pointing out, Joey. We have to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. You know, we cannot just focus all our energies on weapons of mass destruction, chemical, biological, etc. We've all been talking about that, and hundreds of millions of dollars have been spent on that in recent years. But this didn't use any weapon of mass destruction, and I'm afraid that the casualty tally could approach 5 figures. And that means that we've got to beat these people, not only high tech, but we've got to be high concept. It means we've got to work harder in planning than we have up to this point. And I know that we will. And if I could say a word about the people at the World Trade Center and at the Pentagon, we've had the privilege in my company to work to support both organizations. We've trained every security officer at both locations. They knew what they were up against. They knew that they were icons, American icons, that were likely to be targeted. Excuse me, it's been an emotional day, plus it's a little hot out here. Likely to be targeted. And they did their best. But they were only one part of a system, as we've just outlined. You know, Doug Karpiloff, the Director of Life Safety and Security for the World Trade Center, is probably one of the premier security people in our country. Doug was always afraid of a scenario where there was a mass casualty incident at the World Trade Center and hundreds of emergency vehicles would rush to the scene. They don't have the ability to check all those vehicles to make sure that they don't pose a threat. So we're yet to determine, we've heard reports of secondary explosions after the aircraft impacted, whether in fact there wasn't something else at the base of the towers that in fact were the coup de grace to bring them to the ground.
Mr. Beatty, we appreciate all of your insight. Unfortunately, we're going to have to leave you. There are still further developments on this story. Jeffrey Beatty's company is involved in counterterrorism information, and he joined us this afternoon from Dallas. Now let's go back to New York for the latest information there, and Aaron Brown.
Joey, thank you. A couple of things. The president is en route back to Washington, we are now told. The president had started his day in Sarasota, Florida, then went to Shreveport, a military base outside Shreveport, then went to Nebraska, where the Strategic Air Command is located, and now he is making his way back to Washington. And we are told the president will address the nation at some point tonight. We do not know at what time, but of course, when it happens, we will carry that live as well. We're also getting reports that a second building in the complex of the Trade Center, and again, you have the 2 towers, but then you have a number of support buildings around it, that another of those buildings, we reported a bit ago on Building 7, we now report that there are problems in Building 5, and that may be collapsing as well, but at least there is fire there. There are enormous logistical problems. We just looked down what is 8th Avenue behind us here, which is normally at this time of the day packed with cars. This is rush hour, people trying to get out of the city. It is empty, and the city, in at least this part of the city, Manhattan, is shut down, which means that thousands of people who are trying to get home, trying to get to the suburbs, trying to get to Long Island, trying to get to New Jersey particularly. That's where those trains, what are called the PATH trains, come into New Jersey, from New Jersey rather, at the Trade Center. All of them stranded here. CNN's Richard Roth is down on the streets of New York and is talking to some of the people who I suspect are wondering when they will get home. Richard?
people that you would have seen in locations you were just examining. Many thousands are here right now on the west side of Manhattan trying to escape from New York. New York City is sending them to ferries that are taking them to New Jersey. New York City bridges, we're told, are open for pedestrians. The tunnels for trains to take the thousands here were closed. Many of these people stunned, shocked, silence. I mean, you've never heard so many New Yorkers so quiet in your life. And many of them just have to look over their shoulders to see what they escaped. As these two towers were leveled. New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani called it one of the most heinous acts in United States history. He says he fears that the death toll may be more than New York can bear. He asked all New Yorkers to say a prayer. He said a rescue effort was beginning, but as we were told by one official with the New York, New Jersey Port Authority, there is so much jet fuel, furniture, paper, everything still going on up in smoke. He didn't want to send in his people to begin any type of detailed rescue effort. There are reports of some people alive, many dead down there. Scores, hundreds of emergency vehicles with their sirens have been roaring down Manhattan's west side here to the scene, carrying federal security people, all kinds. Mayor Rudolph Giuliani said that there are more than 1,000 people taken to what's known as Liberty State Park, the walking wounded, he called them, several hundred, 600 or so in New York City hospitals. And the mayor said that there are 170 hospitals that are up and running, and other buildings are helping out for support. U.S. jet fighters overhead, circling occasionally, people craning their necks, looking up in the sky. Everybody's got a memory, everybody's got a story here. I personally saw Trade Tower #1, where CNN's New York bureau used to be in the lobby 17, 18 years ago, come tumbling down, and I was part of a stampede as people just raced for their lives as the smoke came closer and closer to all of us. That was after Tower #2 had gone down. You couldn't even see what was left of it, if anything was standing, due to all of the smoke. Aaron.
Richard, just help orient me for a second. Tell me where you are in the city right now as you talk to us.
We're on approximately 33rd Street on the west side of Manhattan. The Hudson River is just behind our camera position here, and it is an orderly departure here. I mean, you can see for yourself. People are just, they left work early. They were ordered out. The city is on high alert, no flights, and people are headed to New Jersey. Many of them would be at the ferry at this time on a normal day. This is certainly not a very normal day in New York City.
It certainly is not, Richard. Thank you. It is, I don't know if remarkable is the right word, but it's worth noting again that in every picture that we have seen from the scene, the people who had just experienced the most horrendous imaginable thing were remarkably orderly and calm as they left the area. I don't want to suggest for a second that there wasn't any panic, that there wasn't any screaming. These are human beings, and human beings behave in a variety of ways. But every picture we have seen, New Yorkers calmly, if that's the right word, calmly left the scene, moved out of the area. No reports of trouble at all as firefighters and police personnel came down into the city. Scores, hundreds of civilians started to move out. And they are still calmly moving out. We suspect there is some sense of shock as they try and figure out what has happened to their city, what has happened to their lives, and perhaps most importantly, what has happened to their friends and their co-workers who may not have gotten out of those buildings today. One of the problems that the city is faced with is, and as Richard alluded to, is moving people around. You have essentially a shutdown going on here. In some of the outlying areas, city governments are trying to support the city as best they can. Tom Swayze is the mayor of Glen Cove out on Long Island. Tom, I think you're on the phone. Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, this is Tom Swayze, mayor of the city of Glen Cove.
Tom, tell us what Glen Cove is doing to support the efforts going on here in Manhattan.
We have high-speed ferries that operate from Glen Cove to Pier 11 down by Wall Street. And we've already evacuated about 1,200 people with the help of Fox Navigation from New York City out here back to the island. We are now working at the request of Commissioner Carrick to try and bring emergency personnel, doctors, nurses back into Manhattan to try and help relieve some of these doctors and nurses that are going to start getting very exhausted at the area hospitals down on the southern tip of Manhattan.
And is there a number people should call or a location they ought to go to if they are medical personnel and can help in the effort down there, where they can get on one of these ferries and come on down?
We'd like them to come to the end of Glen Cove Road, the northern end of Glen Cove Road in Glen Cove, to the parking lot across from our police station, the end of Glen Cove Road, across from the Glen Cove police station, where we will take them by bus down to the ferry terminal. If they want to call for information, they should call the ferry terminal itself at 609-3342, 609-3342. We're coordinating with the Nassau County and Suffolk County emergency management offices as well, but right now we need to get emergency-type personnel, doctors, nurses, EMTs. We know everybody wants to help, but we're not looking for just regular volunteers who mean well, and we appreciate their interest. We're looking for professionals who can go into Manhattan and be prepared to work.
Tom, thank you for joining us and for your efforts today. I apologize for mispronouncing your name a moment ago. Thank you. Judy in Washington.
Aaron, we're here in the Washington studio, and among others, I'm joined by former U.S. Secretary of State Alexander Haig, former Army General Haig. You were, of course, Secretary of State during the Ronald Reagan administration. And, Mr. Secretary, you were in that post at a time of a national emergency, the assassination attempt on the life of President Reagan. And what I want to specifically ask you about is, what is it like for the people on the inside, the heartbeat of government, when something horrific like this happens? Of course, this is a very different situation, but what is it like when you have to react to something?
Well, I think most people wait and look for direction. And so it's very important that they have it. If they don't, they sometimes sit in shocked inaction. And so you have to have that. And that's the critical aspect of moving through a crisis of this kind.
And we've heard from President Bush now at 3 different intervals today, when he was still in Florida, when he moved on to Louisiana, and then a statement when he was in Nebraska. Now we know he's back to Washington. Now let me ask you, he's coming back to the Washington area. We don't know where he's going to go. Vice President Cheney at an undisclosed location. The Speaker of the House, second in line to the presidency, at an undisclosed location. I'm not asking you to tell us where they are, but what would it be like in one of these locations where they were essentially kept away and kept safe?
Well, all of these installations have been established for precisely this reason. And that means that they're armed with communications, with living facilities, and that's the situation. Now, they don't exercise them all as regularly as I suppose we used to during the nuclear era, but they still exercise them, and they're very, very efficient facilities.
You're saying they don't exercise, presumably because it's felt that the threat isn't as serious in the post-Cold War world?
Well, it's, you know, government is tough, and people are always responding to the crisis of the moment. Usually it's in the first headlines in the daily press. So many times they don't get to go to these relocation sites as often as we'd like, and I used to have to push that when I was in the National Security Council.
The exercises where you would practice what you would do in an emergency. But once they're at the site, I mean, are we talking about very spare surroundings, bare walls, canned goods for food?
No.
I mean, what are we talking about?
It varies. It varies. Of course, there's an airborne facility. We all know that there is an airborne facility for the president, and that's Andrews Air Force Base. There are other facilities, some very, very close and some more distant, which were anticipated might be required in a nuclear attack.
What about the lines of communication? You mentioned that. That was the first point you made, that once they're at these locations, there has to be communications. How up to date is all that?
Well, it's kept pretty well up to date. I know, for example, the day President Reagan was shot, it was very clear to me that that command post, that command and control center, had to be in the west basement of the White House or in one of these alternate emergency facilities, because they were equipped to do precisely that. Now, since that time, we've improved the State Department communication facilities, and the Pentagon, of course, is very well equipped in that regard. So there are 3 locations that you could run a crisis from that are known. but there are others.
General Haig, what do you say to those Americans watching this horrific set of circumstances unfold on television before them and wondering, is America safe? Is America safe? Do I feel safe getting on an airplane and flying somewhere? Am I safe to go into a tall building in Manhattan, to walk into a federal building in Washington, D.C., anywhere, whether it's touring the White House or the Capitol? I mean, what has today done to our sense of safety?
The answer to your question, Judy, is obviously whatever we've done heretofore has not been adequate from the standpoint of your question. And that's been a product of a number of things. It's what I call the modern day rationalization of conflict situations, and what I call the development of moral equivalence between the terrorist, who's the perpetrator of the illegal act, where innocent civilians, non-combatants, women, children, everyone are involved. And the defenders against those attacks are equated morally because of some perception of a lack of social justice on one side or the other. And, you know, we're very great, we're moralists here in this country, and we do that. The simple facts are that national leadership has to establish that terrorism is an illegal act of such magnitude now that it overwhelms the issues of social justice, which cause us to quibble and restrain us at a time when a crime of this nature has been executed.
You're saying even over individual liberties in some instances?
Well, sometimes yes, and that's an unfortunate statement as an advocate of those very liberties. But yes, sometimes.
Former Secretary of State Alexander Haig, Army General Alexander Haig, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you, Judy.
We appreciate it. And we just heard General Haig talking about terrorism and how much greater a presence it is in our lives than we had expected. We're told that tomorrow the Congress will convene at 10 o'clock in the morning. We're told that they plan to pass a resolution or resolutions condemning terrorism and then immediately adjourn. You're looking at a live picture of the United States Capitol, the flag flying at half-staff there. Now that is the White House. That's next to the Executive Office building, but the other picture we saw was a flag flying at half-staff near the United States Capitol building. Now back to Joey Chen in Atlanta.
Judy, thanks very much. Joined here on this set by Miles O'Brien, who is our resident pilot and certainly has quite a bit of understanding about the wheres and why-fors and what significance they might have in putting together what happened. Miles has some additional information now, and that's really important to understanding who might have done this and why.
Well, this is sort of our first clue as to what's going on. Obviously, more information will come out as the air traffic control tapes and hopefully the cockpit voice recordings come out. But just take a look at this. This is actual archival information from the radar tracks from the FAA ground centers. And these are the two planes which ultimately ended up at the World Trade Centers, the two towers. Both of them left Boston within 15 minutes of each other. Both were headed to Los Angeles, perhaps no coincidence, heavily laden with fuel. Both of them made extreme and noticeable deviations and were heading in the wrong direction for 30, perhaps 40 minutes, thus clearly giving air traffic controllers quite a bit of attention. There must have been some communication back and forth. It's unclear now.
This is certainly something the air traffic control folks would have seen. They would have seen these things
clearly.
coming up close.
And the fact that two planes were doing this must have seemed odd. We don't know what the conversations were, but suffice to say that would be odd. Now take a look at this flight. This is United 93. This took off from Dulles Airport, was headed for San Francisco. Once again, a coast-to-coast flight, heavily laden with fuel, flew on out from Newark to about Cleveland, then took its dogleg, was headed pretty much to the D.C. area.
2 decades after 9/11. In Afghanistan, America's devastating defeat.
The Taliban have taken control of the nation.
And at home, distrust and division. 4 presidents. The decisions, the mistakes, the consequences. Now, drawing on years of Frontlines reporting. America after 9/11.
This program contains graphic imagery. Viewer discretion is advised.
If you're just joining us, you probably already know the World Trade Center towers, the Twin Towers, the New York landmarks have collapsed and are gone.
9/11.
This is huge. This is huge.
America attacked.
Apparently, we're also...
Claire, let me interrupt you for a second. We now have fire confirmed at the Pentagon.
In Washington, D.C., fear.
The State Department has now been evacuated. The White House has been evacuated. The Capitol has been evacuated.
Just not the place to be.
The U.S. Capitol, a target.
The American public was really not prepared for the idea of an attack on American soil.
It is surrealistic, but at the same time, it is one of the darkest days in America.
When 9/11 happened, I think it was very easy for people to understand, even at that moment, that we were embarking upon a new era in American history.
By evening, the nation's leaders began to react.
It is almost impossible to imagine that sort of scene occurring today, with members from both sides of the aisle coming together in song, putting country over party at a moment of crisis.
There are prominent Republicans and prominent Democrats. And it was a real gesture of the sense that we were going to find something within ourselves that would rise above it and would pull us together.
After September 11th, we all are willing to go to war as one against this yet-to-be-seen enemy that is so far away from us.
We had a great sense of mission at the time. The American people had a great sense of patriotism. We experienced domestic unity like we never experienced before.
But in America's response to 9/11, through 3 presidencies, a chain of unintended consequences: growing anger, mistrust, division, and ultimately, the Capitol, again a target.
The January 6th insurrection at the Capitol was the logical endpoint of the 9/11 era. When you have people who can't trust institutions anymore, who are angry that the wars that they were promised great victories in didn't turn out well, they start to look for people to blame.
A lot of people felt they had been lied to. It's no wonder that you would have so much anger, a sense of betrayal, a sense of frustration, particularly among those who served in the military during this period of endless wars. It would have to be there.
We went over to Iraq and Afghanistan to change those societies, to make them more like us. We had great faith in democracy. And yet 20 years later, when you look at where America is today, it's almost as if America has become more like them.
Who are we, and what do we want to do as a nation? We answered that question too simply on 9/11. We're the good guys. And 20 years later, we found out that we are the enemy. That the biggest national security threat facing the United States is internal. And it has grown partly as a result of American leadership failures over the last 20 years since 9/11.
September 11th. It was a tragedy that changed everything. In the aftermath, American presidents were called to action, leading the country through decades of conflict that left a legacy few foresaw. Values compromised. Truth trampled. Trust eroded. Solidarity broken. And wars abroad and at home. By the evening of 9/11, President George W. Bush finally arrived at the White House.
President Bush is back at the White House. He's about to address.
He was flown by Marine One, the Marine helicopter, to the South Lawn of the White House.
He'd been on the move since he'd been told about the attack that morning.
There he is, the president coming back from a trip that has taken him first to Florida today.
I whispered into his right ear, a second plane hit the second tower. America is under attack.
The Secret Service took over.
Where is the president of the United States? Yeah, but pretty soon the country needs to know where he is.
The president kept out of Washington for hours.
They are still quite worried about his own security.
The president was in parts very much in a bubble. He was evacuated from Florida. He was on Air Force One, flying around the country.
President Bush was flown secretly today from Florida, first to Louisiana.
When the country saw the president a couple of times that day, he seemed unready. He looked like he was the hunted, not the hunter.
Nearly 3,000 people were dead. In the days ahead, Bush would be haunted by the question of what he could have done to prevent it.
Remember, it was the worst terrorist attack ever on the United States, and it happened on his watch. As president, you do feel a certain responsibility when something as serious as that happens while you're the commander-in-chief.
The president now just a few moments away from addressing the nation from the Oval Office.
George W. Bush, live in the White House, about to make his comments.
That night, the nation waited to hear from him.
Well, it's a critical time for him. The nation is being tested. The new president is being tested as well.
He would lay out a stark vision of the new world after 9/11.
Now we go to the Oval Office and President Bush.
America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world. And no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature.
George Bush, in his mind, I think, did understand that something very evil had happened, and it had happened. It was an evil act, 9/11. It killed thousands of civilians.
Tonight, I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me.
But once you define yourself as good and the other side as bad, it's a slippery slope because you start thinking anything you do for your cause is good. And we wound up doing some very evil things in the name of goodness.
All right. Sad day.
In those early days, around the world, the lines between good and evil seemed clear.
The world rallied round America. NATO invoked Article 5 for the first time in its history. An attack on one is an attack on all.
Well, it's good to know that in times like this, America is not without friends.
And even in parts of the Muslim world, a real outward expression of pain and sympathy for the United States.
God bless you, God bless you, God bless you.
In Tehran this week, demonstrators held a candlelight vigil for victims of the attacks.
There was a great outpouring of love for America, of support and of solidarity.
And outside the American embassy in Moscow, where people bowed their heads and wept.
The Americans had been attacked. There was no excuse, no explanation possible, and the world, in a sense, was on a revenge mode. We had to kill the murderers.
The CIA knew the culprit. They told the president it was Saudi extremist Osama bin Laden, the founder of the Islamic militant group Al-Qaeda.
We had been projecting a spectacular attack by Al-Qaeda. Here it was. We had the names of some of the people involved that we recognized. They were Al-Qaeda.
Bin Laden was operating out of Afghanistan. The CIA said they could use their fast attack forces to take him out.
We'd spent years working on this stuff. Where everybody else is looking for their maps on Afghanistan, we're ready to rock, ready to roll.
The president liked the sound of it. The CIA's director of counterterrorism, Cofer Black, would take the lead and set the tone for what was to come.
There was a before 9/11 and there was an after 9/11. After 9/11, the gloves come off.
My last meeting with Cofer, he basically said to me, your job is to find bin Laden, kill him, and bring his head back on ice. And I said, well, that's about the clearest, most direct order I've ever received as a CIA officer. I said, I'll do my best. We'll try to get the job done.
2 weeks after the 9/11 attack, the small CIA strike force arrived in Afghanistan. They needed to deal with the extremists in charge of the country and harboring bin Laden, the Taliban.
My team, 7 officers, including myself and 3 aircrew, flew in on the 26th of September. When I began to distribute money, $200,000 here, $250,000 for this, I think they were convinced that we were sincere.
The American dollars bought the cooperation of the Taliban's enemies, rival militias and warlords.
I remember immediately realizing the horrific choice that was being made. We got into business right away with the warlords who had been running and ruining Afghanistan for many years. These were brutal killers, and they were up against the Taliban, which were also brutal killers.
Devastating American air bombardments did their part to weaken the Taliban.
We dropped these massive bombs called daisy cutters on Taliban troop positions in the northern part of the country. Essentially let Afghan forces to rise up in different parts of the country and push out the Taliban regime.
Within weeks, the Taliban had been driven from the capital city, Kabul.
There's jubilation in the cities that we have liberated. And the sooner Al-Qaeda is brought to justice, the sooner Afghanistan will return to normal.
But for all the celebrating, the truth was that the CIA's primary target, Osama bin Laden, had vanished. The mastermind of 9/11 was believed to be hiding in the mountain stronghold of Tora Bora. A small contingent of American forces joined Afghan fighters there.
Those of us on the ground, you know, a few dozen international reporters, we far outnumbered the number of American special forces and CIA who were on the ground there. There was a bigger journalistic contingent at Tora Bora than there was American fighting force.
U.S. and Allied forces bombed Tora Bora, but couldn't get bin Laden. The CIA team leader wanted hundreds of U.S. Special Forces on the ground.
I asked for, ground support, and I knew that we needed U.S. Rangers. The longer we waited, the further he fell back to the border.
The military did not send in the reinforcements.
It was a catastrophic mistake because of miscommunication, some bureaucratic infighting. The most elite of U.S. troops weren't dispatched there. We didn't send in the Navy SEALs or the Army's Delta Force.
Bin Laden and his besieged al-Qaeda forces slipped over the border to Pakistan. An early and ominous sign that the war would not be so easy.
The fact that he was allowed to survive, the fact that he could then claim to have escaped the most technologically advanced military in the history of mankind, fed into a defeated organization's narrative that served to breathe new life into them and enabled them to survive Operation Enduring Freedom, the defeat of the Taliban and the routing of al-Qaeda.
With bin Laden still on the run, and Afghanistan in tatters, a new reality set in. America was now embroiled in a country ravaged by years of war.
Afghanistan is a devastated country. Many of the buildings in the capital, Kabul, have been destroyed.
The women and men of Afghanistan, all of them are suffering right now.
Their faces out of a Dickens novel, many without shoes and socks.
Terrorist car bomb left a square in downtown Kabul a bloody shambles, at least 15 dead.
Fears remain that the Afghan people's suffering is far from over.
President Bush and the presidents that followed would struggle to come to terms with America's role in Afghanistan.
There was never the political will and therefore the ability to invest the amount of money and boots on the ground and attention that would have taken to have a more definitive resolution of that conflict.
It would become the longest war in American history. Over the border in Pakistan, bin Laden seized the moment, distributing videos, taunting the Americans.
When Osama bin Laden talked about 9/11, he sometimes said that the purpose of it was a strategy that he called death by 1,000 cuts.
أيها الشعب الأمريكي، حديثي هذا لكم عن الطريقة المثلى لتجنب منهات أخرى.
By which he meant it was not just the symbolic power of taking down the World Trade Center. It was also the beginning of a process, of a cascade of events that would ultimately lead the United States on its own, through its own decisions, to do a series of things that would, in the end, weaken the United States rather than strengthen it. That was bin Laden's idea.
It is a somber time for this country.
The U.S. government has received intelligence that more attacks against Americans may be imminent.
There's the possibility that Osama bin Laden may be trying to get nuclear weapons.
Osama bin Laden may be closer to building a crude radiological bomb than anyone realized.
Disturbing news from Boca Raton, Florida.
Another anthrax case, this one in New York.
In the weeks after 9/11, fear gripped America.
Anthrax anxiety has become a plague of its own.
Fears over anthrax spread to Washington.
People forget, but within a month after 9/11, we were worried about anthrax attacks.
They will not take this country down.
And we feared then that terrorist groups have tried to get not just biological and chemical weapons, but even nuclear weapons.
We don't understand what might happen, and we certainly don't know what to do about it.
During President Bush's daily briefing, the head of the CIA, George Tenet, delivered the incoming threats.
Every single morning, the president and the top leadership are waking up to a drumbeat of new possible threats, day in and day out, week in and week out, month in and month out.
The Vice President, Dick Cheney, watched over an encrypted video link, often hidden in what was called a secure, undisclosed location.
This was Cheney's nightmare come true. He'd been getting ready for doomsday for years and thought a lot about it. And then on 9/11, it seemed like it was almost coming true. He felt sort of death was stalking him. He kept a gas mask and a hazmat suit in a bag in the back seat.
Cheney obsessed over the threats, the danger, and the need to act.
What 9/11 did was really replace the ideals that we professed in terms of democracy and in terms of moderation and restraint with a single impulse, survival. And everything else that was done that was contrary to that was thought to be a kind of effete, liberal, wishy-washy, romantic sentiment.
The president had said the war on terror was a struggle between good and evil.
It's hard for Americans to imagine how evil the people are who are doing this.
And he assured the country of its moral high ground.
We're a nation of strong values, and we value life.
But the vice president had a different approach.
We also have to work, though, sort of the dark side, if you will. We're going to spend time in the shadows and in the intelligence world. A lot of what needs to be done here will have to be done quietly, without any discussion, using sources and methods that are available to our intelligence agencies, if we're going to be successful.
You have these clashing impulses of how do we hold the moral high ground and leverage that in this global struggle, versus the people who, at the price of being tough against the enemy, such a terrible enemy, were willing to do things that could end up sacrificing that moral high ground and fatefully compromise America's position in the world.
Cheney's dark side approach would be put into action in Afghanistan, where the U.S. and its allies captured thousands of prisoners.
I think the response was just part of this whole attempt to demonize everyone and all Muslims who were caught in the war zone. So there was a lot of false jailing and capture and jailing of people who may have been sympathetic to Al-Qaeda but had nothing to do with Al-Qaeda.
Cheney wanted to get tough with the detainees and didn't want international law or the United States Constitution to get in the way.
They don't deserve to be treated as a prisoner of war. They don't deserve the same guarantees and safeguards that would be used for an American citizen.
Because of this mindset of...
Right there, dude. What's up? I mean, that is, you know, just picture that he's talking about J6 detainees. Just replace Al-Qaeda with American detainees who don't deserve, let's say, you know, just the same words, but for J6 instead of Al-Qaeda. And it makes sense.
Constant fear. They looked at law not as something strengthening them, but as something that was constraining them. And they looked for ways to get out of the constraints of the law. Law became an impediment to get around.
They took the prisoners 8,000 miles from Afghanistan to the American naval base on an isolated corner of Cuba, Guantanamo Bay.
The Bush administration argued that Guantanamo was beyond the jurisdiction of the United States. It chose Guantanamo to hold detainees captured in the war on terror because it insisted that they were beyond the reach of the US Constitution.
There was this classic picture, you remember, of all these detainees sitting in a plane being conveyed to Guantanamo, a 24-hour flight.
our eyes covered, our ear covered, our mouth covered, and you sit like this. I mean, I don't know. I thought I cried. It was young and very, very hard.
The detainees were taken from the plane to a place known as Camp X-Ray. Open-air cages, no toilets, no running water, concrete slabs.
Guantanamo Bay's climate is different than Afghanistan. To be in a 8x8 cell in beautiful, sunny Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, is not a inhumane treatment.
I mean, we were like animals in cages. Literally. Just animals who can behave like humans. That way they were treated.
To the world, the photos and the accounts from inside were shocking.
Images, as they started to come out from Guantanamo, really captured global attention. It brought what many believed to be American values, or what America claimed as its values, in conflict with the images that people were seeing.
They called Guantanamo Gitmo. It became a symbol of America's willingness to use any means necessary to right the wrongs of 9/11.
To the rest of the world, the people in orange jumpsuits were a symbol that the most powerful force in the world, the United States government, was willing to use the full extent of that power to just brutalize people, including innocent people. And I think it permanently damaged our capacity to speak about things like human rights, to speak about things like democracy and the rule of law.
And Gitmo had begun to change how America saw itself.
It starts raising a series of questions in our allies and among our own people. Wait a minute, why are we doing these things? Why are we fighting this war? If we're the good people, why are we behaving in this way?
Complaints over the treatment of the detainees is growing overseas and here at home.
What they don't have is prisoner of war status, which continues to draw fire from human rights advocates.
Living in open cages, apparently outside American law.
Even as the outrage was growing, Vice President Cheney pushed the president to go even further. This time, it would be carried out in secret. The torture of detainees to get intelligence.
Cheney believes the only way you can fight these people is with accurate intelligence and take some fairly, what he calls, robust measures to break their will to resist.
So where do you do that? And how do you do it? You keep it secret from the Justice Department. You keep it overseas in countries that agree to keep it secret. You build these things with CIA money so that nobody knows this is going on, except vaguely the president and, of course, the people in the CIA.
They would test the secret program on Abu Zubaydah, suspected of running a terrorist training camp. His story was revealed when the United States Senate issued what was known as the Torture Report in 2014.
At approximately 6:20 p.m., Abu Zubaydah was waterboarded for the first time.
Zubaydah's personal drawings illustrate his story.
Over a 2.5-hour period, Abu Zubaydah coughed, vomited, and had involuntary spasms of the torso and extremities.
He describes it to the Red Cross, and he can't breathe, and he's beginning to drown. And the feeling of drowning is terrifying.
It went on for more than 2 weeks. Waterboarding, beatings, confinement in small spaces, sleep deprivation, freezing. Some who knew the program's secrets said it didn't work and wasn't worth it.
We devolved and became the person
that we were going after. That's what it meant. That was the consequence. We lost our moral authority around the globe. Remember, even in countries that hated us, they were crying over what happened to America. And we squandered it. What a waste. What a waste. What a waste.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
Just 4 months after 9/11, in his first State of the Union address, the President decided to dramatically widen the war.
North Korea is a regime arming with missiles and weapons of mass destruction. Iran aggressively pursues these weapons and exports terror. Iraq continues to flaunt its hostility toward America and to support terror.
When you do hear that, you perk up, and it's kind of surprising, because here you had President of the United States addressing Congress and then naming these countries and putting them, lumping them together as this axis of evil.
States like these and their terrorist allies constitute an axis of evil, arming to threaten the peace of the world.
For a Frenchman, the speech about the axis of evil is simply impossible to understand. You know, it's really coming from another world for us. We said axis of evil, what does it mean, you know?
I will not wait on events while dangers gather. I will not stand by as peril draws closer and closer. The United States of America will not permit the world's most dangerous regimes to threaten us with the world's most destructive weapons.
What had begun with this attack in New York and Washington had now grown into this much larger and graver attack on America in the political language.
Our war on terror has well begun, but it has only begun.
The idea that we weren't at risk just of terrorism, but in fact we were at risk of a nuclear attack, a WMD, and that was an entirely new realm of conceivable combat.
President Bush announced to the world that America's war on terrorism will expand.
Iran and Iraq, who along with North Korea were described as an axis of evil.
What was really ominous about the speech was this so-called axis of evil.
Bush had already decided on the first target, Iraq and its long-standing dictator, Saddam Hussein.
You can only understand the decision to attack Iraq in the context of 9/11. I think after the first attack, President Bush was terrified that there could be further attacks. He had failed to prevent the first. So he was looking around, you know, who were enemies of America? Who might want to do America harm?
We know that Saddam Hussein has a long history with terrorism in general, and there are
harboring terrorists. Bush and his inner circle made the case.
Saddam Hussein is a homicidal dictator who is addicted to weapons of mass destruction.
Often word for word.
Simply stated, there is no doubt that Saddam Hussein now has weapons of mass destruction.
There is no doubt that he has used them.
The United States knows that Iraq has weapons of mass destruction.
Absolutely. We cannot wait for the final proof.
But we don't want the smoking gun to be a mushroom cloud.
That could come in the form of a mushroom cloud.
Intelligence reports, leaked to the press, splashed on the front page.
Some of the most credible, most respected American news organizations, like the New York Times, had written very detailed and, in its own way, supportive coverage of the evidence.
And there was an amen chorus in Washington that was sort of willing to go along with the administration on the chance that it was right. Our editorial page at the Washington Post was supportive of the invasion.
Those lies, in effect, were translated through the credibility of news organizations right there into the field of view of Americans.
In Congress, prominent Democrats also lined up behind Bush, echoing the threat of WMD.
Saddam Hussein has worked to rebuild his chemical and biological weapons stock, his missile delivery capability, and his nuclear program.
People who knew better voted for it because they were afraid of being called weak.
That weapons of mass destruction in the hands of Saddam Hussein pose a real and grave threat to our security.
You have Democratic as well as Republican members of Congress voting for a war that, does anybody really believe that if they were president, they would have chosen to do that?
Saddam is dangerous. The world would be a better place without him. But the reason he poses a growing danger to the United States and its allies is that he possesses chemical and biological weapons, and he is seeking nuclear weapons.
That undermined, I think, confidence in the American public and their leaders. Who can I trust anymore? The Democrats voted for this war too. Why should I trust them any more than I trust the Republicans, you know?
On the other side of the debate is continental Europe, where there's widespread opposition to war.
But the world was skeptical.
When we come to Iraq, Europe was deeply, deeply divided.
Overseas, protesters took to the streets in Paris, Tokyo, and Cairo.
The British are trying to influence the Americans, while the French are taking the lead of the resistance.
No, no, no! À la guerre en Irak!
American protests also began to grow.
The largest protest was in Washington on Saturday.
Demonstrations in San Francisco also drew large crowds.
We flooded the streets. You know, we were part of a global anti-war movement. I was one of the students leading the anti-war protests in the Bay Area. And we didn't stop. We continued to stage civil disobedience, hoping, praying that our actions would matter.
The demonstrations have not softened the administration's resolve. For now, the U.S. is preparing to strike with limited international support.
The president, of course, is driving toward a confrontation with Saddam Hussein. He knows that people have discounted a lot of the things that he has said. So he turns to one person in his team that he thinks has credibility, and that would be Colin Powell.
Colin Powell, a former general, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Under Bush, the first black Secretary of State.
He had ratings like Mother Teresa. We used to talk about that. Who's going to be top tomorrow, Mother Teresa or you? You know, and he'd laugh. But he did. The American people trusted him.
The president, relying on Powell's formidable reputation, wanted him to make the case for war.
And he made the decision in the middle of January that it was going to require military action. And he asked me to take the case up to the United Nations.
So that speech, why you? Why do you?
I'm the Secretary of State. Who else would you send? You can't send the Secretary of Defense to the UN. The UN ambassador, this is a little above that pay grade. And so he selected me, and I think he thought I had the credibility to deliver a speech and it would be believable.
Just over a week later, he arrived at the United Nations. The world was watching.
It was a major moment. Powell was really showing the world, you know, trying to convince us that there were WMD in Iraq.
He had remarkable credibility around the world. I think many people in the business knew that he had doubts about this. And so if he was saying it, then people would be much more likely to believe that than had it been some other spokesman who had less credibility.
Saddam Hussein already possesses 2 out of the 3 key components needed to build a nuclear bomb. Saddam Hussein is determined to get his hands on a nuclear bomb. He is so
I was a salesman that day to present a product, but the product was something that came out of the intelligence community.
The most damaging piece of material in this entire presentation, with respect to the American people, was the connection between Saddam Hussein and Al-Qaeda, and thus 9/11.
I can trace the story of a senior terrorist operative telling how Iraq provided training in these weapons to al-Qaeda. Fortunately, this operative is now detained, and he has told his story.
I later found out the al-Qaeda operatives was Sheikh al-Libi, that he was tortured by the Egyptians well before this time, that the information he had revealed he himself had recanted within a week. And so this most powerful moment in his presentation, probably the most influential moment with the American people, was a complete fabrication, really.
Leaving Saddam Hussein in possession of weapons of mass destruction for a few
Even after
months,
Powell's
years,
performance, the UN was unconvinced.
Post-September 11th world.
Bush would put together his own war coalition.
At this hour, American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger.
After the invasion, the first mission, find the WMD. The troops spread out. There weren't any.
When it was revealed there were no weapons of mass destruction, we looked like idiots. We had claimed absolutely that there would be weapons of mass destruction. So it was a real extraordinary revelation and really very difficult for us to understand.
It's the final word. Saddam Hussein had no weapons of mass destruction.
The U.S. has come up empty in its hunt for weapons. The lack of hard evidence calls into question one of the basic reasons for the war.
When it turned out that the evidence had been manipulated and falsely represented, it didn't just undermine the credibility of the administration, it undermined the credibility of the American media, who had been so instrumental in getting that message out to the public.
Containing biological...
Secretary of State Colin Powell told the UN in February that Saddam Hussein was harboring up to 500 tons of biological and chemical weapons. So far, coalition troops have not found 1 ounce.
The administration's most trusted figure had been wrong.
Suddenly, the CIA started to let us know that the case was falling apart. Parts of the case were falling apart. And it was deeply disturbing to me and to the president, to all of us.
It was devastating. Trust shattered. And Powell, the president, the government.
If the intelligence was shaded or manipulated, it could be a significant scandal for the Bush White House.
My government's lied to me so often, they've lost their credibility with me.
And it's very, very bad that people don't trust and believe what's coming from the White House.
The long-term effect was a beginning of a certain level of distrust of the government. That the government lied to them and that we went into Iraq under a false pretense. And so we had all of this lost lives, money spent, blood and treasure that was just kind of wasted.
You could see the beginning of some of the conspiracy theories that have sort of infected the American mindset. People began to come up with, well, if it wasn't for WMD, is our government lying to us and why? People began to sort of distrust their own government in a big way.
It's not a theory if you can prove it, by the way. What a bitch.
In Iraq, at the very beginning, it looked a lot like victory.
Feel satisfaction, I guess it's almost over. I get to go home soon.
The United States believed would be welcomed as liberators. That firstly, it would be a cakewalk to go into Iraq, and secondly, within a matter of weeks, the country would be stabilized.
But like Afghanistan, Iraq quickly became a quagmire.
Power
The
vacuum.
statue fell on April 9th. By April 10th, we woke up in the morning and the university was being looted. Saddam's palaces, all open, all looted.
Baghdad very quickly moves from a state of joy and euphoria
No Saddam, yes boss, no Saddam.
to one of almost utter bedlam. Looters set upon government buildings, upon businesses, fires break out. And there are thousands of U.S. troops in the city at that point, but they don't have orders to stop it.
The goodwill in Iraq lasted only a few days because the US attacked Iraq without any plan B at all. I mean, there was nobody even to keep law and order in Baghdad, leave alone the other cities.
I picked up a newspaper today, and I couldn't believe it. I read 8 headlines that talked about chaos, violence, unrest, and it just was henny penny, the sky is falling. I've never seen anything like it. It's just unbelievable how people can take that away from what is happening in that country.
Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld had overseen the planning for the war. Now he was doing damage control.
It is a fundamental misunderstanding to see those images over and over and over again of some boy walking out with a vase and say, oh my goodness, you didn't have a plan. That's nonsense.
He said there's one little riot in the street or something and people say, henny penny, the sky is falling. I'm on the ground in the summer of '03 in Iraq, and it's very clear to me that what I'm seeing is very different from what people at the Pentagon are seeing.
And it's untidy, and freedom's untidy, and free people are free to make mistakes and commit crimes and do bad things. They're also free to live their lives and do wonderful things, and that's what's going to happen here.
Rumsfeld's disconnect grew as the country continued to unravel.
Rumsfeld actually thought and said that we could just go in and then get out. We weren't going to do nation building in Iraq. And if Iraq imploded, that was somebody else's problem.
In Baghdad today, the looting and shooting continued.
They still come in waves, carting away metal frames.
To fix the problem, President Bush handed it to a little-known diplomat, L. Paul Bremer III.
Jerry Bremer has agreed to become the presidential envoy to Iraq.
Paul Bremer wasn't a Middle East expert. He wasn't seen as an Arabist. He wasn't a person who was an expert in post-conflict rebuilding. And then he becomes a sort of de facto ruler of Iraq.
Paul Bremer arrived in Baghdad with grand ambitions.
When Iraq was found not to have weapons of mass destruction, the mission then morphed to installing democracy. So Ambassador Bremer spoke about, we're going to rebuild Iraq like we did Germany and Japan after World War II. And to do that, we couldn't build from the old foundations. We had to create new foundations.
Bremer's first step to making this new Iraqi democracy purged the entire Iraqi government of tens of thousands of members of Saddam's Ba'ath Party.
And those who were on high before, in particular the Baathists, who used their power to repress the Iraqi people, will be removed from office.
They threw tens of thousands of people out of their jobs, out of their homes, out of their future, and even robbed them of their position in society.
Shortly, I will issue an order on measures to extirpate Ba'athist and Baathism from Iraq forever.
So there was no reason for these individuals to support the new Iraq. In fact, it was in their interest to oppose it.
What was the Pentagon expecting? That American officers would take over the ministries and become Minister of Culture and Minister of Health? It was a really abysmal situation.
Bremer's second order, disbanding the army and firing hundreds of thousands of soldiers.
I was stunned because this was not the plan. The CIA was stunned, and the commanders in the field out there were stunned because this was the solution to the security problem. We were going to reconstitute the Iraqi army so that they could secure their country. And instead, we dismissed them. And we turned loose all of these trained military people who might have weapons with them and knew where weapons were.
Saddam Hussein's former soldiers took to the streets.
Week after week after week, the big demonstrations got larger and larger. There was enormous concern where there were actually killings.
The army was the central instrument of Saddam's repression of the Kurds and the Shia.
I think the decision not to recall Saddam's army from a political point of view is the single most important correct decision that we made in the 14 months we were there.
Bremer's assertion would be put to the test. In no time at all, the insurgency began. Hell broke loose in Iraq.
We were taking casualties somewhat systematically every week, and then it began to be almost every day. And we were very slow to come to the recognition that we really did have an insurgency on our hands.
It all ramped up. The insurgency and the denials.
In Iraq, difficult work remains. They're making progress against the dead enders who are harassing coalition forces.
The fact is, and most of Iraq today is relatively stable and quiet.
The remnants of the thugs and crooks that looted their country and oppressed their countrymen will be rooted out, and they will be taken care of.
There are some who feel like that, the conditions are such that they can attack us there. My answer is bring them on. We got the force necessary to deal with the security situation.
The war was driven by vengeance and idealism. The vengeance part of it was the attempt to eliminate the people whom George W. Bush referred to as the quote-unquote evildoers. And the idealism was the idea that these places could be remade as Western-style democracies. That doing so would be relatively straightforward and almost easy. All of those ideas are naive. There's a naivete implicit in all of that.
The United States invasion of Iraq is proving to be a Pandora's box. Now, adding to the crisis of credibility, allegations of torture.
Photographs surfaced showing American soldiers abusing and humiliating Iraqi prisoners.
I was shocked and disgusted, but I also felt extreme fear of when you treat people like this, what comes from that?
The photographs were taken by the soldiers themselves.
The damage to U.S. interests in the rest of the world is hard to calculate, but it will be significant.
Abu Ghraib was, it was heartbreaking. It was shocking. I wanted to believe I so wanted to believe those pictures were not real. I didn't want to think that Americans could do this to Iraqis.
The abuse happened at Abu Ghraib prison. Once again, like at Gitmo, like the CIA torture program, America's war on terror had come to this.
What was going on at Abu Ghraib came from Guantanamo. Abu Ghraib was a kind of, a consequence of that initial decision of the CIA. It bled out, to Iraq.
Across the Arab world today, there was condemnation of U.S. troops.
To see that splashed on newspapers around the world, it literally sent the entire world up in arms over that treatment.
Beating with a broom handle and a chair, sodomizing with a chemical.
From the very start, President Bush had said this would be a war of ideas, and that American values, America's faith in freedom and democracy would triumph.
The America I know is a compassionate country that believes in freedom. The America I know cares about every individual. The America I know has sent troops into Iraq to promote freedom, good, honorable citizens that are helping the Iraqis every day.
It exposes what many people saw as the hypocrisy of American foreign policy. For many Iraqis, it was seen as sordid. So you started to see a dwindling of support for the actual war.
Abu Ghraib was a moment when the curtain kind of fell on America, and enough Americans saw what the world saw, which is that this has gone completely wrong. We had gone to war thinking of our better selves. And now we were a country that was occupying Iraq and torturing its people in kind of grotesque, almost casual ways.
America was losing its moral authority, its standing.
What was lost was the hope that Americans had good intentions, that they were trying to rebuild Iraq, that they were protecting the Iraqi people. It did not look like that at that point. To anyone who still had some hope at that point, I think was faced with that reality.
The photographs are so powerful. They antagonize the Iraqi public. There are people we know who join the insurgency because of those images, which means that American soldiers torturing Iraqis and photographing it helped get other American soldiers and Iraqis killed.
And there were more consequences to come. Osama bin Laden seized the moment.
For al-Qaeda, this was an opportunity to emerge from the shadows, to confront the United States invading yet another country.
Bin Laden rallied his followers to join the insurgency in Iraq.
Foreign fighters came in to fight against the occupation. And because all the security forces had been dismissed, there was nobody to guard the borders. And so these, foreign fighters, jihadis, could enter the country.
Jihadis, Baathists, former soldiers, uniting in opposition to America.
It created a monster, a Frankenstein monster, that half bin Laden and half Saddam, a monster that did not exist before we went to Iraq. But because of what we did in the aftermath of our invasion, that monster became a reality.
The centerpiece of al-Qaeda's strategy, fomenting civil war.
Explosives detonating just after 7 a.m. this morning underneath the Golden Dome of
A bombing designed to inflame tensions between Iraq's rival religious sects, the Sunni and Shia.
On one of the country's most holy Shiite religious shrines.
And that set off a cycle of violence between Sunni and Shia that al-Qaeda tried to fuel as much as they possibly could. This violence had so much momentum that it was very, very difficult to stop it.
We had now a sectarian strife. We had now armed groups killing whoever they wanted. We had now al-Qaeda rampant in the country. Friendships were torn. Families were torn apart. Cities will never be the same as they were. There's a generation that has grown up that has never known one day of stability in their entire lives.
The high cost and consequences of war came home to America, too. Every week, at military bases, the bodies arrived. Soldiers and contractors.
As these troops were going to Iraq, these wars were being lost, or they looked like they were losing these wars. Suddenly, Americans started to ask, why are we here, and is it worth it?
The wounded, haunted, forever changed. Tens of thousands of them.
Is it worth the costs, not just in terms of taxpayer dollars? Is it worth the costs in terms of human lives and in terms of values?
Most soldiers say when they leave the battlefield doesn't leave them.
20 to 40% of individuals come back with significant post-traumatic stress symptoms.
they are dying in record numbers. And I'm not talking about on the battlefield, but rather by their own hands.
One of the ugliest legacies of this crisis is homegrown.
We've seen both the best of America, and now because of hate, beginning to see some of the worst.
At home during those years, a different war was brewing.
Is America becoming Islamophobic, a prejudice against Muslims?
In fear and frustration, Americans were turning on each other.
A growing number of Americans saying, forget political correctness.
I'll tell you what you do. You racially profile.
I am not going to stop until I have executed at least 10 Muslims.
In the wake of 9/11, we saw a wave of hate violence all across the United States. Muslim Americans, Sikh Americans at the forefront of this violence.
In Ohio today, another mosque vandalized. Saturday, a Pakistani Muslim shot dead in Dallas. And in Arizona, a gas station owner shot and killed. Not an Arab or a Muslim, but an Indian Sikh.
So to be a Sikh American at that time, it was to feel as though our nation was under siege and that our families were under siege.
We would like to make it very clear that we are Americans too.
It's not about religion. It's about stopping Tennessee homegrown terrorists.
We were receiving phone calls from loved ones who were saying, our brother has been shot, our Gurdwara has been vandalized, someone's going to die, someone's going to die.
The man who plowed his pickup truck into a Tallahassee mosque said he did it because he hated Muslims.
It was very easy to see after 9/11 that the result was a more truculent, antagonistic version of the United States.
The number of hate crimes is growing by the day.
We to date have initiated 40 hate crime investigations, 120 investigations, 316 hate crime investigations. In excess of 400 investigations, 532 hate crime investigations where the victims were either Arab, Muslim, or Sikh.
And you could see the hostility that was directed at Muslim Americans, or people who were perceived as Muslim Americans.
Somebody needs to grab the Muslim world by the shirt collar and say, straighten up or we're going to eradicate you Beatles from the face of the earth.
You have to set up encampments like during World War II, like with the Japanese and Germans.
The Quran is a document of slavery. Take your religion and shove it up your behind.
You round them up and then ship them out of this country, period.
George W. Bush's war of good versus evil had ushered in a dark era of division, moral compromise, and expanding conflict.
3,000 people were killed on 9/11. And the US response to that event included invading Iraq and Afghanistan, holding people without due process, torturing detainees in Abu Ghraib and Guantanamo Bay, kidnapping suspects in one country and transporting them to another, and assassinating people in countries where the US wasn't even at war. In this obsessive hunt to eradicate terrorists, undermined the very rules-based international order that it had set up and led for 70 years.
Oslo, Norway. The Nobel Peace Prize is about to be awarded to the President of the United States. It is not George W. Bush.
Here's a president who's given the Nobel Peace Prize 9 months into his presidency. He had barely had time to figure out his way to the Situation Room and how to get to the Pentagon before he's got the Nobel Peace Prize. A little embarrassing.
He got the Nobel Peace Prize even before he'd done anything. Just for not being President Bush.
There were huge expectations of Obama when he came in. They expected him to remedy what had been done in Iraq and Afghanistan. So the expectations didn't just lie with the Nobel Peace Committee, it lay with public opinion right across Europe and more widely in the world.
Barack Obama's surprising rise in American politics had been fueled by growing disillusionment and anger over George Bush's wars.
There's a 0% chance that Barack Obama ever becomes president of the United States without the Iraq War. I mean, 0. In this very kind of curious accident of history, the Iraq War opens the door to the first black president and to Barack Obama himself.
He ran for the presidency as the anti-war candidate.
I know that an invasion of Iraq without a clear rationale and without strong international support will only fan the flames of the Middle East.
He had called the war in Iraq a dumb war. And so he was the anti-war candidate that everybody was looking for, and he got great reception with that position on the war.
Fired up! Ready to go! Fired up! We are now less safe than we were before 9/11. We will reject torture. We will close Guantanamo. It is time to write a new chapter in our response to 9/11.
He basically created an
drone strike
How can
their
you trust
shit
these people
instead.
after they got this so wrong?
But the American people weren't just failed by the president, they were failed by the Congress.
What Obama tapped into was not just the anger at the Iraq War, but the anger at how fake everything felt about it. From the news media to how politicians justified their actions, to just the failure to properly account with this horrible thing that had happened that was leading Americans to die.
Obama's anti-war message earned him that Nobel.
The Nobel Peace Prize laureate for 2009, President Barack Obama.
But accepting the award, he had a surprise. The anti-war candidate would be a wartime president.
President Obama may be the first person to accept the Nobel Peace Prize and use it as an opportunity to lay out his philosophy of war.
I cannot stand idle in the face of threats.
I think
to
that
the
prize
American
goes to Hitler, myself.
make no
Pretty sure
mistake,
the
evil
Man of the
does
Year,
exist
all
in the
that shit.
A nonviolent movement could not have halted Hitler's armies. Negotiations cannot convince Al-Qaeda's leaders to lay down their arms.
In terms of Nobel speeches, this is probably the most belligerent speech that you have as a Nobel Prize acceptance, in talking about the fact that sometimes you have to wage war. It was the most non-pacifist Peace Prize acceptance that we've ever seen.
President Obama came to office facing 2 wars.
Inheriting what was left by the Bush administration.
Obama will need all the magic he can muster to solve the huge problems he's inheriting.
Facing 2 wars, he knew which one he was going to fight.
There was a huge and deadly explosion in Afghanistan tonight.
Obama's global analysis of the situation was that Afghanistan was the right war and Iraq was the wrong war.
Afghanistan is bracing itself for Taliban attempts to disrupt law and order.
For President Obama, there was justification for us being in Afghanistan because the attacks on 9/11 had come from Afghanistan.
President Obama's message was we were going to double down, we were going to win in Afghanistan, which was the good war.
Obama wanted to reverse years of failure in Afghanistan and deliver the victory that eluded President Bush. To do it, he brought in hard-charging General Stanley McChrystal.
General McChrystal has been for years the head of Special Forces, and he brings with him his old Special Forces group who speak in the harsh language of Special Forces. We don't hire the snake eaters, as they call themselves, to be America's diplomats.
He describes the Afghan conflict as at a precipice, and we're at real risk of losing the war, but it can be turned around.
McChrystal said a surge of tens of thousands of troops was necessary. Obama was reluctant, but wanted to win. He agreed.
Thousands of U.S. troops are now heading to Afghanistan.
In Afghanistan, a surge of American troops is now at its peak.
The final deployment of U.S. troops is arriving in Afghanistan.
The question is that troop surge working?
General McChrystal had to quickly deliver on his promise that the surge could bring victory in Afghanistan.
Military commanders wanted to show how additional forces deployed by President Obama could turn the tide of the war, to show how U.S. forces could knock back the Taliban.
McChrystal designed a test case. 15,000 troops would try to rout the resurgent Taliban from their stronghold in Marja.
We'll focus on the town of Marja and surrounding.
I was there on the ground, and the truth was, Marja was a mess.
Come on! Let's go! Watch yourself! Tight up!
The American forces could not hold Marja. They faced constant counterattacks from the Taliban.
Taliban fighters would sneak in, they would lay more roadside bombs, they'd lay in wait and ambush.
McChrystal called it a bleeding ulcer.
What was thought to be a war that could be turned around with some additional troops really starts to look like it's fundamentally unwinnable. Marja brings the challenges of Afghanistan into much starker focus in the White House.
With Marja, once again an American president was being forced to concede. There would be no easy victory in Afghanistan.
He's thinking a lot about Lyndon Johnson and Vietnam, and he's thinking here he might be in the very same situation. A president with a grand, ambitious domestic agenda, with a war overseas that's unwinnable, that's sucking away energy and lives and possibilities.
He basically changes his mind. He gets into the Afghanistan work, he escalates, and then decides to draw back in Afghanistan.
But disentangling from the country where 9/11 was launched would not be easy either.
The political incentives are such that the risks associated with ending wars are seen as far greater than the risks associated with kind of being in them. There was this calculation that, well, what happens if there's a terrorist attack? You know, that would be the end of a presidency.
It was now Obama's war. A quagmire with no visible exit as the death toll on both sides mounted.
He felt that with all the goodwill in the world, America couldn't bring democracy to Afghanistan. And the best that you could probably do is just mow the lawn, keep terrorism under control, and stop Afghanistan becoming a sanctuary for terrorists.
During his presidency, American deaths in Afghanistan surged. Almost 3 times as many as under Bush. Nearly 2,000. And there would be far-reaching consequences at home.
There's just finally been exhaustion in the United States. The Afghan policy was a failure, and all the smartest generals and the presidents of both parties, nobody could make this policy succeed. It's a humiliation for the United States.
Guantanamo Bay. By now, it had dropped to 242 detainees. Obama had promised to close Gitmo. He tried it with an executive order.
Justice, I hereby order Guantanamo will be closed no later than 1 year from now.
We were so hopeful with the Obama era. I was one of many who campaigned for Obama, and really believed in this vision of hope and change, and I took that vision to mean a clean break from Bush-era policies.
But for the controversy over Gitmo, Obama hit a wall trying to roll back what Bush and Cheney had begun.
This was his first executive order when he came into office. He's going to shut down Gitmo.
Why are we closing Gitmo?
Yeah, but
Makes no sense.
And it's a lousy idea.
And the entire Congress had a complete meltdown, including Democrats.
Part of what we don't want is them to be put in prisons in the United States. We don't want them around the United States.
The American people want to keep the terrorists at Guantanamo out of their neighborhoods, and off the battlefield.
Mitch McConnell went down to the floor of Congress every single day and just ranted about it.
To keep this secure facility open.
And what he was trying to do was just make it politically untenable for Obama to do this.
This is insane, in my opinion. These people, many of them are terrorists. We've had some of them that were released and went back to their home countries and became terrorists again.
There were enormous, not just legal issues involved, but really political issues.
The yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Akaka.
Congress voted to keep Guantanamo open.
By an overwhelming vote, the Senate today rejected the president's request.
The 90-6 vote was a big bipartisan vote.
He runs into huge opposition in Congress and basically folds.
In Obama's defeat, a triumph for the brewing politics of fear.
I was selected as a legal observer to travel to Guantanamo. I thought I was going to be among the last visitors to ever set foot on Guantanamo, where prisoners were still held, and here we are, and Guantanamo is still open.
The island prison would endure as a monument to the consequences of moral compromise, embracing what Cheney had described as the dark side.
One of the things that I find most shocking, unforeseeable, unimaginable is that 20 years later, Guantanamo is still a prison. It's just such a violation of everything that you think of as American values.
The president who'd been given a Nobel Prize with the hope he would reverse Bush's legacy was now presiding over an even more unsettled nation.
Every day there are reminders that terrorists are still planning to attack this country.
Here in New York, a reminder of the continuing threat of terrorism.
There hasn't been a terror attack on U.S. soil since 9/11, but tonight federal agents say they just stopped one, a big one.
He was a truck driver living in Ohio, and he was a terrorist.
On television, a drumbeat of warnings, attacks, thwarted plots.
Indicate, quote, somebody is up to something.
6 Muslim extremists are in jail in New Jersey.
In the media, people discovered pretty quickly that a terrorist attack, no matter where it was in the world, would immediately seize people's attention.
And found the vehicle packed with gasoline containers and propane canisters.
It was almost like that the battlefield that was limitless in the war on terror had also become limitless in the American consciousness, that we were constantly at war, not only abroad, but also increasingly within, in our own borders.
The 4 suspects hope to be martyrs and were on a mission to commit what they call jihad.
No one wants to use the M word or the J word, Muslim or jihadist.
It was about fear. It was about us versus them. It was about all these immigrants that they come, or Muslim names that they come. They are coming to kill us.
Suspect Umar Farouk Abdul Multala.
Nidal Malik Hassan.
Nadir Sufi.
Faisal Shahzad, connected to the Taliban.
There was this constant torquing up of phobia about Arabs, about Muslims, about foreigners.
There's no question there is a Muslim problem in the world.
Not all Muslims are terrorists, but all terrorists are Muslims.
All the people who have tried to blow airliners out of the sky pretty much look alike.
Equating them with criminals and terrorists.
We need to kill them. You're in danger, I'm in danger.
And throwing Obama into that camp.
Why do you think 1 in 4 think that he is a Muslim?
He was raised a Muslim, Barack Obama, raised as a Muslim.
The anger at Obama was less about the specifics of his policy in Iraq or Afghanistan
But it is entirely fair to say he has Islamic sympathies.
than it was about this sort of inchoate anger against him for being Barack Hussein Obama.
Barack Obama has deep emotional ties to Islam.
What I felt very acutely in the Obama years is a lot of that nationalism and xenophobia that was stirred up in those Bush years, because it wasn't going to get expression in some victory in Afghanistan or Iraq, it suddenly began to be repurposed to, we oppose Obama. We need to take our country back. We oppose anybody who can be cast as the American other.
At the White House, Obama was mired in the nation's escalating frustrations and the ongoing threats to its security.
There were threats coming in all the time. Al-Qaeda getting hold of a nuke, or Al-Qaeda gaining an ability to produce chemical weapons, biological weapons.
President Obama is beginning to see exactly what the prior president had seen every day. He begins to get the intelligence brief. He begins to see the substance behind on the inner workings of government. All of that influences then how he sees the threat and his own responsibility.
The president had ordered the end of the torture program and secret prisons, but the CIA wanted him to reauthorize some of the other Bush-era methods.
What he quickly discovered was actually these were programs that he was not willing to part with, because if you get rid of them and then the United States is attacked again, then all of a sudden you're going to be the ones to blame.
One program had particular appeal: drone strikes, targeted killing.
Had a vehicle on the back. Got a target.
The drone program that started under George Bush becomes much bigger under Obama. Not just in terms of the number of drone strikes, but in terms of the types of people that can be hit.
Viper 15 in from 280.
And suddenly, the controversy that accompanied an arrest and detention and putting them in Guantanamo no longer mattered, because you could put them on a kill list and very few members of the American public would be riled up by that.
Yeah, you are clear to engage. Oh, ready. Good shot.
Obama personally reviewed many of the strikes.
Every day, every week, someone would come from his national security team and say, you know, we've got this band of 6 terrorists on the Pakistan-Afghanistan border. We have a 45-minute window in which we can kill them. What do you want to do? And very, very often he would say, kill them.
Let me know when you see the target area and I'll start the clock on.
Obama authorized 10 times as many drone strikes as Bush had. Hundreds during his time in office. Almost 4,000 people killed, including hundreds of civilians.
Of course, the downside with the drones was the collateral damage. Women, children got killed in some of these drone strikes.
The image of the drone becomes a very disturbing influence over millions of people all over the Muslim world and even in the West.
When we start thinking of a drone as the answer to all problems, terrorism, this is the one we failed. A drone cannot kill an ideology, cannot kill a message, cannot kill a narrative. So every time we kill someone, 10 people came to take their position.
Ben Rhodes, one of Obama's top national security advisors, now questions whether the strikes were worth it.
I've made a point of trying to meet people where they describe the buzz overhead and this feeling of dread, of just living in a kind of permanent surveillance of an American killing machine. What happens when a superpower spends trillions of dollars over a long period of time figuring out different ways to kill people. You know, think of how many ways the United States has killed people since 9/11. Like, how would you look at America? I mean, I'm haunted by that.
Yes. The reason I'm calling is to tell you we killed. I'm starting to get a buzz. We killed.
Almost 10 years after 9/11, an American president finally announced a win that had been so elusive.
Good evening. Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world that the United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of Al-Qaeda, and a terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children.
Obama's legacy, first and foremost, is that he did kill Osama bin Laden. For the average American, that was a big deal. He won re-election in part because he killed Osama bin Laden. He did something that George W. Bush didn't do.
It meant a lot to America, like Saddam's statue coming down. The killing of Osama bin Laden gave Americans a sense of closure, but it really didn't close anything. It didn't resolve Iraq or Afghanistan.
We wanted to believe that once bin Laden was eliminated, that the threat was over, that we had achieved what we had set out to do a decade before, that now the architect of the 9/11 attacks, the founder and leader of Al-Qaeda was gone, the threat would end. Nothing, unfortunately, could have been further from the truth. The problem is that the movement had become larger than one man.
Al-Qaeda is expanding operations across the Middle East.
Thousands of fighters,
Each of those dots is
all over the Middle East and Northern Africa. Al-Qaeda cells striking out.
back at the top in Iraq.
Al-Qaeda in Yemen.
Inside of Syria.
So Al-Qaeda, trillions of dollars later, is more powerful than it used to be.
Attack at a university in eastern Kenya.
It's changed, but it's more powerful than it used to be on the eve of 9/11.
The president makes good on a campaign pledge today.
He'll make his plans public today during a trip to Camp Lejeune in
A most significant moment. The president.
Even as he was facing a reinvigorated Al-Qaeda, Obama was determined to deliver on a campaign promise, to get out of Iraq.
I intend to remove all U.S. troops from Iraq by the end of 2011.
There was such a desire, not just of the White House, but even the country as a whole, to write an end to this experience and to say we're done with this place that had caused so much hardship and heartache for Americans.
So we will complete this transition to Iraqi responsibility, and we will bring our troops home with the honor that they have earned. Semper Fi.
But behind the scenes, again and again, warnings.
You had a number of people, senior American military officers, diplomats on the ground, who essentially told him, the Iraqi state is not ready for this. You cannot go to zero. And if you go down to zero, you are going to endanger the Iraqi state. You're going to endanger essentially everything that we built here.
Still, Obama was determined.
The last 6,000 U.S. forces in Iraq are packing up to mark the end of the war in Iraq.
Last U.S. troops are now leaving Iraq.
At the end of 2011, Obama ordered the troops to leave.
It wasn't just the troops that we were leaving, it was our disengagement from Iraq as well. Both of those things coupled together are significant.
Final American soldiers packing up right now.
It was more than just soldiers. over 10,000 State Department employees would leave too.
We disengaged not only militarily at the end of 2011, we disengaged politically. The war was over. We were out. Let the chips fall where they may. Well, I don't think we thought through exactly how many chips were going to fall and what the consequences of that would be.
Iraq, power always teetering between Sunni and Shia Muslims, was now in the hands of Shiite Prime Minister Nouri al-Maliki.
The last American Humvees left Iraq in December of 2011. And within 24 hours of that, Maliki, the prime minister, the Shiite prime minister, he orders the arrest of his Sunni vice president.
After the U.S. withdrawal, the Iraqi government was very emboldened, and it was free to practice, to carry out sectarian policies.
In response, huge Sunni protests. The Iraqi government violently cracked down. With the Americans gone and the chaos growing, yet another opportunity for Al-Qaeda in Iraq, now operating under a new banner, the Islamic State, ISIS.
What this did was create the conditions for the Islamic State to rise up out of the ashes of Al-Qaeda in Iraq and proclaim itself as the defender of the Sunnis against Nouri al-Maliki.
They swept into western Iraq and took control of a third of western Iraq. The banks that were robbed and stripped, the assets that were stripped in that entire area was huge.
It's a threat like no other, a powerful battlefield force and a commanding online presence.
ISIS has gained ground and is not on the defensive.
The Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, driving toward Baghdad.
The Iraqi army, which was built at the incredible expense, I don't even know what the final price tag was, $30 billion, largely by the Americans, paid for by the American taxpayer. You know, all their equipment, everything. It all came apart.
As ISIS destabilized the entire region, Obama had little choice.
The United States of America is meeting them with strength and resolve. I ordered our military to take targeted action against ISIL to stop it.
He would reluctantly send some American forces back to Iraq.
Obama came into office with one very clear objective, which was to get out of Iraq, bring that war to a close. But ISIS forced the United States back in. And so, you know, all of a sudden the United States then has 5,000 US troops back on the ground in Iraq.
What we're talking about here is the beginning of something that he understands he's not going to finish. That in fact, he's going to leave his successor an ongoing military conflict with an elusive and hard to beat enemy, just as he felt he was left when he took over. The next president is going to be the third president in a row who finds himself figuring out Iraq and what are American interests there and how do we solve it.
"15 years after 9/11, on the grounds of what used to be the World Trade Center, in the midst of a presidential campaign, Donald Trump would stake out his view of 9/11 and its aftermath.
For Donald Trump, the candidate, and then the president, 9/11 is something very different than it was for George W. Bush or Barack Obama. 9/11 is not an event that is used to create unity. It's not an awful, awful moment that calls on us to come together. 9/11, for Donald Trump, becomes a wedge issue. It becomes something he can exploit to further division and distrust in our society.
He had been watching the rise of ISIS,
will begin to slaughter your people on your streets.
attacks around the world.
Paris is under siege.
Terror attack unfolding in multiple locations.
No one survived after a Russian passenger jet crashed in Egypt.
Heavily armed, apparently well-trained, arrived at the offices of Charlie Hebdo.
And at home.
A shooting at the Pulse nightclub.
A lone gunman who called 911 to pledge allegiance to ISIS.
Tashfeen Malik, the female attacker in San Bernardino. She and her husband, Saeed Farouk, lived among us, walking this very sidewalk, lived in this complex. And
Anti-Muslim fear that Trump readily exploited.
They want our buildings to come down. They want our cities to be crushed. They are living within our country.
There was this hatred toward Muslims as if they just hated Americans and they wanted to kill Americans.
Calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
Trump really came in and articulated a lot of the things that were already whispered.
I think Islam hates us. There's something there that there's a tremendous hatred.
Trump took all of that anti-Muslim rhetoric.
Alright guys, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this up. Appreciate you watching. 11 hours, by the way. I don't want to push it past that. I kind of did fall asleep a little bit, or we might not have watched this one at all. But yeah. I don't know what else to say. I think the video speaks for itself, and I said what I needed to say through most of it. And I guess, you can definitely say that no matter what your perspective, we've got some problems. Alright, I'll catch you all next time. Thanks again for the like and the subscribe. Appreciate it. I kind of want to finish it though. How many more minutes is it? Fine.
Anti-Muslim hate and weaponized it and used it
It's
inside
only
of
like
our own
20
country
minutes
to enact
more.
his agenda.
The innovation that Trump used, like many a great demagogue that preceded him, was to switch. The reason we have not been successful abroad in dealing with our enemies abroad is the fact that we have not dealt with our enemies at home. That we have enemies within the country who are responsible for us being weakened on the world stage.
He stoked the anger that had been building since 9/11. The wars, the failures, the lies.
The war in Iraq was a big, fat mistake, all right? They lied. They said there were weapons of mass destruction. There were none, and they knew there were none.
And he incited Americans' fear of Barack Obama.
ISIS is honoring President Obama. He is the founder of ISIS. He's the founder of ISIS.
He was good at utilizing distrust of the establishment and distrust of Washington.
We are led by very, very stupid people. We can't beat ISIS. Give me a break.
There's no more post-9/11 president than Donald Trump. It's all the language, all the rhetoric, all the xenophobia, all the nationalism that is impossible without 9/11. We have to recognize that it's convenient to say that Donald Trump broke America.
That's not
No,
true.
America was broken, and so Donald Trump became president.
Yeah, oh wow. Now they're gonna fucking blame it on Donald. Dude, are you kidding me? Unreal, dude.
Barack Obama left the legacy of 9/11 to Donald Trump.
So that maybe that was the
Thousands of
first
troops in Iraq
blame
and in
game they used
Afghanistan.
there. I don't know.
Detainees in Guantanamo. Drones and targeted killing. American influence waning. A nation increasingly deeply divided.
Trump didn't really understand the nature of the Middle East. He didn't understand the range of threats that we saw, and he didn't particularly care to learn what they were. I think you have to understand the things that he says as relating not to coherent international policies or domestic policies, but relating to the political future of Donald Trump.
From the beginning, he talked tough. He aimed his decisions at his political base.
Mr. President,
Now, personally,
Mr. President, you told me during one of the debates that you would bring back waterboarding and a hell of a lot worse.
I would do what I would do. I want to keep our country safe.
While he railed against his predecessors, he embraced the dark side methods of Vice President Dick Cheney.
As far as I'm concerned, we have to fight fire with fire. I have spoken as recently as 24 hours ago with people at the highest level of intelligence, and I asked them the question, does it work? Does torture work? And the answer was yes, absolutely.
He ordered Gitmo to remain open, dramatically accelerated the drone strikes, airstrikes, targeted killing, and he ordered a raid that led to the death of the leader of ISIS.
He will never again harm another innocent man,
And you can
woman,
see how
or
they
child.
all do it, even
He died like a dog.
all of
He
them.
died like a coward.
And Trump wanted something more. He
The
sent the
exception of
Secretary
maybe
of
Jimmy
State to
Carter, I
negotiate
don't
with
know.
America's longtime enemy, the Taliban. But he couldn't end the war on his watch.
After 4 years, Donald Trump had discovered something like what his predecessors had discovered, which is that it's very easy to announce that you're going to be able to get out of these wars, but it's very difficult to actually do it. And he found himself still embroiled in this war in Afghanistan, still contending with the remnants of ISIS and the wars in Syria and Iraq. And it was, in its own way, grinding on just as it had been in previous presidencies.
But by this time, the biggest war wasn't overseas. It was here.
I'm not anti-Trump, by the way. I'm just recognizing the truth before my eyes, that's all.
Once again.
The police killing of George Floyd sparked a massive wave of protests.
People demand justice for George Floyd and call for an end to racial inequality.
It was a domestic war that had been building for years, one that Donald Trump was ready to fight.
People were rightly upset about what happened to George Floyd and had taken to the streets in large numbers. Some of the protests did turn violent, but for the most part, people were just exercising their First Amendment rights to protest and to make their feelings known.
Is this bitch serious, though?
Cast a
Give me a break,
protesters
man.
as the enemy.
And that shit was
This war
manufactured
on
too,
terror
like they
was not a
didn't
terror
organize
of the
that
Middle
shit
East. It was
themselves.
a terror against him.
I
Anyone
mean,
who's
it was
against
organic,
him
don't
is
get
a
me wrong, in
terrorist,
some ways, but it
because
was
they are
used.
trying to stop values that make America great again.
Trump urged the forceful response by police and National Guard.
Oh, I'm glad I didn't end it right there.
Every governor to deploy the National Guard in sufficient numbers that we dominate the streets.
And burning down a police station, burning down a bunch of buildings.
Images.
Yeah, it's super peaceful. Super peaceful.
It seems to me the wars came home. You can
They
look
brought
at
in the
police
National
in
Guard way
America
too
and you can
late,
see
by
all
the
the
way.
kit that they've got. They've taken all the surplus from Iraq and Afghanistan. It's come back. And a lot of these weapons, a lot of the vehicles, are now being used by law enforcement.
What is going on? Who are you?
You see,
That was one of the things that I didn't appreciate about Trump. and that is that our police forces are more militarized than ever. And, you know, that came about because of this unrest, which was clearly organized. It was organic, too, don't get me wrong, but it was also clearly organized.
Unnamed, unidentifiable federal agents being dispatched to the sites of protests.
How are we supposed to know who you are?
And that chilling image of the military helicopter flying low to intimidate the protesters. We have seldom seen this kind of display of military force used on American soil against American citizens.
Trump hardened the battle lines.
The radical left Democrats will destroy our country as we know it.
Donald Trump took the divisive language that he used against Muslims in 2016.
Antifa is a fascist terror group committed to bringing fascism to the United States.
That he used against terrorists in 2016.
The terrorists burn and pillage our
Thing
cities,
is, he isn't
and they
wrong,
think it is
though.
just wonderful.
The threats were no longer from dangerous overseas countries as much. The way Donald Trump talked about it, the threat was the enemy within.
Antifa has been engaging in terrorism and seditious conspiracy for years.
It's the same language. It's the same us versus them thing. You can just slot in Antifa for Al-Qaeda, slot in the radical left for radical Islam. It's triggering the same emotions.
Domestic terrorists have taken over Seattle, run by radical left Democrats.
In the same way that Bush marshaled the whole country to kind of take on this generational fight against terrorism, this war against terrorism, Trump marshaled his half of the country to think of itself as literally in an existential war against the other half of the country.
The great irony of the Trump administration's
How
use
is
of
that his fault, though?
is
That
that
I'd like
they're
to know.
using tools developed in the war on terror to try to harass and persecute their political enemies at home by exaggerating domestic threats that are relatively small. And meanwhile, however, ignoring the genuine terrorism threat that they are actually helping to foster and encourage.
That's for everything that you did to me, bitch! Told you I'd get you!
It all came to a head 2 months after Donald Trump lost the 2020 presidential election.
By the time you get to January the 6th, so much doubt has been sown in the system, so much fear, that how this opposition is described.
All of it
by
psychological
Trump and Trump
warfare,
supporters,
by the way,
looks
both sides.
terrifying.
It was impossible not to recognize that the people were dressed very similarly to the Americans who had been fighting in Iraq and Afghanistan. They were wearing the same kinds of flak jackets and helmets and the earpieces. There was a visual language of the war on terror.
Trump rallied them with a lie.
Make no mistake, this election was stolen from you, from me, and from the country.
Whether it's a lie or not is debatable.
After 9/11 and Iraq, after
Way
torture,
debatable.
after all of these things have happened, there's a part of America that doesn't trust its leadership. And Trump has tapped into them.
We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved. Our country has had enough. We will not take it anymore.
It was kind of a culmination of 2 decades of growing mistrust in the government, feeling like the government doesn't listen to you, that your voice, that your opinion doesn't matter.
People on every side of the political issues, on every side of the spectrum, felt they had been lied to, they had been betrayed. It sort of helped create the atmosphere in which January 6th could happen.
Now it is up to Congress to confront this egregious assault on our democracy. And after this,
along with the inaction of Nancy Pelosi and others that were made fully aware that they weren't prepared for it and that they should have been. You know, no one's taking any of the blame themselves here, that's for sure.
They swarmed over the steps where Congress had sung God Bless America on the evening of September 11th, 2001.
It's quite a juxtaposition, isn't it? These two scenes in the Capitol. Moment of solidarity and unity, us against our enemies around the world. Suddenly, 20 years later, it's us against ourselves. This mob rampaging through the Capitol, trying to stop democracy. And coming closer, in some ways, than Al-Qaeda did.
Stand aside and let us in, you traitors!
To see them going and attacking that temple of democracy in order to change a result of an election, chanting that they want to kill the vice president. It was a sad moment. This threat is way more dangerous because they are us. They are in our towns, in our cities.
If we look at January 6th as one measure of where we are as a nation, did bin Laden succeed in some way in fundamentally dividing us and bringing pain to us in ways that we couldn't see at the time? If we don't take a proper accounting of what we did in these past 20 years and what the impact has been, not just half a world away, but what the impact has been within our own borders, then we have fundamentally misunderstood the legacy of 9/11.
Yeah, this was the dumbest move probably that a president ever made.
America's longest war.
Maybe not, though. I mean, obviously,
It's
probably
time for
not.
American troops to come home.
The significance of Biden's decision is that we have given up. We do not believe that we can win there, and we don't believe we should try.
It was super surreal
The
watching
last
this
20
shit
years
live, I'll
has
tell
been
you.
exercise in failure.
All of it. Well,
Let's be frank, it's a failure. They are leaving Afghanistan and they can't say mission accomplished.
At one level, you could say, yes, at last, it's been 20 years, these forever wars had to end. But another level, the war doesn't end. What's going to happen to Afghanistan? Those who helped America, those who stood alongside America, will have their lives destroyed. And that hundreds of thousands more Afghans will become refugees. So America's war may end in Afghanistan, but the Afghan war might not end.
alright. Made it still under 12 hours. 11 hours. I originally intended, well, I had a thought of going for 9 hours and 11 minutes. But 11 hours total will work. Alright, thanks for watching, everyone. Hopefully we can glean something from all of this, and hopefully that something will be the truth. Amen. All right. Peace.